Okay. Uh. Hmm. 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 Well, um, I guess we'll just continue watching some videos because this is one of my favorites. Please the buckle up. This is I love Brie.
Said it couldn't be done. They said I wouldn't make a who knows how long video explaining the plot of a certain series of books, and why I've been in love with this fictional character for over half my life. They made the mistake of thinking I wasn't going to do it, and said, yeah, we'll watch if you make it. But guess what? I did. For the first book, at least. It's called Clockwork Angel. So this was meant to just be a short summary, but as you can probably see, it's not. I got a little too into it and included a bunch of direct quotes and dialogue and threw in a bunch of memes for good measure.
It's the
So think of
same
this as
as
like
before.
an abridged audiobook plus my commentary, plus the occasional on-screen meme or vine. So if you're just listening to this instead of watching it, you're gonna miss some of the jokes, you're gonna miss some of the memes. It is what it is. It's a one-woman movie, and I'm bad at acting. So this book is part of a little series called The Shadowhunter Chronicles, a little YA urban fantasy series about a group of secret half-angel, half-human warriors who get into messy love situations and are dramatic for a living. I mean, they fight demons for a living. Yeah, I own a couple of these. Just a couple. The series takes place in one universe and it's split into different trilogies that take place in different cities, in different time periods, and with different characters. You may have heard of the first series called The Mortal Instruments. Mediocre TV show, mediocre movie. The first book came out in 2007 and everyone was like, this is pretty good. I mean, I like the main couple. What do you mean they're siblings? We're not going to talk about those though. We don't talk about those. Instead, we're going to talk about the prequel trilogy that take place in Victorian era London and are called the Infernal Devices, because these are the ones that have ripped my soul out and shredded it into a million little Will Gem and Tessa shaped pieces. There's also a trilogy that takes place 25 years after the events of these books, with like the next generation of Shadowhunters. The third of that trilogy just came out the week I started filming this. I own it. I haven't read it yet because I'm frightened. And we're going to discuss those two because they are very unhinged. So like I said, the first book came out in 2007, and there's been at least one book published every year since then. So there are currently over 20 books published in this universe across like 6 different main series. There is so much lore that the author Cassandra Clare literally wrote out the in-universe encyclopedia called the Shadowhunters Codex, and you can like buy it and read it. It's really great. But yeah, all of these books connect, and there's a bunch of Easter eggs and hidden connections, and I'm pretty sure the author Cassandra Clare just like never sleeps ever. On a side note, sorry about the bad audio/video quality. I literally have all of my Cassandra Clare books in a stack, and then I prop my phone on top, and that's my filming setup. Also, I don't know what happened, but the next section's like a little grainy, by the way. So I got the idea to make a video like this from Carrie Can Read and Jenny Nicholson and Mike's Mike. And then like halfway through filming this, Carrie Can Read was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do a book summary video on the Shadowhunter Chronicles. And I was like, so I didn't copy her, she copied me. But she's doing the Mortal Instruments, so I still have to have this for my friends so they can know now. You guys need to know now. So this is the second trilogy that came out. So I'm just gonna set you guys up with like a little bit of the background lore so you're prepared. Like I said, this is an urban fantasy, so it takes place in our universe, but with fantasy creatures added in, and the humans don't know that they exist. And humans are called mundanes, by the way. There are the Shadow Hunters, who are half human, half angel, and they fight demons to protect the world and humans. The story is like 1,000 years ago, demons were wreaking havoc, killing everyone, destroying the world, and this guy named Jonathan Shadowhunter called upon the angel Raziel and was like, bro, we're literally all dying out here. And Raziel, being the bro that he is, was like, aight. He took some of his blood and he took some human blood and he put it in a cup called the Mortal Cup. And he was like, bro, you should drink this. It'll be the best mocktail of your life. Jonathan Shadowhunter drank it and became the first Shadowhunter. And the blood is dominant, so a bunch of humans drank it and got
Excuse
busy.
you.
And now we have a
What
whole
are you
race
guys
of
doing?
Shadowhunters across the world who are stronger than humans, and they have these things called steles, which are like silvery white sticks that they use to draw angelic runes on themselves which can give them more powers like healing runes or runes that make them faster and stronger, things like that. So they have a government called the Clave, and they enforce the law on all of the fantasy creatures in Downworld. And Downworld's not like a place, it's just the name for the supernatural part of the world, made of supernatural beings with demon blood. And then when you have the Downworlders plus the Shadowhunters, then it's called the Shadow World. Got it? Almost every classical fantasy being that you could think of exists in this universe, but there's 4 main groups of Downworlders: vampires, werewolves, fairies, and warlocks. And in this series, warlocks are half human, half demon. Oh, and the Shadowhunters are like kind of racist against the Downworlders. Not the good guys, of course. They're not racist. But as a whole, the Shadowhunters are like, ew, you guys have demon blood. We have angel blood. We're better than you. So the Downworlders hate Shadowhunters, as they should. And they go over the politics of that in a lot of the books. So there is a peace treaty between the Downworlders and the Shadowhunters called the Accords, and it was signed a few years before the events of this book, so relations still suck between them. And that's what you missed on Glee. Also, sorry about chapters 4 and 5. They're kind of like not energetic and quiet, because I was still figuring out the whole YouTuber thing, and also I was like filming those like late at night, so I didn't want to wake anyone. The rest of the video should be fine though. Also, this trilogy is like very character driven, so it's kind of like slow on the plot because there's like a strong emphasis instead on like character development and the mystery behind certain characters and character interactions and friendship. And yes, romance. One of these days we'll talk about how people hate on fantasy romance novels for like having a strong emphasis on romance, and how they'll insult the intelligence of readers who like a dumb girly thing like romance because character being in love in my fantasy novel? According to my calculations, the only valid plot lines are about violence. And it's like, okay, let people enjoy things. I used to be embarrassed that I like romance plots because the worst thing you can be as a reader, especially a female reader, is someone who likes romance. But guess what? That's the best freaking part of this book, so deal with it. So without further ado, time for the prologue. So we open up the book with none other than the love of my life, Will Herondale. This is some fan art I made of him because this is like the objectively correct way that he looked, because this is how I pictured him. None of the official art got how he looks right, in my opinion. And I didn't want to use any fan art because I didn't want to like steal someone's fan art. So all of the art that I'm going to be using for my little conspiracy theory board is going to be official art or like photos or art that I made. So this is Will. There we go. That's my boy. But yes, as I mentioned, I read these books when I was 11 and I was like an immediate simp for Will. And 12 years later, I am still a simp for Will. I don't know what that says about me or my taste in men. Will's a character, okay? Like, you're gonna maybe like him a bit, and then you're gonna like probably dislike him and like maybe hate him, and then you're gonna hopefully love him. So like, just give it time. I promise there's a lot of development. I know you might hate him, like please just give it a moment, like I swear. There's also Jem Carstairs. His full name is James Carstairs, but everyone calls him Jem, and he is also my boy. I also drew this art, as you could probably tell. They're looking at each other. The official art was okay for Jem, but like, I need these two to be matching because they're a pair, okay? Will and Jem are a pair. So yes, it is
They're a set, do not separate.
And we open up to Will and Jem fighting demons on the streets of London at night, as Shadowhunters do. They find the dead body of like a 14-year-old girl who was not killed by the demon that they just fought, but someone else. She was stabbed to death. They find the murder weapon, which is a dagger that has a double Ouroboros symbol, which is 2 snakes like eating each other's tails in a circle. Jem's like, what does this all mean? And Will's like, the end of the world, but also the beginning. And Jem's like, yeah, I know, I meant the f***ing dagger. And this girl being stabbed to death. Will's like, I don't know, but I'm gonna investigate. Jem's like, no, Will, you can't be trusted in Downworld. We're going to the Clave with this. Which, reminder, the Clave is like their government name, so he wants to go to the government with this. And like Will just like kind of smiles. Oh, this is an iconic line. Will smiled the way Lucifer might have smiled moments before he fell from heaven. So that's what we're going with. That's the edgelord that we're dealing with. He's like, right, so you think Charlotte will care if I start investigating tomorrow? And Jem's just like, do what you want, William. You always do. So that's our introduction to these two. As a side note, I love it when they call each other by their full names, like when Will says James and when Jem's like William. I don't know, it just makes my heart happy. It's cute. They're cute. New character alert. So this is Tessa Gray. She's our main character. Look at her. Look at her. This queen is our main character. I feel like I should move all of them up a bit. This is probably going to happen a lot throughout this trilogy where I just move everything. Anyways, our introduction to Tessa is that she's on a boat that is going from New York to London. And we learn she's going to London to live with her older brother, Nate. That's Nate. Cool. They were both orphaned at a young age, and they were raised by their Aunt Harriet, who just passed away. So Nate had been working in London, so Tessa had to sell all of her possessions to pay for the funeral for Aunt Harriet, and then come to London to live with Nate, who is her brother. Got it? So the boat's about to dock, and Tessa's like nervously holding her clockwork angel necklace, which I had. Her mother used to wear it every day when she was alive, and now Tessa wears it every day. Even though there's no way to like wind it, it just is constantly ticking, and it's kind of described as being like a second heartbeat. And it's also on the cover, and the name of the book, but the necklace isn't important. Don't worry about it. They dock, and Tessa can't find Nate, but these like two weird ladies come up, and they're like, "Hi, Miss Gray. Hi, Mrs. Black. That's Mrs. Dark. We're here to pick you up." And Tessa's like, "How do you know who I am?" And they're like, "Your brother sent us." And they give her a letter that's from Nate and is like in his handwriting and stuff. And he calls her Tessie in the letter. And he's like, "Yeah, they're fine." Tessa's like, "I believe you." Tessa's like, "Okay, that's definitely Nate." She's still kind of like suspicious, but she's like, my two options are either go with these weird people who like clearly have contact with Nate, or be homeless and starve to death and hope that Nate finds me. So she goes with them, she enters their carriage, and she sees on the side it has the symbol of two snakes eating each other's tails. And it also says the words,
What does it
the
mean?
Pandemonium Club, so remember that. That will be important. Put a pin in that. So we now cut to 6 weeks later. And to no one's surprise, the Dark Sisters, as they are called, are evil. Who would have thought? I had no idea. So they've been like kind of training, kind of torturing Tessa for the past 6 weeks, because it turns out Tessa... No escaping. No escaping. You're not allowed to escape. They're going to kill Nate if you try to escape. Gosh. Because it turns out Tessa is not human and actually has the power to shapeshift. And she doesn't know what she is. All she knows is she has this power and she's very confused. But they were so nice. They gave her a room and it even has a bed. So it could be worse. But they told Tessa that they have Nate. And so she doesn't have any choice but to listen to what they tell her to do, because otherwise Nate will be dead. So Tessa just like secretly writes letters to Nate and like hides them under her mattress. They're more like a diary, but she doesn't really think she'll ever actually be able to send them to Nate. She's just like, yeah, I'm gonna die here. So she's just been dealing with their training, which is very painful for her. Basically, every day they give her some sort of object that belonged to someone, and they tell her to shapeshift into that person. Tessa vomited and passed out the first time that they forced her to change, aka shapeshift, because the pain was so extreme. I think it mentions one time that like she can literally feel her bones like breaking and reforming. So yeah, it kind of sucks. So like one time they had forced her to change into a woman who had died by a gunshot wound. And when she changed back, her clothes were like soaked in blood. She was freaking out, but she was fine. And then like as a reward, because she did it, the Dark Sisters like gave her a couple books because they somehow found out that she likes books. So Tessa's just like playing nice to keep her safe and to keep Nate safe. So the bug-eyed servant, you can see she's bug-eyed, her name's Miranda. She comes to get Tessa every day. And if you notice, this looks like it's from a manga, and that's because it is. There's actually an official manga for this trilogy. So Miranda takes Tessa down to the basement where the Dark Sisters are waiting to train her. So they give her a piece of fabric from a dress and they force her to change. Oh, and not only can Tessa shapeshift into people, but she can also access their memories and some of their thoughts when she shapeshifted into them. So that's pretty cool. So she takes the fabric and changes into like a young girl around 14 who was stabbed to death. Sound familiar? And the sisters ask Tessa, how did she die? And Tessa's traumatized and she's like, she was stabbed to death. But that seems to satisfy the sisters, and they're like, I think she's ready. Don't you think she's ready, sister? The Magister will be pleased with our hard work. And they like tell Miranda to come get Tessa. Miranda shows up like... Tessa tries to get some info from her. She's like, so who's the Magister? And Miranda's like, the Magister is a very good man. You're very lucky to marry him. And Tessa's like, excuse me? I gotta get out of here. She doesn't see an escape route, and like Miranda's blocking the way. Tessa just grabs like the closest object to her, which is like this heavy brass globe, and she's just like, I'm gonna start swinging. Tessa tends to do this a lot, like fight or flight, nah, wing it and swing it. So she's like, bam, and hits Miranda on the side of the head. There's a sickening crack, and half of Miranda's skull and face are just like bashed in. But there's no blood, and Tessa's like, what? Miranda's just like, you must come with me, Miss Gray. You must come with me, Miss Gray. You must, you must. Then she like runs into a wall and like knocks herself out. Can you tell Miranda's not human? So Tessa books it. She's able to sneak her way out and she like runs out into the street. She sees a man in the streetlight. She runs up to him like, sir, could you please help me? He turns around and he's like, turns out it's the bug-eyed coachman who the sisters were with that first day that they picked up Tessa. And Tessa's like, oh, I forgot to check for traps. We now enter chapter 2. So we cut away to the Dark Sisters literally tying Tessa's wrists and ankles to the bedposts. Like, you think you can escape the Magister? Stupid girl. If you try this again, we're gonna kill Nate. We're being nice this time. We're gonna kill Nate. They leave and Tessa's just like, I wish I could kill them. She's like, what a stupid power I have. Like, what if, wait a minute. So she's never shapeshifted, just ignore all this. So she's never shapeshifted into someone else without having a possession of theirs. But she's also never tried shapeshifting into someone who she's already shapeshifted into before. So Tessa tries shapeshifting into the girl from today, who is a lot smaller than she is, and she's able to do it. So now, because she shapeshifted, the ropes are all loose on her and she's able to get them off. Smart thinking. She gets the ropes off her and she's about to leave, but then she hears a noise at the door. So, in true Tessa fashion, she grabs like the porcelain water jug in her room. She's like, I'm gonna start swinging. The door opens, Tessa swings, and then she just hears an ow. It's not the Dark Sisters. It's Will Herondale. His fast shadow hunter reflexes meant that he was able to get out of the way, but like she still managed to get him on the arm. It's just like a little slash, but he's all like, you cut me. I can feel my life draining. Death is imminent. And Tessa's just like, are you the Magister? I was like, Magister? That means master in Latin, right? Tessa's like, I suppose? I was like, well, I'm a master in many things. Hiding a highly intoxicated state, flower arranging, charming women. But no one's ever called me master before. You could call me master and be like, you know? And Tessa's just like, are you highly intoxicated now? Will just ignores her and he's like, is this your room? It's not very nice. He like looks at the ropes on the bed and he's like, do you often sleep tied to the bed? He looks out the window and he's just like, ooh, it sucks that we're on the 3rd floor. Like, I could jump and be fine, but you probably wouldn't be. I guess we'll have to use the door. And Tessa's just like, okay, I'm sorry, I'm confused. What's going on here? And Will's just like, obviously I'm rescuing you. I saw the books you have over there. Like, clearly you read. Don't you know how this works? Tessa's just like, well, I guess this is what's happening. So they start escaping. They hear Mrs. Dark like yelling somewhere in the mansion. So like she's found out that Tessa's escaping. It's also summer at this point and it's like really hot. And so Will's just like, oh my God, it's like hotter than the 9th circle of hell in here. And Tessa's like, actually in the Inferno, the 9th circle of hell is cold. It's like covered in ice. And Will just stops and he's like, are you seriously arguing with me right now? But it's like also kind of clear that he kind of finds it amusing. So he says this fan favorite quote, let me give you a piece of advice. The handsome young fellow who's trying to rescue you from a hideous fate is never wrong. Not even if he says the sky's purple and made of hedgehogs. Tessa's like, oh, this guy's crazy. Then they hear Mrs. Dark like chasing after them, so they start running. They go into this room. Will ignites his like magic witch light thing. And they see they're in like a slaughterhouse with dead human bodies on tables and all these like metal cutting instruments and stuff. And like the human bodies are like cut up and like skinned and stuff. Mrs. Dark's down the hallway like, Tessa, if you come out, we won't kill you. Tessa's like, they're lying. Will's like, yeah, no kidding. There's no door, so Will breaks the window with like one of the metal objects and he's like, Henry, a little help in here. And then the door bursts open and the Dark Sisters come in and they have all this like magic crackling at their fingers. A fight starts and the Dark Sisters are talking about how like the Magister is so powerful and he's been waiting for someone with Tessa's power, and you could even say he's the reason why she was born. And it's like really weird and doesn't make sense. And suddenly the wall explodes. Everyone's stunned and Will takes this opportunity to stab Mrs. Black with his Seraph Blade, which is a weapon that Shadowhunters can use to kill demons. It's made out of that same silvery white material called adamas that their steles are made out of. And all of their weapons have angelic runes carved into them because that allows them to kill demons. And then like to activate the Seraph Blades, they like say the name of an angel and it lights up and it's kind of cool. So Will stabs Mrs. Black and then someone grabs Tessa and she doesn't know who it is, so she just bites the hand. And she hears Will, she bit me. Will's like in the middle of battle. He's like, that's very rude, Tessa. Tessa's like, well, it's also rude to grab people. Turns out the guy who grabbed her was Henry, who is also a shadow hunter. He's the one who knocked the wall down and is coming to help them. He's a cutie. We love him. My boy. I'm just gonna be like saying that about every character. I'm gonna be like, I love them. Or it's gonna be like an evil character. I'm gonna be like, they're evil, but I love them. So despite being stabbed, Mrs. Black is still alive. And Will literally goes, I thought I put that thing down. And he manages to behead her. And then Mrs. Dark's like, no! And she starts shooting bolts of lightning out of her hands, like Palpatine. Henry tries to get Tessa out of the way, but she gets hit and is knocked out. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3. The Institute. I decided to re-record chapter 3 again because I decided it was too boring and I need you guys to like this video and stay. You're not allowed to leave me. Sorry, that was weird. I don't know what that was about. Anyways, it was at this point that I realized I didn't have like a photo for the Magister. He's kind of important, so I figured I would have something to point to. It's Pablo from the Backyardigans. He's a penguin. Magister. So last we saw of Tessa, she was knocked out and she's currently having a nightmare. And she wakes up to this face. His eyes are gouged out, his mouth is sewn shut, and he has Shadowhunter runes, but they're carved onto his skin instead of just being drawn on like normal. So like, not exactly the face you want to see when you wake up from a nightmare. It's sexy beast brother Enoch. Why won't you notice me, senpai? Tessa's ready to run away, but then she hears Charlotte Branwell try to calm her down. Charlotte is also a Shadowhunter, and she's married to Henry. Charlotte. She's very small, very fierce. We love her. Tessa's like, what kind of a monster is he? And Charlotte's like, yo, that's Brother Enoch. He's a silent brother. There are healers. He is a medical practitioner. Stop insulting Brother Enoch. Charlotte explains to Tessa that she's in something called the London Institute. Institutes are like asylums for Shadowhunters, and Downworlders too sometimes. And they're found in every major city. Charlotte is the head of the London Institute, so she kind of directs the Shadowhunters of London on missions and runs the Institute. And any orphan Shadowhunter can come to live there. Charlotte explains to Tessa that Will brought her here. Mrs. Black is dead, but Mrs. Dark escaped. They searched the dark house for evidence and found Tessa's letters to Nate. So Charlotte's like, yeah, we know you're not a threat, and also that you thought you were a human. So Brother Enoch starts talking, and by the way, silent brothers don't talk like normal. They like talk to you in your mind, because their mouths are like sewn shut, hence the silent, but you get it. They're kind of like monks, and like Charlotte said, they're the healers for the Shadowhunters, and they show up from time to time. So he says in Tessa's mind that they thought she was a warlock. Half shapeshifter demon, half human, but she doesn't have a warlock's mark. So the Dark Sisters were warlocks, and their warlock's mark were long, black, taloned hands, which they like kept hidden under their gloves. Some warlocks have like a tail, or like blue skin, or horns, things like that. So they just know that she's not a human, probably a warlock, but because she doesn't have a warlock's mark, they don't know for sure. So Charlotte starts explaining about the Shadowhunters and how they want to find Mrs. Dark because she was breaking the law, killing mundanes. Charlotte's like, listen, if you help us and tell us what you know, then we'll let you live here and help you find your brother. So Tessa agrees. Then Charlotte introduces Tessa to Sophie, who is a human maid at the Institute. She's described as being very pretty, but she has like this really big scar on the side of her face. And like Tessa tries not to notice it, but like she does, and then like Sophie notices her noticing. We're not going to see too much of her in this video, but she will be in the other books a lot more. So Sophie gets Tessa ready and takes her down to dinner where like the main gang is. So there's Henry and Charlotte, who are married and run the Institute. There's Will, there's Jem, and Jessamine. This is Jessamine. Technically it's pronounced Jessamine, but that's dumb, so we're calling her Jessamine because that sounds prettier. She's a bitch. I love her. Jessamine. So Jessamine, Will, and Jem are all like the same age as Tessa. They're all like 17, and they live at the Institute because they're orphans. Or at least that's what we think. On a side note, I usually like age these characters up in my mind because they don't feel like teenagers. They feel like unhinged like 20-somethings. Also, it's starting to feel weird reading books about teenagers when I'm like beyond that now. But like Henry and Charlotte are supposed to be like my age, and I'm like, no, they're at least 35. But yeah, Henry isn't there because he's an inventor and he's like working in his workroom. And Jem isn't there because he's having one of his days. Jessamine's like, he's always having one of his days. Both Will and Jessamine are just being like very rude. And Jessamine's being rude to Tessa because she's a warlock. Yeah, Jessamine's a little racist, not gonna lie. She's like, isn't it so dreadful being evil? Aren't you worried you're gonna go to hell and meet the devil? And Tessa's like, why? Would you like to meet him? I could summon him right now being a warlock and all. Will's very entertained. Then Henry bursts in and he's like, sorry, I'm late, Charlotte. I almost have the sensor working. And his sleeve is just like on fire. Will goes, Henry, you're on fire. You do realize that, right? Henry's like, yeah, I am. I've been working all day. Charlotte, did you hear about the sensor? Charlotte's like, your arm. Will grabs the flower vase on the table and like throws it on Henry. Henry's unfazed and is just like, the fact that I didn't feel the fire means my flame retardant mixture is working. Then Henry sees Tessa and he's like, I know you. You bit me. Like he's greeting an old friend. So they start talking about what they learned from their search of the Dark House. And Will explains that the Dark Sisters were working with something called the Pandemonium Club, where mundanes try to learn magic because they think it's going to make them powerful, but usually they just get killed or taken advantage of by downworlders. The Dark Sisters ran some gambling dens and try to like lure humans in and make them go into debt and stuff. And they used to run a brothel in the Dark House for people with unique tastes. Humans who were into
Proclivities?
demons, who wanted to be demons. They stopped the brothel though once they got Tessa, so clearly they thought she was like important enough to keep her hidden. Jessamine then accuses Tessa of lying about having an ability because none of them know what it is. Tessa's like, fine, I'll show you. And she gets Jessamine to give her her ring and shapeshifts into Jessamine like, sup bitch. She's also able to get some of Jessamine's like surface level thoughts, and it's just like a lot of like anger and hatred and resentment. So like something's up with Jessamine. Jessie looks at her so horrified that Tessa almost feels bad. And then she's like, oh my god, is my nose that big? So that's Jessie. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. I decided to re-record the first half because it kind of sucked. So just ignore all these extra photos. Don't worry about them. Don't worry about them. So once Tessa goes back to her normal self, they're all like, what? And very interested and want her to explain everything. Like how changing used to be painful for her, but now it's more bearable. And how the Dark Sisters made her change dozens of times in a day until she would literally pass out. Tessa also realizes that the girl she had changed into was the same girl whose murder Will was investigating. So that's why he was in the Dark House and found Tessa in the first place. Tessa's like, wow, Will, you put a lot of effort into finding the murderers of just one human girl. Will's expression changes for a split second, and then he's like, oh no, I couldn't care less. Charlotte made me do it. Sus. Charlotte says that marriage ceremonies can be tied to like ritual magic, so that might be why the Magister wants to marry Tessa, because it might let him access her power. They also very reasonably think that the Magister is probably the leader of the Pandemonium Club. Will's like, yeah, Gemini went to one of their meetings to investigate. The humans were just doing dumb stuff, but there were downworlders there. But we didn't see them doing anything illegal, so we couldn't arrest them or anything. And he mentions some names that are going to be important, so pay attention. He mentions someone named De Quincy, who is like the head vampire of this powerful clan in London. Charlotte's like, oh god, not De Quincy. I hope he wasn't doing anything illegal. Like, we just got a head vampire who we finally agree with. So I'm mentioning De Quincy for a reason. He's gonna pop up later. And Tessa's like, I told you what I know, so now you have to look for Nate. So after that whole investigation, Tessa tries to find her way back to her room, but she gets lost because the Institute's like a big stone castle maze thing. Will pops up behind her and he's like, I could give you a tour if you'd like, so you don't run into one of the rooms where we keep the demons. And Tessa's like, you're a bad liar. But okay. So he shows her around. They go to the kitchen and find out Tessa doesn't like chocolate. Will's like, what kind of a monster doesn't like? There's like a ballroom, a music room, the drawing room, which is like a living room. And Charlotte also uses it as her office. And like a lot of their meetings and stuff happen in the drawing room. A lot of stuff happens in the drawing room. They go to the weapons room, which is basically just like a room with weapons. Tessa sees this weird little box and she's like about to touch it, and Will's like, what are you doing? Tessa's like, what is that? And Will explains that it's a Pixis box, which can trap and hold demons. Don't touch it. No touchy. And they meet one of the servants named Thomas. There was no art of Thomas. Brown hair, really buff. That's all you need to know. Thomas. So, like Sophie, he's a mundane servant, except he's also trained to fight. And usually he's like the one driving the carriage when the gang goes on their missions and stuff. So Thomas, Sophie, and Agatha, their cook, are all mundanes who were born with the sight. And the sight is like the ability to see the shadow world. And most humans can't see it, but some can. The sight can run in families, so Thomas's family has been serving the shadow hunters for generations. So Thomas basically grew up at the Institute, and he trained to fight with Will and Jem and stuff. And Will's like, yeah, Thomas does a lot around the Institute. He also helps Sophie and Agatha with their work too, because I think he's got a crush on Sophie. Tessa's like, yeah, well, maybe he's in love with Agatha, which, like, reminder is their, like, elderly cook. Will's like, he better not be. I intend to marry Agatha myself. She may be 1,000 years old, but she makes a mean jam tart. Beauty fades. Cooking is eternal. I love Will. Sorry if it feels like I'm just reading from the book, but like, I want you guys to know the important stuff. There's some foreshadowing that you're not even gonna realize is there. And also, I just want you guys to get like the general characters' vibes and stuff. But this is my video, so I can do what I want. Then Will shows Tessa the library, which is like really big, really beautiful, and it's the biggest
Hello,
library in
Velasco.
any of
Thank you
the
so much.
institutes around the
I
world.
will.
When Will and Tessa were escaping the dark house, Tessa was like, no, my books! And Will was like, I'll get you new ones. So he's like, see, I told you I'd get you new books. Tess is looking around the library and sees a book by Charles Dickens. And she's like, oh, do you have A Tale of Two Cities? Which this trilogy is like loosely inspired by. Cassandra Clare does this a lot, where she'll kind of like loosely model her books off of some like classic literature and stuff. So the Infernal Devices were inspired by A Tale of Two Cities, and the Legend trilogy that takes place 25 years after the events of these ones, aka The Last Hours, were based off of Great Expectations. So yeah, Cassandra Clare really likes her Dickens. Oh yeah, and at the beginning of every chapter, she'll have like a relevant quote from some classic literature or from some poetry. So it makes you feel like you're reading something classy and not like a YA fantasy romance novel. Still trying to get over that shame of liking YA fiction. But yeah, Will's like, A Tale of Two Cities, men going around getting their heads chopped off for love, like ridiculous. He's like, let me show you a good book. And he gives her the Shadowhunters Codex, which, as I mentioned, is that encyclopedia, which Cassandra Clare actually wrote. The woman does not sleep. And Will starts talking about the Shadowhunters motto, which is, we are dust and shadows, but like in Latin, and how it's appropriate because they fight demons, die young, and then they burn the bodies. Like dust to dust. And they like give their lives protecting mundanes who don't even know that they exist. So they're also like in the shadows. Tessa notes that he has this like weird look on his face. That amusement that didn't seem to pass beyond the surface of his features, as if he found everything in the world both infinitely funny and infinitely tragic all at the same time. So yeah, Will's a bit of an edgelord. Leave him be. And then Tessa asks Will why they all like live in the institute, like why they don't live with their parents. And Will's like, well, we don't have any. So like Jessie's parents died in a fire when she was young. Gems were murdered by a demon. And Will doesn't mention anything about his past or why he's here. So they keep talking. Will references like some character in a book and Tessa's like, oh. And then they start talking about books. Like Tessa's like low-key fangirling and Will's kind of just starts laughing a bit. And Tessa's like, are you laughing at me? And Will's like, no, because of you. Because of how excited you got over a couple books. I don't know, they had like a moment, okay? It was a moment. So it's getting late, so they start heading back, and then they run into Sophie. Will's like really rude to Sophie. And she was like, yeah, I cleaned your room. It was like a big freaking mess. Like Jem and Henry, they cleaned their boots before they tracked that demon inside. And Will's like, yeah, I don't care. Sophie leaves and Tessa's like, what was that? And Will's just like, yeah, you wouldn't understand. Well, it's clear you did something to Sophie to make her dislike you so much. And Will's like, think what you want. You don't know anything about me. Just like out of nowhere. Tessa's like, well, I know you're 17, and I know you like Tennyson because you quoted him a couple times, and I know that you're an orphan like me. And Will's like, well, I never said I was an orphan, and I actually hate poetry, so. And he just leaves. So like, not cool, Will. Are you starting to dislike Will? Find his mood swings annoying and stuff? Like, yeah, same. Just give it a couple books for development. I swear there's 3 books for a reason. So that's the end of chapter 4. Chapter 5. It's now time to play What's Wrong with Will? Although the answer is very clearly many things. Let's throw out some of the common theories. Tragic backstory. So tragic backstory seems like kind of the main one. I'm also thinking maybe bottles up his feelings. Yeah, I feel like that fits. Honestly, there's probably like 10 things that's actually wrong with him. So Tessa manages to find her way back to her room and she starts reading the Shadowhunters Codex. She learned a lot of stuff from reading it. It was boring, so I cut it out. You're welcome. And then Tessa falls asleep reading the Codex. Are you guys falling asleep watching this video right now? I hope not. But then she wakes up in the middle of the night to the sound of violin music. So she follows the music across the hall where Jem is playing his violin in his room. He's like, Will, is that you, Will? And he's like, wait, you're not Will. And he's like, oh, you're the shape changer girl. Like, Will told me about you. Tessa's like, oh god, I hope not. I think I made Will angry or something. Jem's like, no, Will's angry with everyone. So they start talking and like Tessa has all these questions, but Jem's like, go ahead, you can ask. So she finds out that Jem's from Shanghai. Jem's mom was Chinese and his dad was English, and they both ran the Shanghai Institute together. Tessa's like kind of confused because Jem has like silvery hair and eyes, but she's like, maybe it's a Shadowhunter thing? And he asks about Nate, and she's like, yeah, he was a dreamer. He was also a gambler, but like, he was a good brother. She sees Jem's voyance rune. It's like an open eye on the back of his dominant hand. And he explains it strengthens Shadowhunter's sight, and it allows
Oh my god. Okay.
magic that the
That was
Shadowhunters
another
use
one
to make
delivered.
themselves invisible to humans. They also use glamours to make the Institute look like it's an abandoned building, so then humans don't go inside. Things like that. So Tessa notices that Jem's like very honest, letting her ask all.
Very delivered. And then we have this one. Okay.
These questions, he's cracking jokes. He's just very sweet. He's like the opposite of Will. And then he offers to show her around London because she only has bad memories of London. And then they hear a voice being like, oh, talking about London, are we? And it's Will. Jem's just like not surprised that Will's there in the middle of the night. But Will was like very clearly out somewhere and he's like very drunk. And Jem's just like, where were you, William? Will just like saunters inside and like sits in bed. He's out of breath by Tessa being Jem's like, a little girl selling overpriced flowers. When I told her that the prices were ridiculous, she robbed me. Tessa's like,
Hi,
you got
Daywolf.
robbed by a little girl? Will's like, well, it turns out she wasn't a little girl, but a dwarf in a dress named Six Finger Nigel. Jem's like, easy mistake to make. Will's like, yeah, we started fighting and I had the upper hand, but then Nigel went onto the bar and threw a bottle of gin at my head. And his hair was like all wet. Will's like, oh, Jem was playing his awful violin, huh? Tessa's like, no, I thought it was pretty. And Jem's like, yeah, that's because it was. And Will's just like, you two are ganging up on me? God, I'm gonna have to befriend Jessamine. And Jem's like, Jessamine hates you. Henry then. Henry will set you on fire. Thomas? And then Jem's like, well, Thomas, and then he's like, starts coughing up blood. Will immediately sobers up. He's like, Jem, are you okay? Where's your box? I'll find it. And he's being like very caring towards Jem. He like looks over and sees Tessa and he just kind of like gently like pushes her out of the room. Tessa's like, do you need me to get Charlotte? Like I can. And Will's like, no, it's fine. Jem has his medicine. He like leans in and he's like, please sleep on Charlotte. And he like actually seems to have genuine emotion for once. So Tessa's like thrown off guard and she's like, oh, okay. And she just like goes back to.
Welcome, readers. Welcome, welcome, welcome. My name is Chase. I'm a local intergalactic interdimensional alien demon angel gremlin thing, and I'm here to be your next president. I'm an artist, animator, and game dev, and sometimes I also play games. I have been ceremoniously chained to my desk until I finish my commissions, which is most likely not happening today because I still have an entire 2 fully rendered backgrounds to do for this one, and some more stuff. But, ah well. C'est la vie. But we marked another one off. This is my last active commission. That is due January 31st. So, you know, getting there. Slowly but surely. Yeah. Uh, mm, that's a lie. Actually, I guess I will be doing another one. Be doing these tonight, I suppose. I don't really have any other options. uh, where is? There you are. Can't believe Dick Van Dyke turned 100. Did he turn 100? I thought you turned 99. 100? Dang, that's crazy. I did see an article that was like Dick Van Dyke talks about somebody recommending him have like a caretaker or like living in hospice at age like 87 or something, and now he does it out of spite at age 99, and I was like, that's crazy. That's wild. That's cool though. I mean, there's not a whole lot of celebrities that turn, 100 and are still making public appearances. I mean, Betty White was what the last one that got even close, right? What was she? 97? 98? 89? 91? I don't remember. She was 99? Oh, so close. Hmm.
To her room. And then like Tessa's like, wait a minute.
It was like
The
one to
smell
two weeks
smells
before her
scary,
birthday.
but
Ugh.
when he leaned in, he like did not smell like alcohol at all. Sus. Okay, new
Sus.
theory. Alcohol? Something with pretending to be drunk, secretly going out? Yeah, I've got nothing. So the next day, Sophie's getting Tessa ready for breakfast, and Sophie explains that Charlotte lets Sophie be as rude to Will as she wants. And that Charlotte's like really kind and generous to Sophie, so Sophie's like a big fan of Charlotte. Like Charlotte will buy whatever Sophie needs, but like Charlotte doesn't even buy herself new things. So she's very kind-hearted. Then Tessa gets to breakfast and Will's like, yeah, so where should we sell Tessa? Because like we can't keep a downworlder here. And Charlotte's like, no, Will, we told the Clave that she's going to help with the investigation, so she's staying here for now. Then Charlotte starts discussing their plan. She's also like trying to include Henry in this conversation, but it's like clear he doesn't care about being the head of the institute and he just like cares about his inventions and stuff. She's like, okay, Will and Jem, I need you guys to do a final sweep of the dark house. And then like Will's suddenly concerned. He's like, is Jem well enough? Jem shows up then and he's like, yes, he is quite well and ready to leave whenever you are. They're cute. And Charlotte's like, oh, Jem, this is Miss Gray. And Jem looks over at Tessa and he's like, yeah, I know. We met. He's very cute. He's cute. It's cute. So Charlotte's like, okay, Henry and I are going to go to Axel Mortman, who employed Nate, and see if we can find some information. Tessa's like, oh wow, they're actually going to look for Nate. And then Charlotte assigns Jessamine and Tessa to look through the newspaper for anything that could be related to the Pandemonium Club. So Jessamine clearly doesn't want anything to do with being a shadow hunter or the investigation. She's like, Tessa only has this old dress that we gave her. It doesn't even fit because she's so big and tall. Let me take her shopping. I'll be helping. Henry's like, Charlotte, you really should just let her. Remember when we made her sort through the daggers in the weapons room and then she used it to cut up all the linens? Jesse's like, we needed new linens. So Charlotte's like, fine. You and Tessa can go shopping. Will's like, Jem, come on, hurry. I want to get back home before dark because I have an assignation in Soho with a certain attractive someone. Tessa's like, goodness, if you keep seeing Six-Finger Nigel like this, he'll expect you to declare your intentions. And Jem chokes on his tea. I like Tessa's sense of humor. I like when she sasses Will. And I like when Jem sasses Will. I like when everyone sasses Will. So Henry and Charlotte are preparing to see the guy who employed Nate, Mortmain. Woo! And he's this big business guy. And Henry's like, yo, so are we going to tell Tessa that we found mechanical objects made by Mortman's company in the Dark Sister's house? And Charlotte's like, later. She's really overwhelmed right now. In honor of Jem, I got a violin bow to make things easier to point to. So Mortmain's dad was a merchant and he had some ships. He sold some opium. When he died, Mortmain inherited everything and built the business up. Now he's really rich, has a bunch of ships, and he also has a business where he makes clocks and watches and stuff. So Henry and Charlotte go to Mortmain's office and Charlotte's like, remember what we talked about this morning, Henry? And Henry's like, right, I know I'm an idiot when it comes to this stuff. I'll do my best not to embarrass you, dear. And it's really sad. Charlotte's like, no, you're not an embarrassment. Yeah, despite being married, it's very clear that they're just not comfortable with each other. But yeah, they meet Mortmain and they're like, yeah, we're worried about our cousin Nate. He went missing. He worked for you. And Mortmain's like, oh, Nathaniel never mentioned having shadow hunter cousins. Dun, dun, dun. So yeah, that's the end of chapter 5. So chapter 6. We cut to Will and Jem, who are outside the dark house. Will's like, okay, we're probably going to have to kick the door down. Step back. Jem just uses the doorknob and he's like, or maybe not. Will's like, that's just laziness. So they go inside. It's really gross and dirty. Reminder that it used to be a brothel. So Will's like, maybe they left behind something besides filth, forwarding addresses, a few severed limbs, maybe a prostitute or two. Jem's like, yes, if we're fortunate, maybe we can still catch syphilis. Will's like, or demon pox. There is always demon pox. Jem's like, demon pox doesn't exist, William. Will's like, ye of little faith. Justice for demon pox. So all of the furniture is cleared out except for one armchair in which a woman, Miranda, is sitting. They're like, she looks alive, but also dead. Will touches her hand and she doesn't react. And he's like, well, she's not responding to my advances, so clearly she's dead. Jem's like, or she's a lady of good sense. I love it when Jem roasts Will. Then Miranda jerks up and she's like, beware Nephilim, which is another name for the shadow hunters. This is kind of important, so pay attention. She says your angel cannot protect you against that which neither God nor the devil has made. An army born neither of heaven nor hell. Beware the hand of man. She's like, beware, knocks herself off the chair. Her eyeball's hanging out, but it's connected to a wire. Will and Jem realize she has human skin, but she's clearly a machine. She's a robot. They're like, yeah, we gotta take her back to Henry. He's an inventor. He can look at her. Then we cut to Tessa and Jessamine on their shopping trip. So interesting, guys. So Jessie bought Tessa a couple dresses, and then they went to the park. Jessie is just roasting everyone. She's like, ugh, Sophie is the worst, and her scar is so hideous. Charlotte's always nagging Henry, and Henry only married Charlotte so he could have access to the workroom in the institute. Jem's okay, but he's so lazy. He pretends to be sick to get out of doing work. And Will is handsome, but he's literally crazy and has no respect. It's probably because he's Welsh. Tessa's like, what? Yeah, Will's dad was a shadow
It's because he's Welsh, guys.
so he could be with this Welsh mundane woman. And Tessa's like, so do you know if his parents are alive? And Jessie's like, I don't know. Wouldn't they have come looking for him if they were? We're adding bad parents to the Will theory list. But yeah, Jessamine's like, you're probably wondering why I'm being so nice to you. Tessa's like, Keep in mind, she's been like passive aggressively insulting Tessa this whole time. So Jessie explains that her parents left the Nephilim and that they wanted Jessie to have like a normal life. They were like rich, and Jessie's gonna inherit all their money when she's 18. So Jessie wants to leave the Institute when she's 18, but it's improper for an unmarried woman to be living by herself. So she tells Tessa that she could pretend to be her cousin from America, and then they can both live together and get normal, mundane husbands. Because, like, who knows how long Tessa will be allowed to stay in the Institute. Tessa's like, I don't know. They then realize that they, like, went off the path, and there's this, like, hobgoblin that shows up and is like, I'm gonna eat you guys. Jessie, like, opens up her parasol, which is lined with electrons, and she kills the hobgoblin. But she's, like, very upset about it. So we cut to Henry and Charlotte in Mortmain's office. Despite their glamours, he was still able to see that they were shadow hunters, and they're confused because he's a mundane. And then he just like starts fangirling. He's like, wow, I've never met shadow hunters before. Is it true that you guys have angel blood? And you trap the souls of demons in a crystal? Henry's like, oh, you mean the Pyxis? Well, it's actually a box, and demons don't have souls, so we kind of like trap their energy. And Charlotte's like, shut up, Henry. Mortmain's like, oh, don't worry, like, I already know everything about shadow hunters, and I know that you two run the Institute. Like, I'm a big fan of the shadow world. I first learned about it when I was young. I've been, like, paying for information, because I just find it so fascinating. Charlotte's like, yeah, I've seen so many mundanes get themselves killed with their little occult stuff, so, like, I suggest that you stop. Also, Nathaniel Gray has gone missing, and it's clearly tied to the occult. So, like, you're very suspicious right now. Mortmain's like, whoa, I didn't know he was missing. Like, I'll tell you what I know. So we find out, like, Mortmain's a member of the Pandemonium Club. We find out that Tessa and Nate's father used to work for Mortmain, and he was, like, really high up. And he realized that Mortmain was like involved in some magic stuff, which allowed him to like predict things about the market and like grow his business and stuff. So their dad confronted Mortmain about it, and Mortmain was like, yeah, like, do you want to join the Pandemonium Club? And he like took him to a couple of the meetings and stuff. But their dad, Richard, was like uninterested, and then he and his wife, their mom, moved to America shortly after. So when Nate showed up and like told Mortmain who he was and stuff, Mortmain just hired him on the spot. And he also mentions like some downworlders and stuff. So Charlotte then asks about why there's downworlders in the Pandemonium Club. Mortmain's like, yeah, mundanes can be members, but like the club's like run by downworlders. Like they're the higher ups. And we also find out that Nate knew about the club. Like after only a few days of working for Mortmain, he like asked him about it. So Mortmain took Nate to one of the meetings, and like Nate really liked it. And then a few weeks later, Nate like gave his resignation letter and was like, yeah, I'm gonna be working for like someone else in the Pandemonium Club, someone who could pay him enough for his gambling habits. And Mortmain's like, yeah, I haven't seen him since. I didn't even know he was missing. Charlotte's like, okay, so if you're both members and he liked it so much, why haven't you seen him at the meetings? Mortmain's like, I've been busy, yeah. Charlotte's like, I'm not stupid. What are you hiding from me? Like, we found these cogs made by your company in the house of some murderers. Mortmain's like, I don't know, some like higher up of the club like came to me to like order some stuff. And he was paying well, so I didn't ask any questions. And Charlotte, like this tiny little thing, goes into beast mode, trying to get him to tell her the name. She's like, Henry, bring me the summoner. Henry's like, what? She's like, the summoner, give me... And Henry just like gives her the sensor he's been working on. Charlotte's like, yeah, you see this device? If I press it, it'll summon the clave. Your silence can lead to the death of more mundanes, so they'll have no problem torturing the information out of you. Do you know what happens when we drip demon blood into a mundane's eyes? Mortmain's like terrified. He's like, it was De Quincey. Remember I mentioned him? He's like the leader of like a powerful vampire clan in London, so... De Quincey. De Quincey. And he's like an ally of the Clave, so Charlotte's like, no. Mortmain's like worried for his life now. Charlotte's like, yeah, don't worry, we'll make sure someone's assigned to protect you. Thanks for telling us, bye. They leave and Henry's like, wow, Charlotte, that was really smart, pretending you could summon the Clave on the spot. Charlotte's like, yeah, I figured you'd have some sort of like invention on you. And Henry's like, you are as terrifying as you are brilliant, my dear. So Jessie and Tessa get back to the Institute. And like Jessamine shows her this dollhouse that was actually modeled after her real house before her parents died in a fire. Jessie's like, I'd rather die than be a shadow hunter. So like, whoa. Then Sophie comes in and tells Tessa that Henry wants to see her in his workroom. End of chapter 6. So what are we thinking? Mortmain's definitely sus. Nate's sus. De Quincey's sus. Miranda's sus. Sophie's there. Charlotte's badass. I personally think Thomas might be the Magister. You know what I mean? Like, it's gotta be Thomas. Or maybe sexy brother Enoch. Notice me, senpai. It's time for chapter 7, y'all. Alrighty, so Tessa and Sophie go to the crypt where Henry is working in his workroom, as you do. Henry's there talking to Charlotte and he looks confident. Man is in his element. Henry's like, oh, Miss Gray, can you take a look at this for me? And it's just like Miranda's dissected robot body. Tessa's like, yeah, that's the Dark Sister's maid. Like, what is she? Henry's like, she's some kind of automaton, like the ones Leonardo da Vinci made. But this one's way more advanced and is wrapped in human flesh. It's self-moving, it's self-directing, it's beautiful. Charlotte's like, well, Henry, that human flesh had to come from somewhere. Also, if you hear me say Mortman instead of Mortmain, or like Jessamine instead of Jessamine, or automaton instead of automaton, no, you didn't. No, you didn't hear that. I pronounce every word ever correctly because I am so smart and eloquent, okay? So yeah, the skin and organs of those bodies that were in the Dark Sisters' house were being harvested for these automatons. And Miranda and the bug-eyed coachman were both automatons. So like that's why their eyes were like bugged, because it was like the eyes in the socket. Yeah. Charlotte then also explains how the metal parts came from Mortmain, aka Nate's employer. And she explains what they learned. Tessa's pretty upset by all this, so Henry, to try to console her, holds up Miranda's harvested human heart and is like, do you want to hold it? Tessa's like, no thank you. The heart has the initials DQ written on it for Dairy Queen. I mean for DeQuincy. Yeah. And Tessa's like, well, I guess this is the motherfucker that took Nate and forced him to write that letter to me. They still don't know why a vampire would need these like automaton things, but they're like starting to put the pieces of the puzzle together. Then Tessa and Charlotte leave the workroom and they run into Jessamine, and she's like, Will is being ridiculous in the dining room. Charlotte's like, and how is this different than Will being ridiculous in the library or the drawing room? Jessamine's like, because we have to eat there. Jessie leaves and Tessa's like, wow, it's almost like they're your children, huh? And Charlotte's like, yeah, except the part where they're required to love me, I guess. Poor Charlotte. So Tessa gets to the dining room and Will's there like on a table trying to fix the chandelier. And Jem's just there like helping him out and he's like, oh, hi, Tessa. Jessamine comes in and is like, oh, Will! And without even looking down, Will's like, is that blood on your sleeve, Jessie? And she's like, oh! Then Henry suddenly comes in and he's like, I got the phosphor working! It's like a witch light, but 5 times more powerful. Witch lights are just like magic stone things that light up when Shadowhunters touch them, and they just use them like flashlights. Will and Jem are just like, so it's like a very bright light? Henry's like, exactly, look, and he makes it go off and there's like a blinding flash of light and then all of the lights in the room go out. It's completely dark and Will is like, Henry, I swear to God, if you made me go blind. Then he falls off the table. An icon. Then Charlotte shows up and she's like, great, guess we're eating under witchlight tonight. During dinner, Will and Jessie are just arguing like siblings, as they do. So Jem and Tessa get to talk a little bit and he's like being really cute. He's always really cute. Then Sophie comes in to get Charlotte and Charlotte's like, oh good, and like immediately leaves. Everyone's like, yo, Henry, where did she go? What does Charlotte have planned? And poor Henry's like, you guys know Charlotte doesn't always tell me everything she has planned. Can't blame her really. You can't count on me to be sensible. It's like really sad. Poor Henry's just a nerd who uses his one brain cell to love his wife. Then Henry notices Tessa's clockwork angel and he's like, oh, can I take a look at that in my lab? Tessa's hesitant, but Jem's like, don't worry, like Henry's good with this stuff. He'll take care of it. He won't break it. So Tessa agrees. Honestly, Jem could tell me to do anything and I'd agree too. Then Charlotte comes back and explains that she contacted a vampire named Camille Belcourt. This is Camille. She's hot. Sexy vampire lady. Let's freaking go. Camille. So yes, Charlotte contacted Camille about the DeQuincy situation because Camille is a vampire informant and keeps Charlotte up to date with all the business in the vampire world. Tessa wants to meet another downworlder. She thinks Camille might know some stuff about Nate, so she's like, okay, I'm gonna go talk to her. End of chapter 7. So I know I keep going into detail about like random stuff, but I swear it's gonna be relevant later. And like also I love the chaos of like the Institute gang. So like I gotta include the funny scenes, you know? At least I think they're funny. Do you guys think they're funny? Like I'm so insecure about this. Like I need you guys to like these books or I'm gonna be really sad. But yes, end of chapter 7.
Oh, Clover! Thank you so much for 4
Tessa gets like halfway
months!
down the hallway before Will and Jem catch up to her. Will's like, you didn't think we weren't coming along, did you? Tessa's like, I'm not surprised about you, Will, but I expected better from Jem. Jem's just like, wherever Will goes, I go. Also, I was just as curious as he is. Love them. So Charlotte explains that they're going to the sanctuary to meet Camille, since the rest of the institute is like built on sacred ground to keep demons out, and vampires can't go on hallowed ground. And Charlotte's like, yeah, so basically vampires and werewolves have like a demon disease. Most demon diseases can't be passed to mundanes, but some can. So like vampirism, lycanthropy. Will's like demon pox. Charlotte's like, there's no such thing as demon pox, Will, and you know it. Justice for demon pox. So they enter the sanctuary, big stone room with no windows, in case vampires want to visit. There's a big fountain in the middle with like an angel with like water running out of its eyes like tears, which is also going to be me when we read the third book. Don't worry though, it's really fun. It's a fun book, guys. It's happy. So Camille's sitting there and she's like hot. Charlotte introduces Camille to Tessa, Will, and Jem, but Camille's like, Will Herondale, fancy seeing you here. She's supposed to have like a sexy voice, but I can't do that. So you guys are stuck with my Lin-Manuel Miranda voice. I'm sorry. Charlotte's like, hold up, you and Will know each other? And Camille's like, yeah, Will won 20 pounds from me gambling at the Pandemonium Club a few weeks ago. Will insists it was part of his investigation. So they talk with Camille and she's like, no, I'm not really a member of the club. I just go because some of my friends do. Yeah, DeQuincy and I used to be like really close, but not anymore. He might be the leader of the club, but like she doesn't know for sure. But she's like, he's really powerful and he hates you guys even if he pretends to be an ally. Yeah, and if he's interested in some sort of like clockwork creatures, I wouldn't know about it. She also looks at Tessa and she's like, oh yes, I can see the family resemblance. So turns out she actually saw Nate at some of the Pandemonium Club meetings a while ago. He was alive, but like he also gambled way too much. She also mentions that DeQuincy has little parties in his townhouse where he like sacrifices mundanes. And Camille knew for a year and she just never mentioned it. She's like, yeah, I didn't want to piss off the most powerful vampire in London, yeah. He'll kill me if he finds out that I told you. Sure, Camille. Sure. And with the Accords, aka their peace treaty, they would need to see DeQuincy directly harming humans in order to arrest him. But if they showed up to one of his parties, DeQuincy would shut that ish down. He would make sure they had no evidence. But Camille's like, yeah, I'm telling you guys now because you have Tessa, and she could shapeshift into me and then go to the party. Tessa's like, what? No, I'm not trying to get murdered out here. Will's like, don't worry, I'll come with you, make sure you're safe, don't worry. Charlotte's like, no, we'll have Henry go. But Camille's like, no, Will should be the one to go because he's been at the Pandemonium Club meetings before pretending to be a human. So they'll think that he just became Camille's subjugate. So this ain't Twilight. So vampires in this world can keep something called a subjugate, which is basically a human who swears servitude to a vampire. I would swear servitude to Camille. And the vampire uses them for like to-go snacks and companionship. And then in return, the mundanes get like little transfusions of vampire blood, which basically ties them to the vampire master and also ensures that when they die, they'll become a vampire. Then Tessa's like, you know what? Someone there might know something about Nate. I'll do it. She's like so confident that Nate's still alive. It's like, okay. At this point in the book, the first time I read it, I was like, there's no way this guy's still alive. So Camille gives Tessa her necklace so she can shapeshift into her. And it's like painful for Tessa and she kind of like sinks down to the ground because she can feel her heart stopped beating and also she's like not breathing. I mean, that's kind of concerning. Jem's like, are you okay, Tessa? And like takes her hand. Like, he's a cutie. Meanwhile, Camille's like, yeah, you're gonna have to like train to pretend to be me because no one's buying that. And she also says that there's a warlock named Magnus Bane who will help them. Her and Magnus are dating, so they usually go to these events together. And he can show Tessa around and make sure everything goes smoothly. So this is Magnus. He's quite possibly the best character in the entire series. He's an immortal warlock, so he shows up in every single one of the 20
I love
books.
him. Magnus,
like
that's
really
my boy.
Powerful, really wise, very entertaining. And he's always like, I hate shadow hunters. I'm not helping any shadow hunters. And then the characters are always like, Magnus, please. He's like, fine, only because you're hot and remind me of this person I met like 3 centuries ago. Magnus. So Will and Jem escort Camille out. Will's like, vampires are so weird. They don't smell like anything. Jem's like, you've been smelling her? I literally can't with these two. Camille's like, you do realize I can hear everything you're saying, right? Then Jem's like, okay, be honest. Why are you telling all of this to us now? Like, yeah, Tessa's your opportunity, but what's your motive? Camille knows that they're not gonna drop it, so she's like, fine. I was in love with a werewolf, which was forbidden under vampire law. She kept it a secret, but DeQuincy found out and murdered the werewolf guy. So Camille wants revenge. And Camille's like, none of the other vampires helped me. Kill them all for all I care. Girl boss. So Tess is in her room reading the codex, and then Charlotte comes back to give her back her necklace. Henry looked at it, found nothing. Charlotte then explains to Tessa about how her father was involved with Mortmain, and like Nate knew and all of that. Sorry, that's the gremlin I keep hidden in my closet. Just ignore it. Tessa's upset that there's like all of this stuff that she didn't know, and she wishes she could go back to when she thought she was a human. Charlotte's then like, let me tell you a story. Let me tell you about how Sophie got her scar. Charlotte met Sophie when she was walking in town and saw Sophie holding like a bloodied rag to her face. And Sophie noticed Charlotte even though Charlotte was glamored. Sophie had been a parlor maid, and they're the ones who are seen in the house, so they're like chosen for their looks. And Sophie's really pretty, but that was kind of a problem because the son of the house wanted to get with Sophie. And when she refused, he cut her face with a dagger. He was like, if you don't want me, I'll make sure no one wants you. So he really took that rejection like a champ. But then he told the mistress of the house that it was actually Sophie who was coming on to him, and he had to use that dagger in self-defense. So they kicked Sophie out. Sophie kind of hinted at this to Tessa earlier when she said that Will reminded her of her former master and to stay away from Will. So like, yikes. But yeah, Charlotte's like, so Sophie had something terrible happen to her, but there she was just a parlor maid. And here, she's extremely gifted, we appreciate her, and she's part of something bigger. So even though all of these terrible things happen to you, you're capable of doing great things, and your power can really help people. God, I need a Charlotte in my life to give me pep talks when I'm feeling down. So yes, end of chapter 8. I know things have been really slow, but they're gonna pick up now, I swear. So, chapter 9. So Tessa's in the library practicing acting like Camille. She hasn't really been able to access any of Camille's thoughts or personality, and the party's tomorrow night, so she's worried that De Quincey's gonna know something's up. So Will and Jem are sitting at the edge of a table to give advice and also to clown around because they think this is very amusing. Will's like, Camille's graceful when she walks. You point your toes out too much. Like a duck. I do not walk like a duck. Jem's like, I like ducks, especially the ones in Hyde Park. He turns to Will and he goes, remember when you tried to convince me to feed a poultry pie to the mallards in the park? To see if you could breed a race of cannibal ducks? Will's like, they ate it too. Bloodthirsty little beasts. Never trust a duck. Doesn't trust ducks. Maybe it has something to do with his tragic backstory. Tessa's like, I really don't get this guy. Like, sometimes he's so rude, and then he'll act really caring towards Jem, and now he's acting like we're good friends or something. Her vampire fangs come out, and she's like, I don't understand what makes them come out like that. Jem's like, hunger usually. Were you thinking about blood? No. Will's like, were you thinking about eating me? No. Jem's like, no one would blame you. He's very annoying. Then a bunch of people suddenly show up to the library. Turns out the London Enclave, aka the London sector of the Shadowhunter government, are having a meeting today. And these three are not supposed to be there. They see this boy around their age, and Jem's like, oh, not Gabriel Lightwood. What's he doing here? I thought he was in Idris. This is Gabriel Lightwood. He's a bitch. I love him. Gabriel. Will smiles a bit, and Jem's like, please do not get in a fight with him here. So Charlotte's like directing the meeting, and then there's this middle-aged guy who's like, Charlotte, where's Henry? Why isn't he running the meeting? He's one of the heads of the institute too. And Charlotte's like, he's on his way now. That annoying guy is Benedict Lightwood. He is Gabriel Lightwood's dad, aka the guy that Will and Jem dislike. Benedict's like, he better be. Wait, who's hiding behind there? Come out. Tessa turns back to herself, and then Will, Jem, and Tessa come out from behind the bookshelf, and they're like, hi! Charlotte's like, Will, I told you the meeting was at 4. And Will's like, oh, did you? And then he's like, hi, Gabriel. Gabriel's like, aren't you two a little too young to be lurking around an enclave meeting? That's his voice. That's in canon. That's how he sounds. My father will hear about this. Jem's like, aren't you a little too young? Oh, fuck. Jem's like, aren't you a little too young? Gabriel proudly announces, I just turned 18, so now I can attend the meetings. He's so annoying. I love him. Will starts talking with Charlotte about the meetings, and then Gabriel's like, is William, or is he not, too young to be attending this meeting? And then like takes Will, Jem, and Tessa out into the hallway. Gabriel turns to Will and is like, you disgrace the name of Shadowhunters everywhere. Will's like, I didn't realize there was much of a name to disgrace after your father. Gabriel cuts him off and literally says that if Will wasn't underage, he would challenge him to a fight to the death. He's great. Jem's just like, okay, Gabriel, calm down. Gabriel goes, stay out of this car stairs. Jem takes a step closer and is like, if it concerns Will, it concerns me. Will and Jem are just like a little in love, Your Honor. Also, Jem's totally the type of
Your Honor! They're in
the
love!
insults like Charlotte or something. And then he'd be like, give me your coat, Will, beat his ass. Gabriel's like, you're a good shadow hunter, James. Even with your disability, You should find someone else to be a parabatai with. No one expects Will Herondale to live past 19, and no one will be sorry to see him go either. Now, Tessa doesn't exactly like Will, but she's like, okay, this guy's annoying, and starts going off on him. Gabriel is shook. The man is too stunned to speak. He's like, you don't know what Will's done. Then Benedict shows up and is like, Gabriel, do you want to join the meeting, or would you rather play in the hallway with the rest of the children? And like, Gabriel's like, oh, sorry, and like goes back inside. But yeah, we find out that Will did something to Gabriel's sister, which is why he hates Will. Also, Gabriel called Will and Jem parabatai, which are two shadow hunters who are like sworn to protect each other in battle. And there's like this whole ceremony where they draw permanent runes on each other. It's almost like a marriage. Like, this is for life. It's very serious. So that's what Will and Jem are. Also, apparently Gabriel's dad, Benedict, is known for liking demons and downworlders a little bit too much. Will's like, I wouldn't be surprised if he had a case of demon pox. Tessa's like, demon pox? Jem immediately goes, he made that up. Ignore him. Then they go upstairs to this storeroom, and Will draws a rune on the floor that basically makes like a one-way window so they can see the library below them. So they're all crouched on the ground in a triangle, love triangle, and they watch the meeting. Basically, the TLDR of the Enclave meeting is nobody trusts Camille or Charlotte, Benedict Lightwood especially. Surprisingly, Gabriel thinks the plan's a good idea, but he's like, Will isn't trustworthy. It should be me who goes instead. Charlotte's like, no, Tessa knows Will. She trusts Will. Tessa's like, I wouldn't go that far. So the plan is the Clave waits outside the party while Tessa, Will, and Magnus Spain go inside. Once they see De Quincy Harma Mundane, they'll use Henry's phosphor, the really bright light, to signal the Clave to bust in and do some arresting. And everyone's like, Henry's inventions never work. He's dumb. We hate him. Ah. And not listening to Charlotte. To Tessa's surprise, Will's like, bastards, talking over her like that. And he's like pretty angry. Tessa's like, huh, so I guess he really does care about Charlotte? Then Jem's like, where's Henry? Then right on cue, Henry bursts into the storeroom. He's like, oh no, I was looking for the library. And they're like, down the stairs, third door on the left, hurry, Charlotte needs you. And Henry's like, right. Wait, what are you three doing in here? Will's like, charades? Ah, okay. Then the Clave members are like, honestly, Charlotte, you should just admit that you're not fit to run this institute. Because clearly Henry's not helping in any way, and you're only 23. God, I'm 23. They really don't respect her. But they take a vote.
God, I'm 23.
To go through with the plan because they don't want to seem like cowards. Henry bursts in like, I'm here. They're like, Henry, we were just talking about your invention. Henry's like, yes, it's all ready to go. And goes to press it. Everyone's like, no, we don't need to see it. But he already pressed it and all the lights go out. Will's like, a little awkward for Henry, but so satisfying. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10. It's party time. Will and Tessa are in the carriage on the way to the party. Will's like, listen, you can't look at me for answers or for any help. Like, I'm just your subjugate, so you only use me for blood. Tessa's like, so you won't speak tonight at all? Not unless you tell me to. This evening's going to be better than I thought. Will's then like, listen, the vampires are cunning and have a strict social etiquette. Saying the wrong thing could get you killed, so be careful. Tessa's like, haha, you're just trying to mess with me, right? But Will's like, no. So Tessa admits that now she's kind of scared. Will like takes her hands and goes, Tess, you don't have to go through this if you don't want to. We'll turn this carriage around. He called her Tess. Don't talk to me for 3 to 5 business days, thank you. He then tells her, sometimes when I have to do something I don't want to do, I pretend I'm a character from a book. It's easier to know what they would do. Tessa asks what character he pretends to be, and he quotes Sidney Carton from A Tale of Two Cities. Tessa's like, I thought you hated A Tale of Two Cities. Will's like, I don't really. Tessa's like, and Sidney Carton was a dissipated alcoholic. Will's like, exactly. There was a man who knew he was worthless. And yet, however far down he tried to sink his soul, there was always some part of him that was capable of great action. And he loved Lucy Manette enough to know that she was better off without him. I know he's being edgy right now, but like, this was 2010, okay? Will was the blueprint. All the other male protagonists are based off him, okay? They can't compare. Sidney Carton was the original edgelord. You can blame Dickens for this. Always blame the And then Will looking like really intensely at Tessa. Oh yeah,
always blame the
blue eyes, okay? He's not like the other boys, okay? His blue eyes are dark blue. Anyways, Tessa's like, well, if I weren't a vampire right now, I would be blushing. She goes to pull her hands out of his, and he's like, Tessa. Then Thomas is like, we're here. Remember Thomas? He exists. But then, yeah, Tessa can kind of feel Camille's, like, inner voice laughing at her admiration of Will. And Tessa's like, freaking finally. So now she can access Camille's thoughts. They enter the party, and Tessa's using all of her smarts. and Camille's inner voice to blend in and act normal. She's doing a great job. She's treating Will like a dog, as Camille would. And Will's like, why do I have the feeling that you're enjoying this? It's because she is. Then DeQuincy shows up. Camille's inner thoughts are just how she hates DeQuincy for killing her werewolf boyfriend. But DeQuincy still thinks they're friends. Camille's inner voice refers to DeQuincy as Alexei, and Tessa realizes that she heard the Dark Sisters use that name before. So she's like, oh shoot. DeQuincy asks Camille again to join the Pandemonium Club. He's like, all of us higher-ups have so much power and money. But she's like, no thanks. DeQuincy's like, fine, see you at the ceremony. I didn't want to play with you anyways. He leaves and then Magnus shows up. He's got like dark hair, brown skin. I think he's like half Indonesian. And he's got a super fancy outfit on. Man's is dripping in diamonds. Interestingly, he has gold green eyes with a slit pupil like a cat's. So that's his warlock's mark. Oh, let me read
Like
this.
a meow.
I love reading quotes from the book. You guys feel like you've read the book yourself? Probably, because I've used so many direct quotes. But yes, Tessa notes that, unlike Will, whose eyes held a trace of sadness even when he was amused, Magnus's eyes were full of a surprising joy. So Magnus is just vibing. But yeah, Magnus takes Will and Tessa into DeQuincy's private library so they can talk. Magnus is like, I saw your face when I showed up. You recognized me, didn't you? I've seen warlocks who could shapeshift, but not one with your power, Tessa. Tessa's like, well, I don't have a warlock's mark. And Magnus is like, oh, you're a warlock, mark or no mark. Will starts looking around the room for any evidence, and Magnus is like, yeah, DeQuincy thinks he and I are still friends. In fact, I think he'd like to be more than friends. But Camille and I hate him. But because he's the head of the clan, it would be insulting for her to not go to his parties. So she goes and he comes along so she's not alone. Will then discovers a false drawer in the desk and finds some blueprints. Magnus is like, yeah, that's a blueprint for an automaton. Have you ever read the Book of Knowledge of Ingenious Mechanical Devices? Will's like, never heard of it. Are there any castles, ghosts, moors, or handsome fellows rescuing penniless maidens? Magnus goes, no. There's a racy bit about cogs about halfway through, but the rest is rather dry. Will's like, then Tessa won't have read it either. Tessa's offended, but she doesn't say anything, because, like, he's right. But yeah, Magnus explains that it's not the automaton design that's concerning in itself, but there's a spell written on the blueprints. It's a binding spell that could be used to trap demonic energy into an inanimate object. Basically, the spell means that they could have an automaton have free will and thought through the demonic energy, and then it would obey whoever did the spell. Also, there's magic that could be used to preserve the human flesh that they harvested, so that's how Miranda looked so human-like. Will remembers what Miranda said. A clockwork army buildeth neither heaven nor hell. And Magnus is like, yeah, I don't know what the army part, because trapping the energy of that many demons would be very dangerous and very difficult. Then Will's like, thanks for your help, Magnus. And Magnus is like, oh wow, a shadow hunter is actually thanking me? Will asks Magnus if he ever saw DeQuincy breaking the law, and Magnus explains that during their little ceremonies, they tie up a mundane, usually a criminal, to a chair and then take turns draining the human of their blood until they die. Kinky. Oh, by the way, under the law, like, the vampires are allowed to drink blood from mundanes just as long as they don't kill them. So DeQuincy is breaking the law by killing mundanes. Magnus asks about the plan, and then Will's like, oh yeah, so once I signal the cleave, your job is to take Tessa and just bring her back to the Institute. Magnus is like, yo, that's such a waste of my power and talent. Will's like, this is a shadow hunter operation. Like, your help was invaluable and all, but we don't need you after that. Magnus looks over at Tessa like, see, this is how shadow hunters treat downworlders. They use us for help and then send us away so we can't share the victory. Fantasy racism. Tessa hears Camille's inner voice, and she doesn't seem too upset that everyone's gonna know she's a traitor. Magnus is like, yeah, she doesn't think any of these vampires are gonna live to tell the tale. So she's not expecting a peaceful arrest. But yeah, it's time for the ceremony. They enter this large room with seats facing towards the stage. There's this blood-stained chair that's bolted to the ground with steel manacles. They take their seats and like DeQuincy's like, welcome. He's supposed to have like a Slavic accent, but I can't do that. We stand here today because we do not bow down to the law. We have a prisoner whose crime was betraying the Night Children, the vampires. And what is the punishment for such treason? Everyone's like, death! Hit him with a chair! Ah! There's two vampires holding a mundane with like a hood over his head, and he's struggling. They shackle him up to the chair. Tessa feels uneasy, and she's like, Will, when can you summon the clave? And he's like, we have to wait to see them draw blood. DeQuincy has like a ring that ends in a point, and he pokes the guy's neck and some blood comes out. And Tessa's like, Will! And he's like, I'm not summoning the clave until you leave. She argues a bit, but then she's like, fine. And she and Magnus go. They reach the door, Will pulls out the phosphor, and then they take the hood off the mundane. And it's Nate! End of chapter 10. Chapter 11. Tess is like, Will, do it now. DeQuincy starts to realize what's going on. He's like, no, but Will already pressed the button. And it malfunctions. Instead of the bright light going off, there's like a whoosh, and the candelabras flare up, and then the curtains, and the room, and like 10 vampires are on fire. Tess is trying to escape, but Magnus is holding onto her arm. He's like, no, you're a vampire right now. You're literally gonna go up like Kindle. Tess is like, but that's my brother! And Magnus is like, what? And then Tessa manages to escape and starts running towards Nate. There's a vampire lady who tries to attack Tessa, but then Will stabs her. He's like, what the hell are you still doing here? Which, like, valid. Girl, you're not trained. You should not be here right now. Tessa's like, that's Nate up there! And Will is like, how? And then the windows shatter and a bunch of Nephilim burst inside, wearing their black leather fighting gear. And the vampires are all in their little group behind DeQuincy. They're preparing for the inevitable dance battle that's gonna happen. Will's like, fine, go to your brother. He's gonna be out of the way of the fighting anyways. DeQuincy's like, yo, we heard one mundane. Except he has like a Slavic accent. Like, yo, we heard one mundane. You can't kill us. The Shadowhunters are like, no, we knew you were gonna kill that mundane. And Charlotte's like, yeah, and we found evidence of the spells you've been working on. And DeQuincy is like, whatever it is that you think you know. And Charlotte's like, we know enough. We considered you our equal, and this is how you repay us? DeQuincy's like, you Nephilim are such hypocrites. You call us your equals, and yet where's our seat on the council? Why don't we get a say in the law? I mean, he's got a point. But like, he's still screwed up, so yeah, a fight breaks out. And Tessa's just staying out of that because she caught up to Nate. He's all beat up and bruised and bloodied and unconscious. So Tessa's looking for something to get
and unconscious.
And she sees that the Shadowhunters are actually overpowering the vampires. Vampires are fast, but the Shadowhunters are faster, and they have weapons and training on their side. She sees Charlotte being a badass, slashing a vampire's throat. Will throws a dagger into a vampire, and then Jem stabs him from behind. The vampire drops his pistol, and Jem kicks it over to Will. Like, these two got a system going. They're parabatai, and you can tell they've been training together for years. Then Tessa gets grabbed by DeQuincy. He's like, you lying traitorous bitch. Us to the Nephilim? And then Tessa starts involuntarily saying what Camille would say, which is basically, I want you to know what it's like to lose everything you've ever cared about. I want you to watch your house and your clan burn to the ground and know I'm the one who's doing it to you. Wow, what a woman. That is the level of revenge I aspire to reach. DeQuincy's like, well, if I'm going down, then I'm taking you with me. And he gets ready to attack her. Time to play. What do you think Tessa's gonna do? Is she gonna A, find the nearest object and start swinging? B, make out with Will? C, make out with Jen? D, make out with DeQuincy? E, freaking die. That's right. She grabs the leg of a chair behind her and whacks the Dairy Queen vampire over the head. And a fight ensues. We're talking hair pulling, nail scratching, kicking, the whole works. For real though, this is like the third time that this happened. Can someone just give Tessa a dagger already so she doesn't have to resort to using household items as weaponry? Just when we think DeQuincy's gonna kill Tessa, he gets pulled back by Will, who pulls out the pistol that Jem had kicked over to him. DeQuincy's like, you Nephilim think you're... He's trying to say God, but vampires can't say God because they're like damned or whatever. And Will's like, I need a gun. Will's like, say it. Vampire. Say God, and I'll let you live. Okay, edgelord. DeQuincy leaps to attack Will. Will shoots, but wasn't fast enough.
I need a gun pulled out of plastic shark.
Tessa sees the pistol on the ground and picks it up, but she's never shot a gun before. Will decides to take a page out of the Tessa's self-defense handbook and bites DeQuincy's arm. Because when vampires try to bite you, you bite them back. Will's like, how do you like getting bit, vampire? DeQuincy goes to attack, but then Tessa shoots him and manages to get his shoulder. Then DeQuincy's like, you will rue this day, and like jumps out the window to escape. Another vampire tries to get Tessa, but then Jem kills him. And that's the last of the vampires. Jem's like, Will, you know what happens when you bite a vampire. Will's like, I had to, he was choking me. Jem goes, I know, but really, Will? Again? This is not the first time. So the Shadowhunters are all healing up, and Tessa's sitting in a daze with unconscious Nate. Will comes up to Tessa after putting some healing runes on Jem, and he's like, wow, I didn't know you knew how to shoot a pistol. And Tessa's like, no, I think it was just Camille's muscle memory or something. And then Will explains that Shadowhunters don't use guns, because putting runes into the bullets then prevents the gunpowder from igniting. Because I knew you were wondering, why don't these guys just use guns? So there, okay? Charlotte comes up and she's like, okay, I got permission to take Nate with us to the Institute. So Nate and Tessa go home with Charlotte and Henry. Then we get a brief scene of Will and Thomas outside the carriage. Remember Thomas exists? Gabriel shows up and he's like, nice work in there, Herondale. Good thing we were there to clean up the mess, or else the plan would have gone up in flames, just like your reputation. Will's like, are you implying the shreds of my reputation are intact? Clearly I'm doing something wrong. Thomas! We must away at once to the nearest brothel. I see scandal and low companionship. Gabriel's like, is there anything that isn't a joke to you? Haven't you ever had enough? Will's like, oh, I can never get enough. Which, incidentally, is what your sister said to me when... And then Jem's hand shoots out of the carriage and pulls Will inside. Jem's like, Will, what is wrong with you? Why do you have to bait him? Will's like, didn't you hear what he said about you? Because, like, Gabriel, like, called Jem's illness, like, a disability and stuff. Jem's like, I don't care what he says about me. It's what everyone thinks. He just has the nerve to say it. Poor Jem. But yeah, Will had been worried because the phosphor didn't work. And Jem's like, what, you think we wouldn't come in when we saw the whole place go up in flames? Will's like, yeah, and then Tessa freaking refused to leave. Jem's like, yeah, her brother was manacled to a chair. I'm not sure I would have left either. And Will's like, I see you're determined to miss my point. Jem's like, if your point is that there was a pretty girl in the room and it was distracting you, then I think I've taken your point handily. Will's like, you think she's pretty? Jem's like, yes, and so do you. I haven't noticed. Yes, you have, and I've noticed you noticing. And thus the only valid love triangle ever was born. Yeah, Will's glad that Jem looks healthy today, unlike the times when he's so ill that the color just drains out of him, and his silvery eyes look almost white, and he'll get delirious and thrash about, and Will has to hold him down. And then we get this little gem of a paragraph. Get it, Jem? I want to die. You know who is dying? And every time it happened, Will thought that this was it, and Jem was really going to die this time. He sometimes then thought about what he would do afterward, but he couldn't imagine it, any more than he could look back and remember his life before he had come to the Institute, neither bore thinking about for very long. But then there were other times like this, when he looked at Jem and saw no mark of illness on him, and wondered what it would be like in a world where Jem was not dying. And that did not bear about thinking either. It was a terrible black place in himself that the fear came from, a dark voice he could only silence with anger, risk, and pain. Whew. Why is Jem dying? Why? Meanwhile, Jem's like, you haven't been paying attention to anything I've been saying, have you? Will's like, yeah, I'm gonna get drunk tonight. And Jem's like, no, you're not. You know exactly what's gonna happen when you get back. End of chapter 11. So yeah, we had a bit of a plot twist. Nate's still alive, and Jem's dying. And Thomas is there. Chapter 12. Back at the Institute, Nate regains consciousness, but he's not looking so hot. They take him into one of the Institute's many bedrooms. Henry mentions that he's gonna go call the Silent Brothers. We're gonna be reunited with my king brother. Nate's eyes open for a bit, and Tessa explains that he's in the Institute, he's safe, and the Shadow Hunters are gonna help him. And Nate's like, Shadow Hunters? The Magister said they were to be feared. And Tessa's like, the Magister? You knew De Quincy? Brother Enoch shows up and Nate's terrified. He's like, De Quincy told me about them. They can kill a man with one thought. Tessie, I don't want to die. Get him away from me. Okay. Brother Enoch just ignores him and he's like, it's interesting, Miss Gray, that you are a downworlder, but your brother isn't. How did that happen? He's like, no, I definitely sense that you're a warlock, but there's still no mark. And he also senses some other power that's not related to her shapeshifting abilities. So he's like, I'm gonna study up on that later. Then Nate's being annoying again, and he's like, does he know where I am? He's gonna kill me. And Tessa's like, De Quincy? He escaped, we don't know where he went. Brother Enoch's like, yo, Tessa, you gotta leave. The vampires gave Nate a drug to sedate him, and he's hallucinating right now, and I gotta heal him before he goes crazy and dies. She doesn't wanna go. Brother Enoch's like, I'll find you once he's better. So she begrudgingly leaves. Are you even a Cassandra Clare protagonist if you don't argue about literally everything and never do as you're told? In the hallway, Tessa like angrily punches a wall. Jem shows up like, ooh, that looks like that hurt. And he asks about Nate and stuff. Jem's like low-key everyone's therapist. He's described as being able to like read people really well, and he's like super empathetic. And he's so even-tempered that he doesn't even get like super angry at Will. He just usually gets like exasperated. Tessa's like, I don't know, I'm kind of upset that not even Nate's a downworlder. It feels like I don't even belong with my own family. Jem's like, it would be great if we all knew exactly who we were, but that knowledge doesn't come from outside, it comes from inside. And then he's like, oh, sorry if I sound pretentious. Oh, also, I haven't mentioned this yet, but like the one thing I dislike about Tessa is because this takes place in the Victorian era and she like grew up with the mundanes, she's always trying to be like proper and ladylike. She's like, I can't be a lady with bloodlust. And it's like, okay. It's annoying in the beginning of the trilogy because like she's just getting introduced to the shadow world and they're all like progressive and stuff. So she gets like culture shocked by like dumb things. But after the first book, she's like fine and gets used to being not proper and stuff. Jem has a little speech where he's like, whatever you are on the outside doesn't matter. Whatever the color, shape, or design of the shade that conceals it, the flame inside a lamp is still the same. This was progressive for 2010 YA fiction, okay? But yeah, he's a little embarrassed and he's like, that's just what I believe. He's cute. Then Charlotte comes out of Nate's room and she's like, yeah, Tessa, you should just go to sleep for now. Nate's doing better, but it will probably take until tomorrow morning before Brother Enoch's done. Charlotte and Jem leave, and Tessa, of course, tries to open the door to Nate, but it's locked. So she starts to head back to her room. She runs into Sophie, who's like, His Highness is in a particular mood this evening. He freaking threw a pail at my head. Tessa's like, who? Oh, you mean Will. Is he well? Sophie, she's so funny, is like, yeah, he's well enough to throw pails. He called me some name. I think it was French, and when someone calls you something in French, it usually means they're calling you a whore. Sophie's carrying this bucket of what looks like water, and Tessa's like, what's that? And she's like, it's the cure. He has to drink it, except he doesn't want to. Tessa and Sophie are kind of starting to gain a bit of a friendship. So Tessa's like, screw it, give me the pail. I'll make him take it. And Sophie shows Tessa how to get to the attic, where Will is lying on the floor. She hears him mumble the name Cecily. Remember that. I'm putting it on the board, remember it. Tessa's like, yo, it's me. Will's like, they sent you? Tessa asks about the water, and Will explains that if you swallow some vampire blood, you will be uncontrollably drawn to them and want to become one of them. You slowly turn into a vampire, and once you die, it completes the transformation. And normally the vampires you're drawn to are more than happy to finish the job, you know? So the holy water kind of helps counteract some of the effects. It kind of burns a bit of the vampire blood, but it also like makes you sick and like cough up all the blood. So he just has to like drink a bunch until the blood's all gone. Gross. Will takes like a couple sips of the water and then like dumps the rest on his head. Tess is like, does that help? Will's like, the questions you ask. But it's just that the vampire blood makes you feverish, so he's using the water to like cool himself down. He's also like pretty out of it right now. Tess is also really sleep deprived, so she's feeling a little bold. And she's like, Will, I wanted to ask you. You act like you don't care about anything, but everyone cares about something. Will's like, do they? And then he's like, Tess, come here. She sits down next to him and she's like, you act like everything's funny to you, but you never laugh. Will's like, you make me laugh. From the moment you hit my head with that bottle. She's like, it was a jug. And Will's like, and the way that you're always correcting me, and how you yelled at Gabriel Lightwood, and how you fought to Quincy. You guys know where this is going, right? Like, right? They're having a moment, guys. Someone's walking by. I think it's my dad. I'm like, don't mind me. Don't mind me. I'm just talking to myself in my room about fictional characters, and they're gonna kiss, guys. It's gonna happen. And then Will's like, what do you want from me? I'm fine. This is fine. And Tess is like, I just want to understand you. I don't think anyone does, except for maybe Jem. And Will's like, Jem cares for me, but he doesn't understand me. And Tess is like, don't you want him to? And Will's like, God, no. Why should he know my reasons for living my life as I do? And Tess is like, I think he just wants to know that there is a reason. And Will's like, does it matter when nothing can be done to change things? What does he mean? What does he mean? I know what he means. You guys don't. You guys are losers. You don't know what he means, but I do. It's definitely that his family was murdered by ducks, guys. That's clearly, it's it. His family was murdered by ducks. I'd let Brother Enoch murder me. It's happening. It's happening, guys. It's happening. Stay calm. Stay calm. But yeah, they kiss. End of chapter 12. Just kidding. But yes, they do actually kiss. And then suddenly Will pushes Tessa away. He's like, I'm a pusher. He's like really intense all of a sudden. He's like, Tessa, I think you'd better go. And Tessa's like, I'm sorry, did I do something? And he's like, God, no, please just leave. I'm begging you, leave. It's really dramatic. Poor Tessa took it like a champ. She's just like confused. So yeah, a wild night full of firsts for Tessa Gray. First time she used her power for good. First time she shot a pistol. First time she fought a vampire. And she even had her first kiss, which tasted of holy water, and blood. So yeah, there you go. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13. We're in for some drama. Tessa slept in all day, and then Sophie woke her up for dinner. He's not better, but he's not worse either. Tessa's still all gross in Camille's bloody gown, so she gets cleaned up. She remembers what happened with Will, and she's like, oh, you can scrub away blood, but you can't scrub away the memories. Sophie's doing Tessa's hair, and she's like, so, did you get Will to take his medicine? And she sees Tessa's face kind of go like, Sophie's like, listen, I know it's really not my place, but you shouldn't get involved with Will. You shouldn't trust him. He only cares about himself. Tessa's like, he cares about Jem. Sophie's like, no, that's not enough. Tess is like, so you're saying not to bring my heart over some boy who will never care about me? And Sophie's suddenly very passionate, like, no, it's all right to love someone who doesn't love you back. As long as they're worth you loving them. As long as they deserve it. Very passionate. And Tess is like, Sophie, is there someone that you care for? Is it Thomas? Sophie's like, Thomas? Poor Thomas. Tess is like, it just seems that he likes you, so Sophie's like, no. Tess is like, is it Will? Did you care for him once? Sophie's like, God, no. And she mentions how her former employer used to go on safaris in Africa, and he once told her that the most poisonous and deadly bugs and snakes would have the most beautiful and bright markings. And that's what Will's like. Sophie's like, he may be handsome, but he has some dark secret, the kind that eats you up inside. You mark my words. I will, Sophie. I will. Because she knows what's up. Tessa goes to see Nate, who's still unconscious, and Jessamine's there reading a book to him, even though he's unconscious. Jesse's like, is he married? He doesn't have a girl back home, right? Tessa's like, no, and he's literally passed out. Now's not the time to be discussing this. Jesse's like, he'll wake up eventually. And no, I'm the one who nursed him back to health. He doesn't have any money, Jesse. I have enough money for the both of us. I just need someone to take me away from this horrible place. You know that. Then Jessie tells Tessa that Charlotte wants her in the drawing room. So Tessa leaves and reaches the drawing room, but she hears some yelling through the door. Will's annoyed that Nate's staying at the Institute. Jem's like, well, he probably knows some information about the Magister, and also only the Silent Brothers can heal what he has, so he's staying here. Will's like, we can just have Brother Enoch rummage through his mind to get the information. Charlotte's like, you know doing that to a mundane can harm their mind, especially because he's ill right now. Will's like, who cares? He probably didn't have much of a mind to begin with anyways. Now, Jem's actually pretty angry by his standards. He's like, I don't know what's driving this mood of yours, Will, but it does you no credit. Charlotte's like, I know what this is. Will's like, you do? Charlotte's like, it's because you're upset with how the plan went last night. DeQuincy escaped, Camille went into hiding, and now Magnus is angry because he can't find Camille. So we lost our best informant and our best warlock. Will's like, maybe I'm upset since my plan got screwed, since its success was dependent upon one of Henry's dumb inventions. If you just admit that your husband is a useless fool, we'd be a lot better off. Wow. Bad Will. Jen's just like, Will? But Charlotte's like, Henry is a good, kind man. He's known you since you were a boy. He loves you and considers you like his own younger brother. As do I. All I've ever done is love you, Will. And then Will's like, yes, and I wish you wouldn't. God, Will. Oh my God. I swear there's development. There's a reason, guys. Charlotte literally looks like a kicked puppy. She's like, you don't mean that, Will. Will's like, I mean everything I say, especially when I say that we should just rummage through Nate's mind while we can. And then at this point, Tess has heard enough, and she bursts into the room. Tess is like, no, you're not going through Nate's mind. Charlotte's like, of course, we're gonna let him heal and then we'll talk with him. Will's like, but what if it takes months for him to heal? We don't have months. Jem tries to explain to Tessa the situation. He's like, we're just worried because DeQuincy's note said he's planning on a war between Shadowhunters and Downworlders, using those clockwork creatures he was building. And we don't know where he is, and we need to find him before that can happen. Tessa's like, well, I'm not a Shadowhunter. This isn't my fight. Charlotte's like, Tessa, we trust you, and we need you to trust us a little too. And Tessa starts going off. She's like, no, I don't need to trust you. You wanted to use me the second I got here, just like the Dark Sisters did. You didn't care how dangerous the mission was. You act as if I have some responsibility to your law. But it's your world, and you're the ones meant to govern it. It's not my fault if you're doing a terrible job. Now, Tessa's trying to hurt Will, but like, that comment really hurt Charlotte. Charlotte literally looks like she hasn't slept in days. She probably hasn't. But the words are coming out like a flood now, and Tessa keeps going. She's like, all your talk about Downworlders and how you don't hate them, that's all nothing. Just words, you don't mean them. You don't care about Downworlders, and maybe you'd do a better job of protecting mundanes if you didn't hate them so much. And she's like, stay away from my brother, and don't follow me. And she leaves. And then she's like, shoot, where do I go? So she goes outside and sits on the big front steps of the Institute. Then she hears behind her, I know what you're thinking. If they call this damp nastiness summer, what must winter be like? And it's Jem. He's like, I know you said not to follow you, but I was hoping you just meant Will. And Tessa's like, yeah, I did. Also, Tessa's like, I shouldn't have shouted like that. And Jem's like, no, you were right for what you said. Because you know what? She kind of was. She's like, I didn't mean to hurt Charlotte. And Jem's like, well, she's very sensitive about how she runs the Institute. As a woman, she has to fight hard to be heard. And even then, her decisions are second guessed. You heard Benedict Lightwood at the Enclave meeting. She feels she has no freedom to make a mistake. And Tess is like, do any of you? Everything's so life and death with you guys. I miss when things were normal. And Jem's like, well, I can tell you from personal experience that sometimes life changes faster than our hearts and minds can, but you grow accustomed to it. Tess is like,
Okay.
I didn't really mean what I said about shadow hunters. And I know even Will didn't mean what he said and that he wouldn't hurt Nate. Jem's like, you're right, and I'm surprised you figured it out. It took me years before I knew when Will really meant what he said and when he didn't. I'm reading from the book right now. Tess is like, so you don't ever get angry at him? Jem laughs and says, I would hardly say that. Sometimes I want to strangle him. How on earth do you prevent yourself? I go to my favorite place in London, said Jem, and I stand and look at the water, and I think about the continuity of life and how the river rolls on, oblivious of the petty upsets in our lives. Does that work? Not really, but after that I think about how I could kill him while he slept if I really wanted to, and then I feel better. And then Tessa asks where Jem's favorite place is that he mentioned, and he's like, I'll show you. So off they go. End of chapter 13. I don't know why I said it like that. Chapter 14. So Jem takes Tessa to Blackfriars Bridge, which is his favorite place in London, to just watch the Thames River. Thames? I don't know how to pronounce it, and at this point I'm too afraid to ask. Tessa quotes a little line of poetry about the river, which normally she'd feel embarrassed about, but around Jem she feels like she can say anything and he won't judge her, so. And Jem's like, oh, I think I heard that line of poetry from Will before. Because apparently Will's like always reading and he has like a really good memory. He should read a book on how to be nice. Tess is like, you're really fond of Will, huh? And Jem's like, I love him. As if he were my own brother.
Mm-hmm.
And Tess is like, well, that night that he pretended to be out drinking, he clearly had been lying, but why? And Jem's like, ah yes, the mystery of Will Herondale. I wanted to know too, so one night, when he said he had plans for a wild evening, I followed him. And he just walked around London all night and didn't talk to anyone. It was like following a ghost. And the next morning, he just had all these fake, scandalous tales of his night. And I just never demanded the truth. If he wants to lie to me, he must have a reason. And Tess is like, but how can you trust him if he lies to you? And Jem's like, well, his lies are consistent. He always invents the story that makes him look the worst. It's gotta be sleep deprivation. It makes so much sense. That's why he's like this, because he's always just out walking all night and he's sleep deprived. Crack the code. And Tess is like, well, did he tell you about his parents? She's so nosy, but so am I, so. And Jem's like, well, I only know bits and pieces of what I've heard from Charlotte. So Will's dad fell in love with a mundane, and the Shadowhunters said she couldn't join them, so he left the Nephilim to be with her, and they moved to like a rural part of Wales. And when you leave the Nephilim, there's 3 rules. You can't talk to your Shadowhunter friends or family anymore, you can't ask for help from the Clave, and they can still claim your children, because Shadowhunter blood is dominant. So every 6 years until your kid is 18, someone will come knocking on your door and ask if they want to join the Shadowhunters. So yeah, Will had refused twice, and then one day there was a knock at the door at the London Institute, and Charlotte opened the door to see 12-year-old Will, who looked like he had literally traveled there himself, all the way from Wales. And Will said, I'm a Shadowhunter. I have nowhere else to go. You have to let me in. And so she did. And a few weeks later, his parents came to the Institute looking for him. They kept calling for him, and Charlotte tried to talk to him, but he had crawled under his bed and had his hands covering his ears and was begging her, please send them away. But yeah, Tessa's like, so you never asked him what happened? And Jem's like, it's probably why he tolerates me so much. Because I never ask him why. And then Tessa asks Jem about how he came to the Institute. He doesn't exactly give like the whole story, but like he says his parents were murdered by a demon, and everyone said it would be safer for Jem to leave Shanghai in case the demon came after him. And Jem's like, yeah, I came to England because my father was British, so I thought it would feel more at home here than in Idris, where my parents had never lived. And Idris is like the home country of the Shadowhunters. It's like in the middle of Europe, and it's surrounded by wards, so humans can't get in. And he's like, I came to like it now, but originally I hated London. Shadowhunters just see me as a Shadowhunter, but mundanes here look at me and see someone who's not entirely foreign, but not quite like them either. Tessa says, half one thing and half another, just like me. But at least you know you're human. And Jem says, as are you, in all the ways that matter. Damn, Jem coming through with the smooth lines. They start to head home, but there's these 2 people blocking the bridge. And it's weird because normally the bridge is empty at this time at night. Jem's like, excuse me, and they turn. And it's Miranda and the bug-eyed coachman, back for round 2. Miranda's like, the Magister declares war and revenge on the Shadowhunters. You killed his people, blah, blah. Oh, they also say that the Magister wants Tessa and that he's gonna come get her. Jem has this fancy jade-headed cane and he like swings it up and like a blade shoots out and he stabs the coachman, but the coachman's like an automaton, so he's like fine. And then a fight breaks out. Their movements are jerky, but they're like pretty fast. Tessa doesn't have anything to swing, but she kind of like dodges Miranda, who like impales herself on the parapet of the bridge. So like close enough. So they defeat Miranda and the coachman, but then they look to the other side of the bridge, and a dozen automatons are just like running to fight them. They don't look as detailed as the Miranda and coachman ones. They just have like smooth skin over where their face is and no facial features. Like they were just made to do some fighting, you know, not look pretty. So Jem takes Tessa's hand and he's like, run. I wish I could play that line without getting copyrighted. So they're running to get back to the Institute, but Jem's like slowing down. Normally Shadowhunters are able to run for like miles without breaking a sweat, but Tessa notices that Jem's like not looking so hot, and he also seems like he's in pain. They reach the Institute and close the giant doors, the automatons like right on their heels. The automatons are like reaching through the gates trying to grab them and like break the lock. Oh my god, why are you falling? Because she's falling for Jem. At this point, Tessa's like practically half dragging Jem, trying to get him up the front steps to the front doors of the Institute. But he can't do it, and he's like, Tessa, just go. He collapses and his eyes go like completely white. But Tessa knows that you have to have Shadowhunter blood to be able to open the doors to the Institute. And she can't get in, so she just pulls the doorbell and like pounds her fists on the door. She's like, let me in! The automatons then manage to break the gate and burst inside. The seeming like leader of the group gets up to Jem and like puts its hands on him. Tessa picks up Jem's cane and is like, get away from him! Swing count number 4. This next part always cracks me up. I don't know why. This faceless robot that's touching Jem just like looks over at Tessa and like waves its hand that's like covered in Jem's blood and then yeets itself out. Like it just does like an NPC wave and it's like, bye! I don't even know. Like what? That will be relevant later. I'm not even joking. The automatons are described as being like really grotesque and just close enough to humans to fall in like the uncanny valley. And she mentions how their flesh was like peeling back from their fingers as they were clawing at the gates and stuff. Like she wrote all of these beautifully disgusting descriptions of them. And if I saw one in real life, like I'd be terrified. But reading the book, I'm just like, haha, funny robot waves. Tessa tries to fight the other automatons. She like whacks one with Jem's cane, but it just like pulls the cane out of her hands and breaks it over its knee. I wish Brother Enoch would do that with me. She tries to run away, but the automaton grabs her, and then a metal disc whizzes by and embeds itself in the automaton's chest. Charlotte has arrived to save the day!
Yay!
And Will. They manage to kill most of the automatons, but the last couple run away. And then Will's like shouting, what happened? Are you hurt? Where's Jem? And Tessa's like, I'm fine, Jem collapsed. And Will's face goes white, and he calls for Thomas, and they carry Jem inside. Cassandra Clare loves ending her chapters on a dramatic line, so let me... So Tessa's looking at the courtyard. The destroyed clockwork creatures lay in shattered pieces about the courtyard. The ground was slick with viscous fluid. The gates hung open. And the moon shone blankly down on everything, just as it had shone down on her and Jem on the bridge when he had told her she was human. It's so dramatic. I love it. End of chapter 14. So, chapter 15. Everyone has gone to heal up and stuff after the fight, leaving Tessa kind of in shock and feeling guilty that because of her, Jem had taken her to the bridge, and then the automaton showed up, and then Jem got injured and collapsed. Sophie shows up and she's like, Tessa, you're bleeding. Tessa's like, huh? Because she hit her head on the steps during the fight and got like a little beat up. But she didn't even realize she was hurt because she was too busy being stressed. Relatable. So Sophie's like, come on, let's get you fixed up. So they go to the drawing room, Charlotte and Henry show up, and Thomas comes and is like, yeah, Jem lost some blood, but Will's giving him an Aratsy, which is like the healing rune. If you hear me say Arats instead of Aratsy, or you heard me say phosphor instead of phosphor, no you didn't. No, you didn't hear that. I pronounce everything correctly. And Sophie's like, did Jem take his medicine? And it's at this point that I realized like, oh, Sophie's in love with Jem. Tessa doesn't quite pick up on it yet. Just give her a minute. But yeah, Thomas keeps looking over at Sophie. And it's like, poor boy, she doesn't even realize he's in love with her. This whole situation is so messy. I love it. But yeah, Tessa explains what happened. And Henry's like, yeah, I looked at the remains of some of the automatons in the courtyard. They're sturdier, deadlier, and better at fighting than Miranda was. But they don't look human enough to go out in public without causing a commotion. So I think that's why they waited until now to attack. So they decide for now it's just better for Tessa to stay in the Institute, since the Magister wants her. Then Will shows up and looks at Tessa and he's like, Jem wants to talk to you. And Charlotte's like, is he okay? Will kind of glances over at Sophie and he's like, he's awake and talking. He knows Sophie likes Jem. Tessa's like, are you sure he's well enough to? And Will's like, Jem said he wants to talk to you, so you're gonna go up, Go to Jem and talk to him. Where Will is concerned, what Jem wants, Jem gets. I love him. So Tessa goes to Jem's room and he's like super pale and looks really ill. Will puts on a big smile and is like, I brought her, Jem, just like you asked. Tessa's like, I'm sorry, Jem. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been hurt. And Jem's like, no, I wasn't hurt. And Will's like, James. And Jem's like, William. I love them. She should know or she'll think it's her fault. If you don't like it, you can leave. And Will leaves. And Jem says, I just think you might as well have the truth. Concealing it rarely helps anything. He looked toward the door for a moment, as if his words were half meant for the absent Will. He just wants Will to open up to him. It's so sad. I'm sorry, from here on out, it's just like fangirl city, so you're just gonna have to deal with it. Jem explains that his mother had killed the nest and offsprings of this greater demon called Yen Lo, so it wanted revenge against her and waited years. When Jem was 11, it managed to find a weak spot in the wards of the Shanghai Institute, and it broke inside, killed all the guards, and tied Jem and his parents up to chairs. It tortured Jem in front of his parents for days by repeatedly injecting him with this demon poison that burned his veins and like tore out his mind, making him see terrible hallucinations. And Jem said he literally heard the screams of the dead and the dying all throughout history. On the second day, he came back to for a moment and his dad wasn't yelling for him anymore. But his mom still was, calling for him in his Chinese name, Jian. After a few days, the Clave realized something was wrong because they hadn't heard from them. But by the time they arrived, both of Jem's parents had been long gone, and Jem's body had become dependent on the demon poison. The Silent Brothers had experimented on him for weeks trying to wean him off the drug, but it caused extreme pain and would make his body start to like feed on itself. So now he's forced to take the demon poison called Yin Fen, which he keeps in a silver box. He shows Tessa the box, and it has the goddess of mercy and compassion on it, Kuan Yin. And Jem explains, they say she hears every prayer and every cry of suffering and does what she can to answer it. I thought perhaps if I kept the cause of my suffering in a box with her image on it, it might make that suffering a little less. I'm fine. So the Yin Fen is like this silvery powder, and it's what turned Jem's hair and eyes silver. Taking too little of the Yin Fen makes him really weak, but taking too much speeds up his death. So he takes the bare minimum every day just to survive, but he takes more before fights so then he has enough energy and doesn't collapse. He didn't take any today though, so when he suddenly had to fight and run and stuff, he wasn't strong enough. And Tessa's like, but if the drug is slowly killing you and you have to take more to fight, then why do you still fight? The others would understand if you didn't. And Jem's like, being a shadow hunter is what I am, not just what I do. There's more to life than just not dying. It was at this point that I knew Jem was gonna break my heart. Honestly, I don't even care what Will's backstory is, because if Jem can go through all of that and still be a good person, then Will has no excuses. I can't tell you the number of people who like hated Will after the first book, and then after the second and third book, they're like,
suddenly Will Herondale is the love of my life. He plagues my thoughts and hopes and dreams.
I don't care if you're a straight guy watching this, you're gonna be in love with Will Herondale. I definitely am, even though he's a fake fictional character. It's because he was written by a woman, you know? But yeah, he used to look for a cure, and then eventually he stopped and he asked Will and all the others to stop looking too. Because he's like, I'm not this drug or its hold on me. My life is about more than that. However and whenever it ends. Tessa's like, well, I don't want you to die. I don't know why I feel it so strongly. I just met you, but I don't want you to die. And Jem's like, and I trust you. I don't know why. I just met you, but I do. Flirting 101. Tell him you don't want him to die. Will shows up then and he's like, well, this is all very touching. Time to play. Is Will jealous of Jem or Tessa? Tessa doesn't want to tire Jem out when he should be resting, so she gets up to leave. And then Jem gave her a wistful look. Must you go? I was rather hoping you'd stay and be a ministering angel, but if you must go, you must. I'll stay, Will said a bit crossly, and threw himself down in the armchair Tessa had just vacated. So he's jealous of Tessa. He's like, my Jem, mine. I can minister angelically, none too convincingly. And you're not as pretty to look at as Tessa is, Jem said. How rude. Many who have gazed upon me have compared the experience to gazing at the radiance of the sun. And Jem's like, if they mean it gives you a headache, they aren't wrong. Will's like, besides, Tessa should go see her brother. She hasn't seen him since this morning. And Jem's like, oh, I nearly forgot. And Tessa's like, shoot, so did I. So she goes, and Sophie's right outside the door. She's like, is Jem okay? Not Mr. Carstairs, not Master Jem, just Jem. And Tessa's like, oh, of course, it's Jem. She's in love with Jem. She was talking about Jem when she said that it's okay to love someone who doesn't love you back as long as they deserve it. Tessa's like, how could she have been so blind? How strange to have the power to literally transform yourself into other people and yet be so unable to put yourself in their place. Word. Tessa checks in on Nate, still unconscious, and Jessie's still in the armchair and she's asleep. So Tessa goes back to her room, falls asleep, and then she's woken up the next morning by Sophie because Nate has gone missing. End of chapter 15. So, chapter 16. I'm just apologizing in advance because these last few chapters are going to be pretty hefty because there's a lot of plot going on. We're reaching like end game, and like there's like a lot of character moments and stuff too, so I have to include those. But yes, Tessa and literally everyone else in the Institute are looking for Nate. Except for Jessamine, who's standing around like, it wasn't my fault. I fell asleep and then he left. She also takes the time to insult Tessa's messy appearance because Tessa just like quickly got changed out of bed. Then Thomas manages to find Nate behind the curtains in the drawing room. He's like, he started screaming and yelling and I almost had to hit him over the head to I think I gave him a fright. Tessa's like, let me just go in by myself and talk to him. So she goes in, they have a cute little reunion. He still looks pretty ill and he's like in his bloodied clothes from DeQuincy's party. He's like, I was looking for you. DeQuincy told me all about how terrible and evil these shadow hunters are. And I knew that they had imprisoned you here too. But don't worry, I think I found a way out. And the window's like open. And Tessa's like, dude, you're gonna catch a cold. And Nate's like, no, it was already open. Anyway, Tessa's like, Nate, we're not imprisoned. The shadow hunters are good people and they helped me when I had nowhere else to go. Nate's like, well, we do have somewhere else to go. After all this is over, can't we just forget this ever happened and go back home to New York and live normal lives? Tessa then thinks about how their Aunt Harriet had always said Nate was not like other people. He had a beautiful innocence about him that had to be protected at all costs. Okay, and Tessa had tried. She and her aunt had hidden Nate's own weaknesses from him, the consequences of his own flaws and failings. Aunt Harriet had to do all this extra work to make up for the money he lost gambling, and Tessa used to get bullied by the other kids because her brother was a drunk. So they would hide the truth from Nate to keep him from being hurt. But he had been hurt anyway, Tessa thought. Maybe Jem was right. Maybe the truth was always best. Tessa does miss her old life, and she still feels wary about not being completely human, but she's finally accepted that there's no going back and she can't ignore the truth anymore. She's like, there's nothing left in New York for us, Nate, and we can't live normal lives because we're not normal. And he's like, so it's true? You have powers? It ought to have been me. But before Tessa can ask what he's talking about, Will shows up. Him and Nate seem to immediately dislike each other. Nate says, DeQuincy told me about you lot and how you're monsters. Will goes, was that before or after he tried to eat you? Love him or hate him, the guy's funny, okay? Can you guys tell I stole my sense of humor from Will? I think I'm Will. I'm not. If I were a book character, I'd probably be Thomas. I feel bad because like he has lines. I just don't have time to include them in this video. This video is already long enough. And this is like the shortest book in the trilogy. But yeah, Tessa's like, Will, can I talk to you for a moment? Alone. They leave, and Will's like, all right, you got me alone in the corridor. Tessa's like, yes, and thousands of women all over England would pay handsomely for the privilege of such an opportunity. Can you stop joking for a second? This is important. Will's like, oh, you want me to apologize, huh? For what happened in the attic. Tessa's like, the attic? Will's like, you want me to say sorry for kissing you? And Tessa's like, what? No. And Will's like, so you don't want me to be sorry? And Tessa's like, I don't care if you're sorry or not. I just want you to be nice to my brother. He's been through a lot and he doesn't need to be interrogated like some kind of criminal. Will's like, I understand, but if he's hiding anything, and Tessa's like, everyone hides things. There are things I know he's ashamed of, but that doesn't mean they need to matter to you. It's not as if you tell everyone everything, do you? And Will's like, what are you on about? Tessa starts thinking of all the questions she has about Will, which same. Like, why are you like this, Will? What happened to your parents? Why did you send Tessa away in the attic? Why are you afraid of ducks? Ducks had to have, like, killed his parents. That's what it is. The ducks killed his parents, and now he's mean to everyone because ducks killed his parents. But instead, Tessa says, why didn't you tell me about Jem? Will's surprised. He's like, Jem? It wasn't my business to tell you. And some people insult him and just think of him as an addict and think he's just lacking the willpower to stop taking the pen. And they say it right to his face. I didn't want him to have to hear you say it too. Tessa's like, I would never say that. But Will's like, how would I have guessed what you would say? I don't really know you, Tessa, do I? Any more than you know me. Tessa's like, you don't want anyone to know you. And very well, I won't try. But don't pretend Jem is just like you. Maybe he'd rather have people know the truth of who he is. And Will's like, don't think you know Jem better than I do. Oh my god, I love jealous Will. They start arguing about why Will and the others stopped looking for a cure for Jem. Will's like, he doesn't want us to look, and I'm not going to go against his wishes. And it doesn't matter, because there is no cure. Then Jem shows up, and he's like, what's all this then? Because he's British. But Jem has like the ultimate poker face, and he's always so calm that like they don't know how much he overheard. Jem's like, Charlotte said we were gonna have a meeting in the drawing room. Will's like, you should be resting. And then Charlotte shows up and she's like, oh, good, you're all here. And she's with Henry, Sophie, and Jessamine. Do you guys like my acting? Is my acting good enough? I'm like not an actor. Like I really try. Like I try to like make the characters say the dialogue the way I pictured it, but like it doesn't always come out the way that like I hear it in my head. So like also I realize like most of you guys are probably just like playing this in the background while you're doing like other stuff. So like you guys miss all the visual gags and stuff. And my pretty face.
I would never.
So inside the drawing room, they start the meeting. Charlotte's like, yeah, Mortmain told us all about you, Nate. And also that you knew he was a part of the Pandemonium Club before you even came to London. Nate's reluctant to talk, but they finally convince him to share what he knows. Back home in New York, he was in debt after gambling. He went through his late mother's jewelry box to try to find some jewelry to sell. And he found a false bottom in the jewelry box. And inside were some of the torn out pages of his mother's diary. And so he learned all about Mortmain from when her husband, their dad, worked for him. So shortly after working for Mortmain, their dad, Richard, realized that something was up and he confronted Mortmain about it. Mortmain told him about the Pandemonium Club and he said, come to a meeting with me and bring your wife. Their dad did not want to bring their mom, but he was a new employee. He wanted to please Mortmain, so he was like, fine, and they went. They kept going to the meetings. Their mom absolutely hated it. Then something happened that wasn't written in the diary pages, but they secretly left London to go to New York under the cover of night, and Nate doesn't know why or what happened. Along with the diary pages, there was also like evidence of Mortmain working with the Pandemonium Club and stuff. And Nate knew he was super rich, so he sent a letter to Mortmain being like, yo, I'm Richard Gray's son, hire me. And he did. Once Nate came to London, he blackmailed Mortmain and said, take me to the Pandemonium Club and make me rich, or I'm going to take all this evidence to the press. So Nate went to the meetings with Mortmain, really liked it, and he met De Quincey there, who had already known his parents and knew that one of their kids had some powers. Nate was clearly a human, so De Quincey knew that his sibling must be the one with the power. So he forced Nate to write that letter to Tessa to tell her to come to London. Nate's like, he said if I didn't, he would kill me. But he promised he wouldn't hurt you, Tessa, that he just wanted to train you and make you wealthy. Will's like, yeah, because it's not as if there's more important things than wealth. But Jessamine's like, it's not Nate's fault. De Quincey would have killed Nate and found Tessa anyways. Will's like, right, that's your objective opinion. And it has nothing to do with the fact that you've been drooling over Tessa's brother since he got here. Now, Tessa knows that Nate's innocence is really just him being childish and immature, and that as her older brother, he should have been the one to protect her. But instead, she was always the one protecting him. She still loves Nate though, so she's like, Jessamine's right. And they keep discussing what Nate knows. Nate confirms that De Quincey is the Magister, and that he wanted to make the army because the Angel Raziel just made the Shadowhunters like so OP that like no living creature can kill them. So what if there was a creature who wasn't living? Will's like, yeah, we know all about those clockwork creatures. Some of them even attacked your sister last night. Fortunately, us Shadowhunter monsters were there to save her. And Jem mutters, not that she was doing too badly herself. Why would you ever love Will when Jem's right there? You'd have to be freaking stupid. It's me. I'm stupid. Remember that binding spell that Magnus was talking about? Henry says that the automatons he looked at in the courtyard were mechanical and programmed to just follow some simple tasks. They didn't have free will yet, so Henry thinks De Quincey hasn't figured out how to do the binding spell yet. I just realized I don't have like a photo to point for the automatons, so haha, funny robot waves. Automatons. Nate's like, oh, De Quincey talked about that. That's why he was working with the Dark Sisters, because they're warlocks and could do the spell. They just figured out how to do the spell a couple weeks ago. Charlotte's like, then why didn't they do it yet? Nate's like, oh, I thought you guys knew. He has dozens of them in his warehouses and needs to wait for the full moon to complete the spell. Then he can defeat the London Enclave and make the Pandemonium Club leaders rule London. Charlotte's like, shoot, the full moon's tomorrow, isn't it? And Jem goes to the library to check their lunar tables. Nate's like, De Quincey has a hideout in Chelsea, so that's probably where he hid to after the party. He has at least 100 of his followers there. Everyone's like, shoot, this is really bad. Wait, why would he tell you all this? And Nate says that after Tessa had escaped from the Dark Sisters' house, De Quincey blamed Nate. So that's why he was going to kill Nate at the party. And he didn't care what he said in front of Nate because Nate was going to be dead anyways. So that's how Nate knows all this. And then Jem comes in and he's like, the full moon isn't tomorrow. It's tonight. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17. We are reaching endgame, people. Nate shows on a map where roughly he thinks the hideout is. So Charlotte goes to call an emergency meeting with the Clave, and now everyone's preparing for battle. Turns out Will and Jem are staying behind because they're too young, which they're not too happy about. The whole rest of the London Enclave are going, and there have been missions where entire enclaves have been wiped out. So like, just in case, they gotta keep the younger generation alive, you know? Jessamine's like flirting with Nate, and she's literally like, while everyone's on their mission fighting to the death, We should get some snacks and play some cards. And Tess is like, are you serious right now? First of all, Henry and Charlotte could literally die. Second of all, you know Nate has a gambling problem. Jessamine's like, we're not going to gamble, just a friendly game. Must you be such a wet blanket? And Tess is like, a what? Jessamine, I know you're just trying to make Nate happy, but... And Jessamine's like, what, because you're so good at charming men? You think I haven't seen you watching Will with puppy dog eyes? As if he'd even... Never mind, I'm gonna go get some snacks. And I know you don't care how you look, but you ought to at least fix your hair, Tessa. It looks like birds are living in it. And then she leaves. She is so annoying. I love her. Tessa leaves and runs into Will, who has some weapons, and she's like, I thought you weren't going into battle. And Will's like, I'm not. I'm just bringing these down for Henry and Charlotte. Why? Concerned for my safety? Tessa's like, so do you think they're really going to defeat DeQuincy? And Will's like, yeah, no doubt. And Tessa's like, well, once the Magister is defeated, then Nate and I don't have a reason to be here anymore. Will's kind of taken aback, and he's like, yes, I suppose. Well, I guess you'd like to stay in a less violent locale. Maybe some of the nicer parts of London. And Tessa's like, no, I would prefer to go home. To New York. And it's like kind of dark in the corridor, and she like can't see Will's face. She's like, unless there was a reason for me to stay. Will lightly puts his hand on hers and says, they're always like touching Tessa's hands. They're always like taking her hands and stuff. Like they want to like, they're thirsty, but this is the Victorian era, so they can't do anything. So they're just like, and Will's like, please don't worry. Soon it will all be settled. Tessa doesn't know what he means, so she's just like, don't you wish to go home? And he says, I can't ever go home. Tessa's like, I heard about how you came to the Institute when you were 12 and refused to see your parents. Why? What did they do to you that was so dreadful? And he's like, they did nothing. I have to go. Henry and Charlotte are waiting for me. And he leaves and Tess is calling after him, wait, Will, who's Cecily? But he's already gone. Will is so dramatic. I love him. So it's not bad parents. Guess we can cross that off. So by now it's late afternoon. Jessamine and Nate are in the drawing room playing games and like being annoying. Tess is looking out the window to the courtyard below and sees everyone getting ready to leave. And they're like putting runes on with their steles and stuff. Tess is like, I feel like I should have said bye or good luck or something. Then Will and Jem show up. And Jem's like, no need. Shadowhunters don't wish luck or say goodbye before battle. You treat it as if your return from battle is guaranteed, not a matter of chance. Everyone's chillin', and then a few minutes later, the summoning bell goes off. So Will and Jem go to see what's up. Jem kind of glances over at Tessa with a look that kind of says like, sorry, I wish you could come too. Meanwhile, Nate's just drinking his water and brandy to help him recover. It's mostly just brandy. And he's flirting with Jessamine. Tessa thought that the whole situation with DeQuincy would have like helped Nate mature a bit, but it clearly hasn't. She looks out the window to the courtyard again and sees a carriage that says Mortmain and Company, and a man who is presumably Mortmain talking to Will and Jem. And being the nosy queen she is, she leaves to go find out what's going on. Nate doesn't even notice her leave. She gets outside where Mortmain is like, you see, Mr. and Mrs. Branwell came to visit me a while ago and did me a favor by keeping something a secret, so I thought I'd return the favor. Who's this? Will and Jem turn to see Tessa. Will's exasperated but kind of amused and says, couldn't keep your nose out, huh? And Jem looks pleased to see her. He's like, join the gang. They tell Mortmain that Tessa's Nate's sister, and he's like, I'm sorry. I failed Nate and your parents. I'm going to make up for my mistakes. He explains that after Henry and Charlotte visited, he started doing some investigation of his own and found out that DeQuincy's building a clockwork army with the parts that he bought from Mortmain. And Will's like, yeah, we already knew that. And Mortmain's like, well, did you know he was working with these two warlocks called the Dark Sisters and that they were doing a binding spell? And Jem's like, yeah, we knew that too. Will even killed one of them. Mortmain's like, but she brought her sister back with necromancy. And they have to be stopped because DeQuincy has hundreds of automatons and the Shadowhunters are walking into a slaughter. I have the address of where the Dark Sisters are so you can stop the binding spell. And he's like, so are you guys gonna do something about it? Because if you are, then I have to go into hiding. Will's like, we'll take it into consideration. And they kind of like push him out. Once he's gone, Will and Jem are like, oh, we're definitely stopping the Dark Sisters. The Enclave thinks there's dozens, not hundreds of automatons, and there's no time to warn everyone. Will's like, I defeated one of the Dark Sisters alone. Jem and I can take on both of them. Tessa wants to come along, but they're like, you don't have fighting experience. I'm sorry, you have to stay home. Tessa's like, but what about Boudicca? Who was like a great female warrior, and like Tessa and Will like talked about her, and like she thought about her before she went into the battle with DeQuincy and stuff. They also talk about books a lot. I don't have time to mention it. And Will's like, one day you'll be Boudicca, just not today. So next scene, Tessa's on the front steps of the Institute, watching Will and Jem prepare to leave. Thomas is staying behind to guard the Institute. She goes to wave bye, but then remembers that Shadowhunters don't say goodbye before battle. But Jem sees and runs up the steps to her. She's like, I didn't mean to wave goodbye. It just felt weird saying nothing. Jem does the little, like, gentleman, kisses the back of her hand and smiles and says, mitzvah. It's a sort of goodbye without saying goodbye. And mitzvah, for he said, the Lord watch between me and thee when we are absent from one another. And before she can even respond, he turns and runs back down the stairs to Will. People act like Jem is, like, so sweet and innocent, though. Like, he's got game, okay? He's got flirting game. He's stealing your woman, Will. You're not doing a very good job of getting her to like you, Will. Maybe he doesn't want her to like him. Have you ever thought of that? Will's just watching from the carriage like... But Jem runs back to him like... And Will just smiles at him, and then off they go. Meanwhile, inside, Sophie and Agatha are waiting for Tessa. Agatha closes the door behind her, but then the doorknob starts to turn. Sophie's like, they can't be back so soon. But then the door swings open, and a familiar-looking automaton comes inside and stabs Agatha and immediately leaves. Tessa slams the door shut and pulls the summoning bell to alert the others, and then her and Sophie start dragging Agatha away from the doors. Sophie's like, I don't understand, how did it get inside? Only those with Shadowhunter blood can open the door. So remember that automaton that got Jem's blood on its hand and like waved by? Told you he would be relevant. Then the door is pulled off its hinges and a bunch of automatons run inside. We switch to Will and Jem, who are breaking into the mansion where the Dark Sisters are. They get inside. I need a head. And Mrs. Dark shows up on the stairs, holding Mrs. Black's severed head. Even though Mortmain said she had already brought her back to life, she's like, murdering Nephilim. Not content with killing my sister once, are you? You must return and prevent me from even giving her a second life. Do you know? Have you any idea what it's like to be entirely alone? More than you can ever imagine, Will said tightly, and saw Jem glance at him sideways, puzzled. Stupid, Will thought. I shouldn't say such things. Yeah, so I don't know what that was about, but that was weird. Just kidding, I know, you don't. Haha, losers, you don't. But yeah, Mrs. Dark is like, all this for just a little necromancy? And Jem's like, and the demon binding spell. We know your plan, and the Enclave is on their way to defeat the Magister, De Quincy, as we speak. And Mrs. Dark is like, what? That stupid vampire? You idiots! End of chapter 17. So, what are we thinking? Do you think De Quincy might not be the Magister? Who could it be? Cassandra Clare did a good job of foreshadowing it. She put in enough hints where, like, as long as you're paying attention, you would be able to figure it out. But I'm sure you guys have figured it out, because if you're watching this video, then that means you're smart. It's clearly Thomas. Chapter 18, another big chapter. Cassandra Clare loves switching, like, the point of view during, like, dramatic parts of the book, especially during the final battles. So be prepared for a bunch of, like, cliffhanger, switch scene. I try to combine some of the scenes that I could, but, like, there are still some cuts because the characters are figuring things out at, like, the same time. So it messes with the pacing if I, like, switch around too much. So at the Institute, Agatha's dying, as you do. Jessamine and Thomas show up with their weapons. Nate's behind them. The automatons stop advancing and form, like, a line. So the gang's using this opportunity to escape. Thomas takes, like, one final look at Sophie, and he tells Jessamine to take Sophie and Tessa to the sanctuary. But a voice says, no, Miss Grey will be staying behind. And it's Mortmain. He looks at Nate and he's like, my faith in you is tested, Nathaniel, but you have recovered from your past missteps. Excellent job. And Nate gets down on his knees like, it was only ever my desire to serve you, Magister. No, not Nate. He was so likable. Yeah, I'm not exactly surprised. Tessa is, though. She's like, Magister. And Mortmain tells the automatons to seize Tessa, and they grab her so tightly she can't breathe. I wish Brother Enoch would. These automatons look like they were built in a rush. Like, they don't have faces, and some of them have, like, flamethrowers or, like, saws instead of arms. Mortmain's like, Nathaniel's smarter than we give him credit for. It was his idea that I lured Carstairs and Herondale away. So Mortmain's the Magister. Nate and De Quincy have been working for him this whole time. Only some people knew his true identity, so Nate thinks he's like a chosen one. Because he knew, but Jesse's like, yeah, chosen to kneel. Call him out, Jesse. Meanwhile, Tessa's trying to, like, claw at the automaton that's, like, holding her, but it's literally a strong metal robot, so it's not working, and she's starting to pass out. Then she feels her clockwork angel necklace start to buzz, and it flies up, and its normally closed wings and eyes open, and look sharp, and it starts hacking away at the automaton. Necklace ex machina. Then Jessamine pulls Tessa free, and starts attacking the automatons alongside Thomas. And they're doing a pretty good job, so Mortmain's like, get rid of the Shadowhunter girl. And they attack Jessie and knock her unconscious. And then Nate laughs and Tessa's like, I will kick you, Nate. But now that Jessamine's down, the automatons all turn to get Tessa. And Tessa's like, shoot. And Thomas is like, Sophie, now, get to the sanctuary. And Tessa can just hear in his voice that he, like, really does care for Sophie. And also he doesn't think he's gonna be making it. Poor Thomas. Tessa doesn't want to run like a coward, but she knows her and Sophie can't fight. So she does the smart thing, grabs Sophie's hand, and they run. We switch to Will's point of view. I love getting Will's point of view and seeing how he thinks and stuff. So Mrs. Dark is laughing at Will and Jem like, "You idiots, De Quincy isn't the Magister. The fact that you didn't figure that out proves that you don't know what you're up against. Oh, I need Mrs. Black's head." And she throws Mrs. Black's head at Will as a distraction and runs. She's like, "This empty, yeet." Oh my god. Are you okay, Pingu? I am so sorry, Pingu. Will, of course, is like, "Oh, I think I'm gonna be sick." And Jem's like, "We don't have time to be sick. Come on." They chase Mrs. Dark and run into this big room with a pentagram on the floor and all of these spell materials for necromancy, but not a binding spell. So they know something's wrong. Jem sees a cat in a cage among the spell materials. He's like, "Will, look." And Will's like, "James, it's a cat. We have bigger things to worry about." But Jem's already on his way to get the cat. He's so cute. Then the cat hisses at something, and they realize that what they thought was a stone statue in the middle of the room is actually a demon, and also Mrs. Dark. Will immediately throws his seraph blade at her, but she's protected in the pentagram, so it just bounces off this like invisible barrier. Mrs. Dark starts going on her villainous monologue. Turns out her sister Mrs. Black is a warlock, but she herself is an Eidolon demon? Eidolon? AKA a shape changer, just like Tessa. She's like, "This is my true form. An ugly surprise to you, I'm sure." Will's like, "At least the horns are dramatic." But yeah, she's like, "Mortmain didn't want me because I didn't have Tessa's abilities. My sister and I trained her, but she never appreciated it." And Jem's like, "That must have really hurt you, seeing Tessa get what you wanted and not appreciating it." Will's like, but Jem gives him a look and then uses his therapist abilities to try and trick Mrs. Dark into telling them who the Magister is. But she catches on. Turns out the Magister has a bounty on her, and she fears him more than she fears the Clave. And Will knows that her lack of fear means she knows something that they don't. Suddenly, he starts having a Jimmy Neutron brain blast and starts to piece the puzzle together. And he's like, "Brain blast! Is Mortmain the Magister?" And she's like, "No, he's gonna think I told you." Jem's like, "Mortmain? But he's the one who warned us." I see. Comedy gold. Will knows that Jem's smarter than him and probably would have figured it out first, but in quotes, he lacked Will's tendency to assume the absolute worst about people and proceed from there. So they realized Mortmain manipulated the Shadowhunters into thinking the Magister was De Quincy. He likely planted all of that evidence that supported it was De Quincy, and Mrs. Dark says that Mortmain had wanted De Quincy dead for insubordination, so why not kill two birds with one stone and have the Shadowhunters both think De Quincy's the Magister and also try to kill him. Jem's like, "Wait, Mortmain wasn't the only one who told us that De Quincy was the Magister. So did Nate. And when two people tell the same lie," and then Will finishes, "they're working together." They're dying to sprint away, but they know they gotta get more information. They realize that Nate's De Quincy hideout story must have been a distraction for the Clave. And after Will and Jem stayed behind, Nate and Mortmain likely came up with the Dark Sister story as a distraction, because the Magister wants Tessa, so he needs her alone and unprotected so he can get her. They're like, "But she's safe. Mortmain can't get in the Institute." And they get Mrs. Dark to tell them that Mortmain once told her of a plan he had to paint the hand of an automaton with Shadowhunter blood so it could turn the door. Jem realizes and is like, "Will, my blood." And they look at each other for a second and then bolt to leave because Tessa's in danger. Oh no. Before they can leave, the room goes up in blue-green flames because Mrs. Dark's like, "You guys know too much. I'm gonna kill you and then the Magister will forgive me." But they can't fight her because she's shielded by the pentagram. Jem's like, "Will, cut it down." And because it's Jem, Will knows what he means and throws a blade to cut the chandelier above Mrs. Dark, and it falls on her and kills her. Hopefully for good this time. They run out, Jem grabbing the cat on the way out. We cut to Tessa and Sophie, who reach the sanctuary. Sophie, in her panic, forgot the key, runs to go get it. Then Nate shows up to goad and be annoying. He starts going off on his brilliant plan and basically everything that Will and Jem just figured out. Turns out that Mortmain had hired Nate because he knew that one of Richard Gray's kids had power. Nate did get turned over to De Quincy once Tessa escaped the Dark House, and then once he came back to the Institute, he realized he could have a chance to regain Mortmain's favor. Remember how the window was open when he was hiding behind the curtains? He was actually contacting Mortmain. He thinks he's Mortmain's disciple, and Tessa's like, "You're so stupid. He's just using you and is gonna throw you away once he's done. He's not gonna actually give you power. It's why you're an awful gambler. You're such a liar yourself, would never know when you're being lied to." Aunt Harriet said, and then Nate's like, "Aunt Harriet Harriet. So unfortunate how she died. Didn't you think it was weird that I sent you a box of chocolates as a gift from London? Something I knew you wouldn't eat? Remember how I mentioned at the beginning that Tessa hates chocolate? It was a throwaway line, but I include everything for a reason, guys. So yeah, in case you thought there was any way that Nate could be redeemable, it's implied that he sent a box of poisoned chocolates to kill Aunt Harriet, so then Tessa would have nothing left for her in New York and be willing to move to London. Nate's like, you and Aunt Harriet thought that I would never make anything of myself, but look at me now. And Tessa's like, I'm not proud of you. I'm ashamed to be related to you. And as the final nail in the coffin, Nate's like, no, you're not even human. You're something. I have no sister. Hoo boy. Tessa notices something creeping up behind Nate, but she forces herself to keep her eyes on Nate. And then there's a clink, and he's knocked out on the floor. Turns out it was Jessamine, and she knocked him over the head with a lamp. She also got a copy of the Tessa Gray Self-Defense Handbook. She looks really beat up, but she's alive. Sophie comes back with the key, and they all go into the sanctuary. Quick, scene switch. Jem's point of view. Will and Jem are running back to the carriage. Jem's feeling like really exhausted, even though he took a bunch of the drug before they left. Normally he'd feel really anxious about that, but he puts it aside because they gotta get back. Suddenly Will pulls out a knife and he's like, I need a knife. Will pulls out a knife and he's like, a single horse is faster than a carriage, and books it to the horses. Jem's like, what are you doing with that knife? Please tell me you're not going to do what I suspect you're going to do, William. This is just like that vine. Jem's like, let me see what you have there. Will's like, a knife. Jem's like, no. So Will cuts off the harnesses off one of the horses and hops on. He's like, besides, someone has to take care of the cat. And off he goes in the blink of an eye. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19. This is the big battle chapter, so it's going to be the length of 2 chapters. I'm sorry, I tried to condense it down more. I couldn't. You're already this far, just enjoy it. So we got Tessa's point of view in the sanctuary with Sophie and Jessamine. We find out that Jessamine basically just left Thomas to fight the automatons alone and basically left him for dead, even though Jessamine's a shadow hunter and Thomas is just a mundane. But instead of blaming herself for Thomas's death, she blames Tessa for existing and for Mortmain wanting her. And Charlotte for not kicking Tessa out of the Institute. I forgot she did that. Why do you guys have to do bad things and then make me feel awkward when I'm like, I love them? Sophie is ready to fight Jessamine. We didn't get a lot of Sophie in this video. We'll see more of her in the next book though. She's so cute and quiet, but when she gets angry, she'll like roast you and curse you out like a sailor. Then they hear Will calling for them outside the door, and he says that Mortmain's gone and it's safe to come out now. Tessa and Sophie realize something's wrong. And they're like, wait, but Jessamine already opened the door. And in comes Mortmain, the clockwork creatures, and Nate. Mortmain tells Nate to get the object he needs from the weapons room. But get what, Mortmain? Get what? Mortmain then tells Sophie and Jessie to leave. But Sophie's like, not without Tessa, because they're friends now and it's cute. Mortmain's like, very well, kill them. And 2 automatons go to kill Sophie and Jessie. They're like choking them. And Tessa's like, please. And Mortmain says, promise me you won't run, and I'll let them live. So she gives her word. Sophie and Jessamine are escorted out the room, leaving Tessa and Mortmain alone. Scene switch! We switch to Will's point of view. He's speeding like crazy on his horse, but he's got a glamour on, so none of the police can catch him. He's using the GTA cheat codes. We get to see that glamours don't just make you invisible to humans, but it will also create like non-magical reasons for the things that are happening. Like as he speeds down the road, people are getting out of the way to like avoid a puddle or like pick up their dropped eyeglasses. I don't know, I think it's cool. He gets back to the Institute, the door is left open, so he feels that anxiety that something is wrong. And it says the first time he'd ever felt that sensation, he'd been 12 years old, holding that blasted box. Blasted box? What blasted box? Inside the Institute, he sees Agatha's dead body and the aftermath of the battle, and Thomas, who looks like he's been impaled with a big metal object. And it says, there was a dry burning in the back of Will's throat. He rarely grieved during a battle. He saved his emotions for afterward, those he had not already learned to bury so deeply that he barely felt them at all. He had been burying them since he was 12 years old. What happened when you were 12, Will? What's in the blasted box, Will? Oh, but we were right about the bottles up his feelings, so yay! Will goes to close Thomas's eyes and say Ave atque vale, which is what shadow hunters say when another shadow hunter passes away. It's Latin for hail and farewell. It's pretty well known among fans because it's in all of the books, and I've heard of fans getting like tattoos that say Ave atque vale for like family members that passed and stuff. Will goes to say Ave, and Thomas grabs his wrist to say, not a shadow hunter. And Will's like, no, you defended the Institute as well as any of us would have. And Thomas is like, no, you would have fought them off. I know we didn't get to see much of Thomas in the video, but like, I get emotional reading this scene. He's clearly dying, and because he's a human, healing runes won't work on him. So Will doesn't know what to do. And it says, Will wished that Jem were here instead of himself. Jem was the one you wanted with you when you were dying. Jem could make anyone feel that things were going to be alright, whereas Will privately suspected that there were few situations that his
Uh-oh,
presence didn't help. Then
Spaghetti-O.
Thomas says, "She's alive. The one you came back here for. Tessa. She's with Sophie. Take care of Sophie, Will. Sophie is..." But Will never got to find out what Sophie is because Thomas is dead. Without really knowing what he's saying, Will just kind of says, "Sleep
Gonna head to
then.
bed
Good and
now.
faithful
Good
servant
night,
of the Good One."
Gaitek.
And thank you. And it says, "It wasn't nearly enough, but it was all there was." And Will runs to go find Sophie and Tessa. Gotta get back to not being sad. Cut back to Tessa and Mortmain. Tessa's like, "How did you make us hear Will's voice? Are you a warlock?" And Mortmain's like, "No, I'm a human, but I have more power than you realize. It was easy, just a sleight of hand. No one ever expects it." He tells Tessa to take this golden pocket watch with the initials JTS on it, for Justin Timberlake sucks, and tells Tessa to change. He's like, "I know you can do it, because I need you." Tessa's like, "Ew, wait, you're my dad?" And Mortmain's like, "No, the fuck." She's like, "I don't understand." And he's like, "You don't need to understand. Change, or I'm going to tell the automatons to slit your friends' throats." Tessa kind of has like a trauma flashback to when the Dark Sisters used to yell at her to change, and like feeling like she's being told to lose herself in that darkness, that nothingness between self and other. And she thinks it would be easy to just do what Mortmain tells her, with no will or choice of her own. And she looks down and sees like a glimmering on the floor behind her. And without even thinking, she says, "No." Mortmain's like, "What?" And she's like, "I said no. What other use do you have for my power? What do you have planned? Because I know it's more than just this clockwork army. I'm not a fool like my brother." And Mortmain's like, "No, you're not a fool like your brother. He's a fool and a coward. You are a fool with some courage, but it will do you no good." And he's like, "I'm gonna go slit your friends' throats now and force you to watch. Bye." He turns to leave, and Tessa picks up the object she saw on the ground, which was Jessamine's dagger. "I got this lollipop just for this gag." Mortmain's like, "Really? You think I came here unarmed? And that you can kill me with that little thing?" And Tessa's like, "No. I can kill myself, though." And she turns the dagger to herself and says, "If you take another step towards that door, I promise you, I will put this knife through my heart." Woo! Yes, Tessa, this is why I like you. I let her get away with so much stuff, because when it comes down to it, she uses her brain. And that's more than I can say for a lot of these YA protagonists, who are good at fighting, but not much else. We cut to Jem's point of view. He made it back to the Institute. He's feeling the burning pain of the withdrawal of the drug. The poor guy is just like constantly in pain. And he's like, "I don't have time to worry about the pain. There's Will to worry about, and Tessa." And he like can't stop thinking about Tessa looking at him worriedly when he was leaving with Will. And the thought that she might be worried about him kind of made him a little happy. Can you blame the guy? Tessa's probably like the least traumatizing thing that's happened to Jem in years. He runs in, sees Nate holding Jessamine and Sophie hostage with some automatons. They're alive, but the automatons are holding them really tightly and they can't breathe. Jessamine does like a thing with her eyes to make Jem notice that one of the automatons flanking Nate is holding the Pyxis. "I need the Pyxis." Jem's like, "The Pyxis? That's what this was all about?" And Nate's like, "My master wants demon energies, so demon energies he'll get." That's something Will would say about Jem, I swear. Wait, guys. Is Nate in love with Mortmain? Jem's like, "What will he give you then? What did he give you to betray your sister?" And Nate's like, "That thing is not my sister." And Jem's like, "Yeah, you guys can't be related. She's so much better than you." Jem throws shade in the cutest way possible. The automatons start to attack Jem. He's doing a good job killing them off, but the drug is really starting to wear off, and he's not feeling so hot. Then Nate tells the automatons that are holding Jessamine and Sophie to release them and kill Jem instead. And just when we think Jem can't fight them off, Henry and Charlotte return, run in, and finish the automatons off. It's okay, guys. Mom and Dad are home to save the day. Except Mom and Dad are only like 5 years older than everyone else. Nate uses some magic to disappear with the Pyxis. Yeet. Henry and Charlotte explain that DeQuincy was in the hideout, but with only 6 to 7 vampires. Not the 100 like Nate warned. And there weren't any automatons. And Jem and Jesse explain that Mortmain's the Magister. I had no idea. Cut back to Tessa. Mortmain's like, "What are you doing?" It's like that scene from The Emperor's New Groove. Tessa's like that squirrel with a balloon, except instead of a balloon and a needle, it's a dagger and her heart. She's like, "I'll stop myself. I'll do it." And Mortmain's like, No. Tessa knows that Mortmain needs her power for his plan, so she's calling the shots now. She's like, "Answer my freaking questions," because she always has many. She's like, "What am I? Why did you create me? Who's my mom and dad? Is Nate really my brother?" So Tessa learns that Nate's only her half-brother and he's completely human. Tessa's mom was a human and her dad was the shapeshifter demon. So her mom thought it was her dad when Tessa was conceived. Poor Mrs. Grey. Mortmain says that Warlock is the best name for what Tessa is. Tessa asks why then she has no Warlock's mark. And Mortmain says, Maybe because your mother didn't know what she was any more than you do. Tessa's like, what the fuck? I thought you said she was a human. And Mortmain's like, your creation has been planned even before me. I'm just following through. Okay, so we're doing a what is Tessa theory board. Right now we're saying some kind of warlock, but we don't really know what's up with her mom. It's not really adding up right now. Anyways, Tessa's like, get out. And Mortmain's like, no. Tessa's like, I'll freaking do it. I'll stab myself. And Mortmain's like, I don't believe you. You're just some young girl. You're not gonna do it. And Tessa thinks about the time that Will told her about Boadicea, who had poisoned herself rather than be captured by the Romans. And she turns towards the fountain and drives the knife in. Will's point of view. Boy is sprinting. Killed a couple of automatons on the way to the sanctuary. He activates his Seraph Blade, does an open rune on the door, kicks them open, and sees bloodied unconscious Tessa lying in a pool of her own blood. Mortmain's there like, I can explain. Will's like, you killed her, and starts like dissociating and having this trauma flashback, so pay attention. He saw again in his mind's eye the library of the house he had lived in with his family as a child. His own hands on the box, curious fingers unclasping the catch that held it closed. The library filled with the sound of screaming. The road to London, silver in the moonlight. The words that had gone through his head over and over as he'd walked away from everything he had ever known forever. I have lost everything. Everything. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What does it mean? What's in the box, Will? What's in the box? The library? Screaming? Ah. And Mortmain's like, you think you're grieving? Your grief's nothing compared to mine. Years of work wasted. Will's like, well, your grieving will be short-lived, and goes to stab Mortmain. Suddenly, Mortmain disappears, only leaving behind a button that Will's Seraph Blade managed to cut off before he vanished. Will immediately runs to Tessa, and he's seen enough injuries to know that you can't survive losing this much blood. He's like, Tessa? And she opens her eyes, and is like, Will, is it really you, Will? You don't understand, that's like an iconic line. The first thing that Jem says to Tessa is, Will, is that you, Will? And throughout the series, all of the Parabatais have like lines where they say like, their Parabatai's name. Is that you? It's iconic. He's relieved for a second, and then he's like, first Thomas had to die in front of my eyes, and now this? I personally would love to die in Will's arms. It seems like a pretty good way to die. Will's like, I have to get bandages. Tessa grabs his wrist like, wait, Will, Mortmain's the Magister. I had no idea. And he's like, save your strength. I have to get help. Boy is panicking. I'm sure the flashback didn't help with that. Tessa's like, no, Will, it's not my blood. And she explains that she knew Mortmain wouldn't leave without her. So she came up with this plan. The Dark Sisters once made Tessa change into a woman who had died by a gunshot wound. And it made all of this blood like pour out of Tessa. And the blood stayed even when Tessa changed back into herself. I mentioned it in like chapter 1 or something. So when Tessa turned to the fountain, she changed into that woman for a split second as she drove the knife in. And then immediately changed back into herself. Changing so rapidly made her actually pass out. So it was believable enough that she was able to trick Mortmain. She's like, I tricked the Magister, Will. And she's like proud of herself. I would be too if I thought of this. I would not be able to be a protagonist. Like, I cannot think of plans. She's like, he would have found me out if you hadn't come. He was so confident in his superiority over me. If it were not for your words, Will. And she like smiles and they hug and it's like really cute. And they like look at each other and Will's about to say it. You know, the words are on the tip of his tongue. He was about to say them when a jolt of terror went through him. The terror of someone who, wandering in a mist, pauses only to realize that they have stopped inches from the edge of a gaping abyss. And the way that Tessa's looking at him, he's like, shoot, she can read it in my eyes. There had been no time, no chance to hide it. And Tessa's like, say something, Will. But there was nothing to say, guys. Sorry. But there was nothing to say. There was only the emptiness, as there had been before her, as there would always be. I've lost everything, Will thought. Everything. You guys don't understand. This is not normal angst. This is fantasy angst, and it's so much better. It's different. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20. So Tessa's reading A Tale of Two Cities in the library, which in case you forgot, this trilogy is loosely based off of. So you can blame Charles Dickens for all the drama, okay? Always blame the Dick. She's trying to distract herself while everyone's at the funeral for those who lost their lives in the battle, including Thomas and Agatha, who as Mundanes would not normally get a Nephilim funeral, but the Clave made an exception because they died in service of the Claves. So a couple days ago, she was interrogated by this guy called the Inquisitor, who's like a higher up in the Clave. They asked about Mortmain and Nave and what happened with that pocket watch with the initials JTS on it. Remember that, that might be important. Also, turns out after the whole battle, Will's been avoiding her. She's like, yo, what gives? Like, he clearly seemed to care for me in the sanctuary, but now he's being all distant. And she tries to use like book characters to figure it out. She's like, well, Mr. Darcy was like rude to Elizabeth when he proposed to her the first time, but the two guys in A Tale of Two Cities were both kind to Lucy Manette. So Tess is just like, I love that she's trying to use book characters to justify it. She thinks he might be distant because Charlotte's gonna have to send her away from the Institute, since she thinks all of the death and destruction and stuff was like her fault. Everyone thinks what happened was their fault, by the way. So then everyone gets back from the funeral, and Charlotte shows up like, Tessa, I thought you'd be here. I wanted to talk to you about something. And she's very clearly going through a lot. All of these characters are just like always going through it. They're just constantly suffering and have no one but each other. And that's why we love this book. It's because I love the pain. Tess is like, I know what you're going to say, and it's okay. You met with the Clave, and now I must leave. And Charlotte's like, no. I was actually going to ask if you'd like to stay. And she explains that she read through the law, and there's nothing that says that Tessa can't stay there. And the Clave isn't angry at Tessa, they're angry at Charlotte. But not as angry as Charlotte is at herself. She puts a lot of pressure on herself. She's like, I'm the one who fell into Mortmain's trap and came to all these conclusions and didn't even second guess it. And now Mortmain has the Pyxis, and it's only a matter of time before he figures out how to open it. And Henry blames himself because he's the one who originally told Mortmain about the Pyxis when they met for the first time. He wants to tell the Clave, but Charlotte hasn't mentioned it because the Clave already treats Henry poorly enough. Also, Henry and Charlotte are under review because of what happened, so they might get the Institute taken away from them. Benedict Lightwood wants control of the Institute, so he's really fighting against her. You suck, Benedict. Tessa's like, I wish there was some way I could help you. And Charlotte's like, well, you can help me, Tessa. My alliances with Downworlders are some of my most priceless assets, and they're why I'm still here. You helped us once, Tessa. If you could stay and be a known ally of mine, it could be valuable. So, if you'd like to, will you stay? I love you, Charlotte. Tessa, of course, says no. We cut to Tessa in the attic running up the stairs to get to the roof to tell Will the good news. Charlotte told her that Will usually goes to the roof when he's troubled. And oh boy, is this guy troubled. The sun's setting, the sky looks blood red, and Will's staring out into the city, being dramatic, because he's really good at that. She's like, Will, hello? Will, what's wrong? He's like death gripping the railing. And he's like, I should have known that Mortmain was lying to Gemini. And Tessa's like, Charlotte thinks it's her fault. Henry thinks it's his fault. I think it's my fault. It can't be all of our faults, can it? That's word for word what she says. I'm like 99% convinced that Cassandra Clare is referencing that SpongeBob scene. Remember when I said that you're probably going to end up hating Will? Well, if you don't already hate Will, you're going to now. And Tessa's like, Will, I have good news to tell you. And his voice is just like dead, and he's like, tell me. She's like, Charlotte said I could stay. Yay. And he's like, great. And she's like, I thought you'd be at least a little happy. I thought we were becoming friends, and I've come to care for you. As a friend. Yeah. And I thought that maybe you also... And Will just like looks over at her, and he just looks completely dead inside. Man's got like bruises all over his face, and giant dark circles, and his eyes just look like hollow. And Tessa's like, this is it. This is the part in the book where the male lead confesses his feelings for the heroine, me. Come on, Will. Poor girl. But Will just says, come here. And she's like, okay. She walks over, they kiss, and then he's like, well, I guess we should discuss our arrangements then. Tessa's like, what? He's like, we can't use my room because Jem just walks in like it's his own. And if we lock the door, he might be suspicious. Your room, on the other hand. And Tessa's like, what the fuck? And Will's like, don't be coy. You know what I'm suggesting. You care for me, and I admire you. And now you're saying you're going to be living here, available to me. Oh, I thought this was what you wanted. Friends with benefits? More like friends will be so confused as to why I've been simping over this man. It gets worse. Tessa's like, you can't mean that. And he's like, and you can't think that I would ever have genuine feelings for a Downworlder. There's no future for a Shadowhunter who dallies with warlocks. What did you really expect, Tessa? I hate this so much. Tessa's like, I didn't expect you to insult me. If I was Tessa, I would literally be in tears right now. I don't know how she keeps her calm. And Will's like, it can't be that you're worried about getting pregnant since warlocks can't have kids. And Tessa's like, stop. Jem says you lie to make yourself look bad. And perhaps that's true, or perhaps that's simply what he wants to believe about you. But there's no reason or excuse for cruelty like this. He like looks unnerved for a second, and then he's like, then there's nothing more for me to say, is there? She leaves, doesn't look back to see him looking after her. a still black silhouette against the last embers of the burning sky. God, that was terrible. We hate Will. We hate him so much. This is like top 10 anime betrayals of all time. We cut to Tessa hiding in the music room. She's reading the codex and sees that Will wasn't lying about the fact that warlocks can't have kids. And somehow the fact that he was telling the truth makes it worse. Because it's like, he really did want to hurt her, you know? She's like, Sophie warned me about Will, and I was stupid and didn't listen. Then Jem shows up with Church, the cat he saved. Apparently it's good luck to have a cat in a church, hence the name. Church is very grumpy. Jem notices that Tessa's upset, and he sees the page of the codex that she's open to, and he's like, oh, did you not know? And she's like, it's not that I wanted to have kids, it's just, it feels like something again that sets me apart from being human. And Jem starts giving a little therapy session. I need a Jem therapy session. If Jem's your favorite, what's it like being mentally stable? Because I'd really like to know. It's probably all the therapy he gives. That's why you guys are mentally stable. And she thinks about Nate and our aunt, and she's like, it's just hard being so alone. And Jem's like, well, all of us living in the Institute are alone. All our parents are dead. Will's might as well be. And that's why we're all here. And Tess is like, oh, you're right. I'm being so self-centered. And he says, I'm not blaming you. Perhaps you're here because you were otherwise alone, but so am I. So is Will. So is Jessamine, and even to an extent Henry and Charlotte. Where else could Henry have his laboratory? Where else could Charlotte be allowed to put her brilliant mind to work the way she can here? And though Jessamine and Will would never admit to needing anything, they both have made homes for themselves here. In a way, we're not here just because we have nowhere else. We need nowhere else.
Thank you for the
So
head
at the
pat.
Institute,
I will take some
those
of
who are
these.
They're a family, guys, okay?
They're
Except for Will. And he's like, with time, maybe we could be your family too. I'm fine. And Jem tells the story of how when he first came to London, he was like super homesick. So Will went to the market and bought Jem this jade pendant because he knew that jade comes from China. And like Jem put it on a necklace and still wears it to this day. I mean, wait, we hate Will. We hate you. And Tessa's like, it's good to know he can be nice sometimes. And Jem's like, wait, your face when I came in here. This wasn't about the codex. This was about Will, wasn't it? What did he say? Tessa's like, he said that he's unhappy I'm staying here. Yeah. And Jem's like, right after I told you how you should see him as family. That's it. We shall throw him out into the streets. I promise you, he'll be gone by morning. And Tessa's like, you're not serious, right? Jem's like, of course not. But you felt better for a second there, right? Tessa does. And Jem's like, Will is
just so you guys know,
family is difficult. If
I love her.
Tessa, I would not say
I love her.
I
Will
know
Herondale. Wait, we hate Will.
it's
Fuck
like
Will Herondale.
away from life and love, but and his like voice cracks and he says, I promise you, the right man won't care. You will get off there. Will's demoted. Only Jem. Only Jem. Then Tessa hears a tapping at the window. She opens it, and in flies in her clockwork emerald necklace, and it lands in her hand. End of book 1. Just kidding, there's an epilogue. Epilogue. We get a scene from unproblematic Bicon Magnus Bane's point of view. It's late at night. He's chilling in Camille's house. Camille has been in hiding ever since the De Quincey situation, and she hasn't tried to contact Magnus, even though De Quincey's dead now. Oh yeah, De Quincey's dead now. And he's like, I wonder if she even cares for me now that she's exacted her revenge. Maybe dating a warlock was just something to throw into Quincy's face. The footman comes in, tells Magnus that there's a shadow hunter there to see him. And Magnus is like, Charlotte? Because he's been helping her question the Pandemonium Club members for information. But the footman says it's a boy. Magnus goes into the parlor and sees it's Will Herondale. Will Herondale. We hate him. We hate him. But yes, Magnus goes into the parlor to see Will Herondale, looking as dead on the inside as ever, and dripping wet from the rain, and like drops are running down his face like tears. The guy's a mess. Magnus is like, what's wrong? Did something happen at the Institute? Will's like, no. And his voice sounds like he's choking. He's so dramatic. I love him. I mean, I hate him. Yeah. And he's like, I'm here on my own account. I need your help. There's absolutely no one else I can ask. And Magnus is like, really? But he takes another look at Will, who normally seems to show nothing real to the world. And looking at him now, clearly had been out all night in the rain, looking really pale, with his hands clenched at his sides so tightly they're shaking. Magnus is like, But Magnus can tell there's some, in quotes, turmoil ripping him apart from the inside out. Fun. It's what he deserves. So Magnus says, very well. Why don't you tell me what the problem is? Big mistake, Magnus. You will never know another moment of peace after this. End of book 1. Okay. So first of all, thank the angel for Magnus, am I right? I love you, boy. Second of all, why can only Magnus help him? Look, there's my Tessa board and my Will board. Why can only Magnus help him? What's in the box, Will? Why are you afraid of ducks? Why are you such a little bitch? Well, I guess I'll see you guys next month with the next video. Bye! My Clockwork Angel video got like 55 views, so I'm kind of a big deal right now. So Clockwork Prince came out in 2011, and everyone was like, well, I hate that guy. Wait a minute. 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 Wait. No! 10 out of 10. Yes, just to address the elephant in the room, the conspiracy theory board is not currently up, just for the intro/outro, because I'm filming this last and I had to take it down because I had guests staying in my room. It's all in this folder here for safekeeping. And I needed a break from the judgmental look I got every single time someone came in my room and realized that I spend multiple hours talking to myself about a YA fantasy series that came out over a decade ago. It's my one healthy coping mechanism, okay, Mom? No, I'm not going crazy, Mom. No, I didn't use our colored ink at home, Mom. I used my school's. Gosh. I even printed out the photos for the next trilogy before I graduated because college is expensive and I'm getting my money's worth, gosh darn it. Did you know that this has been my closet this whole time? Crazy, isn't it? So yeah, Clockwork Prince is one of my favorite Shadowhunter books, but be warned, in terms of Mortmain plot, we have no Mortmain plot. There's plenty of Will, Jem, and Tessa plot though. This book is for the Will Herondale girlies, okay? I know you all hate him right now, but just give it a minute. The big focus of this book is Will trying to, shall we say, fix his problems. And of course we got a lot of romance and banter going on. So like, I included way too much like details and dialogue in this video because like the fun banter and character dynamics is like the whole point of the book. Oh, and the angst. This book is non-stop angst and therefore non-stop fun. Cause y'all know I love the pain. Also, it's been requested that I split this book up into like multiple videos, and I am nothing if not a people pleaser, so you're welcome. Now that I have finished my defensive rant, because I need you guys to like these books or I will actually cry, I think we're ready to go. Time for the prologue. Prologue. We open up the book with none other than Will Herondale. Will Herondale. In a graveyard, doing a drug deal with a ghost. Oh yeah, there's ghosts in this universe. So ghosts can make themselves seen/heard to other people if they want to and if they're strong enough. But Herondales can see and hear ghosts who don't even want to be seen. Some families pass down their hair color, Herondales pass down cool ghost powers and a flair for the dramatic. So he's here to meet with a ghost called Old Moll. Remember how Will had asked Magnus at the end of the last book for some help? It turns out that Magnus has been sending Will on these errands to gather some ingredients. We don't know what for. So he's done business with Old Moll several times. So in this universe, ghosts are tied to the earth by some object they need to find or some unfinished business that they need to do. Old Moll needs to find her wedding ring, so Will pays her with like a bag of wedding rings. She's about to leave, but Will has something else he needs. Not for Magnus though, for himself. He's like, wait, do you have a sort of love potion? And she's like, Will Arundel needing a love potion. He's like, no, I was looking for the opposite, really. Something that would put an end to being in love. She's like, a hatred potion? He's like, I was hoping for something more akin to indifference, tolerance. And she's like, if you want a girl to hate you, I'm sure you can figure it out on your own. I can't do accents, I'm sorry. And she vanishes and Will's like, not for her, for me. He's so dramatic. Oh my god, every single Herondale ever is the most dramatic person ever. They're great. So, chapter 1. Tessa and Jem are walking together, about to go into Westminster Abbey. Tessa's excited to see it, and Jem's like, I'm glad. I was starting to worry that everything in London was going to be a disappointment for you. And she looks at him and smiles and says, not everything has been. They're cute, guys. You don't understand. They're cute, okay? They're cute. So, it turns out that they're going to a Shadowhunter Council meeting. Not just like an enclave meeting with just the London Shadowhunters, but like a full-clave meeting with the Shadowhunters all over the world to discuss the whole Mortmain thing. And they're at Westminster Abbey because the council hall where they hold the meetings has magical entrances all over the world. And this is where one of the entrances is. And like the clave has worked with like monarchies/governments in the past to get money/resources in exchange for keeping demons outside of the kingdom. So that's why they have entrances and access to places like this. These two are running a little late, but Jem quickly takes her to look at Poet's Corner, where they have like these fake/symbolic graves of different like poets and stuff. Tessa's like, how did you know I would like this? And it's like, Tessa, your one hobby is reading. Like, come on. It's fine. It's fine. And Jem's like, well, whenever I picture you with a book. And he's like blushing a little. Poor guy can't hide when he blushes, even a little bit, because he's so pale from being ill. Friendly reminder that Jem is dying a slow and painful death. because Cassandra Clare hates me. But yeah, the thing I like about Jem is that he's like so open and honest with his feelings, unlike a certain emotionally repressed son of a gun whom I love dearly. So Tessa and Jem have gotten like really close in the past few weeks, and he's been acting as her tour guide, taking her out on trips to different tourist attractions and stuff. And Tessa, who was feeling super depressed at the end of Clockwork Angel, has started to kind of crawl out of that unhappiness. In quotes, she'd even found herself laughing, and she had Jem to thank for it. I mean, how could you not love them? Come on, they're so cute. Will suddenly, of course, shows up behind them, being all dramatic and stuff. Oh, I guess I should like acknowledge now that Tessa has now accepted that like something is deeply wrong with Will. And she's like, I don't need to deal with him or interact with him. He's terrible, he sucks, we hate him. But like she still kind of feels like some attraction towards him, very much against her will. Against her will. I hate myself. I don't think I explained this well, so I'm just going to clarify. Tessa knows that Will likely just said that stuff on the roof, like in an attempt to push her away, and that he probably isn't actually racist towards warlocks. But even with that knowledge, she's like, yeah, there's no excuse for him saying those things and trying to push her away, so she's still angry at him, but like it kind of excuses her crush on him a little bit more. She's like, Will's so hot, I mean psychotic. I mean, he puts the hot in I mean, I hate him. I hate him. Yeah, yeah. Jem's like, you're late to the council meeting, Will. And Will's like, so are you. They're in love. But yeah,
They're in
I
love.
have an errand to run. And Tessa notes that, as usual, he looks super sleep deprived, super not well. And she's like, but that's none of my business. Who cares if he isn't taking care of himself? I don't care. Okay. So they take this secret entrance to Council Hall, which is a big amphitheater, and it's like full of shadow hunters from around the world. There's a dais in the middle in which the consul is sitting, Consul Wayland. So this is the consul, he's like the leader of the whole clade, he's like the president. There's also the council, which is like the representatives who vote for the consul and other matters. Sometimes there's like emergency meetings where like every active shadow hunter has to vote/attend. There's also the inquisitor. Oh, I didn't get the inquisitor. There's also the inquisitor. Pretend that's Ernie. I forgot to print him out. And he questions people and helps run trials and things like that. Got it? Consul, council, inquisitor, Bert and Ernie, Thomas is dead. Our main trio arrives, sits down with Jessamine, and then Henry and Charlotte are being questioned about Mortmain. They finish, and then it's Tessa's turn. Normally for interrogations, they use something called the Mortal Sword, which makes you tell the truth when you hold it. But it only works on shadow hunters. So Benedict Lightwood, screw you Lightwood, is like, she's a warlock. She doesn't even go here. The Mortal Sword won't even work on her. And Consul Wayland's like, fine, her testimony will only count as half a shadow hunter's. Fantasy racism. Anyways, the Inquisitor mentions that he investigated Tessa's parents and Nate. All the evidence points towards them being human. So they're confused about why Tessa doesn't have a warlock's mark if supposedly her biological father was a demon and her mother is a human. Yeah, it still ain't adding up. And remember that button that Will managed to cut off Mortmain before he disappeared in the sanctuary? Tessa tried using it to turn into Mortmain to get more information on his whereabouts, but there's some sort of block so she can't do it. The Inquisitor's like, how convenient. So after all the questioning, Consul Wayland is like, okay, so we're gonna censure Henry and Charlotte, and for the next 3 months, any decisions that they make will have to be brought to me for approval first. And then Benedict Lightwood, screw you Lightwood, is like, I challenge Henry and Charlotte to a dance battle. Winner gets to run the Institute. Basically, Benedict thinks that Charlotte sucks at running the Institute because it was her guidance that made them fall for Mortmain's trap, even though everyone else was fooled and thought that De Quincey was the Magister. And because they killed De Quincey, now their relationship with the Downworlders suck, even though Benedict was the one who decided to kill De Quincey. Benedict has like a lot of political power, being from like a super old and influential Shadowhunter family, so he's got people backing him up. And they basically pressure the consul to say that if Charlotte and the rest of the Institute gang don't find Mortmain in 2 weeks without any help from the rest of the clave, then Benedict will get the Institute. Will is ready to throw hands, and Jem quite literally has to hold him by the back of his collar to prevent him from throwing hands with Benedict. Oh, and Benedict also says that Tessa and Sophie should get trained in self-defense/fighting in case they get attacked by Mortmain again. And Jessie too, because she's behind on her training. Which, like, yes, I'm like tired of Tessa having to run away all the time. Like, I understand she's not a fighter, she grew up a mundane, she makes use of her power and uses her smarts as she can, but like, it would be nice if she could like participate in the action a bit more, you know? And Benedict's like, you all will be very busy trying to catch Mortmain, so I volunteer my 2 sons to train them. And Gabriel's like, father! And the Institute gang's like, fuck that! But the consul is is like, you should accept his generosity. But Charlotte and the rest of the gang know that this is just an opportunity for Benedict to have some eyes in the Institute. So they're all upset about this development. The meeting is adjourned and Charlotte is fuming, and she quietly storms out of the council hall, and the rest of the Institute gang follow her out. And as they leave, they can hear everyone whispering how embarrassing, how humiliating, and basically saying it's an impossible task and that they're all doomed to fail. They get into the hallway and Charlotte angrily kicks the wall, and Will's like, Benedict's still in there if you'd like to kick him. I'd recommend upward and a bit to the left. Then the consul shows up and Charlotte's and the consul's like, hey, I'm on your side. I appointed you as head of the Institute, not because I knew your father, but because I knew you would be good for the job. Listen, Benedict's a hypocrite. He sucks, but he's politically powerful, so it's best to just placate him. There were some unfortunate coincidences and bad timing that led to all this, but you also made some bad decisions, Charlotte. So I suggest you step it up a bit. And Charlotte's like, but you basically handed the Institute to Benedict. You gave us an impossible mission. And he's like, as the head of the Institute, finding Mortmain is your mission. If you think it's impossible, then maybe you should ask yourself why you want the job so badly in the first place. Ooh. But yeah, that's our inciting incident. We got 2 weeks to find out where Mortmain is. And also, what's in the box, Will? What's in the box? End of chapter 1. So, chapter 2. So the Institute gang is in the library looking through whatever archives and newspapers they can about Mortmain and automatons and binding spells. As soon as they got back, they started looking. They've been looking all day and they're really tired and they've got nothing. Jessamine isn't really helping and she's like, Charlotte, I think we're wasting our time. And Charlotte's very stressed out and getting increasingly more frustrated. And she snaps at Jessamine well, we didn't expect you to help anyways. And with how behind you are on your studies, you probably wouldn't even know a binding spell from a summoning spell. Poor Charlotte spends this book on the verge of having a mental breakdown. To be honest, everyone does. I would even argue that a couple of them do have mental breakdowns, and it's great. Sophie comes in to tell Charlotte that Brother Enoch is there to meet with her, so Charlotte leaves. Reunited with my king. Jessamine's like, Tessa doesn't have any training. How is she helping? And Will, you barely pay attention during your lessons. Would you know a binding spell from a souffle recipe? And Will's like, I am but mad north-northwest. When the wind is southerly, I know a hawk from a handsaw. And at this point, Jem is reaching maximum annoyance levels, which for him is moderately frustrated. He's like, Jessamine, Tessa has kindly offered to help, and we need all the eyes we can get right now. Will, don't quote Hamlet. Henry. And Henry's reading. He's like, yes, darling. Where's Charlotte? Jem's like, honestly, I agree with Jessamine. This is a waste of our time. Will and Tessa are like, and he says that instead of trying to learn about Mortmain's past from dramatic newspaper articles, they need to try to figure out what his motives are. And Tessa's like, when I talked with him in the sanctuary,
over here.
he seemed to really hate Shadowhunters. It feels personal. And I think it has something to do with that pocket watch he tried to give me. It's he wants some sort of revenge, or Jem's like, reparations. Jem explains that they haven't looked through the reparations section of their archives yet, which is basically when a downworlder or mundane thinks a Shadowhunter has broken the law in their dealings with them, they can file a complaint through reparations, and they'll get a trial, and if they prove their case, then they get some compensation. Will's like, well, it seems a little silly to look through there. It's not like Mortmain's gonna lodge a complaint against Shadowhunters through official channels. Very upset Shadowhunters refused to die when I wanted them to. Demand compensation. Please mail check to A. Mortmain, 18 Kensington Road. Jem's like, okay, maybe he hasn't always hated Shadowhunters. Maybe there was a time that he did have trust in the system. What's the harm in asking? The worst that could happen is that we get nothing, which is what we're getting now. So he goes to find Brother Enoch, and Tessa's like, oh, I'll come with you. She's like, oh yeah, I have something I have to ask Charlotte too, yeah. And Jem's surprised, but please. Will looks at the two of them, and he stands up and he's like, we've been looking through these books forever. Mine beautiful eyes are weary, and I have paper cuts. See? I'm going for a walk. He's so... And Tessa currently lives to piss off Will, so she's like, maybe you could use an Aratsi healing rune to take care of those paper cuts. And Will glares at her, and Tessa's pissed off because his eyes really are beautiful. He's like, ever and always helpful, Tessa. And she glares back at him my only desire is to be of service. And Jem's just in the middle Tessa, Will, I don't think... But Will grabs his coat and storms out. Jessamine's just watching this whole thing and she's like, interesting. Same. We cut to Will's point of view, so pay attention if you want to know what's in the box. He just arrived at Camille's house to meet with Magnus, who has just summoned a demon. Interesting indeed. Magnus is like, oh, Will, you're here. This is Thamus, a minor demon from the 8th dimension. Thamus, this is Will, a minor Shadowhunter from Wales, was it? And Thamus is just like, I will rip out your eyes. I will tear the skin from your face. Magnus is like, don't be rude, Thomas. And Will's like, no, Magnus, he's not the right one. The demon I need is a dark blue. This one's more periwinkle. The demon is like, what did you call me? I will feast upon your liver. I will tear it from your body while you scream. Magnus closes his spell book to make the demon vanish. He's like, sorry, I thought I got him this time. Will tries to like hide his disappointment. He's like, it's not your fault, Magnus. I haven't given you much to go off of. Magnus is like, I'm assuming there's nothing more you can tell me. You opened a Pixis box, let out a demon, and the demon cursed you, and you want me to summon the demon to see if he'll remove the curse on you. And that's all you can tell me. Cursed by a demon? We didn't have that on the board. Finally, you guys know that there is a curse. Even if you don't know what it is, like, I'm sure you can kind of figure out, like, the general gist of it. Oh my gosh. I was like waiting for you guys. I was like, wait, just wait. There's the reason, guys. And now we know that there was a demon in the blasted box. A Pixis box. But it's like so hard for me to like depict Will's character without including like every single line. Like, how are you guys gonna love Will if you don't get the whole context of his character and see all the subtleties in his behavior? Like, I need you guys to like Will, okay? But I can't have this video be 20 hours long, so even though I want it to be 20 hours long. I just want to read the book to you guys and live vicariously through you as you guys discover the book for the first time, because I can't read this book for the first time again. I basically have this series memorized at this point. But yeah, Will in this scene is like very different with Magnus than he is with the others. He's like very on edge, like very apologetic to Magnus, pretty desperate, like very clearly not okay. Will's like, I've had 5 years to live with this curse. The idea of living with it for even another day frightens me more than the idea of death. Magnus is like, well, if you could tell me the nature of the curse. And Will's like, no, I already took a great risk in telling you of the curse's existence. If I told you any more, Magnus is like, let me guess. You don't know, but you're sure it would be bad. This has something to do with Tessa, doesn't it? And it says for how like the past 5 years, Will is like trained to not show his emotions, but like he can hear the strain in his voice when he's like, Tessa? He's like, Tessa, I don't know who that is. I've never heard that name before in my life. I don't know who this Tessa is. Magnus is like, you had the curse for 5 years. Something must have changed for you to come to me in the middle of the night in a rainstorm. I can only think of one thing, and quite a pretty one with big gray eyes. Magnus just clowns everyone. He's great. And Will's like, there's other things too. Jem's dying. He's getting worse. Magnus is like, Jem has been dying. Nothing involving your curse can change that. Will's like, you don't understand, and like being all dramatic and stuff. But even though it's going to be near impossible to find one demon out of like hundreds of millions, Magnus is still very intrigued by the mystery of Will Herondale. So he's still going to help him, and Will's like, thank you. Then we get a brief scene from Sophie's point of view. Ooh, she's cleaning a room. Because she's a maid. And here's
She's a
Jem and Tessa
maid.
in the hallway. They're bringing gear, aka Shadowhunter armor, to Jessamine for their training with the Lightwoods tomorrow. Sophie feels a pang because she can tell that Jem's in love with Tessa, but Sophie's in love with Jem, and it's all messy, and I love it. But Tessa's like so kind-hearted and so clearly just wants a friend, and like Sophie can't hate her. But Jem and Tessa are like very flirty, and Tessa makes a joke about how she thinks the Silent Brothers should like play charades because it would make use of their natural talents. And Sophie's like, huh. I don't think anyone but Will has ever made Jem laugh that much. So it hurts a little because she knows her love for Jem is just like not gonna go anywhere. They leave. Sophie's about to go out in the hallway, but then she sees Jessamine sneaking out of her room, dressed in men's clothing with a cloak on top. Sophie's like, what the fuck? End of chapter 2. It's now time to play What's Up with Jessamine. Although the answer is, say it with me folks, very clearly many things. So, hates being a shadow hunter, and now she's sneaking out in disguise. Friendly reminder that this was 2011, so it's probably not like a questioning gender thing. It's more of just like a disguise thing. We'll have to wait until the last hours to unlock the LGBT characters. I'm sorry. Although we do get Bicon Magnus as some bonus DLC.
Hi, squirrel.
Sneaking out, a little suspicious. Chapter 3. Tessa and Sophie are doing their training with the Lightwoods today. Jessamine's supposed to join them, but she claims she has a headache. Sus. These two are really nervous, but at least they have each other. They're in the training room, they're wearing their gear, aka Shadowhunter armor. They're wearing like the training version of it. Tessa makes a comment to Jem about how she wishes that he was the one training them. And he's like, oh, I haven't even completed my own training yet, so. But Tessa can tell that he really means that he's not well enough, often enough, to train them consistently. Because, friendly reminder, Jem is dying a slow and painful death. In case you forgot, because Cassandra Clare won't let us have nice things. Doors open and the Lightwood brothers walk inside. We of course already know my boy Gabriel, but now his older brother Gideon is here too. This is Gideon. He's like a couple years older than Gabriel, so he's like around 20. According to Will, Gideon makes Gabriel look like a sweetheart, so we'll see. Gideon. They also brought over the 2 new servants that are going to replace Thomas and Agatha. There's a young woman like around 20 or so named Bridget. She's Irish, curly red hair, so Bridget. And the other servant is Thomas's brother, Cyril, who was a servant at a different institute, but is transferring here instead.
A
Cyril
trifecta of
looks
Wong,
just like
Sippies, and
Thomas,
Shrimple.
and everyone is like,
I see.
oh my god, this is so weird. And then they just never address it again. Sometimes there'll be like a throwaway line where they're like, Cyril was there looking like Thomas, but it never goes farther than that. So this feels like a D&D joke. Like the person playing Thomas was like, he died? This is Cyril. He's Thomas's brother. It honestly probably is a D&D joke because the author Cassie, she's a big nerd. She has some of the characters in the modern books like make references to anime and D&D and stuff. And the reason that she decided to call humans mundanes in this universe is because that's what her D&D friends would call people who don't play D&D. Like, could you imagine calling like the humans of your fantasy universe normies? So yeah, Cyril. It's not Thomas, guys. It's Cyril. See, he even has a hat. Cyril. Anyways, they have their training session.
Can you
Gabriel
animate
trains
this
Tessa,
spinning
Gideon
clockwise in
trains
a
Sophie.
circle?
Gabriel's like a surprisingly
No.
patient teacher, so Tessa's like, okay. That evening at dinner, Charlotte isn't there because she went to the Bone City to look through the Silent Brothers reparations archives. Jessamine missed breakfast, training, and dinner because she has a headache. Sus. Tessa keeps trying to catch Sophie's eye while she's serving dinner, like, are you okay? Like, the 2 people you were closest with at the Institute died, and now there's these 2 new people. This is probably hard for you. But Sophie kind of avoids her gaze. Poor Tessa's like, please, Sophie, can we be friends? She's so lonely. And she realized that Sophie loves Jem, but she also knows that Mundanes and Shadowhunters, like, can't be together. So she doesn't want to bring it up, and then Charlotte runs in like, I found it! Oh, shoot. I just poked a hole in my ceiling. Because it turns out there really was a reparations request made by Mortmain. She's like, Jem, this was your idea, so I waited so I could read it with you. So, Mortmain made this reparations request due to the unjust
Happy
death of his
birthday!
parents,
It's not
Aunt
my
Evelyn
birthday
Shade
yet.
and John Thaddeus Shade, JTS. So yeah, Tessa was right. So Mortmain was adopted by warlocks. He kept his original mundane name, which is why it's different. And Charlotte realizes that this is how he knew so much about the Shadow World, because he literally grew up in it. Oh yeah. It's all coming together. Mortmain's request said that his parents didn't break any law, and yet they were still unfairly killed by the Shadowhunters for, like, no reason. This happened before the Accords, aka that peace treaty between Shadowhunters and Downworlders. So the Shadowhunters got away with being, like, more racist back then, and killing Downworlders just on mere suspicion. There's not, like, a lot of details of what actually happened, but it does mention that he wanted the Shadowhunters to be tried and punished, and that he had originally filed this complaint at the York Institute, which is run by a guy named Aloysius Starkweather. Starkweather is like 89, so he would have been alive when this all went down, and the full records of this incident are likely still at the York Institute. Starkweather. Charlotte's like, well, we have to go there then, but Starkweather and my father had a falling out, so he kinda hates me. Will's like, what's that poem again? Each spoke words of and Charlotte's like, oh, by the angel, Will, do shut up. Will keeps trying to be dramatic and like quote poetry and stuff, and all the other characters are just not having it. So Charlotte goes to send a letter to the York Institute. Tessa goes to the library after dinner because she recognized what poem Will was talking about, but she couldn't remember the rest of it. She finds it in a book, she's reading it when she hears, checking my quotations for accuracy, and of course, it's Will. I love that he can't just say hello like a normal person. He has to have a dramatic entrance, okay? Oh, also he has like a permanent memory rune, which is how he remembers all of these quotes and stuff, in case you were wondering. So this is the first time that Will and Tessa have been like alone together since that awful when they're in a group, Tessa's kind of able to just like ignore it and be polite towards Will. But now she just keeps thinking of all of the like horrible things I said to her. She's like, well, the library's all yours. It's getting late, so. And goes to leave. Will's like, wait, Tessa. She's like, damn it, why he gotta sound so sad? She kind of still has like a crush on Will, even though she like also hates him. She's very angry at herself for it. She's like, why do I like him? Will's like, you told me before that you liked the wide, wide world, so I read it. Tessa's like, and did you like it? He's like, no, it was too sentimental. She's like, well, there's no accounting for taste. Anyways, I'm gonna go now. And Will's like, do you have any other recommendations? He's so annoying. Tessa's like, the audacity of this and she's like, I think you may have to accept that we are quite far apart on the matter of reading material, as we are on so many other things, and find your recommendations elsewhere, Mr. Herondale. Ooh. Will's like, Mr. Herondale?
That's not
Tessa,
what
I
it
thought
says on
we thought what?
Discord.
And he's like, that we could at least
Huh?
talk about books. I mean, wait, the audacity of this man. You insulted
Huh?
him. Reminder that the curse is a thing, like just putting that out there. Reminder that there is a curse. Thank you. Tessa's like, fine, what do you recommend? And he says the Castle of Otranto. And she's like, ugh. And you thought A Tale of Two Cities was dumb? Except she did like Castle of Otranto, but she's not gonna tell Will that. And Will's like, I actually reread A Tale of Two Cities after we had talked about it. You were right, it isn't silly. There's too much despair in it. There's no future for Sydney, is there? A man says you were right, me, oh my god. And he's like being really edgy, talking about Sidney Carton and Lucy Manette and how they were doomed.
Sorry,
like,
I'm.
friendly reminder that Sidney Carton was the original edgelord.
Buh.
I have to like keep making jokes because I can't have you guys know that I like this cheesy, sappy stuff. Like I can't. Tess is
I'm
like,
just
oh, that's
a bit
really...
tired,
Wait, this is Will
so
talking
it is
now.
getting
He's a
harder
terrible
to
person.
focus
Just because
on
he's acting sentimental now doesn't
or
mean
come up
anything.
with
He goes
witty
to leave and Will's like,
responses.
wait, if you liked Castle of Otranto, you
Trying
probably
to
like
trying to lock in.
She's like, okay, I'll remember that. And he's just standing there.
Trying to lock in and get as much of this done as I can get over the next day, over this night. So, yeah.
Like looking really sad. It's sad boy hours, okay? Like just let him be edgy. And Tess is like, and good night, Will. And he's like, good night, Tessa. You guys don't understand, okay? You have to read the full scene. You guys don't get it. End of chapter 3. So, chapter 4. We're in the drawing room with the gang. Charlotte got word back from Starkweather and it's not good. She's like, he is the most stubborn, hypocritical,
Obstinate, degenerate,
So basically, Starkweather refuses to see Charlotte and Henry because of the falling out he had with her dad. And Charlotte doesn't know who she can trust in the Enclave, so she's like, I don't know who I can send. Will and Jem are like, put me in, coach. But Charlotte's like, I don't know. The Clave's already annoyed with you too for the independent actions you took in defeating Mrs. Dark. Will's like, but that ought to count in our favor. We defeated a dangerous demon. And Jem's like, and we saved church. He's so funny. Will's like, I doubt that counts in our favor. That cat bit me 3 times last night. Tess is like, that probably does count in your favor, actually. Or Jem's at least.
We're currently watching the Infernal Devices recap. There you go.
I don't know, I love their banter, and I had to cut out all the funny lines with Jessamine and Henry because we don't have enough time. Like, please just read this book in its entirety, okay? Like, I will go to your house and read it to you if you want, okay? We can have snacks, we can make jokes, it'll be a good time. Charlotte is worried that if Starkweather knows that she sent these two, though, then he won't tell them anything. Tess is like, wait, but what if we don't have to have him tell us anything? What if we go and get an object of his, and then I'll shapeshift into him and see what I can get from his memories? Jem's like, yes, then you can come with us and make sure that you pick out an object that works with your powers. Jem's like, I'm adding Tessa to the group chat. And Will's like, do not add her to the group chat. I already added her to the group chat. Charlotte's like, whatever you want, Tessa, you can go if you'd like. And Tessa's like, you said you'd be taking the train? Then I'll come, I've never been on a train before. And Will's like, that's it? You're going because you've never been on a train? And Tessa knows that doubling down will piss off Will, so she's like, yes, I should like to ride in one very much. So when do we leave? And because of what happened in the first book, Charlotte, who used to be like pretty confident, is feeling really insecure about this. She's second guessing herself and hesitant about the plan. The rest of the gang is like, we're gonna make Benedict pay for making you feel like this, Charlotte. It's cute, they love her. That afternoon, Tessa and Sophie are going to their training session with the Lightwoods. Sophie's ranting because the new cook Bridget is always singing these like awful Irish ballads about like murder and betrayal and heartbreak and stuff. They pass the kitchen and Bridget's singing a song about a brother who betrays his sister. And Tessa's like, Bridget does this throughout the rest of the trilogy, where she'll just be like singing songs that like foreshadow things or are relevant to the characters' current situations. And all of the characters are like, please shut up. But yeah, Tessa and Sophie are about to go into the training room, but then they overhear Gideon and Gabriel talking. Gideon's like, one day there will be a reckoning, and where you stand will matter. And Gabriel's like, we will stand with Father, of course. And Gideon's like, you don't know everything Father has done. And they're arguing about how like Benedict wants them to have the Institute. Gideon's like, no, Charlotte is smarter than you think, Gabriel. And Gabriel's like, but she let us come train here. Shouldn't she have assumed we'd be spying for Father? Ooh. So Gideon seems to be like on our side. And Gabriel's like, if you don't agree with Father, then why did you even come back from Spain? And Gideon's like, I came back for you. He loves his brother. It's cute. Tessa and Sophie are like leaning against the door listening and they accidentally push it open. Tessa and Sophie are like, hi. And Gideon and Gabriel are like, hey. They're all suspicious. So they train, Jessamine's still not there, and Gideon makes a joke about how her headache is probably gonna last until they're done training. And Sophie laughs and Gideon looks like he's not used to having his jokes laughed at. And all I'm saying is, like most YA authors, Cassandra Clare tends to like pair up most of the characters by the end. So like, new ship? We get a brief scene of Tessa in her room at night, being edgy and thinking about how Mortmain said he made her and that there is no Tessa Gray. This is like Tessa's main conflict throughout the trilogy. She feels like she doesn't know what her identity is. Everything she knows about herself is like a lie. She has like a big identity crisis and she's like, what if I like don't shift back correctly and I like start to lose pieces of myself? So, you know, very typical coming of age type stuff. So yeah, there's more to Tessa than like swinging objects and like getting harassed by Will. Tessa hears a knock at the door and opens it to see the book that Will recommended on the ground. It has a note attached to it that has like this cringy poem that Will wrote, telling Tessa to read the book. Tessa laughs at how bad the poem is and she's like, damn you, Will, for always being able to make me laugh. She's like, I hate you, Will, you suck, Will. So we cut to Will, Jem, and Tessa on the train ride to the York Institute. This scene was so hard to cut down because it's just like endless banter between the three of them. And I had to cut out so many funny lines and cute moments. Just read the book, read the whole book, just read it. Will's like, so Tessa, did you bring anything with you to read on the train? And she's like, no, I haven't come across anything I particularly wanted to read. And Will's like, but he doesn't say anything. And as the train leaves drab gray London and enters the pretty countryside, Tessa's like, oh, it's so nice. And Will's like, this is nothing compared to Wales. Because reminder, he's Welsh. He also has like a Welsh accent that comes out sometimes, but I can't do that, so. Tessa's like, do you miss Wales? And he's like, what's there to miss? Sheep and singing and that ridiculous language. Tessa's like, you don't sound very patriotic. Weren't you just reminiscing about the scenery? Will's like, I'll tell you what's patriotic. In honor of my birthplace, I've the Dragon of Wales tattooed on my... Jem cuts him off like, you're in a charming temper, William, aren't you? Try to keep in mind that Starkweather already dislikes us because Charlotte's the one who sent us. So be on your best behavior. Will's like, don't worry, I'll charm Starkweather so much that he won't even be able to remember his name anymore. Jem's like, the guy's 89 and lost it years ago. He probably already has that problem. Ages of... Tessa's like, so I guess you've been storing up all that charm, huh? When it went wasted on us? It's so hard trying to decide what lines to include and exclude. Because I need you guys to understand the dynamics of the trio, okay? Tessa and Will are part of the Protect Jem squad. Will and Jem are part of the Protect Tessa squad. And Tessa and Jem are part of the Roast Will squad. And Will's like, don't worry, I'll be good. I don't want beady-eyed Benedict Lightwood and his two hideous sons taking over the Institute. And Tessa, who has a PhD in pissing off Will, is like, they're not hideous. Will's like, what? The Lightwood brothers, they're actually quite good looking. I spoke of the pitch black inner depths of their souls. And what color do you suppose your soul is, Will Herondale? Mauve. He's iconic. They then come up with their story for why Tessa, who is clearly not a shadow hunter, is with them. Will's like, maybe we could say she's madly in love with me and insists on following me everywhere. Tessa's like, my talent is shapeshifting, Will, not acting. Jem's like, the Roast Will squad strikes again. Jem's idea is that they say Tessa is a mundane who is planning on ascending. So remember that mortal cup that has like the angel Raziel's blood in it? That like the original shadow hunters drank from to become shadow hunters? The Clave still has it. And if a human knows about the shadow world and wants to be a shadow hunter and they're deemed worthy, they can train to ascend and drink from the mortal cup to become a shadow hunter. It's usually if they're getting married to a shadow hunter that they would try to ascend. Jem's like, well, we could say she's engaged to me and studying to ascend and wanted to see how another institute was run. And he gives her his Carstairs family ring to wear. Since when they're engaged, they have rings, but then they like do runes once they're married. It's so funny to me that both Will and Jem's plans were basically, I'm gonna have Tessa pretend to be in love with me. I sometimes forget that they're like teenagers and then they pull shit like this and I'm like, oh yeah, they're like 17. They also end up talking about the Parabatai rune between Will and Jem. I did go over it a bit in the last video, but as a bit of a refresher, Parabatais are two shadow hunters who swear an oath to be partners in battle and fight alongside each other for life and like put their life above your own. They train together and then they have like a ceremony where they say their oaths and draw like permanent runes on each other. Certain runes, like healing runes, fade after you use them, but some runes are permanent, and this one is. And the benefit of having a Parabatai is that you can like draw energy from each other, so it makes you both stronger, and runes that are put on you by your Parabatai are like twice as strong as runes put on by someone else. And it's serious. Like, the only thing that can sever a Parabatai bond is death. Tessa's like, wow, it's kind of like being married in the Catholic Church, huh? King Henry VIII had to come up with a new religion to get out of his marriage. And Jem's like, well, Will won't have to come up with a religion just to get rid of me. He'll be free of me soon enough. Which, like, shut the f up, Jem. Like, I'm not joking. Shut up. I love you. Will looks over alarmed and Tessa's like, don't abandon hope, Jem. There could still be a cure. Which, like, Tessa, not your place. Shut up. Will's ready to fight Tessa, but Jem's like, I haven't abandoned all hope. I just hope for different things than you do, Tessa Gray. Literally everyone but Jem is worried about his death. Everyone else is like, you can't die, Jem. And Jem's like, Chapter 5. So they eventually make it to the York Institute, which is really tiny in a super rural area. Rural. Jem like loops his arm with Tessa's and he's like, shall we go, my betrothed? He's having a lot of fun with this. Leave him be. Tessa's also having a good time. Meanwhile, Will's watching them both even as the coachman's trying to talk to him and he like locks eyes with Tessa and then she looks away. I live for the drama. Like, this is my shit, okay? Some people like romance for like the I like it for the slow burn pining, okay? I want the longing gazes. I want like the brush of a hand. I want them standing like really close to each other but not touching because they know they can't be together. It's about the journey, not the destination, okay? So they meet Starkweather. He like immediately roasts Will and Jem, but then he looks at Tessa and he's like, and she's like, Jem's like, what? Will's like, yeah, this is Tessa Gray. She's a mundane. She's engaged to Mr. Carstairs. She's an ascendant. Starkweather's like, a mundane, you say? Well, yes. Times are changing. Yes, I suppose. It seems like he was planning on sending them away, but then he saw Tessa and changed his mind. So that was weird. Anyways, the York Institute is like decorated with lightning bolts, which is the Starkweather family symbol, which is weird because usually the institutes are like decorated generically because they don't belong to one family. The institutes belong to the Clave, and the consul will decide who will be the next head of the institute after the old one retires. But the Starkweathers have run the York Institute for generations, so they seem to think that they own the place with their little lightning bolts. Yeah, all the Shadowhunter families have their own symbols. The Carstairs family symbol is a castle, the Lightwoods is a fire, and the Herondales is a clown. I mean, herons. Yeah. Tessa's walking and notices this portrait of like a sickly little girl, and there's a placard underneath that reads, Adele Starkweather, 1842. Based on the year, she guesses that it's probably Starkweather's granddaughter. And you can see on my Starkweather art, it's kind of tiny, but there's like the little portrait of Adele in the back. She's dead, in case you were wondering. It's not Tessa, by the way. She was not born then. So they go to supper, and then Starkweather shows up with the full reparations records. Starkweather's like, ah yes, I remember this. The reparations request was for 2 warlocks named the Shades, and it was made by their son. Now, warlocks are barren, and like Will like shifts uncomfortably in his seat and like avoids looking at Tessa. Feeling guilty, are we, Herondale? Reminder that the curse is a thing. The records show that Mortland's parents, the Shades, were in possession of the Book of the White, which is like a super powerful spell book. It shows up in some of the other books in the series too. And its focus is on binding and unbinding spells. And warlocks / magic casters aren't allowed to have the book. And Mortmain's dad was like digging up corpses and using the book for like necromancy, which is very illegal. And this was before the Accords, so like an enclave group just came and killed them both. And Mortmain wasn't there. He claims that his mom didn't know what his dad was doing, and so she was innocent and shouldn't have been killed. Part of his request was also that he wanted the Book of the White back, and the Clave was like, no. The reparations request also has the address of where he was staying when he sent it. It's a manor that's in Yorkshire, so the gang's like, okay, we're gonna visit there tomorrow and see if there's any clues. Starkweather's like, well, you can look, but most of the Shade's possessions have been taken for spoils, so. And Tessa's like, spoils? And Will and Jem look at her like, Starkweather's like, does that interest you, girl? Come with me, let me show you. And he takes her to this room where he keeps the spoils of battles against Downworlders. Oh, also Starkweather has been like racist this whole time. And he calls the time before the Accords the glory days, so. Yes, so the spoils room has like the possessions and body parts of Downworlders, including an entire section with just warlocks marks, because apparently they're very valuable on the market. There's like a skull with tusks, severed taloned hands, one guy's literal entire decapitated head that's like hanging up. It's like the Mutter Museum, you know, in Philly, but with fantasy creatures and like significantly more body parts, if that's even possible. Tessa's like in shock and super angry, kind of trauma dissociating. They like take her back to her room, and then Tessa can't fall asleep, and when she eventually does, she has like a really bad nightmare with the Dark Sisters like trying to chop her up and sell her for parts, and Nate's there, and Henry's Henry's there too, dissecting Tessa like he did with Miranda. It's like a whole thing. Tessa's like shaken awake and she hears a voice say, "Tess, wake up." And yeah, it's Will, because only Will calls her Tess. And it's like, why the is he in Tessa's room? And he's an asshole to her, so like extra, why is he in her room? He was out on one of his like little late night depression walks and like heard her yelling out from her nightmares, so I guess I should mention that there's like always a lot of tension between Tessa and Will. She's like, "I hate you, but I also want you to make out with me. But I also hate myself for wanting that." She's so real for that. Will's like, "It's okay, Tess, it was just a dream. I know it's very fanfiction-y. This came out in 2011. Just leave it be. It was the OG, okay? This was the blueprint." She's like, "It felt very real. Wait, am I dreaming now? Like, why is Will here?" He like comforts her and like asks her about the dream. And when she mentions Henry was there, he's like, "Well, that settles it. Pure fantasy." As if Henry's a danger to anyone but himself. And when she doesn't smile at that, he's like, "You know I would never let anyone hurt you, right, Tess?" This would be cute if he wasn't an asshole. I don't like this stuff, guys. They like almost kiss, and then like Tessa turns away at the last minute, and she's like, "No, I don't know that. You've made it clear what use you have for me. You shouldn't have come in here. It's not proper." And he like looks hurt. "Sucks for you, Will." He's like, "But you called out." And she's like, "Not for you." I love characters having their emotions hurt. It's so good. Tessa's like, "Do you regret what you said that night on the roof? Can you tell me you didn't mean what you said?" And Will's like, "No. Angel, forgive me. I can't say that." Tessa's like, "Please go, Will." Oh my god, I hate this so much. So I got my copy of Clockwork Prince secondhand, and the page that this happens on, the spine is like literally broken. Like the person was reading it and she went, "Oh." Oh, it cracks me up so much. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not. Ladies, look at the board. Back to me. Back at the board. Back to me. Sadly, your man isn't Will Herondale, but he could be if he was cursed by a freaking demon. Okay, this is a YA book. Like, it's not subtle. Like, sometimes it'll say, Wills was saying something rude, but like in an obligatory way. Like, he doesn't really mean it. Things like that. I haven't really included them because I think you guys get the picture, but it's very obvious that he's not actually an asshole and he doesn't mean the things he says, and that there's probably some other reason why he does this stuff. I wonder what. So the next day, the gang goes to Ravenscar Manor, aka the place that Mortmain had lived in, and presumably abandoned. They leave the carriage, walk over to this hill, and the manor is like below so they can kind of watch from a distance in case there's anything there. And Henry even gave them this little invention that detects if there's demonic activity. For those who read the modern books, yes, Henry invented the sensor. They thought the manor was abandoned, but it looks like it's been taken care of, so they're like, "What?" And then a carriage arrives at the manor, and they all crouch down in the grass to hide, and a girl steps out of the carriage, like around 15 or so, and she has like long black hair, and she kind of like looks over. She doesn't see them, but Will makes a choking noise, and he's like, "Cecily, I told you it would be relevant." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. Will looks sickly. He's just staring and keeps saying Cecily and like ignoring Tessa and Jem. He's just dissociating a bit. Leave him be. Jem and Tessa are like, "Will, you have to talk to us. Who's Cecily?" And Will finally says, "My sister. She was 9 when I left." Oh. And he like starts going down the hill to get to her, and Jem like grabs his wrist. He's like, "No, you can't." And Will's like, "That's my family's carriage. If Cecily's there, then my family's there. And that means Mortmain's dragged them into this. And I have to warn them." Oh my god. I'm such a bad person. I get so excited when characters have breakdowns. And Jem's like trying to stop Will, and Will's trying to like push Jem away. And then like Jem ends up like pinning Will to the ground. Will's like, "Get off of me. You don't understand. Your family's dead." And Jem's like, "I do understand. And unless you want your family dead too, you'll listen to me. Look." And there's like an automaton hiding in the forest behind them that's like watching them. Jem's like, "I thought I saw a flash of metal earlier. It's been following us, and if you go to your family, it'll follow you there." Will's like, "Fine, let me up. I promise I won't go to the manor." And Jem's like, "No." Will's like, "I swear on Raziel's name, I won't go." Jem lets him up, and then Will bolts, but towards the automaton. Jem's like, "Will!" and like starts going after him. And then Tessa's like, "Jem!" and starts going after him. This is just the Three Stooges, okay? Tessa's having a hard time keeping up with Will and Jem because they're shadow hunters. And also she's like wearing a Victorian dress and like heels and stuff. She's like, "Damn, I wish I had my training gear." She gets into the forest, is like looking around, and then the automaton pops up out of nowhere and like starts attacking her. She gets knocked down, reaches for this sturdy tree branch on the ground, and say it with me, folks, starts swinging. Although now she knows a little bit about parrying and blocking from her training with Gabriel. But also the automaton has like sharp arms, so it just like cuts through the branch. This is why Tessa should just keep a dagger on her at all times. Like, someone give her a dagger. The automaton's about to go for the kill, but then Tessa's clockwork angel again starts buzzing and attacks the automaton. Okay, can we just discuss that this is like the second time that her necklace has saved her life and like no one's discussed it? Tessa, your one personality trait is that you're curious. Like, aren't you curious about what's in the necklace? Am I the only one who cares? And I know that Tessa's not a fighter, but like, can't she like maybe like shapeshift into like one of the shadow hunters or something? Like, wouldn't that at least help a little bit? Only I'm allowed to criticize these books, by the way, though, because I'm doing it with love. I can acknowledge its flaws, but like, it's still a 5-star read for me, so. Because I rate books based off of how much fun I have reading them, so. It's the only valid way to rate books, honestly. But yeah, Will and Jem find Tessa, stab the automaton. Will's like, what are you doing here? Why are you following us? And the automaton's like, I am a warning from Mortmain, and says that if they don't stop their investigation, Mortmain will kill Will's family. Same if Will tries to warn them. Will's like, how did Mortmain bring my family here? Did he threaten them? And the automaton is like, I am a warning from Mortmain. Will's like, ah, and like starts stabbing the automaton over and over again. And Jem has to pull him back like, Will, enough. They see other automatons watching them in the distance. So Jem's like, Will, we gotta leave if you don't want them attacking your family. Will doesn't want to go, but he knows that Jem's right. They end up like silently hiding the automaton's remains in the dirt. They get back to the carriage and Jem and Tessa are like trying to talk to Will gently, but he just stares out the window. Jem's like, Will, I thought your sister was dead. And Will finally looks over at Jem and gives an eerie smile and says, my sister is dead. And they drive to the train station in silence. On the train, Jem and Tessa are just like, because Will is just ignoring them and silently staring out the window. He's having his sad music video moment. Leave him be. Jem goes to grab something, so Tessa and Will are alone in the compartment. Tessa tries to be nice and she's like, Will, last night, trying to like thank him for like helping her with her nightmare last night. And he's like, there was no last night. Okay. Cursed by demon, guys. Tessa's back into roast Will mode. She's like, wow, really? We just went from one afternoon to the next? Remarkable. Will's like, don't test me, Tessa. And she's like, your sister's alive. Shouldn't you be grateful? And he's like, Tessa, and like she can't read his expression, and then Jem comes back with a cloth to like clean the mud and blood off their hands. And he's like, a miracle, you got Will to speak. And Will goes back to staring out the window. Jem and Tessa are like getting the blood off their hands and stuff, and he says that Tessa did well on their mission. She's like, I doubt I was any help, but thanks. And Jem's like, well, that's why we're training you, and it's like really cute. Tessa asks Jem if he knows why Mortmain had Will's family living there, and Jem like looks over at Will in a loving way. And Tessa thinks about how because of Jem's illness, like you would think that Will's the one like taking care of Jem, but like Jem is watching over Will just as much as Will's watching over Jem, and they like both need each other, and their friendship is so... Jem's like, I don't know what Mortmain's plans are, but I think he's playing the long game. And Tessa with her identity crisis is like, I don't even know what Mortmain wants with me. He said he made me as if he could unmake me. And Jem's like, no one can unmake you. And Mortmain underestimates you. I saw you there with that branch. And Tessa's like, yeah, but it wasn't enough. If it hadn't been for my angel. And they're just like, yeah, I don't know. The angel's a mystery. Tessa's background's a mystery. Tessa's powers are a mystery. Oh, also Tessa shows Jem that she like snatched this button that fell off of Starkweather's coat. So luckily she didn't have to turn into him, but if she needs to, she can. So yeah, Tessa's not like suddenly an amazing fighter after 2 training sessions, but she's good at like sneaking around and doing some deception and stuff. So Jem's like, I knew I'd be glad I brought you with us. He coughs a little, and then Will, who was like staring out the window silently this whole time, like looks over, but there's no blood and Jem's fine and like Will's shoulders relax. He's like, even when he's not paying attention, he's always paying attention to Jem, you know what I mean? He loves Jem so much. Tessa realizes that she still has Jem's ring and she's like, oh, sorry, I forgot to give it back to you. And Jem's like, this boy, I swear to God. He's like, it's okay. I like the way it looks on you. Bro, what? Bro, you proposing this quickly? It's fine, Tessa's into it. They arrive at the station and like Will has a look in his eye and then Jem's like, Will, don't. But he already runs out and starts pushing his way through the crowd. Jem's about to go after him, but then he looks back and sees Tessa and knows she's not a shadow hunter, so she can't keep up. And so he stays. And Tessa's like, no, you can go. Jem's like, it's okay. Will can take care of himself. And he probably just wants to be alone right now. And Tessa like thinks of the agony that was in Will's eyes when they were at the manor and hopes that Jem is right. End of chapter 6. So, Cecily is Will's little sister. There's confusion about whether his sister was dead or alive. Will's very upset. I love when characters have breakdowns. I love it. There's something wrong with me. Chapter 7. This chapter is called The Curse, so I wonder what we're gonna learn about. Also, this chapter is gonna be really long because I don't know, there's a lot to include. It's a long chapter. So chapter 7. Magnus is just trying to enjoy his evening, but he hasn't learned that once you help a shadow hunter, they never leave you alone. So he will learn, but still help them out. Because he does have a big heart, even if he pretends that he doesn't. He hears the front door opening and hears some arguing, and he's like, Will. He told the footman to tell everyone that he wasn't home, but Will is Will, so he runs in a moment later like, aha, I knew you were here. Magnus, please, I have to talk to you. Magnus is like, ugh, because he's really tired after working all day, but in quotes, he was really going to have to do something about this annoying soft-hearted impulse to assist the desperate Magnus.
Got an addiction to sad, weird guys, unfortunately. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break. BRB. Alright, I've returned. I was going to eat some cake. But it is not done yet. Andrew was like, you should have a slice. So then I went over and poked at it, and I was like, that's a wet cake. That's going back in the oven for another 10 minutes. Hi, Zarfod. How are you doing? Andrew baking? Yeah! He was like, I got an urge to bake a cake. And I went, oh, okay. And he made a lemon ginger cake. Yeah, yesterday I had a craving for you know that really like cheap chocolate plus cake like combination that happens when you have like a ho or like quadratini or like stuff like that. Like that's what I wanted. I wanted that like little bit of chocolate plus cakiness that comes from like those packaged cakes, you know? And I don't know why. I just wanted that texture. And I couldn't find anything that I knew would be like that, so then I just got a Pop Tart, which is pretty close, but not exactly what I wanted. And then the Pop Tart decided to exact its revenge on me for eating it, and I didn't feel very good. Needless to say, I did not feel very good after eating it, but oh well. Let us continue with my wonderful book series that I love so dearly, or at least this specific thing. So anyways, let us continue, and I will continue being very, very productive. Yes. Yes. Yeah, my tummy rebellions, it's real and true.
Thought that and his weakness for blue eyes. Magnus's love interest in the modern books has blue eyes, so Magnus is like, fine, but I'm not raising a demon before I've had my dinner. Will's like, no, I don't want you to raise a demon. Well, that's good news, I suppose. I want you to send me through to the demon realms. Magnus is like, now what the fuck? He's like, first of all, that is black magic, which is illegal. Second of all, you're gonna freaking die, and I'm gonna get in trouble with the Cleave if I send one of their promising young shadow hunters to be torn apart by demons. Will's like, the Cleave doesn't consider me promising. I'm not promising. I'm nothing without your help. And he's being classic dramatic Will, talking about how the curse is making it like unbearable to live, and he can't take the disappointment of summoning all these random demons and them never being the right one. And he's like, every day just keeps getting harder than the last. And if I don't do something soon, I'll lose her forever. And Magnus is like, aha, I knew it. This was about Tessa. And Will's like, not just her. And Magnus is like, but you love Tessa? He's so nosy. And Will's like, yes, of course I do. But this curse is making it really freaking hard to deal with it. And Magnus is like, so does your curse have something to do with like your ability to love or something? Because that's BS. I've seen you with Jem. You love him, don't you? And Will's like, Jem's my greatest sin. Don't talk to me about Jem. What was the explanation? And Magnus is
No
like, don't talk to me
heterosexual
about Jem.
reason.
Don't talk to you about Tessa. Don't talk to me about the curse, Magnus. Send me into the demon realms, Magnus. Like, I'm not gonna do it. I love the scenes with Will and Magnus, because you get the melodrama and the angst with Will, but then you also get Magnus doing damage control and being like, sit the f down. You're young. You don't know shit. Magnus is also everyone's therapist. And then Will finally admits what this is all about and how he saw Cecily and how he thought he would never see her again and his family can't be near him. And Magnus is realizing that there's going to be a breakthrough and he's going to get to learn more about Will's backstory. So he's like, why? What did they do to you? And Will's like, what did they do? They did nothing. It's me. I'm the problem, it's me. Taylor Swift wrote Anti-Hero about Will. She didn't actually, but she did write The Archer about Will. She told me herself. Will's suddenly like, I lied to you. And Magnus is like, shocking. But now Will is letting it all out and explaining, so pay attention. So, as we know, Will grew up on a little farm in Wales, and his dad used to be a shadow hunter, but left the world behind to marry a mundane woman. Because Arendelles are dramatic like that. And so one day, Will was like, secretly going through his dad's old things. His dad kept some like memorabilia from his time as a shadow hunter. He had a Pixis box that he kept in like a false drawer in his desk, probably thinking that was enough to keep the kiddos out. But Will found it, and of course he opened it, and mist came out and formed into a demon. Will didn't know anything about the shadow world at this point, so he was freaking out. But then his sister, not Cecily, but his older sister Ella, ran in. She had a seraph blade and was trying to fight the demon for him. She was the bravest person he ever knew, okay guys? The demon knocked Ella down, and then it turned to Will, and it was like, I wanted to destroy your father's life, but I guess you'll have to do. And the demon curses him. Pay attention, I'm reading what the curse is now, okay? It says, all who love you will die. It may take moments, it may take years, but any who look upon you with love will die of it, unless you remove yourself from them forever. And I shall begin it with her. And it like points at Ella and then vanishes. Oh, that was loud. Magnus is like, bro, wait, for real? You know, middle school me ate this shit up. Not now though. I'm so mature now. I don't like this stuff. So half of you guys right now were like, really? This is so freaking stupid. Why do you even like this? And the other half of you guys are like, oh, wait a minute. So that, oh, and that, oh. And now it all makes sense. And you're like, oh, that's so dramatic and angsty. I love that. And you guys are valid. Because, like, come on, it's so good. Like, this is why fantasy romance is superior. Like, you don't get this stuff from contemporary romance. Like, you don't get this stuff. And you don't get this stuff in regular fantasy either. Oh, this is so dumb. Why don't you go catch demon pox, okay? Go get sent to the demon realm. But yeah, Ella didn't die immediately. She like came over to Will and like comforted him. She was like, don't worry, it's okay. She had read the forbidden books her father had about the shadow world, so that's how she kind of knew a little bit and knew about seraph blades. And she made Will promise to never go through their dad's stuff again. Will was just in shock. He was a kid. He was like, okay. And he fell asleep, and then he was awoken by his mom screaming in Ella's room. And Ella was dead, didn't even look human anymore. Her body was like a greenish black, and it was like rotted by the curse. And Will realized what happened and left for London that night. Because remember, part of the curse is that he has to remove himself from others' lives. So his family could still love him, but like, because he left, then they're fine. And Will's like, do you know what it's like to have to treat those who I love like I hate them? Having to ignore my family and be cruel to Henry and Charlotte and to Tessa. Like, I hate it, but I have to do it or else they could care for me. And Magnus is like, wait, so you think like Tessa doesn't love you? And Will's like, there was a time I thought, but no, she hates me. I made sure of it. And Magnus has just been observing everything from the outside, and he's like, okay. And then Magnus is like, wait a minute, Jem? And Will's like, Jem really is Will's greatest sin, guys. Will thinks that maybe the curse like might not affect Jem because Jem's like already dying. But if it does affect Jem, it'll at least be a quick death like Ella's was, instead of this slow, painful thing Jem has going on. Will's like, no one can live with nothing, Magnus. Jem's all I have. Jem's all he has, guys. Fling me into the sun. Freaking send me to the demon realms. I can't take it anymore. Kind of fucked up that Will is like, I guess Jem can die. That's not. He thinks it's not. But yeah, Will has never told anyone but Magnus. Like, if he told Henry and Charlotte the only reason he's mean to them is to protect them, who's to say they won't pity him and then come to care for him? And he hasn't told Jem because he doesn't want to, like, burden him with that knowledge and, like, make him feel bad for him and stuff. So he goes out all night and comes up with these stories to keep up this, like, party boy persona, even though he doesn't want to. And he has to push everyone away. Magnus is like, what, so f me? You don't care if the curse gets me? And Will's like, well, I'm sure you have some warlock magic that could protect you against this kind of stuff. And also, you don't even care about me, so like, meanwhile, Magnus has come to like really care about Will. He's like, he's my bro. Will's like under the impression that he's doing like a really great job of pushing everyone away and like no one cares about him. It's like kind of funny, but also kind of sad. But you guys don't understand. Have you guys thought about how like Will had to leave his family because of the curse and because his older sister Ella died, and then he came to the London Institute, and then he freaking met Charlotte, who is like this older sister figure for him, and he had to be mean to her? Yeah, you guys.
Time for me to
read
go to
your
bed.
little,
Good
like,
night, Chip
serious,
Sir.
oh yeah, high literature. No, none of that compares to shit like this, okay? And because the demon said it might take years for the curse to take place, we don't even know who's affected at this point. It's great. Chapter 7, Part 2, because long chapter, so I split it up into 2 parts. The rest of the Institute gang is in the drawing room, the amount of stuff that goes on in the drawing room. Jem and Tessa told everyone about what happened, and Charlotte's like, so Will's just gone? They know that Will goes out every night anyways, but it's just kind of different because he saw his little sister and he was kind of upset. Charlotte's like, oh, poor Will. She doesn't love him, guys. She's totally safe from the curse, guys. She's like, I thought maybe he was finally starting to forget. Jessamine's like, no one ever forgets about their family. Because reminder, she's got trauma. Her parents are dead. Everyone's parents are dead, except for Will's. But in his case, it might be worse that his parents are alive. Charlotte's like, no, of course not. But I thought maybe he wasn't carrying that weight constantly. And Jessamine's like, as if we know what to do with Will if he wasn't depressed all day. Besides, he probably didn't even care that much about his family if he left them. Tessa's like, you don't know why he left. You didn't see his face at Ravenscar Manor. And Charlotte's like, of all the places they would go. And Jem's like, hold up, you knew they left Wales? So it turns out that when Will's family came looking for him at the London Institute, and Charlotte was trying to convince Will to at least say goodbye, because this would be the last chance he'd have to ever talk to them or find out any news about them, he was like, just please promise me that you'll tell me if they die, Charlotte. And she couldn't say no. So she's been secretly paying a warlock named Ragnar Fell to keep tabs on Will's family. So it turns out that Will's dad turned to gambling and drinking after Will left and Ella died. And then a few years later, he lost the house gambling and they had to move. But Ragnar wasn't able to find out where they moved. So yeah, mission accomplished for the demon that cursed Will. He really did ruin Will's dad's life. And Will's life as a bonus. And Charlotte never told Will about what happened with his family because she didn't want to upset him. And she only promised she'd tell him if they died. Charlotte's like, I shouldn't have made that promise to him. I'm breaking the law to do it. And Jem's like, when Will truly wants something, he can break your heart. Because he can. But yeah, they decide to contact Ragnar Fell again to see if he can find out anything about Mortmain's connection to Will's family. And Tessa's like, wait, something doesn't add up though. The reparations demand was filed in 1825 and Mortmain was 22 at the time. So he should be in his 70s, but he looks like he's in his 40s. Charlotte thinks he might have used some dark magic from the Book of the White to prolong his life. And Jem's like, oh, he probably pulled the vampire trick. Because all the newspapers say that he inherited the company from his dad. Really, he owned the company and faked his own death and then pretended to be his son. So they kind of figured out some stuff about his backstory, but they don't know where he is. And Jessamine's like, only 9 days left, Charlotte. So Charlotte's like, Tessa, I know you dislike changing, but we need more information. And you have Starkweather's button. I didn't mention this, but he did confirm that he was part of the group of Shadowhunters who killed the Shades, so. And Tessa's like, well, I am the one who offered, so. And she goes to her room to change alone. It's painful and hard to figure out what's going on, because Starkweather has been kind of losing it. So she gets bits and pieces of some memories, but she's able to catch a glimpse of John Shade, Mortmain's dad, talking to Mortmain. There's some automatons that are prototypes, and John Shade's like, one day I shall rule a clockwork kingdom of such beings, and you shall be its prince. Roll credits. And the mom was there too, so she did know about the automatons. Tessa's trying to hold on to the memory, but it's really hard. She gets a glimpse of the aftermath after they killed the Shades. She sees Adele for a split second, his granddaughter, screaming in pain as she dies. And also she sees her own face. And she feels the shock that Starkweather felt when he first saw her. It throws her out of the change, and she turns back into herself. I already know what you're thinking. Put a pin in that. Tessa will address that. Just give it a minute. Tessa throws the window open to try to cool herself down. But then she catches a glimpse of Mrs. Dark. Tessa's got a bit of PTSD. She kind of jumps back and then she slowly looks out the window again, but Mrs. Dark's not there. And she's like, it's just my imagination. Is it, Tessa? Is it? She doesn't know she's the main character of a story. She doesn't know. Back to Will and Magnus. Will's like, so you won't help me then? Magnus is like, if your definition of help is sending you to the demon realms to get torn to shreds by demons, then no, I won't help you. Go home, sleep it off. Will's like, I'm not drunk. And Magnus is like, you might as well be. You think you're the only person who's ever lost someone? Magnus's story is so sad. He's lost so many people over the years because he's immortal and stuff. Will's like, don't make it sound like that. This isn't ordinary grief that can be fixed with time. This is a fresh wound every day. And Magnus is like, yeah, that's the genius behind curses. Will's like, it would have been one thing if the curse was that everyone I love would die. I could keep myself from loving others. Magnus is like, Okay. And Will's like, but having to keep others from caring about me and pretending to be someone else is exhausting. And he says that after all these years of like having to hide any kindness, he can feel himself like losing the parts of himself that were good. And Will says, in quotes, that which is good and honest and true, if you hold it away from yourself long enough, do you lose it entirely? If no one cares for you at all, do you even really exist? He says it quietly. Magnus is like, what was that? And Will's like, oh, nothing, something I read once. Put a pin in that. But yeah, Will's like, you'd be doing me a mercy sending me into the demon realms. I either find what I'm looking for and break the curse, or I lose my life, which is meaningless with the curse anyways. Magnus is like, yeah, that's easy enough to say when you're 17. Listen, you're in love and you think that's all there is in the world, but there's things bigger than that. You have a bigger purpose as a shadow hunter. Your life isn't yours to throw away. And Will's being edgy like, then nothing's mine. If I don't even own my own life. And Magnus is like, whoever said we were owed happiness? Thinking about his own mom, looking at him in fear, and we don't really know about Magnus's backstory in this trilogy, but we do find it out in the other one, and it's like really sad. Just leave me alone, okay? I'm having a really bad week. Just let me enjoy my edgy sad boys, okay? They're all edgy sad boys. And Magnus is like, what about what we owe to others? And Will's like, I've given them everything I have already. They've had enough out of me, and if this is what you have to say to me, then so have you, Warlock. And he like storms out. Magnus is like, maybe I shouldn't have been so harsh with him. Oh, I'm kind of worried about him. End of chapter 7. Sorry it was long. So I think this is a good point to stop. How y'all doing? Are you starting to maybe care about Will now that you know about the curse? Has your whole mindset about his character changed? When I first read these books, I never like fully hated Will because like I had faith that there was a reason, you know? It's not because I thought he was cute. That's not it. But after the first video, I like texted all of my friends individually and you all hated him. You were like, he sucks. I don't know why you like him. And now you do, because he like has such a big heart, guys. Like, you don't know him like I do, okay? I've even had a couple of you guys read the books and have successfully converted you to the Will Harrenhill fan club. Welcome. I feel like I have so much to say about Will and like, I can't think of anything right now. To quote Mr. Knightley, if I loved you less, I might be able to talk about it more. Jane Austen really popped off when she wrote Emma. Like, she really did. Like, I don't know, Will's just like a sad guy who like really cares about his friends and his family, and he's like just trying to survive. I fully believe that Jem is like the one thing that kept Will alive all these years, because without Jem, Will has no one. And he really thinks that like besides Jem, like no one loves him. And he can't even like tell anyone, not even Jem, about the curse. So he's just like silently suffering, not wanting to be this way. And on top of that, like literally everyone hates him. Like, and he can't tell them like that's not who he is as a person. Listen, reading these books hits differently when you're going through it, okay? It's so angsty. But yes, I am having the best time right now forcing you guys to have the same interests as me. It's great. It's like a little book club. I already have the next few chapters filmed from beforehand, so hopefully the next video won't take so long. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to put this conspiracy theory board back up. Oh, and don't worry guys, I'm totally safe from the curse. Back for round 3, are you? That's right, this is round 3, so if you missed the other 2 videos, how did you find this? So, where we last left off, the London Institute gang was told that they have 2 weeks to find Mormaine, or else Henry and Charlotte lose the Institute. The main trio went to the York Institute to find more information on Mormaine. They found his old house in York, and they also found out that Will's family is currently living there. Mormaine threatened to kill Will's family unless they stopped the search, leaving Will pretty devastated. He ran off to Magnus and begged him to send him to the demon realms so that he could break his curse. Yeah, Will's cursed by a demon so that anyone who loves him will die. And he spent the whole last video working with Magnus, trying to find the demon who cursed him so he can break the curse. So now we know why Will's like this and why he's mean to everyone and pushed Tessa away. Because he's literally trying to save their lives. And now Tessa has complicated feelings towards Will, but her and Jem have been getting kind of close lately, so we'll see how this love triangle resolves. Okay, I just wanted to say, I really like the change in dynamic between Will and Tessa, from Clockwork Angel to Clockwork Prince. In Clockwork Angel, Tessa's all like, Will, I love you. And Will was all like, what? You can't love me. Stay away from me. Ah! And then in Clockwork Prince, Tessa's like, fine, I hate you. And Will's like, what? You can't hate me. Come back. Ah! He's so annoying. He's just like me for real, for real. Like Cassandra Clare really said, I'm gonna make a protagonist who is so relatable to my readers. Someone who herself is a quiet bookworm and grew up in the human world and just wants to figure out who she is. And I'll even give her 2 hot love interests. And I was like, oh, Cassie, that's so sweet. But what if I told you I relate to the trash gremlin? Then what? What do I do? Where do I go from there? What's wrong with me? Tell me what's wrong with me, because I don't know, but the answer is very clearly, say it with me, folks, many things. But yeah, we left off the last video with Will running off after Magnus wouldn't send him to die in the demon realms. So we don't know where he is, just like how we don't know where Mortmain is. And we're running out of time to find him. And that's where we're picking up. Time for chapter 8. Chapter 8. The next day, Will is, surprise, surprise, still not back. Tessa and Jem are worried. Jesse's like, look at the two of you, like you lost a favorite puppy. Will goes out all the time, he'll be back. Charlotte's like, of course he'll be back. And you can tell she's like really worried about him. Oh my god, you guys know about the curse, and I don't have to like pretend like Will's a bad person anymore. It's okay, Charlotte, Will loves you too. Tessa explains she got no information from changing into Starkweather. Charlotte goes to contact Ragnar Fell and Jesse to get out of training.
Congratulations, Junior!
Investigation. So that leaves Sophie and Tessa to go to training. These birds need to shut up. Tessa still feels like Will's absence is not normal. She's like, ugh, I have to like stop worrying and thinking about him. Girl, same. In the training room, Sophie's like holding this really long knife and examining it. She's getting into the training. It's really cute. Sophie sees Tessa and she's like, what's wrong with you? You're not worried about Will, are you? Don't worry, he's gone out missing for a day or two. He'll be back. And Tessa's like, that's really nice of you to say, Sophie, especially since I know you're not really fond of him. And Sophie's like, I thought you weren't either. At least not anymore. Her and Tessa have not talked about Will since that conversation in the last book, but Sophie has been observing and she knows something happened. The Lightwood brothers show up. Gideon's like, oh, that's a good blade you picked there, Sophie. And Sophie's like, oh, really? She's really getting into like training. It's like really cute. Gabriel's like, Harrendel's gone missing, has he? Tessa's like, he'll be back. Gabriel's like, I hope not. I hope he's dead. He's so out of pocket. Tessa's like annoyed because even though she's still pissed off at Will, like only the Institute gang is allowed to insult Will. You know, it feels wrong having like an outsider insult Will. But yeah, during training, Gabriel's like in a bad mood. He snaps at Tessa. He snaps at Gideon for simping over Sophie, because he has been. And then Tessa like uses her full roasting powers and Gabriel can't take it and he like storms out. Gideon apologizes for Gabriel and says that things have been like rough at home, like with their dad. So Gabriel's just like taking it out on everyone else. Put a pin in that because there's like stuff going on with the Lightwoods like in the background. And then Gideon's like, oh sorry, I gotta go or else Gabriel's gonna take the carriage and leave me stranded here. Bye ladies, great job with your training, you're doing great, bye. I love these two, they're such characters. After training, Ragnar Fell has arrived, aka the warlock that Charlotte has been paying to keep tabs on Will's family. He's green. Ragnar, my little pea pod. Ragnar sees Tessa and he's like, oh, I've heard of you. The shape changer girl. No mark on you, they say. Tessa's like, no mark. Ragnar's like, I do suppose they've looked everywhere. Jesse's like, I'm sure Will's tried. She's so funny. Ragnar's like, oh yeah, I knew Will's dad. Quite the ladies' man until he met his wife. But some people are just like that. Just one person for them and only they will do or no one. And like Charlotte looks over at Henry and he's just like in his own little world and Charlotte's like, Charlotte, he loves you too. He's just... These two just like need to talk, okay? Ragnar mentions that there were originally 3 Harrendale children. So Tessa and Jem are like, oh, he must have had another sister who died. Tessa's trying to figure it out. She's like, clearly Will cares about his family, so why did he leave? She's like, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, Charlotte pays Ragnar to try to figure out what Will's family's connection is to Mortmain, and also to keep it hidden from the Clave. Ragnar's like, that will be an extra cost. That afternoon, Tessa gets a letter from Magnus Bane, basically saying, hey, I saw your and Jem's boyfriend Will last night, and he was not doing so hot.
Your and Jem's boyfriend Will.
Normally a big deal for you guys, but he seemed pretty upset, and I'm worried he might like hurt himself. I am humbly sending this letter to you because I know you see the goodness in him, as do I, and we'll probably do something about it. Love, Magnus. P.S. Maybe don't tell Charlotte about this. Tessa's like, I freaking knew it! Once everyone's gone to bed, Tessa sneaks into Jem's room. Jem's like, yo, Tessa, what are you doing in my room so late at night? She just like hands him the letter. He's like, I knew it! He touches his parabatai rune. He's like, I felt it here through the parabatai bond that something was wrong. So they go to Will's room. It's like really messy. He's got like clothes everywhere and like half-empty teacups and books scattered about. He's just like me for real, for real. Tessa sees he has the Institute's copy of A Tale of Two Cities and she's like, that bitch, and picks it up and out falls some letters. She's like, wait a minute, because it's her letters that she had written to Nate when she was being tortured by the Dark Sisters. The letters are like really sad. She talks about getting whipped because she couldn't change one time. And in one letter, she like talks about how she misses Nate and without him, no one in the world cares about whether she's dead or alive. And she wrote, If there's no one in the world who cares for you, do you really exist at all? And yeah, that's what Will was quoting to Magnus in the last video. And so, like, I'm not gonna get into it right now, but like, Will's he gets Tessa. I'm fine. Meanwhile, Tessa's like, what the why does he have this? We're gonna find Will and I'm gonna murder him. Okay. Meanwhile, Jem found the dagger that Will had brought with him when he had come from Wales, so it has a strong enough imprint of Will that they can use a tracking rune with it. But he also found something else. Will is normally the one who goes to the bad side of town to get Jem's yin fen, because Jem feels like so ashamed having to deal with that. And there were some receipts, and it turns out that Will's been lying to Jem about how much the yin fen costs. He's been telling Jem that it costs way less than it actually does, and then like paying the rest out of his own pocket. Jem's like, I know Will better than anyone else in this world. And yet there's still things about him that surprise me. Tessa's like, but it's not so surprising. Will would do anything for you, Jem. And Jem's like, I wouldn't take it that far. And Tessa's like, of course he would. Anyone would. You're so kind and good and like Jem's like surprised. Just make out already. Okay, I can't. But yeah, Cyril, not Thomas, Cyril, gets the carriage, Jem draws the tracking room on the dagger, and off they go to find Will. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9. This chapter is called Fierce Midnight, if you know what I mean. Tessa and Jem are in the carriage on their way to pick up their problematic but hot boyfriend Will. They got to talking about like the parabatai bond and how Jem could sense something was wrong with Will. Tessa's like, so was it you who
Are you guys ready for balconies that are nice for taking liberties on?
asked Will to be parabatai, but no, how dare you? Got one more chance, Herondale. One more chance, and then if you go down, you're staying down. Okay. It was Will who asked Jem when they were training one day as little kids. Jem said no because Will deserved to have like a parabatai who could like live a full life, because you can only have one in your whole life, even if the other dies. And Will made a bet that if he could disarm Jem, then he had to agree to be his parabatai. Jem was like, yeah, Will sucks at using longswords, so he agreed. But Will had been secretly training and like disarmed him in 9 seconds, and they've been joined at the hip ever since. Also, they got onto the topic of languages, and Tessa pulled like a say something in Mandarin, and Jem tells her you're beautiful, but he tells her that it means your hair is coming undone, and he like tucks a strand of hair behind her ear. He's like, yeah, you don't want to give the enemy anything to hold on to. Yeah, just make out already, my god. So they track Will to basically a fantasy opium den called Whitechapel, which is where Will usually buys Jem's yin fen. And you can tell Jem like really hates being there and having everyone stare at him with his silver hair, thinking he's a drug addict here to buy more yin fen. They go to this one room in the den that's like lined with bunk beds, and all these dudes passed out from various warlock drugs. Will is in one of the bunks, and he's honestly having one of the most peaceful times he will have in this entire trilogy, because he is high as a kite. Jem is like pissed off. And you know Jem doesn't get angry, so this is like a big deal. Meanwhile, Will's like, no, like 5 more minutes, let me sleep. Relatable. They get Will out very aggressively, hitting his head a couple times. He like stumbles out of the bed into Tessa's arms and he's like, tell me this isn't a dream. Okay. And then Jem and Tessa are holding Will up and he has like one arm around each of them and he's like, oh good, now we're all 3 together. He is so happy. The 3 of these guys should just date. Shaking my head. They bring him to the carriage and Will's like, oh, Jem, could you like pay for my drugs? I ran out of money. And Jem's like, oh my god. Will's like, you didn't have to pick me up like I'm some kind of child. I was having a really pleasant time. And Jem's like, god damn you, and he punches Will. And Will is shook because it's at that moment he knew he fucked up. Like, if you make Jem angry, especially Will making Jem angry, oh boy, you fucked up. Jem goes back inside to pay. Tessa and Will are in the carriage. Will's like, oh, I made a mess of things, didn't I? And Tessa's like, yeah, you did. She figures he does this stuff because he like hates himself, but she doesn't know why. She's like, maybe.
I don't know.
And Will's like, I'm so tired, Tess. I only wanted pleasant dreams for once. Which, like, I know he's an edgy sad boy. Leave him be. Jem comes back, still angry. They drive back in silence, and then as soon as they get back, Jem like runs off. Tessa goes after Jem, but she can't find him, so she goes back to her room. She had never seen Jem so angry before, and she's like ashamed to realize that she took Jem for granted. He's like always being so kind to her and others, and asking everyone else how they are, but no one ever really like thinks about how Jem's doing, you know, mentally. Like they're always worried about his like
I'm ready for bed. Keep up the good work.
but
Thank
they kind of
you.
forget about
Good
like
night.
how his illness probably affects him like psychologically. Will is like the problem child that gets all the attention, but Jem just acts like he's okay, and people think that he must be, even though he's got his own stuff to deal with on top of doing damage control with Will. And Tessa assumed that that goodness in Jem was just innate, but it must actually like take him a lot of effort and strength to be that kind, you know? So Tessa's about to go to bed, but then she hears a screeching noise from Jem's room, and she's like, Jem! And she goes over, and he's like playing violin like really aggressively, and he like makes one of the strings snap. The following is a live recreation of what I think Tessa heard when she went into Jem's room. That was a live recreation of what I think Tessa heard when she went into Jem's room. Thank you. You guys are probably like, yeah, this book was written for you. It's a fantasy YA book that takes place in the Victorian era, has lots of romance. The one love interest reads books and the other plays violin. And well, team, we are approaching the next breakdown of the trilogy, this time featuring Jem. Tessa's like, Jem, you're gonna wreck your violin. And Jem's like, what does it matter? Oh my god. What does any of it matter? I'm dying. I won't outlast the decade. Who cares if the violin goes before I do? So yeah, Jem says he doesn't care about dying, but clearly it does affect him. Tessa's like, don't say that, there could still be a cure. And Jem's like, there is no cure. Oh my god, this is so angsty. Listen, I love the angst. That's why I love this book. But yeah, Jem's like, there is no cure. I'll die and you know it, Tess. I'm dying, I have no family in the world, and the one person I trusted more than anything made a sport out of what's killing me. And Tess is like, I don't think that's what Will was trying to do. He was just trying to escape after Cecily. He wasn't thinking of you. And Jem's like, I know that. He's like, I tell myself Will is a good person, but what if he's not? I always thought if I have nothing else, at least I have Will. If I've done nothing else that made my life matter, at least I've always stood by him. But maybe I shouldn't. It hurts, okay? Like, Jem doesn't know how much he means to Will, like, because of the curse, and oh. Jem looks pretty feverish, so, like, Tessa tries to check his temperature, and he, like, flinches away. And it's confession time. Go, Jem, go! He's like, Tessa, you don't think I know when you take my hand, it's so you can check my pulse? Or when you look into my eyes, it's so you can see how much of the yin fen I've taken? If I were a different man, I might have thought that maybe you... Listen, edgy Jem is like very rare, but very welcome. And Tessa's like, no, that's not. And suddenly they're kissing. Ay. Tessa's like, oh my god, I'm kissing Jem. Jem. Like, yeah, you are. Enjoy it, you lucky. They're like making out, okay? Like, fall backwards onto the bed making out. And Tessa is ready to risk it all, okay? Jem's like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take liberties. And Tessa, she literally goes, Take them. Girl, you are wilding. I love that for you. I remember coming back from winter break in 7th grade, and like Clockwork Prince had finally arrived at the school library, and 12-year-old me was reading this scene like, this I was like, Tessa, your reputation. You can't be doing this kissing boy stuff. Why does the school even have books like this? These kissing books. I was a prude. This is like very tame, even by YA standards, especially modern YA standards. Because some of these books recently, I'm like, you're a YA book? And because this is a YA book, before anything can happen, they like accidentally knock a pillow off that hits Jem's Yin Fen box off the nightstand. And Jem's like, no. Tessa like immediately tries to start help cleaning it up, but Jem says that it could be dangerous for her to like touch the Yin Fen, and he asks her to leave because he's like, I can't have the woman I can't have you watching me on my hands and knees trying to pick up the drug I need to live. Oh, why? So Tessa goes out into the hallway. She's like, if I had a nickel for every time I went on a late night mission with someone only for it to culminate in me making out with a shadow hunter back home who then orders me away, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. She also sees Jessamine hurrying down the hallway in boys' clothing. She's like, huh? End of chapter 69, chapter 9. We were so close, Jem girlies. We were so close. That's right, I'm a Will and Jem girly. Plot twist. So is Tessa. No. Can we talk about the parallels between Will and Jem for a second? Because like Cassandra Clare kind of did something, okay? Like Will sitting in silence on the ride back from York, and then running off the train alone, and then Jem sitting in silence on the ride back from Whitechapel, and then running off to the Institute alone, and then Will begging Tessa to leave after the holy water attic scene because of the curse, and then Jem begging Tessa to leave after Fierce Midnight, because of the yin fen.
Fierce
like, they
Midnight.
seem like opposites at first, but really they're like two sides of the same coin, and they're both just like trapped by their circumstances, and it's like they're parabatai. And I know my hobby is analyzing things that like
books
don't really warrant being analyzed, but like that's the fun of the Shadowhunter books, okay? I need you guys to read all of the Shadowhunter books and then come back to me, and then we can theorize about what's going to happen in the Wicked Powers together. I'm really excited for the Wicked Powers. Chapter 10. The next morning at breakfast, Will's like, I suppose you all know I went out to an opium den last night. Everyone ignores him. He's like, did you hear me? I went to an opium den last night. He's so excited that like he actually did something bad for once instead of just pretending. But to everyone else, this is just normal Will behavior. There's like tension because Jem's still angry at Will. Will doesn't remember what happened. Tessa knows what happened, so she's like, And Henry's like, I do love eggs. I could eat them all day. I think I'm Will, but really I'm Henry. Will also explains that when he was at Whitechapel, he saw some werewolves buying like buckets of yin fen, and the werewolves were already starting to turn silver. And they said they were taking it because it acted as a stimulant, and it pleased the Magister that it could keep them working all night. They're all like, oh shit. Charlotte says she's gonna contact Woolsey Scott, aka the head of the London Werewolves. She like wants Henry to help, but he's like, oh no, I'm not good at this stuff, dear, you know that. And Charlotte's like, and leaves. Henry, your wife wants your support, come on. Oh, also Henry's been working on something that he thinks can like shatter the clockwork creatures, so. Meanwhile, Tessa and Sophie go for training with the Lightwood Bros. The light would like them to train me, bros. I mean, what? Will's board fell again. I'm leaving it down. I don't care. Will decides to tag along because he wants to piss off Gabriel. It's working. Gabriel's like, when we run the Institute, this training room will be kept in better condition. And he like really insults Charlotte. Will throws a knife at Gabriel that like narrowly misses and is like, say shit about Charlotte again and I'll make sure it kills you next time. Okay. Gabriel's like, you don't even know what her father did to mine, and explains that his uncle broke some minor law. And then Charlotte's dad like snitched to the Clave, and the shame made his uncle kill himself. And he's like, the Fairchilds suck and only care about the law, because Charlotte is from the Fairchild family. Those who read the Mortal Instruments, yes. Those Fairchilds. So yeah, the Lightwoods just kind of want revenge on the Fairchilds. Oh, and then Gabriel says that no one wanted to marry Charlotte because she like sucks or whatever, and that Henry's dad owed Charlotte's dad, so he like forced Henry to marry her. And then Sophie, aka #1 Charlotte fangirl, #1 Will hater, can't take the Charlotte slander anymore, and she slaps Gabriel. He's like, because he knows he can't hit a mundane girl, so he like, and storms out. Tessa's like, Sophie, are you okay? Which like, yeah, she's more than okay. You should be worried about Gabriel. He's the one who got slapped. Meanwhile, Sophie is stressed because she thinks she's gonna get fired now. She looks over at Gideon like, I'm sorry, I lost my cool, it won't happen again. But Gideon's like, it was a well-placed flow. You've been paying attention during training. I love Gideon. He's like, listen, Gabriel worships our father, but I don't. I told my dad that I thought Charlotte was doing a good job running the Institute, and then he told us about the story with our uncle. It wasn't a minor infraction, it was a major one. He fell in love with his parabatai, which is forbidden. Why is it forbidden? Well, that's the plot of The Dark Artifices, aka the LA books. It's like a whole thing, okay? But yeah, after their uncle died, then their mom died from grief, and her dying wish was to take the Institute back from the Fairchilds. Gabriel was like really young, so he like took it to heart and like blames the Fairchilds for his mom's death. These families just have so much drama. Someone once described these books as generational soap opera, and yes, that's accurate. Tessa tries to go after Gabriel to like apologize for Sophie so he won't go tattling to his dad. Will follows her and they see out the window that Gabriel has already taken the carriage, leaving poor Gideon stranded. They start talking and Tessa's like, yeah, about last night. Maybe you should like think about how your actions affect others, specifically Jem. Like, Jem's angry with you. Jem. He literally punched you. Aren't you concerned? Will's like, wait, Jem's the one who hit me? Because he doesn't remember how he got his black eye. He's like, how does me going to an Ifrit's den affect Jem? He's been in way more dangerous situations before. Tessa's like, no, it's not about that. It's about how he thinks that you made a mockery out of him and his illness, drugging yourself and giving money to the people who make addicts out of what is literally killing Jem. Will's like, wait, he can't think that? And Tessa's like, yeah, he does. I know you don't care about what other people think of you, but Jem thought you would at least care about his thoughts and how he feels. And of course, with Will's curse, he's like, that's all I ever think about is what others think of me. Tessa, you don't understand. All I ever think about is how... He's like pretty shaken at this point, so Tessa tries to go for like the lighthearted approach. She's like, Will Herondale caring about what others think? But he's panicked. He's like, oh gosh, Jem can't think that. I fucked up. You don't understand, Tessa. All I do is think about what you think of me. Okay. Tessa's like, what? But then Charlotte shows up with the head of the London werewolf pack, Wolsey Scott. I couldn't find a photo of him just by himself that I liked, so this is him, Magnus, and Camille. I should have cut Camille out. Meanwhile, in the training room, Gideon and Sophie are being cute. Gideon's like, I was in Spain, then my dad made me come home, and then I was in Spain, but without the S. No, yeah, he's like, I hate being at home, but I've been looking forward to these training sessions with you, so it's cute. And he's like, Sophie, after training's done, can I still see you? And it's like, Sophie's like, fuck. Because he's a gentleman, but she's a servant, and he's a shadow hunter, but she's a mundane, but he's so cute, and she's like, oh my gosh. Poor girl. Back in the drawing room, Wolsey is such a character, okay? He's like examining Tessa like, oh, the shape changer girl. What a curiosity. And he looks at her and Will standing next to each other and he's like, oh, adorable these two. What a charming couple. Oh, Charlotte, they simply must stay delightful. Tessa's like, oh no, we're not together. Will's like, yet, no. Bridget like brings in a tea tray and he's like, oh, Charlotte, the tongs, the sugar tongs, they're silver. Because silver is dangerous for werewolves. He's like, not to worry, I carry my own, and like pulls out a set of gold tongs. Charlotte's like trying to talk to him about the werewolf and Yin Fen situation, but he just keeps going off on tangents. Charlotte's like, well, we were worried that maybe some of the downworlders were feeling like betrayed after what happened with De Quincy. Wolsey's like, no, De Quincy dying was the best news. Because the werewolf that Camille was dating that De Quincy killed was actually Wolsey's older brother. Small world. But yeah, he's like definitely not working with Mortmain. That group of werewolves working for Mortmain were not associated with any pack, but Wolsey heard that they're basically building a bunch of automatons for Mortmain's little army so he can kill all shadow hunters. We're not reading this book for Mortmain. And they're taking the Yin Fen to work non-stop so they get paid more, and then they like die from exhaustion without ever feeling tired. Wolsey's like, oh, I remember your James Carstairs. Such interesting coloring. It would be a shame if all of that Yin Fen they're buying were to cause a shortage. And Will goes white and he's like, shoot, I didn't even think of that. And he just like bolts out and immediately goes to buy more for Jem. Wolsey says that he can't control werewolves who like aren't in his pack, but if he learns any useful information, he'll let them know. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11. This chapter is like really long with like an angsty scene and a really funny scene, and I love them both, so I'm splitting this chapter into 2 parts because I can't help myself. Deal with it. I'm going to try to speed through everything else, but it's still going to be kind of long. Charlotte hears back from Ragnar Fell, explaining what he learned about Will's family. The will board's kind of destroyed. Just leave it. Anyways, Cecily snuck up on Ragnar, asking him about Will, so Ragnar talked with her illegally. The Herondales consider Mortmain a family friend who generously offered for them to stay at the manor for free after they lost their home. And if you're wondering why would he do this, well, there's a few reasons. 1. Legally, the Clave cannot interact with ex-Shadowhunters, so they would have to stay away from Ravenscar Manor because Will's dad is an ex-Shadowhunter. 2. The Herondales staying in the manor makes all of the objects technically belong to them, so then if the Clave were to try to use some of the objects in the manor to track Mortmain, it wouldn't work because all of the objects would just track the Herondales instead. 3. Later on, if Mortmain needs to have some power over Will for whatever reason, he could. So Mortmain's playing the long game, okay? He's like a smart dude, he's got a lot of plans in the background that none of the characters know about. But Cecily didn't know where Mortmain is. She thought he was in Shanghai, but like the Shanghai Institute said that he's not there. Yeah, we haven't seen Mortmain like at all in this book, but like you can feel his presence. His annoying little presence. This next scene is from Will's point of view. He's arriving back to the Institute after getting some extra Yin Fen for Jem. He's been like trying to avoid Tessa recently, but like he can't help himself. He's trying so hard not to like her, but every time he sees her, he's just like, oh, my heart. His scenes are always so like angsty and like sappy and stuff. I love it. Oh, and like the little like drug trip dream he had was that like he could finally tell Tessa that he loves her. Like his point of views are so unhinged. They're like so funny. Cause like Will from other characters' point of view is just like, oh, he's like a terrible person. He doesn't care about anyone else but himself. Tessa will be like, oh, sometimes he seems like he genuinely cares about me, but like he's probably just trying to manipulate me. And then in his point of views, he's just like, I can't stop thinking about Tessa. Like he literally just goes on tangents about like how he can't stop thinking of Tessa. It's so funny. Like he wanted to make her laugh. He wanted to sit and listen to her talk about books until his ears fell off. Like what? He's the only man ever, okay? I don't like this stuff, guys. I don't like this stuff. I said I don't like it. So he goes to Jem's room and like sees him pacing in the hallway, like about to knock on Tessa's door, and then he goes back to pacing. Tessa and Jem have been like kind of awkward since the fierce midnight scene. They're both like, oh, like what if the other person regretted it? Oh, like Will's like, Jem, what are you doing out here? You okay? Jem's like, yeah, I was just gonna apologize to Tessa for I think my violin playing was keeping her up, you know, last night. They go to Jem's room. Jem like coughs up some blood. He's like a little sick today. Every time Jem coughs, it's like so stressful. You're like, is there blood? Is he gonna die? Is he okay? Will gives Jem like a handkerchief and the yin fen that he bought. Jem's like, oh, I didn't need more. Or did Tessa tell you? Did Tessa tell me what? Nothing? I just spilled a little the other day. I'm re-recording this part because I watched it back and realized that it was kind of cringe. Every once in a while making this video, I'll realize that it's like actually really cringe and that I'm cringe. And then I'm like, oh no, I need to tone it down because I'm trying way too hard. Like honestly, the original of this scene was like an Oscar-worthy performance, but it's just kind of embarrassing that I'm trying this hard in my room alone talking about fictional characters. So like I still need to give off the impression that like I'm kind of a cool person, except I'm pretty sure that like none of you guys are under the impression that I'm a cool person. So yeah. Let's do this scene again, but with less emotion. So Will explains to Jem that he was worried about there being like a shortage of yin fen, because if Mortmain controls the supply, then they're going to be put in his power. And Jem's like, that is, unless you guys were willing to do the sensible thing and just let me die. You need to shut up, Jem. Will's like, I would not be willing. And Jem's like, oh, you're worried about me? After last night, I had begun to wonder if you were even capable of sparing anyone's suffering. And Will's like, He's like, I talked to Tessa and now I realize that what I did was unforgivable. And he's like, I went to Whitechapel because I couldn't stop thinking about my family and I really needed to stop thinking. And like, it didn't even cross my mind that it would look like I was mocking your illness. Just picture him saying this with like a lot more emotion. And so he's like, yeah, like what I did was unforgivable, but like, please forgive me, Jem. Like everyone makes mistakes. And Jem's like, yes, you just happen to make a lot more than most people. He's like, you hurt everyone whose life you touch. It's so dramatic. Will goes, not you. He's like, I never meant to hurt you. Oh, it's so good. And Jem's like, oh, Will. But at this point, Will's already on to breakdown number 3, if you include his breakdown after the rooftop scene in the last book. So he's panicking. He's like, you can't never forgive me, Jem. I'd be... And Jem's like, alone? And whose fault is that? They're cute. And Jem's like, I would have forgiven you even if you hadn't apologized. But Will is panicked. He's like, Jem, you're like the only family I have. He's like, I would die for you. I would die without you. If it were not for you, I would have been dead 100 times over these past 5 years. And he's not talking about fighting demons. Well, not those kind. He's like, I owe you everything, Jem, and if you can't believe I have empathy, at least you can believe I know honor and debt. And Jem's like, Will, you don't have to be this upset. Like, I wasn't that angry. Like, you know I've never had much of a temper. And also the whole situation led to fierce midnight with Tessa, so silver lining. And Will's like, I bought the yin fen for you because I can't stand the thought of you dying. And if Mortmain had the only yin fen left, I would give him anything if it meant it would save you. Oh my god, it's so angsty, guys. And he's like, I failed my family, Jem. I can't feel you too. Jem's like worried at this point. He's like, Will, I really appreciate that you're like really regretful about what happened last night, but like, you must know I will die. No, you won't. Will's like, our souls are knit. We're one person. Jem's like, we're 2 people. You swore an oath to me that you would not go where I can't follow. And Jem's like, until death, Will. That's the oath. Until aught but death part thee and me. Someday I will go where none can follow, and I think it's gonna be sooner rather than later. I hate this. The full scene is like even more heartbreaking. Like you guys should just read the full scene. Read the book, just read the book. Yeah, you should really read the book. Like Cassandra Clare kind of popped off when she wrote these 2. I haven't been acting it out, but like I truly believe that Will is just like on the verge of tears in this scene. Like he just spends this entire trilogy on the verge of tears. And then Jem's like, do you know why I agreed to be your parabatai? Will's like, No better offers forthcoming. Poor guy. I'm just gonna read this from the book because it's like really dramatic and I love the drama. Jem's like, I thought you needed me. There's a wall you've built about yourself, Will, and I never asked you why. But no one should shoulder every burden alone. I thought you would let me inside if I became your parabatai, and then you would have at least someone to lean upon. I did wonder what my death would mean for you. I used to fear it for your sake. I feared you would be left alone inside that wall. But now, something's changed. I don't know why, but I know it's true. And Will's like, that what's true? And Jem says, that the wall is coming down. It's so dramatic. Come on, it's so good. Read the book, just read the book. I included the direct quote because like I feel like it gives some insight into Jem and Will's relationship. The way Jem says that he feared his death because how it would affect Will. Like he doesn't care about his death for himself, he cares about it because of Will. Like he really puts Will above himself, and he doesn't realize that Will also would put Jem above himself in a situation like this because of the curse. Like he doesn't know about the curse, but like he knows that there's something, you know? And he respects Will so much that he's like, I know Will open up to me when he's ready. Like, despite everything, he always believed that there was like some underlying reason or something that's causing Will to act this way. Maybe he had his own theory board. And that's why it hurts extra when he was talking to Tessa in Fierce Midnight. Because he was like, maybe I'm like wrong and Will actually isn't a good person. Because like Jem was like really the only person who like genuinely believed that like deep down Will is a good person. Like, he always had faith in him. And as we learned in Fierce Midnight, Jem believes that him always standing by Will is what made his own life meaningful. Like, if him always believing in Will is what allowed Will to eventually open up and have a better life, then Jem can say his own existence was justified, you know? So that's why it hurts extra. Because he's like, maybe I wasted all these years trying to find the goodness in someone who doesn't deserve it. And maybe my existence just doesn't even matter. Because, like, obviously we know that Will needs Jem, you know? But Jem kind of needs Will too, to make him feel like his life meant something. And, like, he left the world a better place than he found it. I'm sorry, guys. I could literally write essays about these guys. I told you guys I like analyzing things that don't warrant analysis. I don't know. I think these characters are, like, really interesting and well written, but, like, I'm probably just really biased. I just remembered this, so I'm adding this in now. Earlier on in the chapter, Jem actually came to Charlotte and asked her about that whole Lightwood story. And before he left, he randomly said, like, Charlotte, you know you're the best sort of older sister I could have ever asked for. Which, like, and it just makes her think, like, she's so worried about Jem's death. Obviously because she would miss him, and also because he doesn't deserve to die so young like that. And also, she's worried about it because of Will. And it says that she's worried that if Jem were to die, then whatever little shred of humanity Will has left would die with him. So, like, even though Henry and Charlotte love Will, it's very much like a, oh, we love him, but like they don't know that he's like actually a good person, you know? And they think that like his only bit of humanity is like the kindness that he shows Jem, and that's why I can't stand it. I can handle slow burn romance, but like I can't handle them not knowing about the curse. Also, Charlotte seeing Will when he first came to the Institute and was at his lowest when his like parents came and stuff kind of confirmed for Charlotte that like maybe there's something still deep down there in Will. For Tessa, it's kind of like she really, really wants to believe that like he's actually a good person and that there's some sort of justifiable reason for his actions. But she thinks that like her having this hope that he's actually a good person is just her being unrealistic and like foolish. But like she really, really wants to believe that there's some sort of reason, but she like can't think of anything that would justify it. If only she knew about the curse. Reading this book, I'm just like, when is Will gonna break the curse? When is he finally gonna tell someone about the curse? You know, like it's so, I need him to open up to someone. Like, I really need it. Oh, end of chapter 11, part 1. Chapter 11, part 2. I know part 1 took a lot of time, but we've still got some more drama. Tessa's in her room, unable to sleep, because she's worried she scared Jem away and, like, ruined their friendship. Then Sophie shows up and is like, Tessa, I have to tell you something, and explains that Jessamine has been sneaking out at night, like, a lot, and she didn't snitch because she thought it was harmless, but she found an invitation in Jessamine's room, an invitation to a ball tonight, held by Benedict Lightwood. And this is concerning because on the back is a letter from Nate saying how much he loves Jessie and how he can't wait to see her at the ball. What's up with Jessie? Well, she's been sneaking around with Nate and possibly betrayed the whole gang to Mortmain. All for a mediocre man. He's mid, Jessie, why? Tessa's like, oh my god, we gotta do something. Sophie's like, well, maybe we should tell Charlotte. That's the thing. She hasn't gone yet, right? Well, she caught me looking at the letter, and then she came up to me all angrily, and then my training with Gideon kicked in, so I hit her over the head with a mirror, and it knocked her out, and then I tied her to the bed. And then I came here. Tessa's like, well, we have to tell someone. Maybe Charlotte? Sophie's like, no, she'll have to fire me if she finds out. Well, Jem? No, Jem's such a good person. I can't bear the thought of him knowing I did this. Tessa's like, well, then there's only one option left, Sophie. One very handsome, annoying option. Cut to Will looking at Jessamine all tied up like, Sophie did this? Our Sophie? Poor Sophie's like off in a corner trying not to cry. I like to imagine she hit Jessamine the way I kill bugs. Like, Tessa's like, yes, and stop repeating it. Will's like, I think I may be in love with you, Sophie. Marriage could be in the cards. Sophie's like, she's worried she's gonna get fired. He's like, Sophie, my dear, don't worry. Many a times have I wanted to hit Jessamine over the head. But if this invitation's what it looks like, Jessie may have betrayed us all to Mortmain. So what you did was heroic. Charlotte won't fire you. She'll thank you. And Sophie's like, you think? And Will's like, I know. And it's like really cute. Tessa wants to go to Charlotte with this, but Will says that she would be duty bound to like tell the rest of the clave. And since it's Benedict's ball, if the clave knows, then Benedict's followers will also know and can warn Benedict to scatter before the clave can investigate the party. Also, Nate will be at the party waiting for Jessamine, and he's their best chance at finding Mortmain. Will and Tessa look at each other like, you thinking what I'm thinking? They're so cute. I love when they like team up and scheme together. Will's like, Miss Gray, would you like to attend a ball with me? And Tessa's like, do you remember the last party we went to? I do. It ended in the holy water attic scene. I vote yes to the party. Let's go. It's a masquerade ball, so Will can like hide his face with a mask. And of course, Tessa will be going in disguise as Jessamine. I like really want to make a Phantom of the Opera joke. Fun fact, I kind of picture Tessa like a little bit like Sierra Boggess in the 25th anniversary of Phantom. It even takes place in the same time period and everything. So is Will the Phantom then? I guess that makes Jem Rowell. Except in this version, the Phantom and Rowell are actually best friends. And both interesting. I mean, what? Will's like, Sophie, get Tessa ready. Tessa, I'll meet you downstairs. Prepare to swoon at my finery. And damn, does he look good in his little fancy suit. Listen, Victorian evening wear is hot, okay? The girls who get it, get it. Tessa's like, he's hot. I mean, I hate him.
Oh.
I hate him. Yeah. In the carriage,
24-hour
Tessa
chase
explains that
stream?
something is wrong with Jessamine.
Oh.
Because when she tries to access her thoughts or feelings, it like hurts, as if there's some kind of like block there or something. And Tess is worried that Nate might expect her to know certain things that Jessamine would know, and then she won't know because she can't access Jessamine's thoughts. But Will's like, you're a good actress, Tess, and you're really smart, so I have confidence that you'll do great. And don't worry, I'll be there in case you need me. Even if you can't see me, I'll be watching. They're so cute. And Tess is like, there's a third reason you didn't want to tell Charlotte, isn't there? Because maybe Jessamine's just flirting with Nate foolishly and didn't betray us. But if she did, you know it would break Charlotte's heart. And Will's like, what do I care if it breaks her heart? If she was dumb enough to trust Jessamine. And Tessa's like, stop acting like you don't care about anyone. I know you care. I saw you when you looked at Cecily. And you had another sister too, didn't you? And she gets Will to like kind of open up a bit about what Cecily and Ella were like. And like she can see how much he loves them and misses them. Listen, this whole scene with Will and Tessa has me like blushing, giggling, kicking my feet, like, but I can't show that chemistry without like reading every line directly from the book, which we don't have time for. Just read the book. You should just read the book. On the topic of sisters, we also find out what Will did to Gideon and Gabriel's little sister, Tatiana. Remember that from the first book? So it turns out she had a crush on Will when they were both 12. It was Will's first Christmas ball at the Institute, and Tatiana accidentally left her diary on a chair, and Will found it and started reading it and found out about her crush. Will's like, she wrote a poem where she rhymed William with million. It had to be stopped. So he got up on this little stage in the ballroom where kids were like doing little performances and read the poem out loud in front of everyone. And Tatiana ran out crying, and Gabriel jumped up on stage to fight Will, and that's when Will broke Gabriel's arm. And of course, we know why Will did that to Tatiana, but Tessa doesn't. And it's not the sus thing she thought it was gonna be, but it also doesn't paint Will in a great light either. Oh, and remember the thing with Tessa and Starkweather where it seemed like maybe she might be like related to him? And I told you to put a pin in it. Tessa's like, what if a warlock, not me, theoretically were to have one demon parent and one shadow hunter parent? But Will explains the offspring of shadow hunters and demons are stillborn, so it's not that. Tessa's bummed because we're halfway through book 2 and she still doesn't know what she is. Will's like, shoot, I've been too nice to Tessa this carriage ride. He's like, maybe Mortmain made you and you're a clockwork girl with a metal heart. And Tessa's like, I'm not the one with no heart. And Will's like,
ouch.
Before he can reply, they arrive at the party. End of chapter 11, part 2. I was gonna wear this mask, but it kind of makes me look like I'm insane, so no to the mask. Fun fact, I got
Freedom
this
and break
mask from
time
the
soon.
Renaissance fair in
Yes.
6th grade. Yes, I really hold on to things a long time. Like my love for Will Herondale. I mean, what? Chapter 12. I'm really excited. I love this book. Things are happening in this chapter, okay? So I'm gonna speed through the not fun stuff so we can skip to the fun stuff. So, Tessa arrived at the ball in Lightwood Manor. Will's gonna be there, but like sneaking around the crowd. The Pandemonium Club symbol is on the door, so that's fun. Surprise, surprise. And at the ball, there's shadow hunters, downworlders, and also demons. Just like in evening wear and shit. Like legit demons, like dressed up for a party. Nate shows up and asks Tessa to dance. Well, Jessamine. Tessamine. Anyways, without Jesse's thoughts to help fill in the gaps, Tessa does stumble a bit with her conversation with Nate, but luckily Nate's a big enough idiot and so self-absorbed that Tessa's able to get a good bit of information without him finding out. So 1. Jessamine has been spying on the Institute gang for Mortmain. Remember all those times she like offered to help Charlotte, skipping training, or was like actually trying to help out when they were doing planning? She's also the reason that Mortmain knew the gang was going to York and had that automaton ready with the message. 2. Mortmain's trying to get Benedict appointed as head of the Institute so he can help destroy the London Enclave from within. 3. Nate had Jessamine plant the Book of the White, remember that, in Tessa's room? So when Benedict takes over, Tessa will then get arrested for illegally possessing articles of dark magic. And then once she's in the Silent City prison with sexy brother Enoch, then Benedict can swoop in and take her to Mortmain. Oh, also Gideon and Gabriel are there, so like they know what their dad's been involved with. Oh, because there's like automatons lining the entire room, by the way. And Benny Smallwood's getting a lap dance from a demon woman, because apparently that's his type. Benedict Lightwood must be packing some big wood to get all these demon ladies. Tessa looks at him like, I wouldn't be surprised if he had a case of demon pox. I love that her and Will and Jem are like starting to pick up on each other's mannerisms and stuff. Like she started calling Will and Jem their full names during dramatic moments and stuff. Things like that. After the dance, Nate looks like he's about to kiss Tessamine. So she's like, Nate, could you fetch me a lemonade? And he's like, of course. He goes, and then a fairy woman who goes by Hyacinth comes up to Tessa and is like, yeah, I knew your mom. You look just like her. Tessa's like, you knew my mom? Like, do you know what I am? And Hyacinth starts talking about like fairy changelings. Tessa's like, so I'm a changeling? And Hyacinth's like, no, of course not. And she just leaves. Because fairies are cryptic like that. Tessa gets the chance to sneakily tell Will what she learned, and then Nate comes back with the lemonade. Tessa then learns that Nate and Jessamine are married, and Tessa's like, fuck. She's like really not feeling good, and then luckily Nate gets a note from Mortmain telling him to meet him somewhere kind of far away. So Nate goes, and then Will shows up. Turns out he's the one who sent the note because he saw that like Tessa needed some help. It's going to take a while for Nate to get back, but they agree it's better to just leave as soon as possible. Will like chugs the rest of Tessa's lemonade. He's like, let's go. They're like trying to go, and Will's like, you good, Tessa? And she's like, yeah, I'm good. Why do you ask? He asked because her hair is starting to turn back to brown and she's starting to lose the change. They're trying to get through the crowd and stuff, but she's like changing back and about to pass out. So they go through some French doors that lead out to one of the many small balconies that overlook the gardens. Oh yeah, it's time for the iconic balcony scene. Those who know. Those who don't, read the fucking book. Tessa's like, I don't know what happened. I never lost a change like that before. Or maybe it was the shock. And Nate and Jessamine are married, but he doesn't love her. He's just using her. And Will's like, Tess. And she's like, oh, sorry, like I'm rambling. And he's like, there's nothing to be sorry about. Oh my God. He's like, you were brilliant in there, Tessa. Not a step out of place. It was like really cute. She's like, is this Will talking right now? The same Will who said that stuff on the roof? And Will's like, you really loved your brother once, didn't you? I could see it on your face when he was talking to you, and I was so angry at him for breaking your heart. And Tessa's like, you broke my heart. But she doesn't say that. Instead, she's like, I miss the brother I thought I had. Like, he was my only family. And he's like, the Institute's your family now. Just give me like 3 to 5 business days to recover, okay? Tessa's like, oh, we should go back inside. There's not a lot of time left. Will's like, yeah, we should go back. Neither of them want to go back inside. There's like a lot of tension in this scene. He's like taking the pins out of her hair and like he like takes her gloves off. Like, who needs smut when you have sexy Victorian gloves removal? I don't like this stuff, guys. In case you couldn't tell, they're like a little tipsy right now. So yeah, they start making out on the balcony. I'm not gonna go into the details. You'll have to read the book for that. They're like going at it and someone opens the door and they just hear, see, I told you, Edith, that's what happens when you have the pink drink. And the door closes again. Tessa's like, oh my god, that was humiliating. But Will's like, I don't care. Of course you don't. Will's like, Tess, I have to tell you something. I have to know. And then they hear, so there you two are, and quite a spectacular display you're making. They like spring apart, and there's Magnus Bane. It's like an ongoing joke in all the books that Magnus like walks in on all the main couples during inopportune times. Magnus is like, let me guess, you two had the lemonade. Will and Tessa are just like standing awkwardly like, Magnus is like, yeah, that lemonade has some warlock powder mixed in it. The kind that lowers your inhibitions and makes you do things you would not otherwise do. Will's like,
Cough,
how
cough,
did you know we were here?
cough.
Magnus is like, I heard about the party, knew it would be dangerous, and you two seem to love danger, so. Tessa's like, we're well equipped to handle danger. And cause she's wearing Jessamine's corset and dress, it's really small on her, and she's showing a lot more bosom than she would have liked to. So yeah, she goes, we're well equipped to handle danger. And Magnus just goes, I can see that. Armed to the teeth as is. I love Magnus. He's like my favorite character. Meanwhile, Tessa's like, I wish Magnus would leave. Partly because I'm humiliated, and partly because I want to go back to making out with Will. She's so real for that. But yeah, one of Camille's human subjugates was there and recognized Will even with the mask on, and told Magnus. So Magnus wanted to make sure that Will and Tessa got out before anyone else noticed them. He's like, yeah, Will, don't forget, you like owe me a lot, so you better not be getting caught and killed before you can pay up. And Will's like, right. And he looks sick, and this scene is not from his point of view, but like, you just know he's like, the curse, I kissed Tessa, no. Magnus is like, let's get you two back to the Institute. You can start up where you left off with the kissing once we get back. And he magics them off the balcony onto the lawn. They're about to go. Oh my god, I just remembered what happens. I love this book. They're about to go, but then they run into a trio of demons. It's so weird not seeing demons like attacking shadow hunters and also dressed in like waistcoats and stuff. Tessa and Magnus are like expecting a fight, but Will just goes, you. Because one of those demons is periwinkle blue with yellow eyes and a barbed tail. Yep, this chapter's the best. The demon's like, I don't recall. That is, I don't think I've had the pleasure of your acquaintance. And Will's like, liar! And throws himself on the demon. They like roll down the hill, and then like Will gets up and starts chasing him across the gardens. The other two demons are like, Magnus is like, they had a disagreement over a woman. Don't worry about it. The party's really fun though. You guys should go inside. So the demons go. Tessa's like, Magnus, we have to go after Will. And Magnus is like, he'll be fine. He's where he needs to be right now. Tessa's like, do you not like him? And Magnus is like, I do like him. He's very different than what I thought he would be. And he's one of the most alive people I know. He feels things so deeply. And Tessa's like, what? And he's like, come on, let's go back to the Institute before you get in trouble, because I know you both left without Charlotte's permission. And on the drive back, you can tell me all about tonight. End of chapter 12. Best chapter. It's perfection. It's stunning. It's amazing. I love it. So, chapter 13. So Tessa gets back to the Institute, goes to Jesse's room, where Sophie has been waiting and watching over Jessamine. Jessie had stayed asleep because Will put a sleeping rune on her before they left, but Sophie had a hairbrush. Just in case. Tessa's a mess, and Sophie's like, girl, what happened? And Tessa's like, Sophie's like, oh, Tessa, was it really that bad? And Tessa thinks about, like, getting crushed against the balcony railing by Mr. Will Herondale as they made out. She's like, oh god. She's like, oh, Sophie, we gotta wake up Charlotte. Let's go. Meanwhile, Magnus went back home to Camille's. He hears Archer the footman arguing, and he's like, Will. Will runs in a minute later like, Magnus, hi. His suit's all torn and bloody and muddy and stuff, but he is grinning, like a legitimate smile. He chased the demon all over, couldn't catch him, but the demon did bite his arm and left a tooth inside. Will pulls it out like, it's It's his tooth. His arm's like really bleeding, by the way. Magnus is like, do you need a healing rune? And Will's like, I don't care about that. I care about this. We can summon the demon with this, right? Magnus is like, yeah, but it will probably take a couple days, so be patient. Will's like, what? But I can't be patient, not after tonight. And Magnus is like, you good? And he's like, I think that tooth might have been poisonous. And he passes out and Magnus catches him. Back at the Institute, Tessa's like, oh my god, what did I do with Will? I told myself not to think of him that way after what he said on the roof, but she's like, no, he doesn't care about me. But he seemed like no. And I don't like him either. It was just the warlock powder. Yeah. Jessie wakes up, figures out what Tessa did, and she's like all upset. Tessa's like, I can't believe you betrayed us. And Jessie's like, us? You're not a shadow hunter, Tessa. They don't care about you any more than they care about me. Nate cares about me. Tessa's like, he doesn't love you though. He's just using you. And Jessie's like, what do you know about love? Oh, I can't decide between Will and Jem. Whatever shall I do? She's great. But yeah, Charlotte comes with sexy beast brother Enoch, and they start questioning Jessie with the mortal sword. You hold it like this and it makes you tell the truth. Or at least what you think's the truth. You can like try to resist answering questions, but it'll be painful. Alright, here's what we learned from the investigation. 1. Nate contacted Jessie mere days after Mortmain invaded the Institute. She's been meeting with him this whole time and telling him everything, so Mortmain could up and leave anytime they got close to finding him. 2. She already stole the Book of the White from the library and it's in Tessa's room. 3. She doesn't know if Mortmain opened the Pyxis yet. 4. Benedict is working with Mortmain because Mortmain has something that Benedict really wants, but we don't know what. 5. Nate told Jessie that Tessa's dad is a demon and her mom is a shadow hunter, which we know is not possible. It still ain't adding up. Jessie's like, Charlotte, you're weak. You won't actually punish me. And Charlotte's like, well, you're wrong. I'm going to the council with this. And Jessie's like, go ahead. That's what Mortmain wants. You'll see. Charlotte asks where Mortmain is, and Jessie says Idris, aka the home country of the shadow hunters, if you recall. Charlotte's like, he's in our home country? And Jessie's like, no, he's not there. But you said he's in Idris. Yes, so he's in Idris. No, but he's in Idris. Yes. Charlotte's like being hardcore with this interrogation to the point where like even Brother Enoch's like, yo, chill. Jessamine like holding the sword like, it hurts, Charlotte, stop. And like Brother Enoch says that there's probably a block in her mind that could be like messing with her answers, and that's why the Idris thing happened. And he says he'll take her to the Silent City so the brothers can look through her mind. Jessie starts freaking out like, no, not the City of Bones. Charlotte, please, you can't make me go there. I'll do anything, please, just not that. And like Charlotte's like, you should have thought of that before you betrayed us. And sexy beast Brother Enoch takes her away screaming. I wish Brother Enoch would take me away. I'd scream. Charlotte is clearly shaken. She's like, Henry's actually awake in his workroom, but I couldn't bring myself to tell him. Like, Jessie's been with us since she was a little girl, and Henry doesn't have it in himself to be cruel. And Tessa's like, you're not cruel either, Charlotte. And Charlotte's like, I do what I must. And like bursts into tears. Poor Charlotte. All right, we're trying to film this with the other camera, so we'll see how this works. Cut to Magnus and Will. Will is drugged out on the couch from some healing spells that Magnus gave him to help cure the poison. Magnus is like half asleep on the other couch when he hears the door open, and Camille has finally arrived home. She's like, miss me, Magnus? He's like, where were you? You sent me no letters or any messages while you were gone. I didn't even know if you were alive. And now you're just back like nothing happened? Like, where were you? And she's like, I was in Paris getting some new dresses fitted. And he's like, you're lying. And I know you're lying because I tracked one of your subjugates, and you were in St. Petersburg with a human lover, apparently. She's like, well, he's dead now, so stop making a big deal out of it. You're being so annoying. And Magnus is like, so you just left me without telling me anything, cheated on me with a human, murdered him when you got bored, and you're angry at me for being upset? Like, do you not feel emotions or like love or anything? And she's like, fidelity in love is such a mortal concept. We're immortal. You can't expect me to be faithful for eternity. And Magnus is like heartbroken. He's like, yes, how foolish of me. I thought I could. And she's just like, ugh, you're such like a dumb half-breed. If you don't like me taking on lovers, then I could break up with you. But I know you don't want that. And Magnus is like, and something comes over him, and he's like, actually, I don't care about you anymore because I have Will now. She's like, you can't be serious. A shadow hunter? He's like, yeah, unlike you, he's hot and understands love. And he wakes Will up. Will's a little out of it from the pain-killing spells. Magnus is like, wake up, Will. Camille has returned. We have to go now. Go where? Don't worry about that, my love. Pardon? Will's like still in his bloody clothes, and Magnus looks at Camille like, Will's been hunting demons all night. So brave. And Will's like, I am brave. Magnus is like, yes, you are, babe. And he's like, I hope that Will remembers that he owes me a lot for summoning all those demons for him for free, and it's time to pay up. And he kisses Will. Camille is like, Will's like, and Magnus is like, come on, William, let's go. Will's like, the tooth, and like grabs it and like puts it in Magnus's like waistcoat pocket. And he looks at Camille like, and leaves. Magnus is like, and goes after him. They're outside. Will's like, did you just kiss me? Magnus makes a split-second decision. He's like, no. But I thought, you know, sometimes the pain-killing spells can cause like hallucinations of the weirdest variety. It's so weird. Huh. Anyways, where are we gonna go now? Magnus is like, I know where I'm gonna go. You can go home. I'll send you a message when I'm ready to summon the demon, okay? Will's like, awesome. And he like looks up like, the stars. He's like high still. I've never seen them so bright. And Magnus is like, I don't think it's the stars that have changed. It's so good. End of chapter 13. So, chapter 14. The next morning, everyone, except Will, is in the drawing room trying to figure out what the next step is. The night before, Charlotte only let herself cry for like a minute before she was like, I can't break down. We've got shit to do, okay? We gotta strategize. She's like, this is my fault. We might as well just hand the Institute to Benedict with a big bow at this point. This is the second time we had a spy under our roof that I didn't notice until it was too late. Clearly, I'm incompetent. Poor Henry's like, well, dear, technically it really was only the one spy. And Charlotte's like, they like want to go to the Clave and just tell them about Benedict working with Mortmain and have him tried under the mortal sword and stuff. But that's exactly what Jessamine said Mortmain wanted, and they would be playing into his hand if they did that. Jem's like, well, maybe we could have Will talk with, no, everyone thinks Will's a lunatic anyways. Will shows up then like, having your annual everyone thinks Will's a lunatic meeting, are we? Jem's like, it's biannual, and no, this is not that meeting. I love them. Tessa notices that Will kind of looks like excited, and dare I say, even a little happy for once. She's like, what's up with him? Oh god, is he gonna tell Jem about the kiss so he can make fun of me? She is so clueless. It's hilarious. She's like, no, it would break Jem's heart if he found out I kissed Will. It was just the warlock powders. Like, I'm not in love with both of them or anything, okay? Okay. So, they all discuss some stuff, and Will's like, okay, here's the plan. We gain nothing by going to the Clave early about Benedict, and it might be playing into Mortmain's hand. Jessie already told us everything she knows. But Nate also knows a lot too. And no one but us, and Sexy Beast's brother Enoch, knows that Jessamine's been caught. So if we were to, say, have Tessa pretend to be Jessamine and meet up with Nate, then we could capture him and see what he knows. Tessa agrees, and then they're like, well, we'll also have to convince Jessamine to like write a note to Nate for us and tell us like where she usually meets Nate and all of like that stuff, so he doesn't figure out that it's a trap. Jem's like, she would never agree. And Will's like, well, this is her last chance at gaining leniency from the Clave. It could mean her life. Tessa's like, I'm not sure she cares about her life. And Will's like, everyone cares. Like, everyone wants to live. And Jem just like abruptly looks away into the fireplace. It's so good. Like, we've seen Will break down and act like he doesn't care if he dies, but he doesn't actually want to die. You know, he just can't handle living with the curse anymore. And Jem's all like, yeah, I believe in reincarnation, and I'm okay with dying. But like, deep down, he's not okay with it either. It's so good. They agree to send Jem to the Silent City to talk with Jessamine, because as Will says, he's impossible to hate. Even that devil cat likes him. And Jem says that Tessa should go along too, because he likes spending time with her. I mean, because she's Nate's brother and like might be able to convince Jessamine about Nate's true nature or whatever. Meeting's adjourned, everyone starts leaving, but Will and Tessa stay behind. She goes up to him like, I need you to promise me that you won't tell anyone about what happened between us last night. It meant nothing. He's like, oh, that was you. She's like, spare me. Listen, I can't blame you for what happened last night. It was just the warlock powders. But no one needs to know, okay? And if you were a gentleman... But I'm not. But you are a shadow hunter, and there's no future for a shadow hunter who dallies with warlocks, right? Roast his ass, Tessa. This is so good.
Yeah.
I was like, I swear I won't tell anyone. We get a scene with Sophie and Gideon. Ugh. Gideon asked her to meet with him, and she agreed just so she could like reject him in person, because they can't be together because he's a gentleman and a shadow hunter and she's a servant and a mundane. But he's so cute. He sees her and like smiles, and he's like, look, I brought a picnic basket like with lots of good food, and she's like, I can't see you, Gideon, and like starts speed walking away. Poor Gideon's like, and starts walking with her like, Miss Collins, did I do something to offend you? Is this because of my dad's party last night? I thought I saw Will chasing a blue demon out in the gardens. He must have told you, but I swear I didn't know what my dad was doing because I was in Spain for the last 6 months. Like, I was in Spain and now I'm in Spain but without the S. I thought bending the law was what all Shadowhunters did, but then I went to the Madrid Institute and got woke, and then I realized that my dad's wrong and not a good person. Sophie's like, you do know he's working for Mortmain, right? Those clockwork creatures at the ball were Mortmain's automatons. But Gideon didn't know what the automatons looked like, so he didn't know. He's like, wait, my dad's working for Mortmain? And Sophie's like, don't ask questions you don't want the answer to. He's like, please, Sophie, I know we've only known each other for a short time, but you're even more trustworthy than my own family. Please, can we just talk for an hour? Tell me what's going on, and if you no longer wish to see me after that, I'll respect your wishes. And he's like so sweet and genuine, and like he has no one else he can trust, and Sophie's just like, fine, okay, because he's so cute. Listen, much like Cassandra Clare, I like my fictional men like a little pathetic. Actually, a little fruity and very pathetic. Okay, so Jem and Tessa go to the Silent
Hi,
City, and it's like a little
Mama.
awkward in the carriage. Tessa's like, Jem, you know how much your friendship means to me. He's like, please don't. Friendship's a beautiful thing, and I'm so grateful to have you as a friend. But like, it hurts a little hearing this right now, so can you tell me later? She's like, oh, sorry. He's like, you don't have to apologize for not returning my feelings. It's okay. Poor Jem. They're both just like, oh, like you probably despise me after Fierce Midnight, for my improper behavior, and like, and you probably regret what happened, but like, no, neither of them regret it. Jem's like, I don't regret what happened between us, but I just wish I had gotten the chance to like properly court you first and take you on dates with like a chaperone. Tessa's like, a chaperone? To tell you first of my feelings before showing you them. To write you poems. She's like, you don't even like poetry. He's like, no, but you make me want to write it. Like, it's cute. Tessa's like, that sounds
That's
really practiced.
hilarious.
How many girls have you made swoon with
Mountainous
that
even.
line? And he's like, well, there's only one girl I care to make swoon. The question is, does she? Jem wrist stares. And Tessa's like, she does, and they like start kissing and it's cute. Listen, the love triangle is like great because like you get the sweet friends to lovers with Tessa and Jem, and then you get the angsty dramatic crush to enemies to lovers maybe with like Will and Tessa. And then after they kiss, Jem's like, oh, maybe we do need a chaperone. I'm gonna go sit over there, and like moves over to the other side of the carriage. He's so funny. So yeah, they go to the Silent City and see my king, Brother Enoch. Notice me, senpai. The Silent City wouldn't be silent if I were there. I'm not putting that in. They meet with Jessie, who is currently not doing so hot. She's like, I can hear the voices of the dead whispering all night. She's just like slowly descending into madness a little. Leave her be. Despite Jem and Tessa's efforts, she's like not convinced that Nate's not in love with her. But Jem's like, if you do help us, Nate will understand. Cause if he loves you, he has no choice. For love means forgiveness. And Jessie's like, would you forgive Tessa if it were her? And Jem's like, I would forgive Tessa anything. So like, they get her to agree. Oh, and like Jessie's like chained in this prison cell and all bloody and dirty. But even in that state, as Tessa and Jem are about to leave, she's like, oh, by the way, Tessa, you've been wearing those dresses I bought you over and over again. Like, borrow some of mine if you want to. And if you don't want anyone knowing that you've been kissing in carriages, maybe don't wear a hat with flowers that are easily crushable. People aren't blind, you know. And Jem's like, so it seems. Like, she's a bitch and a traitor, but like, I just love her. End of chapter 14. So, chapter 15. The rest of the day, everyone's preparing for the meeting with Nate. Tessa's getting ready with Sophie. She's dressed in boys' clothing because that's normally how Jessamine would meet with Nate. Jem comes in for a moment and is like, oh, Charlotte wanted me to bring you, and sees her clothed legs. He's like, and leaves. He's so cute. Sophie's like, unlike Will, Jem can't hide his feelings. She's like, it's so obvious he likes you. Tessa's like, oh, you know, you think he likes me? Are you okay with it? Sophie's like, yeah, why wouldn't I be? Tessa's like, I just thought maybe you liked him like a little bit maybe. Sophie's like, yeah, there was a time because he's so gentle and kind, but he never liked me like that. I'm over it. She's like, do you like him though? And Tessa's like, yeah, I do. And Sophie's like, good, because like he deserves to be happy. Like Will's always been the bright burning star catching all the attention, but Jem's like a steady flame and he's unwavering and honest. He could make you happy, which is all I want. And it's like really cute. Tessa's like, what about you? Is there a guy you like? Maybe Cyril? Sophie's like, oh my gosh, first Thomas, now Cyril. Like, stop trying to set me up with the nearest man, okay? There's no one I like, okay? Like, there's no one I like. Okay. Tessa's already goes to the library where the rest of the gang is all dressed in gear and making final preparations. Henry's like, remember Henry? We've barely seen him this whole book because he's been busy working nonstop on his new invention that I mentioned earlier. It can shatter the clockwork creatures just in case Nate decides to bring some automatons along. Tessa walks in. Jem's like, he's cute. And Will just goes, how Tessa didn't die on the spot, I don't know. He's like, yeah, that disguise sucks. Like, you don't look like a boy at all. You look like a girl in boy's clothing. She's like, Nate knows he's meeting up with a girl, and it's gonna look better once I change into Jessamine. Will's like, maybe you should do it now. He's so annoying. So she changes, and then she looks at Henry's invention, and she's like, what's that? Jem's like, it's some sort of infernal device. Roll credits. Henry's like, here's how you activate it. You have to twist it, pull it, pop it, and then lodge it into the automaton, and it should cause the creature to fall apart. So don't stand too close once it's activated. He made two, so he gives one to Charlotte and one to Jem. So the usual meeting place with Nate is like in an abandoned tea factory warehouse. Everyone but Tessa is gonna go to the factory early so they can hide before Nate shows up and like watch his meeting with Tessa and see if she's able to get like any useful information from him before they try to catch him. Jem's like, I don't like Tessa having to talk to him at all. Will's like, well, we don't know if Nate has any blocks in his mind, so it's best to see what he says freely before capturing him. And Tessa can hold her own, okay? I've seen it. Listen, like, Jem's always worried about like Tessa's safety and stuff, and it's like cute and all. And like, Will cares about her safety too, but like, he's always like, Tessa's a badass, like she can handle it. I trust her. And it's like, my man. Will's worried though, because they're gonna be leaving the Institute with no Shadowhunter. And the last time they did that, it didn't end so well. He gets interrupted by Bridget walking by singing one of her ballads. I'll put it up on screen so you can laugh at the irony. It's a little hint of what's to come. Everyone hearing it is like, a secret letter magically appears at the window from Nate saying he'll meet Jesse at sundown. Henry's like, okay, I'll tell Cyril to get the carriage ready. He like looks at Charlotte for approval, but she just kind of like nods and he like sighs and leaves. He just wants to make her proud. These two need to talk. Then they hear the doorbell ring and Gideon Lightwood has arrived. Turns out Charlotte invited him to train Sophie and like also watch over the Institute. And it was actually Sophie's idea, so then the Institute wouldn't be unguarded. So him and Sophie go to train and everyone else goes outside to leave so they can hide in the factory. And then Tessa will walk there with Cyril once it's time to meet Nate. Charlotte thanks Tessa for helping them out, and everyone goes down the front steps and into the carriage, except for Jem, who hesitates on the steps. But yeah, Tessa remembers the night in Clockwork Angel when he was saying bye to her, just like now. But like, she takes his hand this time and says mitzvah, and it's like really cute. He like makes sure no one's watching, and then he gives her like a quick kiss on the cheek and runs down the stairs. We don't see Will's reaction, but like, I just know he's in the carriage like, okay, so it's sundown now. Tessa's about to go. She's not wearing her Clockwork Angel because Nate would recognize it. And I just realized I forgot to put it on. But that was like on purpose because she doesn't wear it in this chapter. Yeah. But Tessa's like, I don't know, it did save my life twice. Like, maybe I should at least like put it in my pocket. Yeah, maybe you should, Tessa. So she goes real quick to get it. But then she sees Sophie and Gideon like in the hallway looking like they might be about to kiss. So she like turns away and ends up not getting the angel. Totally fine, guys. It's fine. It's totally fine. Tessa's like, Gideon's a Lightwood. Sophie shouldn't trust him. And then she's like, ugh, who am I to talk? I've literally been simping for Will Herondale this whole time. Because I don't think I've been doing a good job of showing it in this video, but she really does like him. Like, she thinks about him a lot, and she was like so worried when he was like missing in the opium den. And they like joke around with each other and like talk about books. And she like gets a pang in her heart when he leaves the room. Like, things like that. They're my ship. Okay, so cut to the Shadowhunters in the warehouse. Jem and Will are looking around different like offices and rooms and stuff, and it's like really gross. But that's where Nate and Jesse had gone on all their dates because she lowered her standards just to marry a mundane man. Jem's like, oh, Nate is so... And Jesse's like so convinced that he loves her. If you could see her, Will, I think even you might pity her. Will's like, I wouldn't. Unrequited love is such a ridiculous state, and it makes those in it behave ridiculously. Speaking from personal experience, Will, there's like the main factory room, which is like really big, multiple story ceiling, really great place for a battle to occur, if you know what I mean. There's not a lot of dust in there, so they're like, yeah, I don't think Mortmain abandoned this place. Like, he's definitely been using it for something. They go search upstairs, there's like a dead body in the office. Will is shook because the guy's like thin and has silver hair. And at first it looks like his worst nightmare of Jem dying, you know? Turns out the guy is still alive for now though. And Will realizes that he must be one of the werewolves that was like working for Mortmain. The werewolf sees Jem and like grabs his shirt and says, "Oh, you're one of us. Like, do you have this stuff?" Will like slaps his hand away, like, "Don't touch him." The werewolf confirms that he was making automatons for Mortmain. He doesn't know where Mortmain is, and Mortmain had the werewolves taking the Infen like 7 times a day, which is a lot. And Jem's like, "You're not supposed to be taking that much, it kills you faster." And the werewolf's just like, "And how much time do you have left?" And Jem's like, "I hate it." The guy dies. Jem goes to like close his eyes. Will's like, "He doesn't deserve that. Like, he was working for Mortmain." And Jem's like, "He was an addict, like me." Will's like, "He's not like you, and you won't die like that." Jem's like, "Will." But then they hear Nate call out for Jessamine, and it's party time. End of chapter 15. So, chapter 16. This is the big battle chapter. I mean, the secret meeting chapter where nothing wrong will happen. Yeah. There's gonna be no big battle. Like, I know that this is like a fantasy book, and fantasy books usually end in like a big battle, and we're near the end of the book. But like, this isn't it, okay? Don't even worry about it. Leave it be. So Tessa arrives at the warehouse, doesn't see Nate anywhere. She goes into that big battle room, the big warehouse room, and calls out for Nate, and he steps out of the shadows like a weirdo. I like to imagine that he had to find a dark corner and stand there for like a solid 20 minutes waiting for Tessamine to arrive so that he could make his dramatic entrance. This isn't a trap though, don't worry, this totally isn't a trap. Nate's all like, "Jessamine, my darling, come here." She's like, "Oh, okay." But like, also, I really need to know where Mortmain is. Like, it's really important. The Shadowhunters have like a plan, like I really need to know. And he's like, "Yeah, of course I'll tell you, but like, first come here, give me a little kiss," which, you thought you would get through a Shadowhunter trilogy without the threat of potential incest? You fool. Tessa's like, "Shoot, I gotta commit or else he's gonna know it's a trap." And so she's like, "Okay." And then at the last minute, Nate's like, "Yeah, no, I just wanted to see how far you would go to protect your Shadowhunter friends, Tessa." Dun, dun, dun. Who would have thought it was a trap? I had no idea. Nate's like, "Yeah, I figured it out after that note you left me at the masquerade." "You're so stupid, Tessa. You think I wouldn't realize?" And Tessa's like, "Oh, you think I'm stupid? I got you to spill all your secrets. Did Mortmain find out you fucked up and told me everything? Is that why you look like you haven't slept in days?" I should have been keeping a Tessa roast count. She roasts everyone. It's great. And yeah, Mortmain is planning on killing Nate now that he screwed everything up. But Nate got the letter that they made Jessamine write and realized it was his chance at forgiveness. He's like, "How much did you have to torture Jessamine for that note?" She's like, "We didn't have to. She was very happy to betray you because she doesn't care about you. No one loves you. I'm your sister and I don't even love you." He's like, "I'm not your brother." The end of City of Glass be like. And we find out that actually Aunt Harriet was his mom, not his aunt. She had him out of wedlock, which is like improper in the Victorian age. So Harriet's sister, aka Tessa's mom, pretended that Nate was her son. So yeah, he killed his own mom. Charming. And he says that she was a whore and that he hates her for never telling him the truth. I'm just thinking about that meme about how daddy issues make you a people pleaser, but mommy issues make you a psychopath. He's like choking Tessa at this point, and she's like, "Well, I can't grab an object, but I can swing my legs." And she kicks him in the knees. And a fight ensues. We're talking kicking, scratching, no biting, but like Tessa's a little feral during fights. Like, I know she would go for it. Tessa's just like, "Where is everyone? Like, I need backup." And Nate's like, "Oh, looking for your friends? Here comes one of them now." And a giant, like 20-foot tall automaton comes out carrying Charlotte. Tessa's like trying to get to Charlotte, but like Nate's choking her. So also, the automaton is like a prototype that Mortmain made, but he decided it was like too big and not useful for his purposes. But it's proving to be useful for Nate because he makes the automaton drop Charlotte down those 20 feet. She's fine, guys. She's just taking a nap on the ground in a bloody, crumpled heap and barely breathing. Nate looks at the automaton like, "Now crush her." And the automaton lifts its foot to crush Charlotte, and Tessa's like clawing at Nate, and then they hear Henry yell for Charlotte. And he throws himself at the automaton, which makes it like stagger back and narrowly miss Charlotte's body as it brings its foot down. He's trying to like fight this giant automaton, but it picks him up and throws him against a pillar. He's fine, guys. He's also taking a nap on the ground with his wife in a bloody crumpled heap. It's amazing that Nate managed to get Henry and Charlotte before the curse did. Put a pin in that. Now, this is only the second book in the trilogy, okay? No one ever dies in the second book of a Shadowhunter trilogy. Well, usually. Nate's like, "Oh, look how devoted Henry was to Charlotte. Surprising. Jessamine said that he couldn't stand her." And Tessa, who has a degree in throwing shade, is like, you're a pig. What do you know about the things people do for each other? You don't care about anyone but yourself. And Nate's like, shut up or I'll loosen your teeth for you, which is like such a great threat. I can see roasting runs in the family. Well, except they're not siblings. But they are cousins, so my comment still stands. Nate pushes Tessa into the automaton and orders it to seize her. And then right on cue, Will and Jem, who had been like in the upstairs gallery, jump down onto each of the automaton's shoulders. Nate is distracted by all of that, so Tessa takes this opportunity to drag Henry and Charlotte away from the fight. Meanwhile, the automaton is trying to stab Will and Jem with its like giant claws, but it's a prototype and it can't really like reach its shoulders. Nate's like, you f***ing idiot, shake them off. And the automaton's like, Will manages to catch onto the automaton's neck. Jem fails his dex save, no. But Jem falls off the automaton and his leg looks kind of like not how a leg should be looking. He tries to grab his stele to heal himself. Apparently it's pronounced steely. I've been listening to the audiobooks for the Mortal Instruments and apparently it's called steely. What the fuck? So he tries to grab his steely so he can draw a healing rune to heal himself, but the automaton tries to attack him and he like jumps back and Henry's invention instead falls out of his weapons belt. Tessa and Nate are just like, and both run to grab it. They collide and like Tessa's knocked back. Will's like on the automaton's shoulders still and yells to throw it to him. She finally grabs it and then Nate yanks her back by the leg and starts dragging her away. Oh. She's like, Nate's stronger than me in every way. Like, how am I gonna beat him? And then she's like, wait a minute. Every single battle, Tessa has like a moment where she's like, wait a minute. And she like does some like smart thing that helps her win. And that's why I love her. So she changes into Nate, manages to get free from his grip. Will just like puts his hand up and Tessa launches Henry's invention to him. And throughout the whole fight, Tessa's like remembering the things she learned from training with Gabriel, which I think is a nice little addition, you know? Like they were learning knife throwing during the one scene and that helped her aim her throw to Will. Also, I love the way that like Will and Tessa team up sometimes. Like they're my ship. The automaton is clearly programmed to follow Nate's orders. So Tessa, as Nate, Nessa, goes up to the automaton and points to Nate like, seize him, I am Nathaniel Gray, that guy's an imposter. Nate's like, you dumbass, that's not gonna work. And the automaton grabs him. Meanwhile, Will's been setting up Henry's invention. Tessa and Nate are like having this serious fight and Will's just in the background like, twist it, pull it, pop it. But yeah, he's done setting up the invention, so he jumps down and he shouts something at Tessa, but she can't hear him over the sound of her brother's dying screams. She's also like injured and like lost blood and stuff, and she can't hold on to the change anymore and she like changes back into herself. If this were a movie, this would be like the part where all the audio was like muffled and distant and you just hear like that ringing noise. That would be the scene. And as you probably recall, Henry said to get away immediately after the invention's activated, cause automaton go boom. So it's starting to wrench apart. Everyone else is kind of out of the way right now, but there's not enough time for Tessa and Will to run out of explosion range. Tessa was dressed in the disguise, so she's not wearing any gear. So Will just knocks Tessa down and shields her body with his, as the giant 20-foot automaton explodes into a million shards. Congratulations, 20-foot automaton defeated. The party levels up. Tessa looks around.
Hope you lock yourself so hard you end up in jail. Thanks.
Steely, so he's alive. Nate is impaled with a giant metal spike, pinning him to a pillar, so he's not alive. Tessa's like, Nate! And poor Will just kind of like flops over. He's fine. He's meditating. Tessa runs to Nate and like pulls the spike out of him, thinking he's already dead, and like puts his head on her lap. He's like, Tessie? And she's like, oh God, you're still alive. She goes to call for Will for help, but Nate's like, don't bother, I'm gonna die anyways. But like, can we talk about the way that in her panic, Tessa's first thought was to call for Will for help? Like, they're my shit. Nate says that Mortmain was never going to hurt Tessa. She's like, where is he? Nate's like, he's in, and then he dies. No, I'm just joking. He's like, and then like blood starts to pour out of his mouth. And he's like, oh God, I'm really dying. Tessa's like, oh, come on. And he tells her that she should always wear her angel. But she's like, I can't trust you, Nate. He's like, I know there's no forgiveness for what I've done. And she's like, I forgive you, not really knowing if she means it or not. And he's like, you don't know everything I've done, Tessie. And then he dies. Like, what? So we don't know what else he's done at this point. Lots to look forward to in book 3. Tessa gets up and looks around for the others, and they're all crouched around a figure on the ground, aka Will, whose gear is all shredded and who is bleeding profusely. He has like a bunch of metal pieces embedded in his back, so they can't use a healing rune on him yet until they remove it all, or else the skin will heal over the metal pieces and then he'll just internally bleed. Tessa's like, then we have to get to the Institute now. She's like feeling dizzy, and Jem's like, Tessa, you're hurt. And she's like, no, this isn't my blood, like this is Nate's blood. But she is actually injured. And then she passes out and Jem catches her. End of chapter 16. And also end of this video. Yeah, end of the video. Not end of the book, end of the video. Now I know what you're probably thinking. What do you mean there's going to be another Clockwork Prince video? Isn't this the end of the book? Isn't there just like one chapter left to wrap things up? Nope. And I had that same exact reaction reading this book for the first time. Because Shadowhunter books always culminate in one big battle at the end, and then like a couple chapters for the characters to recover, and then wrap some stuff up, and or set things up for the next book. So I was like, clearly this is the big battle of the book. Why is there so much left? Not that I'm complaining. I like my Shadowhunter books long because they're like cracked to me. But for context, this is how much we covered in the first video. This is how much we covered in this video. And this is how much we have left. So it's almost as much as the first video. So like we already had the battle. What else could possibly happen? So much. So much. We got some plot lines to resolve, guys. I'm really excited because the last chunk of the book is like my favorite. And we have an entire video dedicated to it. So I can make it as long as I want and really do my favorite scenes justice. I will see you all next month, maybe? I don't know how long it's gonna take. Hi, Sexy Beast brother Enoch.
Good morning from the
It's me,
UK.
my lovely
Hi,
wife.
good morning.
Your future wife. Yes, I know that the Silent Brothers can't be in relationships. That's what makes ours so hot. That it's forbidden. And that you pretend like you don't want me. Anyways, listen, I need you. Yes, this is an emergency. I need you to meet me at the abandoned T. Merchant's packing factory on Mincing Lane down by Lower Thames Street. Meet me there at sundown and make sure to bring extra armor for your back. Don't need him there anymore. He's dead. No intro, we die like men. You guys know the drill at this point, and if you don't know the drill, watch the other videos first, then come back. It's now time for drama. Okay, so where we last left off, Tessa and the gang just defeated the giant automaton and Nate. He's dead, but they still haven't found Mortmain and their time is almost up. Will shielded Tessa from the explosion, and so he was pretty injured, and then Tessa passed out, and that's where we left off. Time for chapter 17. Alright, chapter 17. Tessa's in one of the beds at the Institute's infirmary, swimming in and out of consciousness. She's like semi-conscious and hears Charlotte talking to my king brother Enoch. He's like, yeah, she only got minor wounds, like, she'll be fine, she just needs to rest. But Charlotte's still like, oh, my poor Tessa. She really just like unofficially adopts everyone at the Institute. Then Tessa passes out again and wakes up to Will yelling. He's a couple beds away from her, and Sexy Beast brother Enoch is like pulling the metal out of his back. And of course Jem's there holding his hand. This part always cracks me up because Tessa's like, oh, he's not wearing a shirt. Oh, he's not wearing a shirt. Like, girl, now is not the time to be over him. She's like, wow, look at his muscles tense as they yank shrapnel out of his back. You know what? She's so real for that. Okay, I would do the same. Like, she's a repressed Victorian teenage girl. She almost died. Her whole family's dead. Just let her see her crush shirtless, okay? Let the girl see some biceps. Honestly, Will would probably be happy knowing she was checking him out. He'd be like, did she think I looked hot while I was screaming out in pain? But yeah, Will's like death gripping Jem's hand, and Jem just looks so helpless. Like he wants to make it better for his parabatai, but there's nothing he can do. And Tessa's feeling guilty because like Will almost died trying to save her, so like it's kind of quite the burden to bear. Then Tessa has like an out-of-body experience, like watching herself in the infirmary. Jem's there like, I know you probably can't hear me, but he still rizzes her up, waxing poetic about how he thought one can't be lost as long as you know your own heart, but he fears he might be lost without knowing hers. And it's like, okay, Jem Carstairs, okay. He's so annoying. Bro, she's unconscious. I swear to God, he practices all these lines. And then he says that he loves her in Mandarin, but like Tessa somehow knows what he's saying. Then she's dreaming of Jessamine in her Silent City prison cell. Jessie somehow knows that Nate's dead, and she realized that she gambled and lost everything. She betrayed the people who care about her, and now she has no one. She takes her diamond wedding ring off and carves JG in the stone wall for Jessamine Gray. And as she's writing, the diamond shatters, and it's like a metaphor. Like, even the diamond hadn't been real. Fantasy metaphors. It's kind of good. And Tessa doesn't know if what she's seeing is like a dream or real, but it's kind of implied that like while she's injured and like out of it, her powers are just kind of like doing their own thing. And she's like unconsciously touching the minds of those around her, which would explain how she's able to see what Jessie was doing and know what Jem was saying in Mandarin. And we have confirmation that the scene with Jessie is real because in City of Fallen Angels, a character goes to the Silent City and sees that in one of the prison cells, someone carved JG. Like Cassandra Clare planned this shit out, okay? Okay, little history lesson. Cassandra Clare wrote the first half of the Mortal Instruments, and then alternated writing the Infernal Devices with the second half of the Mortal Instruments. So Clockwork Angel, City of Fallen Angels, Clockwork Prince, City of Lost Souls, Clockwork Princess, City of Heavenly Fire. And so even though the Mortal Instruments takes place in 2007 New York, and the Infernal Devices takes place in 1887 London, she managed to make the stories connect in certain ways. And she planned out the entirety of the Infernal Devices in advance, and then left all these little hints for what was going to happen in the Mortal Instruments. So if you paid attention to the Mortal Instruments as they were being published, you could have figured out a big twist in the Infernal Devices. I didn't. Like, these books take place over 100 years apart with completely different characters and plots, and like, I didn't know she was gonna start connecting Why would I pay attention to what some random ass character was saying about some random ass people, and how did I not realize? It's fine, I'm over it. She is very much not over it. I'm very passionate about these books, in case you couldn't tell. But yeah, all this to say that Tessa's powers are cool, and if I were Tessa, I would abuse the hell out of those powers, okay? I know it's painful and like invading privacy, and she doesn't like to do it. But like, after Will pulled all that shit on the roof, I would have stolen something of his and changed into him so I could figure out what the f is going on in his little man brain. Screw privacy, I'm not a good person. But then also, if Tessa knew about the curse, then she would probably like die. So, unless all of this Mortmain stuff is a manifestation of the curse, trying to kill everyone Will cares about, like his friends and his family. Because, like, why was the demon that cursed Will at a ball thrown by Benedict Lightwood, a known ally of Mortmain? Just kidding, I'm just trying to mess with you. Then Tessa comes back to consciousness and sees Will sitting in the bed next to her. She's like, was he, like, watching over me, like, worried about me? What an un-Will-like thing to do. Tessa, babe. He's literally in love with you. She's like, what are you doing? He's like, I brought you a medicinal drink, but then you sounded like you were having a nightmare, so. He's so baby girl. He brings the drink over to her and says it'll help calm her down. She asks about his back. He says once they got the metal out of his back, they were able to use an Aratsi, so he's healing now. He's like, I'm sorry about your brother. She's like, no, you're not. I know you think he got what he deserved. He probably did. And he's like, my sister died. She died and there was nothing I could do about it. I am sorry about your brother. It was like really cute. Tessa's like starting to pass out again. She's like, Will, I feel really odd. He like goes up to her like, oh, do you want me to get Charlotte? And she's like, oh, I'm dreaming right now. That's why I feel weird and why everything's fuzzy and why Will seems like he's in love with me. Girl, it's fine. It's not her fault. He's like mean to her all the time. She doesn't know. She's like, oh, well, if this is a dream, I can do what I want. And she like puts her head on Will's shoulder. He's like so surprised and starts a bit. She's like, oh, you're back. Did I hurt you? And he goes, I don't care. I don't care. And he like hugs her back and they're my ship. He seems like he's about to kiss her and then he like hesitates. She's like, it's okay, Will. You can do whatever you want. We're dreaming. He's like, what? And then she passes out again. I love that she thought she was dreaming and her first thought was like, I need to rizz up Will Herondale. She's like, I can do what I want, and what I want to do is Will. Good for her. Good for her. Okay, so it's now the moment we've been waiting for. Or at least the moment I've been waiting for. After Will talked to Tessa, he found a note from Magnus with just an address. It's like really late at night, but Will immediately leaves to go to the address. Because he's like, this has to be about the demon and breaking the curse. He's like, maybe after tonight. No, better not to think about it than to get my hopes up and be disappointed.
Some queen
So he
shit
arrives,
for real.
And Wolsey Scott opens the door. Much better. So yeah, he arrives, Wolsey Scott answers the door. He's been letting Magnus crash at his place while Magnus figures out what he's gonna do. Wolsey's like, finally broken down and admitted you're in love with me, have you? I do enjoy these surprise midnight declarations. Go on, have at it. Magnus shows up then like, oh, leave him be, Wolsey. You ready, Will? Wolsey, I need a room, preferably with little to nothing in it. Wolsey's like, and you're going to do what in this room? Magnus is like, summon the demon Marvis. Oh, well, we all have our ideas about what constitutes an enjoyable evening. So they go into a room and Magnus is like, well, you showed up immediately, Will. I wasn't expecting you until the morning at least. You are prepared for this to fail, right? For it to be the wrong demon or for the summoning not to work? Will's like, no, I'm not prepared. But they go, summon the demon, it works. I forgot to print out the demon Marvis. Pretend this is Marvis. I mean, he's blue. But yeah, so they summon him and Will's like, do you remember me? And Marvis is like, yeah, you freaking like chased me all over Lightwood Gardens, took out one of my teeth. And Will's like, no, do you remember me? And Marvis is like, yeah, you think I wouldn't remember the first face I saw after I was trapped in that box for 20 years? Will's like, yeah, and do you remember the curse you put on me? And Marvis is like, oh yeah, all who love you will only find death. Their love will be their destruction. I was proud of that one. That was a good one. That was a good one. And you summoned me so we could reminisce about it? And Will's like, I summoned you because you fucking ruined my life. But no more. You're taking this curse off me, you blue-skinned bastard. Fantasy racism. Marbus is like, or I could just like, not. I was trapped in that box for 20 years. Maybe you should be cursed for 20 years. Poor Will is ready to fight, but Magnus, who is very wise, is like, you know, something about your story strikes me as odd, Marbus. You say you were trapped in that box for 20 years, so you would have been weak and starving. So how did you manage to cast a curse as subtle and strong as the one you claim to have cast on Will? You guys know what's going on, right? Right? I know some of you guys already figured it out, but I was like trying to mislead you guys. I don't know if it worked. But Will's like, but she died. Marbus said the curse would start with Ella and then she died that night. Marbus is refusing to elaborate. Him and Magnus are just like staring at each other. Then Magnus is like, do you really want to disobey me, Marbus? Do you want to piss off my father? Marbus is like, fine. There's no curse on you, Will. There never was. Your sister died because I hit her with a stinger on my tail. The curse was never real to begin with. We didn't have that on the board. This book is so good. Like, come on. The curse was fake all along. Like, it was fake. The demon literally just, like, lied for funsies. Like, and you know what? It kind of was a curse in its own right, because, like, Will thought it was real, so it still had, like, the same effects. Magnus is like, yep, that's what I thought. You really suck, Marbus, and he banishes him. Magnus is, like, really smart and, like, knows a lot about magic, but I think he never mentioned anything to Will just in case he was like wrong. They had to summon the demon anyways to confirm, and it was only way for Will to get like closure, so Magnus was expecting that. Will wasn't. He like sinks to his knees like, oh god, oh my god. Magnus is like, Will, I'm sorry. Will's like, everything I've done was for nothing? And Magnus is like, oh, Will, yes. He doesn't say that. Will's like, all of the unforgivable things I've said, the lying, the pushing people away, my family, Tessa, for nothing. I ruined my whole life for nothing.
All the
And
things you
Magnus is
said,
like,
all the things you
your
said,
whole
running
life,
through
Will,
my
you're
head,
17.
running through my
You
head.
haven't lived your life yet. And you know what this means? You spent the last 5 years thinking that no one could love you, and that them living was proof that they didn't. But you were wrong, Will. Henry and Charlotte and Jem, they all love you. Magnus is being a good therapist. Will's like starting to get over that initial shock and like come to terms with this. Will's like, and Tessa? And Magnus is like, well, I can't guarantee what she feels. She's a pretty independent person in case you couldn't tell. But now you have a chance, just like anyone else. And if it's any consolation, based on what I saw on that balcony, I'd say she's rather fond of you. And that's the end of the scene. It's so good. The curse never being real just like makes sense, you know? Like it has like the right amount of angst to it. I was trying to throw you guys off so much. I had so many jokes that like hinted that the curse wasn't real, and I cut them all out because I was like, no, I need to gaslight these innocent viewers. Yeah, but then we get Magnus's point of view, watching Will out the window, like hyping himself up to leave. Will's just like hesitating at the front gate. Woolsey shows up like, very curious. If I didn't know better, I would say you were fond of the boy. Did you even charge him for summoning the demon? And Magnus is like, nope. He already gave me a favor anyways. And Magnus sees Will kind of like square his shoulders and finally open the gate and leave. And he almost has a spring in his step. Woolsey's like, you can't save every fallen bird, even the handsome ones. And Magnus goes, one will do. And it's like, I don't know, I really like it. I don't know, these books are like really cinematic. Like the way that she writes certain scenes, like you could just picture it happening in a movie. I can tell the exact vibe she goes for. Like these books have a very specific aesthetic. Like you can just see like the rainy, foggy London nights with like the gas lamps and stuff and like the steampunk Victorian vibe. I don't know, these books are just like my comfort books, okay? And I read them every year, usually like around Christmas time, except I'm probably not gonna read them for a few years because I basically have them memorized at this point from making these videos. These videos require a lot more time and effort than you guys might realize, like months. I spend a lot of time making these. I spent this entire year making these videos. But yes, end of chapter 17. The curse is solved. I've recorded this entire chapter only for it to be out of focus the whole time, so from the top. Chapter 18. In the morning, Sophie wakes up Tessa and helps her back to her room. It's like really cute how close these two have gotten. They like chat a bit about stuff, and like Sophie checks in with Tessa to see how she's doing with the whole brother turning out to be evil and then betraying everyone and dying in Tessa's arms thing. And it's a sweet moment between them that's then promptly ruined because Tessa tries warning Sophie about like the Lightwoods and Gideon, and she's like, I know you've been like hanging out with Gideon, but like you can't trust them. Like, even though he seems like he likes you, he's also an elitist. And like, could you picture him telling his dad that like he wanted to marry a mundane parlor maid? Like, I know that Tessa thinks she's like being a good friend and like looking out for Sophie, but it's so awkward to read because Sophie's like, what, you think I'm like stupid and don't know who I can trust? But like, it's supposed to be like a little bit more ambiguous whether Gideon can be trusted or if he's just like trying to manipulate Sophie. Obviously, I've been playing him as like very cute and stuff, so unless I'm trying to manipulate you guys too and make you think he's not evil. But Tessa definitely thinks he probably can't be trusted. So Sophie leaves angrily. Then we get a scene with Charlotte writing her resignation letter, saying she'll give the Institute to Benedict. Henry shows up and is like, Charlotte, what are you writing? Don't I get a say in this? She's like, you never cared about the Institute before, so why would you now? And he's really hurt by that. He's just like a little golden retriever, okay? Fan cast for Henry, Mr. Bingley in the 2005 version of Pride and Prejudice. That's him, okay, it's him. But basically, he says that he's sorry. He gets so caught up in his own ideas. And that like he would change that part of himself if he could, and that he just like wants to invent something that will make the world a better place. And he thought that Charlotte would understand because that's why she runs the Institute. And he's like, and though I'll always come second for you. And Charlotte's like, what? And so, okay, basically, Henry thinks that Charlotte only agreed to marry him because the Clave wouldn't let her run the Institute alone without a husband. And Charlotte thought that Henry only proposed to her because his dad owed her dad money. So like, to have the debt forgiven, he proposed to her because like no one else wanted to marry her because she's like too headstrong or whatever. And like her dad did say that he forgave the debt once they got engaged, but it was likely just so then there wouldn't be like any awkwardness between them. But she misunderstood and thought it was like specifically so he would marry her. She never brought it up because she was so embarrassed by it, but like Henry was just in love with Charlotte and wanted to propose to her. So yeah, so these two had crushes on each other, got married, and somehow misunderstood the situation so badly that they didn't realize that they both were in love with each other. Now, normally I like hate the miscommunication trope in romance, but like this is such a minor part of the book that it like doesn't really bother me when I read it. You're just like, oh good, they finally talked, good for them, that was cute. And it is a cute scene. Like Henry's like, really, Lottie, you love me too? And it's like, okay, like all of the guys in this trilogy are just like soft-hearted Sims, like all of them, okay? Cassandra Clare was like, I know my type and I'm sticking with it. And I appreciate her for that, because it's also my type. I mean, I don't like this cute stuff, okay? Like, I'm edgy, okay? I'm edgy. Charlotte's like, have we really been that stupid all these years? Henry's like, I mean, I'm not surprised about me, but I expected better from you, Lottie. Charlotte's like, oh, Henry, there's something I have to tell you. But then Will suddenly shows up right on cue. Charlotte can tell there's like something different about him. Like, clearly he's been out all night, super tired, but he doesn't look as dead on the inside as normal. So he's like, Henry, Charlotte, have you guys seen Tessa? I love that Will wastes no time, okay? Like, he found out that the curse isn't real, and he immediately was like, I have to go and find Tessa and tell her how I feel.
Well,
He's like, I know what it's like to have to lie about my feelings. I hate doing that anymore. No misunderstandings. We get rejected like men.
Hi.
Maybe like resting because of your injuries. But he's like,
Welcome.
not to worry. Your excellent interactions did their work, Charlotte. Anyways, I just wanted to. And then he sees the resignation.
Oh my god, hi.
Charlotte, you can't give up the Institute. He's like, you can stay here until you're 18, Will. Legally, the Lightwoods can't kick you out.
Hello.
Like, I wouldn't want to stay here without you and Henry. Why do you think I stick around?
Ah. Blah, 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 blah. Hello, Raiders. Welcome in. My name is Chase. I'm your local intergalactic interdimensional alien demon angel gremlin thing, and I'm here to be your next president. I'm an artist, animator, and game dev, and sometimes I also play games. I have been unceremoniously locked to my desk to finish my commissions before I leave on vacation. And yeah, I'm grabbing you. Congrats on locking the fuck in. Thank you. Thank you. I have been working very hard. Please congratulate me on getting shit done. I am doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it, guys. I'm doing it. I'm getting stuff done. Woo. 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 Yeah. But yeah, welcome in everyone. You doing so good? Hi Goober. Hi. Hi Soap. Hi Fable. Hi Bane. Hello Sleepy Raiders. We have been listening to just videos in the background while I do stuff. Because sometimes music works, sometimes music doesn't work, sometimes I need somebody just talking in the background while I do stuff. I finished one animation, I finished 2 animated emotes, and I am on my last opened commission. Last open commission. Freedom is in sight, y'all. Freedom is in sight. um, so yeah. Here. Excess Kinavira, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate the follow. Please enjoy your time in the cubic dimension. Getting there. But luckily, this is number 4 out of 6 parts of the Infernal Devices series. So we just started part 3 of book 2. Yeah. So we're just working through this. If you guys want to stick around and listen to it, I really love Bree. I love listening to people who are passionate about a thing, and when they talk about the thing they're passionate about, it's really great. It makes me feel nice and warm on the inside, and apparently does wonders to hypnotize me to work. Something like that. I don't know. It's very she's powerful. That is all. So, yeah. If you guys need to rate and run and take care of yourself, self care does come first. So please take care of yourselves. Yeah. All right. We're gonna continue back, and I'm gonna continue to do this. Yay!
Around for the ambiance. That's literally what he says. I love him. He's like, the Lightwoods would replace our servants. We can't let that happen. This is our home. Jem's home. Sophie's home. Charlotte's like, are you sure you don't like have a fever or something? Will's like, no, this won't do. You both have done so much for me over these years and treated me like your own blood, and I've never told you how grateful I am, but I am. So I won't let you give up the Institute. We still have 3 days left. You know what? I'm gonna call a meeting. I'm gonna go collect the others, and we're gonna have a meeting and figure out what we're gonna do. Bye. Love you. God, it's so satisfying to have Will like finally be nice to everyone. Charlotte's like, was that Will? Henry's like, maybe he got kidnapped and replaced by an automaton. And Charlotte's like, I have to agree. Cut back to Tessa in her room. She's like really angry with herself for upsetting Sophie and getting into business that wasn't hers. She's like really hard on herself in like a relatable way. She's like, you fucking idiot, putting your nose in where it doesn't belong. Like, look at you. You can't even do friendship right. She hears a knock at the door and she's like, Sophie, like, I'm gonna apologize to her, but it's Jem. He's like, oh, were you expecting someone else? She's like, oh, like, Sophie, I offended her and I wanted to apologize. He's like, oh, poor guy just seems like out of it. He's like, can we talk in private? Tessa knows it's improper, but at this point she's like, screw it, come on in. Jem like awkwardly leans on the fireplace mantle and then he's like, no. And he like stands like, Tessa? She's like, Jem? And he's like, so, as you know, the Lightwoods will probably be taking over in the next few days, and it will be the end of our little group. Henry and Charlotte will probably get their own place. Jessie's still waiting on her sentence, and I wouldn't want to stay here, so Will and I would probably go to Idris. But the Lightwoods probably won't let you stay, and you're not a shadow hunter, so we can't bring you to Idris with us. Tessa's like, but where would I go? Actually, you don't have to answer that. You're not responsible for me. So, thanks for telling me. He's like, Tessa. She's like, it's cool, really. Like, I'll find a place. And he's like, your place is with me. I don't like this stuff, guys. She's like, what? He's like, will you marry me? And like, listen, I was shook, okay? I know that people got married young back then, but like, I was like, marriage in my teenage book?
Marriage?
Tessa's like, you can't mean it. He's like, I do mean it. She's like, the Clave would never allow it. And he's like, screw the Clave. Our situation's unique because we can't prove what you are. Because, like, yeah, it still ain't adding up. So they would have to review
How
our
much
situation.
coffee
And
have
in the
you
meantime,
gone through in this 12-hour plus lock-in stream, Chase? Aha. I've had 2 cups of coffee, and I am now sipping some tea. My wonderful, oh no, my wonderful,
Don't need him there anymore.
what the
He's
fuck?
dead. No intro. We die like men. You guys know the drill at this point, and if you
Oh,
don't know the drill, watch the other video
where did we?
so. He's so baby girl. He brings the drink over to her and says it'll help calm her down. She asks about his back. He's Henry and Charlotte and Jem, they all love you. Magnus is being a good therapist. Will's like, I've recorded this entire chapter only for it to be out of focus the whole time, so. From the top, chapter 18. In the morning, Sophie wakes up Tessa and helps her back to her room, just so then there wouldn't be like any awkwardness between them, but she misunderstood and thought it was like specifically so he would marry her. She never brought thinks that Charlotte only agreed to marry him because the clave wouldn't be and getting into business that wasn't hers. She's like really, and I can't read this stuff, okay? It's very sappy. I'm edgy. There's a lot of sappy lines that I refuse to say out loud in this. That you and on the jade pen until his dad had given him, but taken care of. So they would have to
Thank
review
you.
our situation, and in the meantime, we could be engaged. She's like, oh my god, you are serious. Tessa thinks that like he's doing this to help her so she'll be like taken care of and like have a place to live. She's like, I know you're selfless and like that's your whole thing, but I can't let you make the sacrifice. And my boy's like, sacrifice? Like, I want to marry you. And he gives her this jade pendant necklace that he has that his dad had given his mom when they got engaged. Because in Shadowhunter marriages, you only exchange rings until you get married, and then you draw permanent runes once you're married. And Tessa's not a Shadowhunter, so she can't have runes on her. But to like prove that he's serious, Jem gives her the necklace. And on the jade pendant, it says, written in Chinese, when two people are at one in their inmost hearts, they shatter even the strength of iron or bronze. Ain't that cute? And Jem's like, you know,
Thank
I can't tell you
you.
when it was that I fell in love with you, but all I know is that one day I looked at you and I realized, and I can't
Hello,
read this stuff,
Wombat.
okay? It's very sappy. I'm edgy. There's a lot of sappy lines that I refuse to say out loud in this video because showing vulnerability makes me want to commit arson. That'll have to do for now. But Jem says that that inscription on the pendant basically means that there's a force and strength in love, which I think's kind of sweet. Sue me. Also, he mentions like how in the Shadowhunter wedding ceremony, there's this line that they say that love is as strong as death, and like he really believes that. And he's like, haven't you noticed that I've been better and less ill? It's because of you. Like your love sustains me, which and she's like, is that even possible? I mean, he has been better recently, and he looks like he really believes it. And I know you guys might be rolling your eyes at like, oh, your love makes me better. But I include everything for a reason, so just put a pin in it. And no, it's not some like dumb thing like love will cure his illness. Just remember it. And then Jem says, I'm paraphrasing right now, like you thought that this proposal was my sacrifice, but really I'm asking for your sacrifice. Like, I'm offering you my heart, though I don't know how many beats it has left. But I love you enough to hope that you won't care that I'm being selfish and trying to spend the rest of my life, however long it may be, happy by spending it with you. And I don't like this stuff, guys, okay? I'm edgy. I'm edgy. Oh, and then he finishes it off saying, that is, if you love me too. He's so baby girl. Like, yes, Jem, be selfish for once in your life, okay? Also, Jem in the next book says something like, I've never been the one good with words. That's always been Will. And it's like, no. You spend this entire trilogy rizzing Tessa up with your fancy little romance lines that definitely don't practice.
Fancy little
He 100%
romance
wrote the speech in
lines.
advance and like practiced it in his room. Like he definitely did. And Tessa has this like whole internal monologue where she's just basically like, yeah, I do love Jem. And she's like, yeah, I will marry you. Jem had been like holding his breath and he's like, oh, thank God. It's so cute. This proposal scene is cute, but I do have some thoughts and I will say them at the end of this chapter. They hug and then they hear a knock and Sophie's at the door like, Charlotte's calling a meeting. She wants you there. And then she sees Jem with Tessa in her room alone and she's like, wow, Tessa's such a freaking hypocrite. She's like, Charlotte wants you there too, Jem, and leaves. And then Jem and Tessa agree not to tell the others about the engagement until after the fate of the Institute is decided, and that they'll tell Charlotte first and then tell everyone else separately. And that's the end of the chapter. And it is now time to unpack that proposal a bit. First of all, middle school me was not expecting this at all, okay? When I read it, I was like, she's supposed to end up with Will. Like, Will just found out that there's no curse. What do you mean she ends up with Jem? Like, Cassandra Clare didn't even give Will a fighting chance. Like, he was cursed, and then he wasn't, and now Jem and Tess are engaged. Like, what the f? Because, like, I'm always right about how love triangles resolve. Like, what do you mean I chose the wrong love interest? Stay tuned, I will be making a theory board later on about how the love triangle ends. But yeah, like, I did like Jem the first time I read these books, but part of the reason I was biased towards Will is because I didn't let myself get attached to Jem. Because from book one, there's little hints that this guy's gonna die. We spend the entire trilogy on the edge of our seats waiting for this boy to die. So I was like, how can I ship them when he's gonna die? Like, I know it. Even this cute little proposal scene between them has this like bittersweet undertone. Jem talks about death in this scene almost as much as he talks about love. It feels like you're doomed to fail shipping them, you know? This is not me confirming whether or not he dies, by the way. I'm just saying this is part of the reason why I was always more biased towards Will. Because even from book one, I didn't give Jem a chance with his potential death looming over us all. But there is no guarantee that Jem's gonna die. This is a YA book after all, and usually they're more forgiving to their characters than with adult books. I've got beef with adult novels, especially adult fantasy novels, with their like serious realism and like deaths for everyone. Like, off. Get over yourself. I like the Shadowhunter Chronicles because they're like more fairy tale like. Anyways, end of chapter 18. Chapter 19. Tessa and Jem go to the drawing room where the team, minus Jessie, is having a meeting. Like the drawing room's home base. It's that room. But yeah, the second Tessa walks in, Will like sits up and like locks eyes with Tessa. She's so confused why he like looks so happy to see her. She doesn't know about the curse, he doesn't know about the engagement, and I don't know how I'm gonna deal with all of this. But yeah, so the team all discusses what they should do next. They're like, do we go to the console with this and potentially play into Mortmain's hand? Like, we're low on options and there's only 3 days left. Oh, also like, don't think about the timeline of these books and like the relationships too hard. Like with most books, I just time dilate it in my mind. Will's like, we don't even know who we can trust in the Clave. Like, who's working with Benedict for Mortmain. So the Institute isn't safe with anyone but us. And also, where else will Tessa be safe? He's so annoying. Tessa's like, me? Will's like, yeah, like, you could be like a really powerful weapon in the hands of Mortmain. Like, he needs you for his plan. Good save, Will. Quick thinking. And Charlotte, like, yeah, I don't really think the Institute is safe in my hands either. Like I'm clearly incompetent. We had 2 spies under our roof. Tessa and Will went to that party without telling me, and then we had our own little illegal mission that led to a potentially important witness dying. So we won't let the Lightwoods take over, but I'm not staying either. And Sophie's like, no, you can't go to the Clave. It is what Mortmain wants. But like, don't ask me how I know. I just know it. Charlotte's like, did Sophie betray us too? What are you not telling us? And Sophie's like, Tessa's like, I gotta help out my friend. She's like, oh, Sophie and I overheard Gideon and Gabriel talking about it in the training room. So that's how she knows. And Will's like, and you didn't mention this important information to us until now because... And Tessa's like, shut up, Will. She tried. She really did. And Sophie's like, I've been stepping out with Gideon Lightwood on my days off. And he told me all about it because he overheard his father talking about it and how they knew Jessie was found out and they were hoping you were going to go to the Clave. And I didn't say something because I know that you guys don't like Gideon in the first place. And also it seemed like you guys weren't even going to the Clave, so... They're all like, what? Sophie's like, and I know what Mortmain's holding over Benedict's head. Gideon just found out. And his dad doesn't even know that he knows. They're like, tell us. And she says...
Demon pox.
Demon pox. I love these books so much. I hope you guys are all laughing right now because I definitely am. Cassandra Clare said that book one. I included all those demon pox jokes for a reason, guys. Sophie's like, Benedict Lightwood has demon pox, and he'll die in a matter of months if he doesn't get the cure. And Mortmain says that he can get it for him. The room explodes into chaos. Will literally jumps up and starts singing a bad improvised song about how he knew demon pox was real all along. This is the song. People like to sing it to the tune of Oh Christmas Tree. Everyone's like, shut the fuck up, Will. The thing about Will that I like is that like Cassie easily could have just made him the typical annoying alpha male love interest. Like if this was a different book, Will would be like arrogant and serious and like actually a playboy, and he'd probably be the best and most powerful shadow hunter in all of London. But instead he's like an average shadow hunter at best, a big nerd, never actually dated or slept with anyone because of the curse. He's just like a loser who likes to read but is like canonically terrible at writing poetry, quotes his favorite stories which annoys everyone else, and tells his dumb little dad jokes that also annoy everyone else, and makes up these little songs that he sings and everyone's like annoyed and wants him to shut up. God, maybe I am Will. But like, he's not supposed to be cool, okay? Like, he seems mysterious to Tessa because she doesn't know about the curse and like the truth of who he is. But you will see for the rest of this series that Will is just a silly guy who's pathetic and like a hopeless romantic. He's like so different without the curse, and it's great. We got the angsty, brooding Will for the first 2 books, but now we get to see him like actually be himself and be someone who you could actually like picture being friends with. So very excited. Everyone's like, yeah, I mean, the Lightwoods aren't really trustworthy, so I don't know if we can trust what Gideon told you, Sophie. But Will's like, no, I've seen Gideon's face when he looks at Sophie. Like, he's in love with her. And when you're in love with someone, you do anything for them. And he's like looking at Tessa this whole time. And she's like, I feel like he's trying to tell me something, but I don't know what. Girl, he's in love with you. I don't know how she doesn't know. It's so funny. Jem's like, wait a minute. Will, what are the symptoms of demon pox? And Will's like, oh, like, it starts as a shield-shaped rash on your back and then it spreads. And Jem's like, by the angel, I have to check something. I'll be right back. And like rushes out. And Henry's like, you don't think he has demon pox, do you? Jem then comes back with the report of Barbara Lightwood's death, aka Benedict's wife, Gideon Gabriel's mom. He got it from the Silent brothers when he went to visit Jesse with Tessa, and the report basically says that Barbara Lightwood had this shield-shaped rash. The report also says that she didn't die from grief, but rather that she killed herself. So they realized that she must have, like, killed herself because she realized she had this incurable STD given to her by her unfaithful husband who was sleeping with demon ladies. And, like, Benny Smallwood wasn't gonna tell his 2 sons, like, yeah, mommy killed herself because I gave her demon pox. So he made up that whole story about how the Fairchilds suck and told Gideon and Gabriel that their mom died of grief after their uncle died. Will's like, you know what this means, right? Like, it's blackmailing time. And Tessa's like, well, Benedict's probably more afraid of Mortmain than he is of us, and Mortmain has the cure he needs, so I don't think the blackmail's gonna work. But this knowledge of Barbara Lightwood's death basically means that Benedict indirectly killed his wife through demonic means, so he would get a punishment worse than death. Tessa's like, what's worse than death? And immediately regrets saying it because she can feel Jem like tense next to her. And I hate this. But yeah, the Lightwoods would have their marks stripped and they wouldn't be Shadowhunters anymore, and they would have their names scorned in Shadowhunter history and have no legacy. And the Lightwood family is like one of the oldest and most influential families. Like, they were one of the originals, and they take their title very seriously. So Benedict would probably fear that fate for him and his kids more than death, that the blackmailing could work. And if it doesn't, then they're no worse off than they are now. And Charlotte's like, okay, I'm gonna write a calling card saying we're gonna give up the Institute and like want to meet with Benedict, so he'll meet with us. And Will's like, all right, yes, we're going with my plan. And Charlotte's like, you can come along, Will, but you're gonna follow me, okay? Like, it's my plan now. Will's like, but Jem's like, leave it. Will's like, but she annexed my plan. Tessa's like, Will, do you care more about the plan being enacted or you getting credit for it? And Will's like, that, the second one. He's so annoying. But yeah, Will and Tessa are gonna go along because they were at the masquerade and witnessed Benny getting close with the demon lady. Meeting's adjourned. Will immediately follows Tessa into the hallway like, Tessa, I need to talk to you. She's like, now? Like, Charlotte said to hurry. He's like, I'm hurrying. In the Lightwoods, I want to talk to you. She thinks that like Will wants an apology because he like saved her life in the warehouse and she didn't even thank him yet. She's like, Will, I know what you want to say and you're totally right to say it. Believe me, I'm just as eager to talk to you as you are to me because this matter's been weighing heavily on my mind. He's like, you are? It has? They're not on the same page. It's like so funny, but like also kind of painful because we know what's gonna happen. Jem's like starting to walk over now and like Tessa jumps back from Will because she doesn't want Jem getting the wrong idea, even though they weren't doing anything wrong. But a little voice in her mind's like, except in your thoughts. Like, how is she going to be engaged to Jem when she's still in love with Will? Like, yes, she loves Jem, but she's also in love with Will too, so like, it's messy, and I love it. Tessa's like, yes, we can meet up, Will, but like, not now. He's like, then when? And she's like, when we get back from the Lightwoods. In the drawing room. He's like, in the drawing room? They are not on the same page. She's like, really, Will? Are you just gonna repeat everything I say? Jem catches up to them then, and he's like, Tessa, cut Will some slack. He's been out all night and looks like he can barely remember his own name. He puts his arm around Will's shoulders like, come on, Herondale. You look like you need an energy room. Or 2. Or 3. And he like happily leads Will down the hallway. And Will's like looking back at Tessa like, Tessa's like, I'm so confused. None of these guys know what's going on with the other 2. It's like so funny. Oh, and it's like definitely canon that Will slams energy runes like a depressed college student slams energy drinks. He would 100% be addicted to caffeine. He stays up all night being edgy, and then he has to make up for it during the day with caffeine. God, he's just like me for real, for real. Tessa goes back to her room to get changed, and it turns out that Charlotte had a couple new dresses made for Tessa, using her own fabric from her trousseau. I don't know how to pronounce it. And like, she doesn't even get herself nice things, and she's been stressed out of her own mind this entire book. But like, she still took the time to get Tessa some new dresses, because all of the dresses that Tessa currently owns were given to her by Jesse, who's a traitor. Oh, and then like Sophie shows up, and like Tessa gets to apologize to her, and says how she was wrong about Gideon, and she shouldn't have said those things, and it wasn't her place to do so. And Sophie's like, I forgive you. Like, I already forgave you when you lied to Charlotte for me. And Tessa's like, you're amazing, Sophie, and I don't think I've told you that before, but it's true, and it's like really cute. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20. This is a big chapter. So they go to the Lightwood house, not the fancy masquerade ball one that had the stone balconies that were perfect for taking liberties, but like their normal weekday residence that's closer to the Institute. So they like show up to Benedict's office, and like Gideon and Gabriel are there too, and Charlotte's like, sup, heard you decided to some demons and find out. I don't think the Clave would be too happy to give the Institute over to someone who fraternizes with demons, Benedict's like, those are just rumors. Charlotte's like, nah, that's truth and observation. Will, Tessa, care to share with the class what you saw at that ball in Chiswick? Will's like, yeah, that demon woman I saw you lounging with on that couch. Would you say she's a friend or a business associate? Tessa's like, I don't know, but I'd say probably a friend. You don't normally let business associates lick your face. But what do I know? I'm just a silly woman. And Will like tries to hide a smile. I don't know. I love when they team up. They're my ship. My light is like flickering. I don't know what to do about that. Poor Gideon looks like very stressed during this scene. I feel really bad for the guy. Like, he had to betray his own dad, and like he knows his dad's not a good person, but like it's still his family. Benedict's like, yeah, well, who's gonna believe you? Tessa's a warlock and Will's a lunatic. It's my word over theirs. So clearly he has like some sort of block in his mind, or like something that would allow him to lie while using the mortal sword. Cause like he's not afraid of a trial. Charlotte's like, well, we do have more evidence. What's that rash there on your wrist? And Gabriel's like, Father, what is she talking about? Will can't hold it in anymore, and he's like, demon pox. He's so happy. They're finally putting Benedict Lightwood in his place. Demon pox is real. The curse is gone. And Tessa even wants to talk to him after all of this so they can confess their feelings for each other. He doesn't know. Benedict's like, what a disgusting accusation. And Charlotte's like, prove us wrong then. Pull up your sleeve. Benedict looks over at Gideon then like, you told them. And Gideon's like, I did. And I'd do it again. And if I need to, I'll go to the Clave and be tried under the mortal sword myself and tell them the truth about everything that you've done. Cool, Gideon. Gabriel's like, Gideon, Father, what's going on? And like everything gets revealed, including the truth of what happened to their mom. At this point, Benedict's like, okay, I know blackmail when I see it. What do you want? And they tell him that he has to tell the Clave that like Charlotte's really good at running the Institute and like she can keep it. And they question him about what he knows about Mortmain, but it's like basically nothing, so. And then Benedict looks at Gideon like, if you support Charlotte, then you're not my son anymore. You're not welcome under my roof. And Gideon takes off his Lightwood family ring and puts it on the desk. And he looks over at his brother like, Gabriel, come with me. And Gabriel's like, you know I can't. He's like, you can. Gabriel, please. Gabriel's like, who will take care of Father? What will people say about our family if we both abandon him? Listen, I know that up to this point Gabriel's been a little bitch, but it's not his fault that he was born into this family and that his dad sucks and that he doesn't want to like abandon the man who raised him. Like, he's like, who will take care of everything? The states, the council seat? Gideon's like, I don't know, but it doesn't have to be you. And Gabriel says, family before law. And he like goes over to Benedict. And Benedict looks smug. He's like, at least one of my sons is loyal. And so they leave with Gideon. In the carriage ride back, Charlotte's like talking to him about how she can't thank him enough for what he's done for them and that he'll always be welcome to live at the Institute. But he's just like sitting there silently, and then he finally says, I really thought Gabriel would come with me once he knew the truth about Mortmain. And like, he's so heartbroken. Like, he only came back from Madrid for Gabriel's sake. Like, that's his brother. Like, he loved his brother. How could he leave him at home with Benedict? But like, he had to do the right thing, you know? Like, he's a good person, okay? And Tessa empathizes with him because she had a brother who she loved too, who also chose the wrong side. And it sucks. Poor guy. So they get back and Will's like, come on, Tessa, let's go. She's like, he's so giddy and it's like so weird. I love that Will is finally happy and everyone's reaction isn't like, oh, good for him, I'm glad that he's in a good mood, but instead like, who are you and what have you done with Will? But yeah, he's just like so happy. He's like, I can't wait to
I was
tell Jen what happened
cockeyed
with
that you
Gideon.
basically been streaming
Oh
for
my
12
god, he's
hours.
not
You
gonna
need to sleep
believe
for
it.
rest or
To tell
anything.
Sophie
Ah,
your
yeah,
secrets
yeah.
is one thing, but to renounce your entire family? Crazy. Tessa's like, yeah, I mean, it's like you said, people will do anything for love. And he's like, amazing, isn't it? And it's so funny. They are not on the same page. They arrive at the drawing room, but Will just like immediately. I'm like, just give me a minute. There's something wrong with me. I'm an adult. I have an adult job where I'm like responsible for the lives of people, like medically. You wouldn't know it. It's time. They arrive at the drawing room where literally everything always goes down. And like Will locks the door behind him and Tessa's like, why are you locked? But Will just like immediately goes over to her and like starts kissing her.
But yeah. I just need to get this done, so working on this to get it done. That is all. Feel free to chill and witness the slow march to a decent stopping point, I suppose.
She's like, yeah, that's hot. I mean, wait, Jem. And she like pushes him away, like, no. It's
Oh my
fine.
god.
He's like very confused because like that's what he thought was going on right now. Like he really thought that her saying she wanted to talk with him was like confirming that she also wanted to confess her feelings for him. The whole carriage ride back, he like kept looking over at her and like smiling. Like they were not on the same page. She was all like, why is he smiling at me? So yeah, Tesla's like, no. And he's like, what? But like last night, like you embraced me. Like I thought. She's like, I did? Oh, I thought I was dreaming. He's like, and then today you said you were as eager to be alone with me as I was. She's like, I imagined you wanted an apology. Like, you saved my life at the warehouse, Will, and I am grateful. He's like, I didn't save your life so you would be grateful. She's like, then why? Because it's your job as a shadow? He's like, I did it because I love you. Oh shoot, I think I smudged my eyeliner. Listen. I love the trope where like the
It's
main
almost 2
couple
a.m. for
confesses during an
me.
argument and
I work in the morning, so take care. Thank you, Empoleon. Have a good night. Eat good. It is 1:30 for me. So yeah. Not too late, but not an hour I'm usually live at. No.
and like the one character's like, because I love you. Like, this is peak literature, okay? Peak literature. And he says it twice. He does like the, because I love you. And then he like says it quietly. I did it because I love you. And it's like, he's the blueprint. I know it's cliche, but like, come on, this was like the original, okay? This was not the original. Like, your favorite stories are based off this. Sydney Carton was the original Edgewood. And Tess is like, I thought you communicated with me, but I was wrong. This is clear. And he's like,
Never mind.
it's so good. She's like, of course I did. After the way you treated me, he's like, I had to. I had no choice. Please listen, please. And like she was about to leave, but the way that he said it, she's like, no, this is like Will we're talking about. Like all he does is hurt people. But there's like that tiny little voice in her mind that's like, maybe you should hear him out. He seems pretty sincere. So she stays and Will explains everything. The Pixis and the curse, and it's so satisfying. And has
Hello, welcome, readers. Oh no. My name is Chase. I'm your local intergalactic interdimensional alien demon angel gremlin thing, and I'm here to be your next president. I am, okay, bye. Good night, Empoleon. I am an artist, animator, and game dev, but sometimes I also play games. Have been unceremoniously chained to my desk to get this as done as I can. Uh, Jake, never mind. Hi, never mind. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. You were doing some just chatting. What else were you up to? We've been listening to one of my favorite book recaps. And for some reason, it makes me lock in. It does the thing I need it to do. That was weird. Okay. But yeah, does the thing I need it to do. It's my cookie week, so every or most days this week I'm doing baking streams. Oh, that's so cool. My one quote unquote cooking stream was also a baking stream. I baked some chocolate chip cookies. It's a recipe that my grandma took off of a Toll House bag, I think, and my mom adjusted it to her liking, and I've used it ever since. I've been wanting some warm cookies so bad. Oh. Maybe we should make some cookies when I get back. I am doing my streamathon during the Crumbus week and New Year's. So maybe one of the days we can do some baking if you want to come over, Krishu. Won't be free until after New Year's, but I'm interested. Okay. In that case, we won't be back until after New Year's for our other trip. Um, so you know, might have to wait. C'est la vie. I'll have to bake my own Christmas cookies. Oh no! Oh no! Not your own Crumbus cookies. That's so sad.
Tessa realizes that the way he's acted all this time is like not who he is. And she's like, oh, it all makes sense now. And then just like Magnus's reaction, she's like, Gem? Like, you're nice to Gem? And he explains how he thought that the curse might not affect Gem because Gem's already dying. And with each year that passed with Gem okay, Will thought that it was true, you know? Will's like, I thought I could learn to live like this. And then once Gem died, then I would move away and never bother anyone with my existence ever again. But then I met you, and I like thought I was gonna be reading like a lot of this dialogue out. But like I can't. It's like too sappy. But yeah, he's like, I thought I could handle having you hate me, but I realized that every time I saw you, it was gonna be like I was back on that roof saying those terrible things to you again. I don't like this stuff, guys. Oh, and at like this point, he's not even expecting her to like forgive him or say she likes him or anything. He thought she might have liked him back, now he realizes she doesn't. He's like, I was hoping that after I broke the curse and explained everything to you, that maybe I could have your trust back and maybe we could like build something slowly. She's like, so the curse is broken? And he's like, there was never a curse. I was tricked. I was stupid, but not so stupid that I didn't know that the first thing I needed to do after the curse was gone was to tell you how I felt. Tess is just like, why me? Like, why are you in love with me? And he explains how he had like read the letters that she wrote to Nate when she was being tortured by the Dark Sisters, and he realized that like him and Tessa are really alike. They're my ship. Like they make sense of the world through the things they read. Like he says like you and me, like we live and breathe words. Like just like leave me alone, okay? And then like reading Tessa's letters, he felt like there was someone out there who understood him and felt the same way he did. And like he saw how she was scared, but she was always brave, and that like inspired him. They're my ship. I'm very clearly biased towards one of these ships. Like I like both ships. I like both Will and Jem. And I would argue that like playing violin is like a bigger part of my identity than like reading books is. But like, I'm sorry, I don't relate to Jem at all. I'm sorry, bro, I don't relate to you. But yeah, Tessa is like acting calm, but at this point she's just like in shambles, just like me. This confession is what she's always wanted someone to like say to her, and like secretly deep down what she always wanted Will to say to her. And it's Will, okay? Like the boy who reads the same things that she does and understands her and encourages her and makes her laugh even when she's angry at him. And here he is, pouring his heart out, and she's engaged to Jem. Cassandra Clare, why did you do this to me? She's like, I'm engaged to Jem. I love Jem. And she knows it's wrong, but there's like that part of her that loves Will too. But she's made her choice, so she's like, I know what I have to do. She's like, Will, it's too late. He's like, don't say that. Like, I love you. She's like, Will, stop. He's like, I know you might hate me. You have every reason to. And I know you don't have a reason to give me a second chance, but I'm begging you for that chance. Like, please just give me the chance to prove I can be the kind of man you deserve. Listen, they don't make him like Will Herondale anymore, okay? Listen. I love romance in books. Like, I will not read a book if it doesn't have romance in it. And yet, nothing compares to this, okay? My life was changed when I read this scene back in the day, and I've been chasing that high ever since. But yet, nothing compares. Nothing. I really need book recommendations. Give me something that's giving Will Herondale, okay? She's like, it's not possible, Will. He's like, it has to be. You can't hate me that much. She's like, I don't hate you at all, Will. I tried, but I could never manage. Which she realized was like the wrong thing to say. Because now he's like, so there's a chance? And she realizes she has to shut this shit down. And she just blurts out, I'm engaged to Jem. He proposed this morning and I said yes. And Will just goes, Jem? My Jem? And it's so... I love that he says, my Jem? Like, they're all in love with each other, I swear. He's shocked. Like, he did not see this coming. He had been, like, so focused on, like, breaking the curse and, like, being depressed that he didn't, like, realize
breaking
that
the curse and being depressed.
Fallen in love. He's like, when Jem never told me anything about this. And he goes, do you love him? And she's like, yeah, don't you? He's like, but he would understand if we explained to him. He would understand. And now the wheels in Tessa's head are turning. She thinks about what would happen if she told Jem that like she couldn't marry him because some part of her heart belonged to Will and always would. And she knows that that would break his heart and like she can't do that to him. And she thinks about like the way that like Will and Jem love each other and their père bataille and how they mean more to each other than like anyone else in the world. She's like, I can't be responsible for ruining that bond between them. I can never tell either of them the truth. Because she knows that if her and Jem broke it off, that her and Will still couldn't be together. Because how could they, knowing that they like broke Jem's heart and like caused him all this pain? Even if Jem died, like how could they betray him, even in death? So she takes one last look at Will's face, the last time he'll look at her like this, and she knows what she has to do. She's gotta Uno reverse card him and pull a Will Herondale. She's like, yeah, he would understand if we told him what? Will's like, he would forgive me. She's like, he would. But he told me this morning that he thought he would die without ever loving anyone like his dad loved his mom, and without being loved like that in return. Do you want me to knock on his door and take that away from him? Would you still even love me if I did? And Will is like finally processed everything and realized like he can't do that to Jem, that Tessa's right, and like how could he even love her if she broke Jem's heart? How could he ever forgive himself if he did that? So he's like, you promised me that you love him enough to marry him and make him happy? She says yes, and he like begs her not to tell Jem, and she promises she won't. Like she wasn't planning on it. This guy got 5 minutes to be happy before it was all violently ripped away. Like I know it's dramatic, but like Cassandra Clare really has you reading this book believing that like Will never be happy if he can't be with Tessa. Like he broke the curse, but he's still gonna lose Jem. Now he lost Tessa too. It just like hurts extra because he always has to like deny himself what he wanted. He was never allowed to do what he wanted. He was never allowed to say what he wanted, and he never let himself have any hope. Then he was free from the curse and like finally let himself have like a little bit of hope that things could get better and that he could be happy, and now look what happened. You guys don't understand him like I do, okay? Yeah, I'm gatekeeping Will Herondale, okay? I forced you guys to learn about these books and now I'm gatekeeping them. Will Herondale is to me what Sydney Carton is to Will. No, I will not elaborate. I'm fine. And Tessa is miserable because she's like breaking Will's heart right now. And she can see how much pain he's in, and all she wants to do is comfort him and make him smile again, but she can't. Like, the role reversal. Now she has to make him think that she's not in love with him. These books! I swear, I could talk about these books all day. She can't bring herself to leave him miserable like that, so she's like, Will, what you've endured since you were 12, it would have killed most people. You believed that no one loved you, could love you, and them living meant that they didn't. But Charlotte loves you, and Henry, and Jem, and your family. They've always loved you, Will, because you can't hide what's good about yourself, however hard you try. Leave me alone. Bitches are sobbing. It's me. I'm
bitches.
Will goes, and you? Do you love me? She's like, Jem was right about you. You are better than I gave you credit for. And if this is what you're really like, and I think it is, then you'll have no problem finding someone to love you, Will. Someone for whom you come first in their heart. But and he's like, you can never love me. And he like leaves, and she knows she did the right thing, but like it hurts so much. She got a taste of the Will Herondale's treatment, you know? She just sinks down on the floor in front of the fireplace, but like no tears are coming. She like takes the iron poker and like puts it in the fire and can like feel the jade pendant that Jem gave her start to heat up. Symbolism. And then she like takes the poker and like purposely burns her hand with it. And now she's finally able to cry. This is not healthy, children. Don't do that. We do not condone this behavior. Sophie heard her scream out and like comes and gets her and takes her back to her room and like puts this salve on her hand. Tessa apologizes again to Sophie about Gideon. She's like, Sophie, the next time that you tell me someone's trustworthy, I'll believe you. Sophie's like, no, I shouldn't have gotten so angry. The truth is, I didn't even know if he would side with us in the end. I wasn't sure until he came back in the carriage. And Tessa's like, it could be nice though, having him live here at the Institute. But Sophie's like, no, it'll be terrible because he'll see me for what I am, a mundane maid. Tessa's like, he won't mind. Sophie's like, people always mind. They're not so noble as you think. And then Tessa thinks about Will, with his head in his hands, begging her that if she loves Jem, to please not tell him that Will loves her. Tessa's like, no, you can find nobleness in the oddest places. But like, would you even want to marry Gideon and like be a shadow hunter? And Sophie's like, that's all I ever wanted, to be a shadow hunter. And like, yes, I know what you're thinking right now. But yeah, that's why she liked training so much. Tessa's like, oh, I never knew. Sophie's like, I used to think that if I married Jem, then I could... Speaking of Jem, you haven't broken his heart yet, right? And Tessa looks at her burned hand like, nope, just torn mine in two. Hey, end of chapter 20. We interrupt your regularly scheduled angst and melodrama to bring you the fun new game. It's time to play How Will the Love Triangle Resolve? Because like, Tessa and Jem may be engaged, but anything could happen in book 3. Option 1, Jem dies. Tessa and Will don't get over his death, and out of respect, they don't end up together. This is the worst case scenario, because like, what was the point? Option 2, Jem dies, Tessa and Will grieve, and then they end up together. Again, this is not ideal because we don't want Jem to die, but like, this is the only believable scenario in which Will and Tessa would end up together, so... Option 3, Jem finds a cure and doesn't die, and him and Tessa live happily ever after, with Will just like watching from the sidelines forever alone. Cause like, Herondale's love but once. He would never get over Tessa. Option 4, Jem doesn't die, but like, him and Tessa break off their engagement, and then her and Will like get together in front of Jem. This is the least likely scenario. Like, this would probably be my ideal, because like, Jem's alive, Will and Tessa, but it's probably not going to happen. Tessa and Will literally just discussed why this would not work, so. And also, we don't know of a cure if there is one, so. Option 5. Sydney Carton was the original edgelord. So, remember how this book's based off A Tale of Two Cities? Probably, because I won't let you forget. Well, at the end of A Tale of Two Cities, the original edgelord, Sydney Carton, sacrifices himself for his friend Darnay so that Darnay and Lucy can be together. And as we know, Will is the Sydney Carton of this story. So like, a potential ending could be Will like sacrificing himself in a way that would allow Jem to be cured of his illness and live, but causing Will's death in the process. And then Tessa and Jem end up together. Now this is a very loose retelling of A Tale of Two Cities. There are many fundamental differences between the plots of the two, as you can probably tell. So it's not a guarantee that this would be the ending. The Infernal Devices borrows certain things like the love triangle, but it's not following A Tale of Two Cities plot by plot. But I still wanted to put it out there as a possibility because this is a very plausible theory. Now right now I know that the Tale of Two Cities option seems like the most likely, but I could also see it being option 2 with Jem dying and then Will and Tessa ending up together. I like how I'm saying this as if I haven't like known the ending for 10 years. Option 2 was what I predicted when I read these books for the first time. I'm not going to confirm nor deny whether I was right. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I was hesitant to think that like Cassandra Clare would do a bait and switch and like have Will die instead of Jem. Cause like we just keep talking about how Jem's ill and there's no cure, and like also Will was the fan favorite at the time. Or at least I think he was. I don't know, because like I wasn't really online in fandom spaces when these books were coming out. This is just based off what my friends and I thought. All I know is that if I had been online, I would have seen the fan theories and figured out something. Because remember, the Infernal Devices were alternating releases with the second half of the Mortal Instruments, and if you paid attention to what a certain character was saying about certain things, you would have figured something out. And I didn't pay attention because I just wanted to know what happened as I was reading them. Let me tell you, reading these as they were being published, unmatched. You read the epilogue of Clockwork Princess and you were like, what the f is gonna happen in City of Heavenly Fire? Like, I was mind blown. Like, I mean, it feels so obvious looking back now, but like, when they were coming out, like, I didn't know who to look out for. I'm totally over it. Now when I read the books, I'm always looking for like hints and stuff and Easter eggs and clues about what happens in other series. It is what it is. But yeah, back to the story. So, chapter 21, final chapter. Will's point of view. After he confessed to Tessa and like ran out the door, this mother effer, he waited for Tessa to go after him, but she didn't. God, I love the drama, and I love Will's dramatic act. And then he found himself outside of Jem's room, because that's what he does when he's hurting. He goes to Jem, but now Jem's the one causing him the pain. The angst. I love it. Will just like walks in without knocking, and Jem's like facing away from the door playing his violin. And he goes, Will, is that you, Will? The Parabatai line. It's just a dumb little like, is that you? But every time it pops up, I'm like, Will's like, yeah, it's me. And he like feels awkward for the first time ever, awkward in front of Jem. He's like looking around at Jem's room, which he knows as well as his own, and then at Jem, who he loves more than himself. And yet he feels awkward. He so badly just wants to like beg Jem to please let him be with Tessa because he has nothing without her. Like he's got nothing. Just let him have this one thing. Just like pretend that he knew Tessa for longer and that like they're older, because otherwise it's gonna be like a lot less dramatic and just kind of annoying. Like, don't pay too close attention to the timeline of the relationships. Like I said, like with most YA relationships, you just gotta time dilate it in your mind. But yeah, Jen's like, Will, I have something I wanted to tell you in private. And and Will's like, oh God, he's gonna tell me and I'm gonna have to pretend that I'm happy. He's like, and what's that? Jem's like, well, I should have told you earlier, but like, we've never really talked about love before, and with you being such a cynic, like I thought you would laugh at me. If only Jem knew how much of a hopeless romantic Will is. Jem's like, and besides, I never thought she would reciprocate my feelings, so Will's like, Tessa. And Jem's like, well, I know you're a good shadow hunter and would have done whatever you could to save Tessa in the warehouse, no matter who she was, but I can't help but wonder if the reason you were so determined to save her was because you know how much she means to me. So am I right, or am I a complete idiot? Will's like, can you give me a minute? What the? Will's like, you're an idiot. But yes, that is exactly why I saved her, because I know how much she means to you. And because
to you.
Are in love with her, not me. And Jem just gives his like biggest smile, and it's like pure sunshine, and Will is like, no, he is 100% in love with her, and I am screwed. I have no chance. Like, there is no way I can ask him to break it off with Tessa. And Jem's always like super calm and doesn't like express like extreme emotions. Like, his usual emotion is just chill, neutral. And Will thought that just like anger, joy was like too extreme of an emotion for Jem to have. But looking at Jem now, Will realizes that he had just never seen Jem like genuinely happy. Like, he was always worried about if Jem was safe and alive, but not really if he was happy. And he's like, oh my god, I am a terrible person for even considering for a second that I would tell him about my feelings for Tessa. Like, Jem is my great sin. He's like, Tessa was right. I can't ask him to break off his engagement. I can't do that to him. I owe him my life and more. There's no way I could ever pay him back for the way he's saved my life over the years. And I love him so much that, like, of course I would choose his happiness over mine. He's having his, like, Angelica Schuyler satisfied moment right now. Well, this came out before Hamilton, so Angelica Schuyler was having her Will Herondale moment. And Jem's like, I also wanted to say that I'm sorry for getting so angry at you for going to the Ifrit's den. I know you were just trying to seek solace. And Will's like, no, you were right. Jem's like, I wasn't. I just got a complaint to be quieter. So I'm gonna be quieter. Jem's like, I wasn't. If I was harsh with you, it's only because I can't stand seeing you treat yourself as if you're worth nothing. You might try to act otherwise, but I can see you for what you really are, Will. You're my blood brother, and you're not just better than you pretend to be, but better than most people could hope to be. And he, like, puts his hand on Will's shoulder and he says, you're worth everything, Will. Don't talk to me. Send me to the demon realms. I can't take it anymore. Like, Jem said all this stuff to Will without even knowing about the curse. Like imagine having someone care about you that much. Like, yeah, Will doesn't get to be with Tessa, but he'll always have Jem. Well, he has Jem for now. We don't know how it's gonna end. Wait. Option 6. Bros before hoes. Tessa's not a hoe. I love Tessa. AKA Parabatai for life. Will and Jem end up together. There are some problems because Parabatai aren't allowed to be in romantic love with each other, but, like, who doesn't love a good forbidden romance? Like, why have we been discussing who Tessa should end up with when the real answer's been here all along? Will and Jem should just end up together. This isn't even the sad book in the trilogy. Like, I don't know why I'm getting so dramatic with this. I don't experience emotions, guys. I'm edgy. You guys don't understand. By this point, I had, like, already decided that if Will Herondale didn't find happiness, then I could never find happiness. This is not a healthy mindset to have children. Don't be like me. Because I love angsty characters, but only if they get to be happy in the end. Like, if they suffer for the entire series and then don't get a happy ending, like, what was the point? I retract my previous statements. I don't like angst. I like angst with a happy ending. Important distinction. Like, what do you mean Tessa doesn't end up with Will? Can you give me a minute? Thank you. But yeah, Jem's like, thanks again for what you did for Tessa. And Will's like, thanks for watching Brother Enoch pull shards of metal out of my back afterwards. Jem's like, what else are Parabatai for? We get, like, a boring scene where we have the council meeting, and Benedict defends Charlotte like, oh yeah, there's a war coming and we need all the help we can get. And Charlotte has good relations with the leaders of the Downworlder groups. And Mortmain's been trying to get them on his side, so it's a good thing we have Charlotte. And he, like, spins any mistakes she made to make it seem like she's doing a great job. Then the council votes whether Charlotte can keep the institute or not, and rules in her favor. So that's taken care of. And then a bunch of these weird robot beetle things that had been hiding in the council room start buzzing around and causing chaos. And one flies, like, right up to Tessa, so she takes off her hat and, like, catches the bug in it. And then they all fly away. And Benedict looks shook, like a, oh no, Mortmain just found out I defected kind of shook. On the carriage ride home, Henry looks at the beetle that Tessa caught, and it turns out that the beetles were some kind of camera, so Mortmain could spy on the meeting, since all of his human spies are currently out of commission, with Mortmain dead, Jesse in prison, and Benedict defecting. Henry says he'll look at the beetle more closely when he gets back to his workroom, and on the carriage ride back, Tessa keeps thinking about how, after the whole beetle thing, Starkweather came up to her all like, are you okay? I saw the one come up to you. It didn't hurt you, right? But, like, with the York accent. Are ye okay? I can't. It didn't hurt ye. And Tessa's like, that was a weird but also oddly nice thing to do. I'm just putting Starkweather up on the Tessa board because, like, something's a little sus with him. Also, I forgot to put not a changeling on the board from when that fairy woman at the masquerade that had balconies that were perfect for taking liberties was talking about changelings. And Tessa was like, I'm a changeling. And she was like, of course not. But yeah, back to the story. Moral of the story. Blackmail works. The other moral of the story is you can't trust blondes. Henry's like, I'm so proud of you, Charlotte. And Charlotte's like clearly very happy. She's like, really? And he's like, absolutely. My wife is beautiful and smart, and her brilliance should be recognized, and it's like really cute. So they're all cute together now. Will's like, this is where Jessamine would have told you guys to stop before you make her sick. And Charlotte's like, oh, Jessie. And they're all just like, oh, Jessie. And Henry's like, she shouldn't have done what she did. It's not your fault. And let's not talk about Jessamine today. Tonight's for celebrating. The Institute is still ours. And everyone's like, yeah, breaking the law and blackmailing people is great. Woo! I love the development in this series from everyone being like, we should respect and follow the law, to being like, the law, the clave, we do what we want. And all the main casts do that in all the series, except the Dark Artifices, where they just start off with the law. They're the Slytherins of the Shadowhunter books. These guys are the Ravenclaw, The Last Hours is Hufflepuff, Mortal Instruments is Gryffindor, and Dark Artifices is Slytherin. Okay, Tessa's point of view. They're having a celebration party, and Sophie helped get Tessa dressed all fancy, and like she even put blue flowers in Tessa's hair, which Tessa loved until she realized that the flowers were the exact color of Will's eyes, and then she wanted to rip them out. But like Sophie worked so hard on her hair, so Jem's like waiting for her in the hallway, and I feel bad for both of them because like Tessa has to kind of like will herself to like melt into the kiss, I guess. Like, yes, Tessa loves Jem, but she's not over Will, and it's not fair to any of them. Like, she could feel when Will's gaze was on her in the council meeting, and she keeps seeing the burn scar on her hand, and she's reminded of what happened with Will, and she just like keeps having to remind herself that she loves Jem, because she can't stop thinking about how she's hurting Will. And how can she be happy with Jem, knowing that it's killing Will? And if Jem knew about Will's feelings, then Jem would be hurt too, and then everyone would be hurt, and it's so messy, and I love it. But also, like, there's no right answer for what to do in this situation, and that's what makes this a compelling love triangle. Like, put yourself in Tessa's position for a second. It's like a freaking trolley problem. Do you pull the metaphorical lever by telling Will and Jem the truth of your feelings, thus causing all three of you to be in pain? Or do you do nothing and continue with the current course of action and still allow you and Will to get hit by that angst trolley? I don't know, it's kind of tough. Tessa's all like, how did I get myself in this situation? And I'm like, yes. How did you get yourself in this situation? Please go into extreme detail asking for a friend. No, I wouldn't want to be in her position. Actually, I probably wouldn't have fallen in love with both Will and Jem, so like, I'd choose Will, and then I'm sorry, Jem. I'm not cut out to be the heroine in a story. If I were Tessa, the second Will started acting up, I would have said his privacy, being a good person, and I would have broken into his room so I could get an object of his and change into him and find out what's going on in that little man brain of his. And then I would have found out about the curse. And then when I didn't die from the curse, then I'd be like, wait a minute. And then I'd probably get captured by Mortmain because I'm not like smart or resourceful like Tessa is. But like, I would have bagged Mr. Harrendale book 1. And that's what really matters. Where was I? Oh, Jem's like, I thought I would wake up today and this would have been a dream. But it wasn't. And Tessa can just like feel the sting of the burn on her hand. It's so dramatic. Oh, and Jem's like, I'm sorry you're getting such a bad bargain in me in number of years. Shackling yourself to a dying man when you're so young. She's like, you're young too, and we will find a cure and be together forever. Tessa's option 3. She's going for option 3. And Jem's like, yeah, we will be together forever. Because when two souls are one, they stay together on the wheel. Because Jem like believes in reincarnation. And he's like, I'll love you in the next life and the life after that. And Tessa's just thinking that if she's immortal, which it seems like she probably is, then she doesn't have a next life. Just this one. So like that's a really sweet sentiment from Jem, but it's a very like sunshine and rainbows way of looking at it. But Tessa doesn't say anything because she doesn't want to hurt Jem. It's just like, normally getting engaged is like the happy ending in a romance story. But like, this is book 2, and there's just this very like dark undercurrent with this engagement. Like, it should be happy and exciting, but instead they just keep thinking about like Jem's imminent death, and Tessa keeps thinking of Will's broken heart and her broken heart. And Tessa's basically like, I want to protect Jem and like stand between him and pain and death, and like, you know it's not going to end well. Unless we get a miracle in book 3, things are not looking great for any of these guys. So yeah, they go down to dinner, Tessa reminding herself that she loves Jem and she's marrying Jem the entire walk down, but then her heart still skips a beat when she sees Will. Gideon is also in the dining room, my boy. Oh, maybe I should like, he was all like, you're not my son anymore, yeet. I was trying to think of a way to get Gideon over here, but like, I don't know how. Oh well. Gideon's also in the dining room watching Sophie, and I'm so excited because now he's a part of the gang. He's like, is your cook always singing? Jem just suddenly goes, Tessa and I have news. Even though they both agreed that they were gonna wait to announce it, everyone turns to look at them except for Will, who's staring at the table. And then they hear Bridget singing, and there's a line like, have you seen the lad I love best? And his name, it is Sweet William. And Tessa literally, in quotes, thinks, I may murder her. Let her make a song about that. Bridget's songs are so iconic. I'm living for the drama. Charlotte's like, you have news? Well, do tell us. And Jem's like, Tessa and I are engaged to be married. Yay! And everyone's like, because they're all like, this is not a good idea. Tessa was not expecting Jem to just like excitedly tell everyone all at once. So she's like, but she sees everyone's like concerned faces and she's like, please smile and congratulate him. Like, please don't ruin this for him. Which like, I know she's supposed to love Will and Jem equally, and like that's the whole thing, is that she loves them equally. But like, it feels like she's just trying to convince herself to marry Jem at this point. Like, she's like, don't ruin this for him, not don't ruin this for us. I'm not saying that she like loves Jem less than Will, but like, I think her rushing into this engagement with Jem because of his illness is not a good idea. And everyone else also thinks that. And also the Clave might not even approve of their marriage in the end, so like, this was not the reaction Jem was expecting, so he's like, but then Will stands up and he looks different somehow, and Tessa knows that this is like a new Will without the curse. A Will that maybe only Jem really knew before, but now one that Tessa will never get to know because she's engaged to Jem. Will's like, I do not know two finer people and could not imagine better news. May your lives together be happy and long. Him and Tessa lock gazes for a second, and then he like quickly looks away to Jem. He's like, congratulations, brother. May you always be satisfied. No, I need to stop with the theater references. Then after Will's little speech, everyone's like, oh, congratulations, congrats. And Charlotte's like, you know what? I have an announcement too. I'm pregnant. Local sexy beast brother Enoch used some silent brother magic and confirmed that it's a boy. And Henry is like, holy shit. And it's like really cute. He's like super excited. He's like, our little Buford. And she's like, we are not naming our child Buford. And Sophie's super excited, and everyone's like, Henry, Charlotte, oh my god. And poor Gideon is just like sitting at the table feeling awkward because like he's not close with any of these people except for Sophie. He's like, poor guy got added to the group project last minute where everyone else is friends because he didn't have a group, and the teacher was like, I guess you can go with them. Then Cyril, not Thomas, Cyril, see, he even has a hat, shows up and is like, there's someone here to see you all. She says she's Nephilim and that it's urgent. And they're like, oh, who could that be? Send her in. The theory board's looking a little different, isn't it? And in comes a girl about 15 or so with long black hair and blue eyes, and Will suddenly sits up and yes, she's like, I'm sorry for interrupting. My name's Cecily Herondale. I've come to be trained as a shadow hunter. I didn't put her up on the board before, even though I was talking about her a lot, because I didn't want to give away that she was going to show up. Yes, I love her. So yes, end of book 2. So how y'all doing? Thoughts? Prayers? We're going to need some for book 3. Okay, so first of all, Cecily has joined the team. I love that Gideon joined the team. Like, we got Gideon, we got Cecily, we kind of got Magnus as an honorary member. Now all that's missing is Gabriel. I'm not leaving my boy with Mr. Demon STD Benny Smallwood. Mark my words, we're gonna snatch that boy up. I'm gonna get you out of there. And second, I'm not normally a fan of love triangles. Like, if you're gonna do it, this is the way you do it. Like, the drama, 3 syllables, very important distinction. The angst, the hiding emotions, the pain, the pining, like this is perfect. And the way that Will was like willing to give up his own happiness for Jem's sake. And Tessa was willing to like break her own heart and ruin her relationship with Will just so that she didn't come between Will and Jem, because she knows how important their bond is to each other. Like, all three of these guys would give up their own happiness for the other two if asked. And it's so much better than those other love triangles where it's just like two guys fighting over a girl. Like, no, this is the potential of a love triangle. Everyone's trying to do damage control and hide their feelings, but someone's heart is still gonna get broken in the end. And Tessa's like really beating herself up over like not being over Will. Like, she's really trying to get over him. I don't know, I think it's interesting. But yeah, you never get to like fully relax with this book. Like, the curse is broken, but then there was never really a curse. The Benedict situation is fixed, but Mortmain's still a threat. Will confessed his feelings, but then Tessa had to lie about hers. Tessa and Jem are engaged, but we don't know how much time he has left. And Tessa can't even enjoy the engagement because she broke Will's heart and her own, and it's so messy and I love it. We are in for a wild ride with book 3, okay? Like, emotional roller coaster, laughing, screaming, crying, rolling on the floor, punch me in the face. Also, thanks for sticking around for all these videos. It really makes me happy reading all your comments. And you can look forward to the emotional gut punch that will be book 3. See you all then. So I have the first edition of Clockwork Prince that has a letter at the end from Will to his family that he wrote on his 17th birthday. And in the letter, he talks about how he writes a letter to his family every year on his birthday, and then he burns it because he's not allowed to send it to them. But he says that he loves them and he misses them, and he wonders if they miss him too. And then he also mentions that there's this new girl at the Institute named Tessa. But this is an inconsistency, because in the 10th anniversary of Clockwork Angel, which is so pretty, like, look at this cover, isn't it gorgeous? Like, this is where all the art is from, like, isn't it so pretty? Anyways, the art is themed around the characters' birthstones. So it has a list of birthdays in the back of the book, and it says that Will's birthday is December 30th, which is like only a few days away from my birthday. Like, we're both Capricorns. Anyways, Tessa came to London in the spring, so it can't be Will's birthday if Tessa just arrived because his birthday's in December. And even though these are two random bonus contents from specific limited editions that came out 9 years apart, this is a major inconsistency. And thus all of Cassandra Clare's books suck and have no merit and have terrible lore and world building due to this minor error. In this essay, I will... Hello. The Conspiracy Theory board is currently full of spoilers, so we're filming the intro here. So Clockwork Princess came out in 2013 and everyone was like, I don't think I'm emotionally prepared after the end of Clockwork Prince, but like, how bad could it be? What the Well, at least I made it to the end in one piece. Epilogue! 10 out of 10. Would let it emotionally wreck me again. How do I even begin to describe the trauma that this book has given me over the years? I've known the ending for a literal decade, and yet I still cry every time I read it. In fact, on the 10-year anniversary back in March, I was filming part of the Clockwork Angel video, and I decided to open to a random page near the end of Clockwork Princess to see if it would make me cry, and well, you can see how that turned out. At the time of filming this, it is actually the 10-year anniversary of Clockwork Princess. This is my copy from the day it came out. It's really beat up and it's very tear-stained. So we're gonna pick a random page in the second half because that's when everything happens. All right, boop-a-doop-a-doo. This page, okay. Oh no. No, not this scene. I'm an adult. Okay. 10 years later. God. Like, we as a fandom did not know what we were getting ourselves into when this book first came out. My mom was a big reader growing up, and she was happy that I was also a big reader. She was actually the one who introduced me to the Shadowhunter books. So the day Clockwork Princess came out, my mom picked me up from school, and she
Good
was
evening.
like, look what I have for you. Trauma is what she had. She had trauma. Little 13-year-old me was like, fuck yes. And I immediately started reading it on the ride home, and I did not stop reading it until I went to bed that night. But the next morning, again, I was reading it every moment I could. And that is how I found myself crying in front of my entire 7th grade social studies class. But yeah, I cried so much that first week, and like, I still do. Sometimes when I'm feeling down, I like to look at the Clockwork Princess tag on TikTok and watch people's reactions to the end of the book. It's very entertaining. Their suffering brings me great joy. And the comments are always so unhinged and like make me feel so validated. Someone once commented that after they finished the book, they had nightmares about the epilogue for like a week. If you're watching this, you are so real for that. I read the entire trilogy out loud to my little sister, and we were both crying, and she was like, "You've known the ending for 10 years, why are you crying?" And I was like, "It's sad." And then one of my friends read it over the summer, and they said that they didn't cry at the end. And let's just say we're not friends anymore. Just kidding, but you're on thin ice. I've read this trilogy at least once a year since 2013, so you'd think that the years would like help numb the pain. But then what ended up happening is because I've loved these characters for so long and like grown so attached to them, it's somehow worse because, as dumb as this sounds, it kind of feels like the characters are like my friends. Like, I've known them for 12 years, so yeah, the ending still affects me. But like, it's not that bad, don't worry. It's totally fine. You have nothing to worry about. Like, you're watching this funny little video, like, I'm gonna be cracking jokes, so you guys will be fine. I won't be, but you guys will be. So on that note, time for the prologue. I'm filming with the bad quality camera again, because in case you couldn't tell from these dark circles, work has been keeping me busy, and it's a lot easier to film with the front-facing camera on my phone, so I want this video to get done, so whatever way I can get it done, I'm gonna get it done, you know? So we open up on the prologue with a scene following Starkweather, of all people. And we get to see how his granddaughter Adele died. When Shadowhunters become of age, like around 10 to 12 years old, they have a ceremony where they get their first runes on them. And as we know, runes are normally just like burned into your skin with steles, I don't know how to pronounce it at this point. And then the runes fade to white once they're used. But for her, it just like burns straight through her flesh to the bone, and it's like really horrific, and she dies screaming, so really fun opening to the book. Lots of fun stuff to look forward to. And then the second half of the prologue is this like really cute but like unimportant scene where we get to see Will and Jem meet for the first time when they were like 12. And it's so cute. Will was like training, and then Charlotte brings Jem in, and Will of course has to be mean to Jem because of the curse. He's like, yeah, no, I don't want to like train with this like sickly looking kid who looks like he's doddering off to the grave. Like, I could use you for target practice though. And Jem's like, if by doddering off to the grave you mean dying, then yeah, I am. They say I have 2 or 3 years left. And of course Will is like horrified, but like trying to hide it. And then Jem's like, yeah, I don't care if you want to use me as target practice, because clearly you suck at throwing knives, so I don't have anything to worry about. Or you could let me teach you, because unlike you, I'm a very good shot. They're adorable. And poor Will is like, you're not really dying, are you? And you could just tell he's like desperate for a friend. And he's thinking, you know, if Jem's dying, then maybe the curse won't affect him and they can be friends. These two will forever make me sob. But yeah, Will's like, you're not really dying, are you? Jem's like, so they tell me. Will's like, I'm sorry. And Jem's like, don't be ordinary like that. Don't say you're sorry. Say you'll train with me. And like holds out the throwing knife to Will, and Will takes it and says, I'll train with you. And sometimes saying I love you doesn't have to be saying I love you. Sometimes it's saying I'll train with you. I am such a sucker for Will and Jem moments. Like, they are, in my opinion, like the best friendship in any book series ever. No, I will not take criticism. So, Chapter 1. So this opening sequence is probably my favorite in all of the Shadowhunter books, because it's just so random and crazy, and like when you stop and think about it, you're like, what? But it like sets the book in motion in like a very fun way. Take fun with a grain of salt. There's a lot of murder involved. There's some like tragic backstory villain arcs being set up. Like, don't worry about it. It's fun. So basically, it's late fall now in the book. I mean, it's late fall now in real life too. The timeline of these videos actually matches the timeline of the books, and like I didn't intend for that to happen, but like it did, and I'm kind of like impressed with myself, honestly. But yes, it's late fall now, and we're getting a glimpse of what each character is doing in the Institute. Tessa's with Charlotte getting her wedding gown tailored, and Shadowhunters wear gold for their weddings because white is reserved for like mourning and like funerals. It's so funny that like the Shadowhunters are like so emo and like always wearing black that like they have to wear white for death instead. But yeah, Tessa knows that her and Jem are getting like married young. Like, she's 17, Jem's 18 now, but they want to be married as long as possible before Jem dies. So, but then the dress fitting is interrupted because Gabriel Lightwood has arrived at the Institute. He's freaking out about his dad, but he won't talk to anyone but big bro Gideon. So meanwhile, Will and Cecily are in the training room, training and getting on each other's nerves, because Cecily wants Will to go home and talk to their parents about the curse and why Will left. And that's why she came to the Institute, not to train to be a shadow hunter like she said, but to get Will home. And Will just wants Cecily to go home, because that's where she'll be safe, not here at the Institute being a shadow hunter with like Mortmain running around and stuff. Oh, and on a side note, Cecily is like one of the only people, like besides Magnus, who figured out Will's feelings for Tessa, but she also knows that Jem and Tessa are engaged and Will and Jem are parabatai, so she's like, that's messy. I'm just gonna stay out of that whole train wreck. Jem shows up to the training room and Will's like, hey, Jem, I was thinking of feeding Cecily to the ducks in Hyde Park and I could use your assistance. And Jem's like, maybe later, because Gabriel Lightwood's downstairs and I've got 2 words for you. Your 2 favorite words when put together. Will's like, utter simpleton. And Jem just grins and he's like, demon pox. Yes, I love demon pox. I love these books. Cut to Sophie coming to Gideon's room because he asked for some scones. Those who know. Justice for the scones. He's like, Sophie, hi. And like, he's got his sword, he's got his like shirt sleeves like rolled up to the elbow, and Sophie's like, shit, he's hot. But she tries to act annoyed, like, I brought the scones you asked for. He's like, Sophie, please, I thought we were becoming friends, but you've been so cold to me since I came to the Institute. Have I done something wrong? She's like, Mr. Lightwood. He's like, I really wish you would call me Gideon. She's like, Mr. Lightwood, you're a gentleman, I'm a servant. Anything more would be improper. Please don't make me uncomfortable by asking me to be your friend. And he looks so sad, and she just has to like keep reminding herself that she has everything to lose and he has nothing to lose. I love it. Like the servant ex-gentleman or lady trope is so good. Like, yes, it's a cliche, but like, it's so good. Come on. They're interrupted by Henry, who's like, Gideon, your brother's here. He's covered in blood. And Gideon's like, oh God, oh fuck. I was in Spain, but now I'm in Spain without the S. So they go. So now everyone's all gathered downstairs. Gideon is like, oh my God, Gabriel, are you okay? Are you hurt? Is that your blood? Gabriel's just like traumatized. He's like, no, it's not mine.
Oh,
it's
no.
theirs. And they're like, what? Gideon's like, what's wrong? Is father hurt? Gabriel's like, father's a worm. Will's like, I mean, I'm glad you're finally coming around to seeing things our way, but like, this is such a weird way of announcing it. Gideon is like, what do you mean? What did father do? Gabriel's like, he's a worm. I know. He's brought shame upon the name of Lightwood, but we needn't be like him. No, you're not listening to me. He's a worm. A goddamn slithering worm. My dad just walked by as I was yelling out, oh God, slithering worm. I'm gonna go. And we basically learned that since Mortmain stopped giving Benedict the medication for his demon pox, those demon pox sores spread all over his body and face. And then he like locked himself in his study and wouldn't even come out to eat until one day Gabriel couldn't take it anymore and he like went to check on his dad, but the door was like ripped off the hinges and there was just a slimy trail leading to the gardens. Henry, I love him, is like, I don't suppose that maybe it would be possible for us to, step on him? Gabriel's like, I looked around the gardens for father, but instead I found the servants torn to shreds. So yeah, father's a fucking worm. He ate our servants. Oh my God, I'm so traumatized and I'm so lonely and I just need someone to tell me they're proud of me and that they love me. Okay, he doesn't actually say that last part, but like, I know he's thinking it. I told you we're gonna snatch Gabriel up. Like, he's my boy. So anyways, Benedict is a giant blind worm with giant teeth. Like, we're talking Alaskan bullworm. So yeah, this is the fan cast for Benedict the Worm. Benny's like, this is me as a worm, if you even care. Babe, would you still love me if I turned into a worm? Worm. Like, in what other book series are you gonna have the antagonist turn into a worm because he got a demon STD? Like, what series? This is why the Shadowhunter books are unmatched, okay? They're so unhinged. I am tired of hinged books, okay? I am anything but hinged. So I need a book series that matches my energy. Because as you guys can probably tell, I've never been chill about literally anything in my life ever. But yeah, Henry's like, too big to be stepped on then. I cannot express the degree to which this man has turned into a worm. Like, he's like a worm. Granted, a demon worm, but a worm nonetheless. But yeah, poor Gabriel, who is not a worm, is like, I shouldn't have run. I should have fought the worm. Or maybe father's still in there. Will's like, yeah, no, daddy's not in there anymore. The last stage of demon pox is turning into a demon, including your mind. Charlotte's like, Will, why didn't you tell us that Benedict was gonna turn into a worm? Will's like, okay, first of all, I didn't know he was gonna turn into a worm. It could have been any kind of demon. Second of all, I don't know why you guys are just assuming I'm like the resident expert just because I believe demon pox existed. Like, the books on demon pox are literally in the library. I wasn't preventing you guys from reading them. He said Google is free. I love Will. He's so sassy. Will's like, also, like, why didn't Gabriel tell anyone that like Benedict locked himself in his study? And Gideon just kind of quietly goes, you don't know our father. Which is like such an interesting line, because the Institute gang really doesn't know what it was like for Gideon and Gabriel growing up with Benedict as their father, and we never really like find out the full extent of the things he's done. We do get some glimpses in the last hours, but like, I feel like as a fandom, we don't talk enough about how batshit insane Benedict is. I swear, one of these days I'm gonna end up writing like character analysis essays on all of these guys, because like, I haven't gotten it out of my system yet. I still have so much more to say about Will and Jem and Tessa and all of these guys. There's something about a Cassandra Clare novel that just makes me want to analyze it and pretend it's deeper than it actually is. I don't know, I think it's just like the combination of like references to like religious texts and modern day politics and like mythology and like classic literature and D&D and anime that gets my gears going. Is that even a phrase? Gets my gears going? It is now. I was referencing the automatons. I am but an automaton in Cassandra Clare's fan army. I give that woman so much of my money. It's and I'm gonna be giving her more because I'm gonna pledge in that Kickstarter. You don't understand. She's gonna have a short story following Matthew Fairchild. I need it. So anyways, Gabriel doesn't want to go to the Clave, understandably, because like, would you want to go to the government and tell them that your dad turned into a worm and ate your servants? Probably not. So everyone's like, don't worry, we'll help you, we'll fight the worm. And of course Cecily wants to come along because like she's been training for the past few months. And Will's like, no, you're not coming along. Like, you're too young, you don't have enough training. And Jem's like, I mean, you and I were fighting demons when we were 15, so. And Will's like, fine. He's like, next Tessa's gonna say she wants to come along too. And Tessa's like, of course I'm coming along. Like, Jem's not going without me. Will's like, Tessa, please. Poor guy just like wants the people he loves out of danger, and they're like, no. Oh, and like Will pretends that he's like annoyed that Cecily's here at the Institute, and he's like, just go home, because like he wants her safe and stuff. But like Tessa can tell that deep down he's like actually like kind of happy that she's there, because like he missed her and he's happy he gets to spend time with her, and it's like really cute. Will's like, Tessa, you're in your wedding dress. She's like, well, now that everyone's seen it, it can't be my wedding dress anymore. It's bad luck, you know? Will just like sighs in defeat, and then they all go to fight Mr. Lightworm. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2. So they go to Lightwood Manor in Chiswick. Gideon and Gabriel see that their little sister's carriage is here, and they're like, oh, come on, now of all times? In case you forgot, Gideon and Gabriel have a little sister named Tatiana. She had like a crush on Will when they were both 12, and he embarrassed her by reading her diary in front of everyone. And now we know why Will did that, because of the curse. But that was when Gabriel and Will started having beef. But yeah, she just got married, and she was on her honeymoon, but now she came back to visit the family. And father is a murderous worm, so like, bad timing. So the team's gonna split up to look for Benedict the worm. Will's like, Tessa, you're in your wedding dress, you have no weapon, please just stay in the carriage. Oh, and it like mentions how he doesn't call her Tess anymore, and it's like angsty. It's the little details that hit hard, you know? And Tessa, of course, is like, no, you, like, I'm not staying in the carriage. Jem's like, Tessa, do it for me as a favor. She's like, what, you think I can't fight because I'm a girl? Which like doesn't make sense, because like Shadowhunter women fight and it's not like a big deal. I mean, women holding positions of power in the Clave is questioned, as we see with Charlotte, but like women fighting is not a problem. You're more than welcome to give your life as a woman for the cause, but you're not allowed to have any power.
Get some water.
That
I
feels
have tea
familiar.
and
But yeah, none of
water.
these
Don't
guys have ever
worry.
acted sexist before, so like the line doesn't make sense. But anyways, yeah, she's like, what, you think I can't fight because I'm a girl? Jen's like, I don't think you can fight because you're wearing a wedding dress. For what it's worth, I don't think Will could fight in that dress either. Will's like, perhaps not, but I would make a radiant bride. I love him. You might recognize that joke because it's like commonly used in different like fandoms as like an incorrect quotes thing. This was the original, now you know. But yeah, then suddenly Tatiana like runs towards them, covered in blood. She notably runs into like Will's arms specifically. Which, like, I understand, okay? I know she just got married, but, like, she's like, A great monster came and took my darling Rupert from the carriage and took off with him to the gardens. No matter how much I screamed, it wouldn't put darling Rupert down. Will's like, that's all you did? You screamed? She's like offended, like, excuse you, I screamed a great deal. So that's Tatiana. Anyways, Will and Jem are like, okay, we don't have time for this. We gotta go find that worm and find out what happened to darling Rupert. So Tessa's like, fuck this. I'm going with them even if they don't want me to. And as she walks to the gardens, she sees like the balconies in the back of the house and has like a vivid flashback to her and Will on one of those balconies taking liberties. And she's like, oh God. And it cracks me up because Sandra Clare like put the direct quote in so you could like maximize the embarrassment. Anyways, they make their way through the Italian gardens, as they are called, which have like a bunch of statues of historical figures and like pillars and stuff, and it's cool. So everyone's split up. Will and Jem are just like being Will and Jem. Will's like, damn, a 40-foot worm. Imagine the size of the fish we could catch. Jem's like, dude, this is Gideon and Gabriel's dad we're talking about. Also, why are you only sticking to worm jokes? There's some giant serpent jokes to be made too if we're gonna be inappropriate. Will's like, hey, normally you love my inappropriate jokes. Well, you know what they say, even a worm will turn. Like I said, these books are so unserious and I love it. And Will and Jem are just like an old married couple. I love them. Anyways, Tessa, Cecily, and Tatiana find like a severed leg, which is unfortunately what's left of darling Rupert. Rip King, you were just a plot device. Will and Jem hear Tatiana screaming and then they like meet up with each other. And like Cecily is like, wait a minute. And like she starts walking off and Will's like, Cecily, where are you going? And then the ground explodes and Benedict the worm shoots up out of the ground. Cecily's like, awesome, my first real fight. And is like, halt, demon, stay back. And the worm tries to eat her and like Will pushes her out of the way last minute, like, Cecily, what are you doing? Poor guy just spends this entire book just trying to keep everyone like from dying. Now, because Benedict is sexist, Tatiana hasn't been trained to fight. So Will convinces Tessa to like take Tatiana back to the carriage, because otherwise she'll probably get eaten by her father, who is a worm. And Jem's just like,
Who is a
"Thank you, Will."
worm?
Like every time Will does something to like protect Tessa, Jem thinks it's for his sake, not Will's. And like Will wishes that was the case, but it's not. And that makes Will feel even more guilty. And it's so good. I love the angst. Anyways, Jem, Will, and Cecily try to fight the worm. And Will is also trying to keep both Jem and Cecily safe. And then like he almost gets eaten by the worm, but then last minute an arrow shoots the worm. As Gideon and Gabriel have arrived. And Will is like surprised, like, oh wow, Gabriel Lightwood just shot his father to save my life. Wow. Yes, Gabriel's joining the team. I love it. I love it. But yeah, they're fighting the worm. Gideon almost gets himself killed, and like Gabriel shoots another arrow at the worm, and then Benedict the worm slithers away. Gabriel's like, Gideon, what were you thinking running up to him like that? And Gideon's like, it. Not him, it. That thing's not our dad anymore, and if you can't understand that. And Gabriel's like, I shot him. What more do you want from me? And like, Gabriel makes me sob. He's a good boy. He's just misunderstood. Listen, if you give me a character who like does objectively bad things, but they're angsty or entertaining, I will defend them with my life. Cut to Tessa and Tatiana back at the carriage. Despite just having witnessed her husband being eaten by her worm father, Tatiana is like, goodness, the shame that father has brought upon the family. Could he not think about how this would affect me? And like being dramatic and self-centered. They hear a crash from inside the house, and my boy Henry had gone in there to investigate. So Tessa's like, oh shoot, I gotta make sure he's okay. And also finally an excuse to leave Tatiana. Thank God. Tatiana, babe, stay here. Bye. And like Tatiana's like, don't leave me. And Tessa's like, bye. So she runs inside and finds Henry in what must have been Benedict's study, fighting a demon. And Tessa, being Tessa, can you guess what she does? Yes, she grabs the fireplace poker and, say it with me folks, starts swinging. Swing count number 6. And stabs the demon and saves Henry. That's my girl. That's my girl. Anyways, they see on the wall, written like really big in dried blood, is the message, the infernal devices are without pity. The infernal devices are without regret. The infernal devices are without number. The infernal devices will never stop coming. But the writing gets more messy with each word, as if like Benedict was writing it with his hands as he was turning into the worm. So like if this was a movie and I was directing it, I would start the movie with this scene as like a prologue before the opening credits, with like Benedict locked in his study slowly going mad as he writes his final warning in his own blood before he turns into a worm, and make it really gory with sinister music and only letting you see his shadow transform to like keep the suspense. And then I would immediately cut to Tessa in like a bright sunny room trying on her wedding dress, like, ah, what a beautiful day. Nothing going wrong here. No worms or demon STDs. I just think that would be the most biblically accurate way of adapting the book. Oh, and like I love that the last line of the message is, may God have mercy on our souls. Like, it's so edgy. Like, I love it. Cut back to the gardens. Cecily climbed a tree to, like, try to find where Benedict slithered off to, but then he comes back. And Will and Jem are fighting the worm like true parabatai, like they have a code and gestures so they can communicate in battle even without being able to hear each other. So, like, Will raises his hand and, like, Jem knows to throw.
Okay. I want to get the base coloring down, at least. But yeah, the process has been a time. It sure is a thing. Yeah, a little bit of an EP cube right now. I feel like there's been something that's playing in the background that is throwing me off, but I don't know what it is. I don't know. Casual 14-hour workday. I mean, I did what 14 hours the other day too. But yeah, I just want to get this done as far along as I can. Um, your Cause once this is um um once this is done, or at least like set up, I'll be able to get the backgrounds done, and that'll be a bit easier. Yeah. Or last 3 days, something like that. Mm, just been trying to work through it so that I can go and have everything done for the New Year's. And then I can start a clean slate. Yeah. Just won't want to cook yourself by cooking too much. I mean, I've been dealing with burnout for the last few months, and I've been unable to work on anything. And I feel healthy enough to grind as far as I can. I want to go on vacation and come back feeling recharged and not so burnt out. which is why I'm kind of just pushing through right now so then I can have my commissions closed and I don't have to worry about stuff and I can come back and just do whatever. I don't have to worry about feeling like I owe people art for money that they've given me, you know? Yeah, it's hard to relax and feel like I'm able to take care of myself when I feel like I still have things to take care of, you know? But once this is done, I can be a vegetable and get stuff packed and have fun on my vacations and stuff. Yeah. Transform cube into potato. Oh yeah. Yeah, I love being a potato. Like is if I can get the coloring done for the animation, um I'm going to be a lot happier than if I'm still have to do coloring when I get back, you know? Like I don't think I'm going to get the backgrounds done because the backgrounds are fully rendered backgrounds and it's a cityscape. So that's not getting done.
Ouch!
But I will be able to get it sketched out and then I'll just be able to get all of that done. Stretchies and sippies. But yeah, if I'm able to get the animation coloring done, it's gonna be a much happier spot for me to stop at. Your work still amazes me. It's been awesome to watch. Thank you. Trying very hard. Okay. I would hope in the 700 odd hours I watched this year, I know that much. Aw, thank you. Danke. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Let us continue, because hopefully we won't have to find a different book series to take us home. So, here we go.
Throw his sword cane to him. It's like so good. And then Cecily jumps off the tree onto the worm's back, and Will drops the sword cane. And like it says how he had never dropped a weapon during battle before, but the sight of his little sister throwing herself into danger, literally on the back of this giant worm, shocked him so much that he like couldn't even focus on the battle. Once again, if Will was written by a different author, he would just be like badass, super cool, best fighter. But like really, he just gets so stressed out when the people he loves are in danger, and it's like really cute. So Cecily's recreating Kingdom Hearts 2. Get up on the Hydra's back! Get up on the Hydra's back! Get up on the Hydra's back. Only I will find that joke funny. But yeah, she stabs the worm in its back with like a tiny little dagger, and then the worm turns its head to bite her, but then she jumps off last minute, so the worm ends up biting itself. This is literally Cecily's first battle, and yet she's like already strategizing. Like, she's a true shadow hunter. I'm proud. I mean, it was also incredibly dangerous, but like it worked. Then, while the worm's injured, Gabriel raises his bow and shoots the killing arrow right through the worm's eye, and the demon crumbles in on itself and disappears, as demons do when they die. Because, like, they go home to their home dimension and, like, they don't truly die. And, like, there's a lot of stuff involving demons that I don't have time to go into. So, don't need Benedict there anymore. He's dead. In worm form and real form. Gabriel drops his bow in shock because he just killed his dad. Will tries to get to Cecily, but he's injured and is actively being burned by the demon blood. So Jem holds him back and puts an Arazzi on him before releasing him. Gabriel ended up making it to Cecily first, and she's a little injured, sprained her wrist from jumping off the worm and such. But yeah, he helped her stand up and has his hand under her chin and and she's gazing up at him, and Will's get away from my sister, and Gabriel's and Will draws some healing runes on Cecily, and he's what were you thinking? And Gabriel interrupts that was one of the bravest things I've ever seen a Shadowhunter do. And he seems surprised at himself for defending Cecily, and she seems surprised too. And all I'm saying is I don't want to be one of those people that just ships any two characters that interact, but they're in love. Meanwhile, Jem's been coughing in the background, and Will didn't realize because he was so worried about Cecily. But then he hears and turns around as Jem falls to his knees. And that is the end of chapter 2. And also the end of any joy in this book. It's just pain from here on out, with the exception of a few cute romantic moments, but mostly pain. Chapter 3. Jem is really not doing so hot, and Will and Tessa are panicking over him. And Jem's hey, don't talk about me as if I'm not here. Because we know that Jem doesn't like getting reduced to his illness, but when he's having an episode, especially one as bad as this, Will and Tessa panic, so. And even though things are awkward between Will and Tessa now, they both have this mutual love for Jem. So he's the one thing where they still understand each other and work together. And that's what I mean when I say that this love triangle is the best. Because Will and Tessa wouldn't really be a thing without Jem, and Jem and Tessa wouldn't really be a thing without Will. Their relationships are all very enmeshed, and I love it. Anyways, Will and Tessa get Jem into the carriage, and then Will drives them back. Tessa and Jem talk on the ride home about what her and Henry found inside the house, and about how Benedict had journals that mentioned Tessa and stuff. She's I know it was foolish of me to think that maybe Mortmain wasn't still targeting us, but it's been so peaceful these last couple months. And then she's never mind, she doesn't want to talk about this stuff while Jem's ill. But Jem's I'm fine. It's just a passing attack, you know? I'd rather you tell me the truth about everything, even if it's bitter, so that I can share the burden with you. And well, Jem, the truth is that your fiance and your boyfriend are in love with each other, but we're not ready for that conversation yet. So fast forward to when everyone's in the institute. Charlotte asked Gabriel to come with her to the drawing room so that they could talk. And he's still in his gear and has scrapes all over him and blood. And he thinks, your blood or your father's blood? I can't do the Gabriel voice when he's being sad. That's so sad. There really was no going back for Benedict at this point. He was a worm. He had to die. But you can see Gabriel feels really guilty about being the one to kill his dad. So Charlotte comes in and Gabriel's unintentionally rude, and he's darn. Because his dad has drilled into his head for years how Charlotte's not fit to run the institute. But obviously Gideon disagrees with that, so Gabriel doesn't know what to believe at this point. Charlotte explains that Tatiana is going to be living with her late husband's family. So she's not going to be in the rest of the book. Don't worry about her. She's totally a minor character, never pops up again. Yeah. So now Gabriel needs to find out where he's gonna go, because the Lightwood houses are off limits at the moment, while the Clave investigates for clues about Mortmain's plans, and Benedict's plans, and the Infernal Devices, roll credits, aka the Automaton Army, aka the Clockwork Army. Got it? Gabriel's there's nothing to investigate in our house. I've never even heard of the bloody Infernal Devices, which incidentally is also what my friends say when I try to talk to them about these books. Just kidding, they know all about these books now in great detail because I made these videos for them and forced them to watch. Hi guys, Charlotte's I believe you, but I don't know if Consul Wayland's going to. So if you'll just give me an address that I could send a letter to. He's I haven't got one. I don't have anywhere to go. She's He's I want to stay with my brother. She's yeah, but then you'd have to stay here, and I know how you feel about all of us. He's the Institute's a refuge. Was your father planning on running it as a refuge? He's I don't know. I don't know what his plans were. She's then why did you go along with them? Because he was my father. Gabriel makes me sob. He turns away so Charlotte can't see him on the verge of tears. And he's trying so hard not to think about these last few weeks. The noises from his dad's study, the screams in the night, the blood on the steps in the morning. Poor kid's just been like going through it. Gabriel's like, if you're going to throw me out, just do it now. Charlotte's like, you don't think your brother would go after you? And Gabriel's like, I think he's proven who he cares about most, and it's not me. And like Gabriel doesn't know how much Gideon cares about him. Like he thinks that the only person who like ever really cared about him was like his dad, and like that love was still conditional, and now he's dead because Gabriel killed him. And like I could literally write an essay on Gabriel Lightwood. Don't get me started. Charlotte's like, I'm not going to kick out someone who has nowhere to go, but that means I'm putting my trust in you. Don't make me regret that choice, Gabriel Lightwood. So Gabriel's joining the team. Yeah, like Charlotte's acting all serious right now, but like I know deep down she's like, oh, like poor boy. I don't want to let another spy in the Institute, but like he has nowhere to go. So yes, he's now part of the Institute gang. I don't know why I did peace signs. So cut to Tess in the library, trying to read but unable to focus because she's worried about Jem. Will shows up. He's like, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, and goes to leave, and she's like, it's fine, I'm not reading anyways. And they talk about how they're both unable to like focus or escape to books because they're just so worried about Jem and Mortmain and the Clockwork Army. It's been months since these guys have had a conversation one-on-one, you know? And like Tessa just misses it. Misses joking around with Will and like talking about books. And she's just absentmindedly like, you know, I've been thinking a lot about something you told me once. And he's like surprised that she was thinking of him. He's like, what? And she says, that sometimes when you don't know what to do, you pretend to be a character in a book because it's easier to decide what they would do. And he says, I'm maybe not someone to take advice from if you're seeking happiness. Which, like, this is the angsty Will that I love, okay? Like, he's just like pure angst this entire trilogy, and it's perfection. She's like, not exactly happiness, but I want to help, to do good. You said once that you were Sydney Carton, aka the original edgelord. He's like, yeah, that's really fucking accurate. Tess is like, and if you're Sydney, I guess I know what that makes the rest of us. But I don't want to be like Lucy Annette. She didn't save Charles. She let Sydney do it. And she was cruel to Sydney. He wanted to be a better man and she wouldn't help him. And Will's like, she couldn't. She was engaged to Charles. She's like, still, it wasn't kind. And like Will just jumps out of his chair and he's like, poor guy. He's like, sometimes one must choose between whether one wants to be kind or honorable. Sometimes you can't be both. She's like, which is better? And he's like, I guess it depends on the book. And like, these two are the blueprint. Okay, don't talk to me. And then of course, because they talk in like book metaphors and stuff, she's like, you know when you're reading a book and feel like it's gonna end in tragedy, but there's nothing you can do about it? That's what this feels like right now. And yes, that is what reading these books feel like, Tessa. But yeah, Will nods and Tessa's like, of course Will understands. Like, Will always understands. He always understands, guys. You don't understand. He always understands. She's like, I don't want to just sit by and wait for tragedy to hit us because I feel it's going to. Will's like, you fear for Jem? She's like, yes, and I fear for you too. And he goes, no, don't waste that on me, Tess. Don't talk to me, okay? I'm fine. Before Tessa can reply, Charlotte shows up and says that Brother Enoch was able to stop Jem's internal bleeding. And they're like, internal bleeding? And Brother Enoch said that Jem's only allowed one visitor for some reason. And Jem requested Will. Will's like, I'm so sorry. But Tessa's like, no, of course he'd want to talk to you. Whatever he wants is what I want. Totally not jealous. Then we get a scene with Cecily. She felt lonely after the battle because everyone went to go do their things. And Will, of course, went with Jem. So she just kind of went to her room alone. And she felt homesick, so she was trying to write a letter to her parents, apologizing for leaving while they were asleep and only leaving a short note behind. Then Tessa knocks on the door and she's like, hey, I just wanted to check in on you. And Cecily's like, I'm fine. I'm just summarizing, but it's clear that she feels like an outsider here and that like no one really cares about her, not even Will. And Tessa explains that Will was the one who asked her to check on Cecily and that he does care. Tessa's like, you're just not used to Will's behavior because of the curse. Cecily's like, the curse wasn't even fucking real. And Tessa's like, you know it was in its own way. Because Will left to keep you safe. And now you're here and definitely not safe. And he can't bear to come here and see you injured because he'll feel like it was his fault. And Cecily's like, but I chose this. Shadow hunting. Not just because I wanted to see Will. Tessa's like, I know that. But I was also with Will when he was delirious on vampire blood, choking down holy water. And right before we made out for the first time, he called out a name, and it was yours. Cecily's like, me? Tessa's like, I know the curse is gone now, but for so many years, he's been in the habit of pushing away those who he cares about. And the more he loves you, the more he pushes you away. So don't make the mistake of thinking he doesn't love you, because he does. Because Tessa knows. She knows. Personal experience. End of chapter. Chapter 4. Part 1. Will goes to visit Jem, who looks very
Hi, Mr.
sickly.
Meow.
Jem's like, I'm disappointed. I
Good
thought
morning.
you'd at least make a song about our defeat of the worm. Will's like, yeah, I haven't really been in a joking mood these past few hours. Jem's like, don't fuss over me, Will. Everyone's been fussing over me, and I wanted you because I knew you wouldn't. You make me laugh, which like is so cute. They're so cute. Will's like, okay, all right, and he like sings
Hello,
a dumb little
Oakwood.
song about
How
the
are you,
worm,
John?
and Jem's like, that was terrible. And Will's like, well, I was improvising, so in an alternate timeline, Will's like a bad freestyle rapper where he like writes parodies on YouTube. Honestly, him and Tessa quoting books all the time is kind of like the Victorian era equivalent of like quoting vines. They're just like me, for real, for real. Jem's laughter cuts off into coughs, and then like Will grabs Jem's Fen box, and there's almost none left. And in case you forgot, in Clockwork Prince, Will bought like a year's supply of Yin Fen for Jem because he was worried that there would be a shortage, with Mortmain buying all of the supply. So he's like, Jem, how is this all that's left? And now, this is where things get a little... So remember how during Jem's proposal to Tessa, he basically was like, I've been healthier because of you, Tessa, because your love sustains me. And I was like, well, this is why. It turns out that Jem's been taking like triple the amount of the Yin Fen that he normally does, which makes him stronger in the short term, but then like speeds up his death in the
Howdy,
long
came to
term.
say
And he
hello.
told
Now
no
lock the
one and
fuck
was
in.
just
Good luck on
going
your
around
commissions.
being like,
Thank you.
love's made me better, and like lying to everyone, including Tessa. So his proposal to Tessa and those like sappy lines take on a much darker tone when you know that this is what Jem's been doing all along. Because Jem did start off with this like grand belief about love and how it makes you stronger and it's stronger than death. And then he realized that that's not how it works and that love's not going to magically save him. So he's been taking more Yin Fen. But yeah, this is a shock to Will and also the readers because Jem's like usually so honest. So Will's like, why? And Jem's like, I don't want to live half a life. Will's like, at this rate, you won't even live a fifth of one. Like the angst. Jem's like actually angry at Will. He's like, there's more to life than just not fucking dying. Look at you, Will. Look at how brightly you burn. Up until now, I've only been taking enough of the drug to keep me alive, but not well. Just a half-life. A dull, gray half-life. And Will's like, so you've increased the dose since the engagement? Is this because of Tessa? And Jem's like, this isn't her fault, okay? She doesn't know. And Will's like, but she would want you to live. Jem's like, I'm not going to live. It's so angsty. I'm not going to live, so I can choose to burn as brightly as I want for her, even if it's for less time. I'd rather that than burden her with me half alive for longer. It's my choice, William. You can't make it for me. Okay. William. Will's like, maybe I can. I buy your Yin Fen, you know, so I could buy less. Jem's like, you know I've always been willing to buy it myself, but you insisted being the one to buy it for me. In fact, here. And he like gives Will his family Carstairs ring, and Will, almost against his will, thinks of all the mean things that he could say in response to this, because that's what he's used to doing. But he just looks at the ring like, you wish to marry me now? Option 6. Jem's like, I want you to sell it to buy more Yin Fen. I don't want you paying for my drugs. I had to pay for yours once, and it wasn't pleasant. Which really hits Will where it hurts, because that's like the one time that Will really hurt Jem. Will just takes the ring and is like, when did you become the reckless one instead of me? When did it become me having to save you from yourself instead of the other way around? Which like, it's so good. But yeah, Jem explains how at first he thought it was love that was making him better, but then he had an episode again, and he didn't want Tessa to think that it meant that he loved her less, so he took more of the drug to stop the episode, but then he had to keep taking more to sustain that level of health. And he's like, I don't have years left, Will. I might not even have months, but please don't tell her, for my sake. I'm reading from the book, and it says, against his own will almost, Will felt himself understanding. He would have done anything, he thought, told any lie, taken any risk to make Tessa love him. He would have done almost anything. He would not betray Jem for it. That was the one thing he would not do. And here Jem stood, his hand in Will's, his eyes asking for Will's sympathy, his understanding. And how could Will not understand? He recalled himself in Magnus's drawing room, begging to be sent to the demon realms rather than live another hour, another moment of a life he could no longer bear. It's so good. Will says, dying for love? And Jem's like, dying a little faster for love. There are worse things to die for. But like the connection to Will's curse, like he's dying because of his love. Like the curse being their love will be their destruction. And like it kind of foreshadowed it. Like, am I thinking too much into this? I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking too much into it, but like I've decided now that I have to do analysis videos for these books because like there's so much I want to say and I don't have enough time to just ramble on in these videos. But yeah, Will's like, I'll go to Whitechapel and buy as much yin-fen as I can. Jem's like, I can't make you go against your conscience. And Will's like, my conscience? You're my conscience. Like, these two, okay? But he says he'll go and get the yin-fen if Jem promises to do something. Back in the day, Jem made Will promise that he would stop looking for a cure, and Will wants Jem to say that it's okay for Will to start looking again. And Jem's like, okay, it would be cruel of me not to let you do this. I know I would want to do the same if I was in your position. Will's like, believe me, no one knows more than I do the pain of false hope. If there's a cure to find, I'll find it. But until then, your life is yours to live as you choose. Jem's like, I know, but it's very gracious of you to remind me. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Chapter 4, Part 2. So Cecily's in the training room practicing throwing knives, but she's like so stressed out about everything that she misses the target.
Forgot my usual entrance. Spam!
5. It's Gabriel. She's like, what? He's like, your throw. I rated a 5. Your skill and technique may perhaps require work, but what you need is practice. He's so annoying. I love him. She's like, Will's been training me. He's like, yeah, I can tell. Cecily's like, what, you think you can do better? I hear you used to train Tessa and Sophie until you gave up. Not the commitment I'm looking for in a tutor. Cecily's like, Gabriel's kind of hot, and like he helped me out at Lightwood House, but his smug little voice annoys me, and Will seems to hate him, so I guess I'll stay away from him. Gabriel's like, you changed your gear. And she's like, yeah, it was all bloody. I can see you haven't. He's like, oh, well, my clothes aren't here, so. She's like, so are you gonna be staying here then, or? And Gabriel's like, Charlotte said she would allow it, and my brother's here. And she's like, so is mine. Gabriel's like, oh, yes, William. You do look a lot like him. It's very unnerving. Which cracks me up. He's like, she's kind of hot and really cool, but also she looks like Will, and I hate Will, but like she looks like Will, but I like her, but I don't like Will, but she looks like Will. Is that weird? But yeah, Gabriel's like, actually, I just saw your brother running down the front steps of the Institute looking really stressed. I don't know if you know what that's about. She's like, nope, but I'm gonna find out. Cut to Will going to Whitechapel to get more yin-fen for Jem. He's walking and then stops and is like, okay, you can come out now, and pulls Cecily out from an alleyway. He's like, why are you following me, you fucking idiot? She's like, can't I come with you? Like, I don't care if it's dangerous. Will's like, yeah, I'm going to an Ifrit's den to buy drugs. They might try to sell you, and if they offered me enough, I'd let them. True sibling relationship. Cecily's like, I'm not a fool. The drugs are for Jem, right? He's your brother through the cleave, but I'm your sister by blood. Why will you do anything for him, but only ever ask me to go home? Will's like, Jem's the better part of myself. I wouldn't expect you to understand. I owe him everything, which is like totally straight behavior, guys. She's like, then what am I? Will's like, you're my weakness. And Cecily's like, and Tessa's your heart. Will's like, what are you talking about? I'm not in love with Tessa. Cecily's like, again, I'm not a fool. He's like, please, you can't tell anyone. No one knows, and we have to keep it that way. She's like, of course I wouldn't tell anyone. Will's like, I know you wouldn't. You're probably ashamed of your brother, though, having feelings for his parabatized fiance. She's like, I'm not ashamed. I guess we all want things we can't have. Will's like, oh, and what is it that you want that you can't have? And she says, for you to come home. Will's like, the Institute's my home. But if you insist on going with me, I guess I can't stop you. Let's go. So, the next scene is a classic. Sophie is bringing Gideon some scones that he rang for. Those who know. She knocks and he immediately opens the door as if he was waiting for her. She's like, I brought the scones you asked for. He's like, the scones? Oh, right, the scones. Yes, please come in. So she goes in his room and Gabriel is asleep on the bed, wearing his brother's clothes that are like a little too short for him. Because Gabriel's like tall and lanky and like Gideon's a little bit more short and stocky. Sophie's like, so is Gabriel staying at the Institute then? Gideon's like, I don't know. I think so. Charlotte said he was welcome. I think she scared him. Sophie's like, but she's so kind. Gideon's like, yeah, I think that's exactly why she scared him. She said she'd put the incident with my father in the past. It's not in my brother's nature to expect to be forgiven. He's only used to the strictest discipline. He probably thought Charlotte was playing a trick on him. Sophie's like, You feel really protective of him, huh? And Gideon's like, he's my little brother, and like ruffles Gabriel's hair. It's like really cute. And he says that he thinks that Gabriel is like finally starting to question the Lightwood name, just as Gabriel did when he went to Madrid. Soon, Gabriel will too be woke. She's like, I'm sorry about what happened to your father. Even if he did terrible things, I know that you're probably feeling a lot of mixed emotions right now, and you should be allowed to grieve. And he like touches her cheek and he's like, you know, your name means wisdom. It was very well given. And they like start kissing. But then Sophie's heel accidentally snags on the rug and her and Gideon like fall into the ground. And she's so embarrassed, like, oh my god, he's gonna think that I pulled him down. And then she realizes that she's looking under his bed and there's just like piles of scones. She's like, Gideon, what the f are those? He's like, She's like, you asked for those scones every day. Why would you ask for those if you didn't want them? He's like, I'm sorry, Sophie. I couldn't think of any other way to see you. You wouldn't speak to me whenever I tried to talk to you. She's like, so you lied? Do you know how much work I have to do around here? And I never complained, but you made me do all of this extra work for scones that you didn't even want? He's like, forgive me, I didn't think. And she's like, no, you lot never do. And she leaves. And all the noise woke up Gabriel, and he's like, nicely done, brother. And like Gideon throws a scone at him. This scene isn't super important, but Charlotte goes to talk to Henry in his workroom. She's been busy going over Benedict's journals. She's like, those things are so interesting. I've been looking at them all day, so I can't blame you for working all day too. But Henry mentions that he's been working on a sort of portal that could teleport shadow hunters from one place to another, and it's like totally not relevant. Don't worry about it. Those of you who read the modern books, don't worry about it. He was also working on like a self-rocking crib in preparation for the baby, because in case you forgot, Charlotte's like a few months pregnant at this point, and it's like really cute, but also it starts swinging so violently that it just like self-destructs. And Charlotte's like, no more self-rocking cribs, darling. Henry's like, okay, dear. Then Tessa finally gets to visit Jem. She went in right after Will left. Jem's like, not very heroic of me, huh? Collapsing and coughing up blood all over Lightwood House. Tessa's like, I mean, it only improved the look of the place. Jem's like, you sound like Will, and you're changing the subject just like he does. Because they're like all influenced by each other. It's so cute. But they're talking, and Tessa's like, Jem, would you ever consider other ways to prolong your life that aren't the drug? He's like, what do you mean? And she says, what if you became a vampire? You'd live forever. And he's like, no, I wouldn't want that. The vampires would hate me because I used to be Nephilim, and the Shadowhunters would shun me, and I wouldn't be able to live here at the Institute or be Will's parabatai. I'd rather die and be reborn and see the sun again than live to the end of the world without daylight. She's like, then what about a silent brother? I mean, Brother Enoch's still pretty sexy, and the Codex says that the runes that they put on themselves are so powerful that it even arrests their mortality. He's like, silent brothers can't get married, Tessa. Tessa's like, I'd rather have you alive and not married to me than dead. And Jem says that he wouldn't even be able to survive the runes that the Silent Brothers put on him because of the Yin-Fen in his system, and if he tried to wean off the Yin-Fen, that would kill him too. And he says, but the Silent Brother life's terrible. Silence and darkness and no music, no parabatai, and I don't want to live forever. And Tessa's like, I might live forever. And that's something that she's like struggling to grasp. Being a downworlder is one thing, but the idea that she's gonna outlive everyone else is a very scary thought to her. Jem's like, I know, and I'm sorry that you have to carry that burden. You know I believe there'll be a next life, and souls that love each other will be drawn to each other in their next lives. So I'll see everyone again, even after I die. And Tessa's like, but you won't see me. He's like, I see you now. And like, that's cute and all, Jem, but like, that's not much reassurance. But like, thanks, babe. He falls asleep, and then Will comes into the room, looking absolutely devastated. Tessa's like, Will, what's wrong? And Will explains that Jem said not to tell, but there's no way to hide it now. That Jem's out of his Yin-Fen, and Will went to buy more, but there is none left. And he looked everywhere, all over London, and it's all gone. Tessa's like, but he's going to die then. And Will is freaking out, like he can't live without Jem. He's like, Jem gave me permission to look for a cure this afternoon, and now he's going to die because I can't keep him alive for long enough to find it. And Tessa's like, no, he won't die. We won't let him. And they go to the library, and Will's like frantically looking through the books like, I did research before Jem told me to stop looking, but now I can't remember anything. And he's like not listening to Tessa and like panicking. And she's like, Will, this isn't going to help Jem. And Will's like, then what will? And she's like, Will, before you didn't have the resources that you do now. And it's now time to play what resources is Tessa talking about? AKA, where do all of the characters in the Shadowhunter books go when they need help? Is it A, Magnus Bane, B, Magnus Bane, C, Magnus Bane. D. Magnus Bane. Correct. Tessa's like, we can go to Magnus, because that is the motto of the Shadowhunter books. When you're in pain, go to Magnus Bane. He literally helps the Shadowhunters so much. It's like his favorite pastime. Will's like, right, of course, Tessa, you're so smart. I wasn't thinking. And he's like, let's go. So, end of chapter 4, part 2. Chapter 5. Will and Tessa are in the carriage on their way to see Magnus, and Will has a flashback of when he told Jem about his curse. He had like rushed into the room and told Jem everything, and Will's like, I understand if you hate me. And Jem said, I could never hate you, William. They will always be those parabatai, okay? But it's also angsty. Because when Jem said that, Will was reminded of when he confessed to Tessa, and she said, I tried to hate you, Will, but I could never manage. And it's like, come on. Come on. So Will felt guilty because he didn't tell Jem the whole truth, because he's still hiding his feelings for Tessa. He was like, no, Jem, I deserve your hatred. I put you in danger of the curse. Jem was like, there was no real danger. And Will's like, but I thought there was. And Jem said, I knew you had a secret. Don't think I walked into this friendship clueless. I knew you thought you were a poison to everyone, but I wanted to show you that I wouldn't break, that love was not so fragile. And he's like, did I do that? And Will wished that Jem was just like angry at him, because that would have been easier than this. Because he just feels so ashamed of himself when he's faced with Jem's goodness. And Will says, you saved my life, Jem. And Jem says, that's all I ever wanted. Don't talk to me. Like, legit, do not talk to me about these two. I will write a fucking essay. Will's reverie is broken by Tessa being like, Will, what are you thinking of? And they start talking about Jem, and Will says how his relationship with Jem runs so much deeper than just parabatai, because for so many years, he needed Jem to live, you know? Like, Jem kept him alive all those years. And he didn't think that Jem knew that, but now he realizes that maybe Jem knew all along what he was doing. And Tessa says how when Jem found out about Will's curse, he was like heartbroken for Will, but also he felt vindicated because he always believed that Will was good, and like this proved it. Will's like, I don't know, to be good and to be cursed, it's not the same thing. And Tessa's like, you are good. Don't talk to me. They're my ship. Will's like, you know, after Jem's uncle defeated Yan Luo, he came to London and asked Jem to live with him. And Jem said no, because he wouldn't leave me. I don't know if I would have done the same thing if I were in his place. Tessa's like, you're doing it now. I know Cecily wants you to come home, and there is no curse, so you could, but you stay for Jem's sake. And Will says, and yours, and then he's like, why did you say that? You were being so careful, Will. Your feelings for Tessa are your burden to bear, not hers. He cracks me up. Anyways, they arrive at Wolsey Scott's place. Wolsey answers the door like, Magnus, it's your blue-eyed boy. I love that. And then they go to the drawing room, and Will's just struggling, because when he's at the Institute with all the others, it's easy to remember that Tessa isn't his and that she doesn't like him. But here, he feels like it's just the two of them facing the world side by side, and it's like so freaking cute. The way he talks about her and like looks up to her is so freaking cute, okay? I've read so many freaking books over the years, and none of the book boyfriends compare to William Herondale. Halsey's like, I simply cannot wait to hear what this is all about. And Magnus is like, go on, tell us what's up. Will's like, I didn't want to bother you, but this is a crisis. And explains the Gem situation, how there's no Yin Fen left, and they need to find a cure. Magnus is like, and so you want me to do it for you? You know, I'm not at your beck and call. I don't serve Shadowhunters for free, which is like a lie. Okay, Magnus. Tessa's like, I'm not a Shadowhunter. And Magnus is like, I believe you're to be congratulated, Tessa, on your engagement to Jem Carstairs. She's like, oh, thank you. And Wolsey's just looking from Will to Tessa and Magnus, and he's just living for the drama. He's so funny. But yeah, Magnus is like, okay, use your brains. Obviously, this was Mortmain's doing. Like, yes, you're worried about Jem, but you should be worried about Mortmain too. And Wolsey's like, Will, why are you so desperate to get more Yin Fen? It'll only stretch your friend's life maybe another few months. The sooner he dies, the sooner you can have what you want. His fiancée, Wolsey. Babe, cut the cameras. Will's like, and suddenly him and Wolsey are throwing hands. The girls are fighting. Tessa's like, stop it. And of course she seized up the fireplace poker. It's honestly like her signature weapon at this point. Mine's my violin bow. It's pointy and it spins. Magnus drags Will out of the room. He's like, Will, what were you thinking picking a fight with the head of the Praetor Lupus? You know what his pack would do to you if they had an excuse. You want to die, don't you? Will's like, I don't, which actually surprises himself. Magnus is like, I don't know why I ever even helped you. Will's like, cause you like broken things. And Magnus is like, sit the f down, you're not Sydney Carton. What good would it do for you to die for Jem when he's dying anyways? Will's like, cause if I save him, then it's worth it. Magnus is like, what's worth it? Everything I lost. Tessa, he's so angsty. He's so dramatic. I love it. Magnus is like, okay, I'm sorry about what Willsey said. And Will says, if Jem dies, I can't be with Tessa, because then it's like I was waiting for his death. I won't be that person, so he has to live. It's the only way any of this can mean anything. Otherwise, it's only... Magnus cuts him off saying, pointless, needless suffering and pain? I don't suppose it would help you if I told you that's the way life is. The good suffer, the evil flourish, and all that's mortal passes away. God, Magnus always has such raw lines. Like, you know he's saying that from personal experience. Sometimes I read his lines and I can just like picture him staring off into the distance, seeing blurry memories from decades ago and emotions that are faded with time. And just a couple chapters ago, we were fighting a giant worm. The duality of these books. Will's like, I want more than that. You made me want more than that. You showed me my life could have meaning. And now you would turn your back on what you created? Magnus is like, you're so f***ing annoying. Fine, I'll help you. And he gives Will this ruby necklace that he had originally given Camille before they broke up and she gave it back. And the necklace has the ability to detect demons. Sound familiar? Yes, it's Isabel Lightwood's necklace. It's the same necklace. And that puts a whole new layer to the scene in City of Bones when they go to Chairman Meow's birthday party and meet Magnus. Like, the Easter eggs make this series so fun. Meanwhile, in the room with Woolsey, Tessa's like, if you come near me, I'll hit you with this fireplace poker. Woolsey's like, yeah, I don't doubt it. And they talk and Woolsey's like, yeah, I know you're in love with Will too. Tessa's like, what? No, I don't know what you're talking about. And Woolsey's like, well, if Jem dies, then it's okay because at least you still have Will. She's like, how could you say that? Woolsey's like, you should stop pitying yourself. Most people are lucky to have even one great love in their life. You found two, which is a fan favorite line. Tessa's like, says the man who has none. Woolsey's like, oh, the dove has teeth. Fine, we'll change the subject. What about your ancestry? I personally think you have fairy blood in you, but that's just a theory. A book theory. No, Will and Magnus come back, and Magnus is like, Tessa, darling, put the poker down. So Will and Tessa leave, and then they're standing outside the house. Will looks devastated. He spends this entire book on the verge of tears. Honestly, like the whole trilogy. Poor guy, he can't catch a break. Tessa's like, did Magnus say he would help? And Will says, he said he'll try, but the way he looked at me, Tess, he felt sorry for me. That means there's no hope if even Magnus thinks we're doomed. Tess is trying to be optimistic, but deep down, they both knew that Jem was always going to die. And Will's like, who am I? And like, he has a little paragraph. I'm reading from the book. For years, I pretended I was other than I was. And then I gloried that I might return to the truth of myself, only to find there is no truth to return to. I was an ordinary child, and then I was a not very good man, and now I do not know how to be either of those things any longer. I do not know what I am, and when Jem is gone, there will be no one to show me. The angst! I love it. Tessa's like, I know who you are. You're William fucking Herondale. And then they're suddenly hugging, and Tessa's like, oh my god. And Tessa knows it's like kind of wrong, but also she knows Jem wouldn't want her to push Will away in this moment when he's like having a breakdown. And it says that Tessa knows that she can't be Jem for Will, but at least she could make his a slighter burden to carry. Word. Then we get a short scene of Woolsey and Magnus looking out the window, watching Will and Tessa. Woolsey's like, very messy, that romantic stuff. Oh, Woolsey and Magnus are like friends with benefits, by the way. Woolsey's very like aromantic coded. Anyways, Magnus is just staring out the window like, do you think there's a chance for Will to be happy? Woolsey's like, is there a chance for you to be happy if he isn't? Magnus just says nothing. He's literally such a mood. Like, same, I can't be happy if Will's not happy. Woolsey's like, are you in love with him? Magnus is like, I wondered that too, but no. I feel like I owe him. If he never finds happiness, I will have failed him. If he cannot have the girl he loves, if his parabatai dies, I will have failed him. Woolsey's like, then you will fail him. Anyways, I'm gonna go traveling. London's so depressing. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. Okay, at this point, I should just acknowledge that at the beginning or end of each chapter so far, there's been little letters sent between the consul, inquisitor, and council members talking about who should be the next consul, because Consul Wayland's 10-year term is coming to an end, and it's time to appoint a new consul. Now, the council has actually been thinking of Charlotte Branwell to be the next consul, which doesn't really make sense because they kind of hated her in the last 2 books and thought she wasn't doing a good job. But now they seem to think she's a great leader. And Consul Wayland's no, she sucks. She's not loyal to the Clave, just to herself and her own desires. Her, let's appoint my nephew instead. And that also doesn't really make sense because he was on her side in the last book. I could argue that it was intentional because sometimes men will be on your side until they perceive you as a threat and you don't follow their rules exactly, and then suddenly they thought you were bad the whole time. But I don't think that's what Cassie was going for. I think she just added in the Charlotte Consul plotline last minute and needed to make Consul Wayland an antagonist for the plot, so she just had him change his mind. I couldn't care less about Consul Wayland, so I don't really care about this inconsistency. So anyways, everyone's at breakfast the next morning, including all of our new guys. And Jem shows up and everyone's oh, you're better. Will and Tessa just kind of look at each other and silently communicate with their eyes. Did you find Yin Ben? No? How is he better? Then Consul Wayland shows up and he's Charlotte, I have to talk to you about Benedict Lightwood. And Gabriel's grip tightens on the table, and Gideon puts his hand over Gabriel's. So the consul says that Tatiana brought a complaint against Gabriel for murdering their father, which he was a demonic worm. Anyone with half a brain cell knows that this is a dumb argument. So the Institute gang's all defending Gabriel and being yeah, did she mention that Benedict turned into a worm and ate Tatiana's husband? And Gabriel's so surprised, they're defending me after the way I've treated them? But yeah, the consul's just being a bitch because he's annoyed that Charlotte took charge and had everyone go on the mission without asking for his permission first. And she only told him about it afterwards, so he thinks she's undermining his power. So he's well, if you're all telling the truth, then it'll be no problem to have Gideon and Gabriel come with me to the Silent City for questioning. And then the consul basically lectures Charlotte about how she didn't tell him soon enough about the worm, and how she shouldn't have taken Benedict's journals to read, and blah blah blah. And he makes her give the journals back to him, and then he leaves. Will's how could you give him those papers? And Charlotte's don't worry, Will. I knew he would want those journals eventually. So Sophie and I spent all of last night copying down all the important stuff. And Will, you have to understand, the Clave doesn't want us in charge of this Mortmain stuff anymore. We used to be responsible for him before, but Will's we're responsible for protecting Tessa. And he stops and everyone stares at him and he's because Mortmain wants Tessa, and she's my parabatized fiance, so of course I care. I don't love her or anything. Charlotte's yeah, of course we're gonna protect Tessa. Also, speaking of protecting each other, Jessamine's gonna be coming back to the Institute. And everyone's what? Cecily's how could you? Who's Jessamine again? So, months of questioning in the Silent City has kind of made Jessie go crazy. So, the Clave gave up on trying to get any useful information from her, because all she does is just ramble on about how Mortmain's in Idris, aka the Shadowhunter's home country, even though he's not there. Everyone's how could you let her come back? And Charlotte's listen, she has no family left, the Clave took all her wealth, and she can't be a threat anymore because she's gone mad, so we'll let her stay a week, and if you guys still want her gone, then we'll send her to Idris. Anyways, who wants to go through the copies of Benedict's journals with me? Cut to the consul in his carriage taking Gideon and Gabriel to the Silent City for questioning. Gabriel's thinking of all the stuff that's happened over the past couple weeks, and how he's been questioning everything he thought he knew about his dad and his family and stuff. Soon he'll be like Gideon. Gideon's Lightwoods. And they're you are a Lightwood. And he's oh. And the consul says that Tatiana's ridiculous, and how he believes Gideon and Gabriel about the Benedict situation, but he just wanted to talk to them about something. And how he's sorry that he let Charlotte keep the Institute instead of giving it over to their father, but he wanted her to keep it because she's easier to control than Benedict was. Well, at least she used to be, but now she's, defying his power, blah blah blah. So the carriage stops, but not at the Silent City. Instead, it's at this scandalous theater club thing run by downworlders. The consul goes to buy tickets, and Gabriel's who knew the consul was such a party boy? Couldn't this have waited until after we went to the Silent City? Gideon's we're not going to the Silent City. Gabriel's we're not? Gideon's don't be a fucking idiot, Gabriel. Clearly the consul just used the Silent City as an excuse. He wants something from us. I'm just not sure what yet. And Gideon is right, because the consul says that what Benedict did was so bad that if he told the Clave, he could take everything from Gideon and Gabriel and Tatiana and have their marks stripped and their land and houses taken away and have them live on the streets as mundanes. But the consul says he'll let it go if they agree to spy on Charlotte for him. Gideon's like, Charlotte's done nothing wrong. And the consul's like, your loyalty should be to me, not her. Gabriel's like, we'll do it. Gideon's like, no. But Gabriel says that Tatiana's pregnant, and how is the baby going to survive if they're thrown on the streets? And Gideon really doesn't want to, but he's like, okay, we'll do it. And it says in the book, Gabriel would not soon forget the look that spread over the consul's face at that. There was satisfaction in it, but there was little surprise. It was clear he had expected nothing else and nothing better from the Lightwood boys. So good. Then we get a short scene of Sophie and Tessa talking about the Scone incident, Sconegate, if you will. Tessa's like, I don't know, it's kind of flattering that he went to such great lengths just to see you. And Sophie's like, yeah, but I'm a mundane and he's a shadow hunter and I'm a servant and he's a gentleman, so we can't be together. I swear that they have like conversations that pass the Bechdel test. I just haven't been including them. I care about the romances, okay? That's what I care about. And like, this is part of female friendship, okay? Like, you have to debrief about your crushes. Anyways, we cut to Gideon and Gabriel returning to the Institute. Gideon angrily drags Gabriel to the back of the Institute, like near the stables. He's like, I'm not spying on Charlotte. You're my brother and I'd do anything for you, so I'm not gonna let us sell our souls or give up our honor. I've lived here for months. Charlotte's a good person. I won't betray her. Gabriel's like, we won't tell Charlotte the truth, but we won't tell the consul the truth either. We'll give him false reports instead. Gideon's like, you know, the punishment would be even greater if we were discovered. But Gabriel says he doesn't care, because he wants to make up for choosing the wrong side and not believing Gideon. Gideon's like, was this your plan all along? And Gabriel just thinks about how there used to be a time when they trusted each other implicitly, and he doesn't know when it ended, but he misses it, and he wants it back. He's like, would you believe me if I told you it was? Because it is the truth. And like, Gideon pulls him into a hug, and he's like, it's gonna be all right, Gabriel. It's gonna be all right. And like, it's so cute, these two. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7. Cecily is in the training room, because that's where she hangs out most of the time. But she doesn't want to be a shadow hunter, okay guys? She's just here to convince Will to come home. She totally isn't having a good time training to be a shadow hunter. When she first came to the Institute, she thought it would be easy to get Will back. Like, in her mind, the terrible shadow hunters had practically kidnapped her poor brother, and now it was up to her to be the brave, shining knight in armor to rescue him, even if he doesn't know that he needs rescuing. In her mind, there was no way that he could like possibly be close with any of the shadow hunters. Like, there's no way they could compete with his real blood family. But then she remembers going with Will all over London, trying to find Moria and Fen for Jem. And seeing Will's hopelessness really made Cecily understand that Will's bonds here are just as important and deep as any familial bond. So Cecily's tired from training all day, and like, her sword slips out of her hand, and she hears from the doorway, oh dear, I'm afraid I could only rate that effort a 3, 4 perhaps, if I gave you an extra point for practicing swordplay in a dress. It's Gabriel. She's like, maybe I don't care about your opinion. I love this ship. I don't know what it is about this ship that just like gets my gears going, but it's just like a fun ship. I don't know. But yeah, Gabriel's like, do you want me to show you a better way to hold the sword? And Cecily's like, if you must. And like, you know, he's like helping her hold the sword, and she's like, this is gonna be a problem for me in the future, isn't it? Cecily's like, the shadow hunters, but also the shadow hunters. Gabriel's like, I saw the way you fought at Lightwood House. She's like, badly? And he's like, no, with passion. Some people fight because it's their duty, and others fight because they love it. You love it. They're cute. She's like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't love being a shadow hunter. Like, they suck. They're terrible people. Will shows up then, like, the f*** are you doing with my sister, Gabriel Lightworm? Gabriel's like, Lightworm? Cecily's like, I told him it was okay. And then she's like, why am I defending Gabriel Lightwood of all people? Will makes Gabriel leave, and then he talks with Cecily, and she's like, Will, that wasn't necessary. Will's like, you don't know Gabriel. He's probably trying to get back at me for something. He's a liar and a traitor. She's like, you know, people can change. Will's like, not much. And she's like, you did. And he's like, so did you. Because she likes training now, and she's been less pushy about trying to get Will to come home. And Will says, Shadowhunter blood is like gunpowder in your veins, Ceci. Once it's lit, it's not so easily extinguished. Remain here much longer, and soon you'll be just like me, too entwined to leave. Cecily's like, are you wearing a lady's necklace, Will? Then Sophie shows up and says that Charlotte's calling an emergency meeting in none other than, say it with me, the drawing room. That's my attempt at air horns. So they go to the drawing room and Charlotte's like, well, team, we're I got a letter from Mortmain today, and it basically says, hey, tis I, Mortmain. I heard that local hottie Jem Carstairs is very ill right now, and I happen to have pretty much all the yin fen in the world. So let's make a trade. You give me Tessa, and I'll give you a bunch of yin fen to save your friend. Love, Axel, that Mortmain. And he gave a small packet of yin fen to like show his goodwill, and the letter has instructions on how to give their response via an automaton that they can summon. Tessa, of course, is like, this letter is about me. I'll make the decision, and my decision is I'll give myself up to Mortmain. I don't care what happens to me. I just want Jem safe. She doesn't care what happens to her, guys. She just wants Jem safe. I'm fine. Jem's like, no, I'm not gonna let you go. Will's like, let's just take this packet of yin fen as a blessing and ignore the rest. So Will, Jem, and Tessa are all just like arguing, and everyone else feels really uncomfortable and awkward, and they're like, should we be here right now? Should we go? Tessa's like, Mortmain wants me alive, so I won't die if I go. And then at least we can save Jem. And then Will's like, well, we don't know what Mortmain wants with you. And Tessa's like, if it were you he wanted, Will, you'd go. And Jem's like, no, I wouldn't let him go either. And Tessa's like pissed off, like, you can't make that decision for me. Jem's like, yes, I can. The yin fen's not a cure. It's only gonna extend my life a short amount of time. And if you go, I won't take the yin fen that Mortmain gives us. So there's no point for you to go. Tessa's like, you wouldn't insult me by throwing a sacrifice I made for you back in my face like that. And Jem's like, I'd rather insult you than lose you. And he like takes the letter that has the instructions on how to contact Mortmain and the yin fen packet, and he goes to the fireplace and throws them both in. And this part always gets me. Without a moment's hesitation, Will drops to his knees and shoves his hand in the fire and pulls out the burning packet of yin fen. And Will's hands are all like red and blistered, and he's like gasping in pain. And Jem's just shocked and like drops to his knees. And he's like, Will, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And he like starts drawing a ratsies on Will, and it's like the angst. Tessa takes what's left of the powder, which isn't much, and gives it to Jem, and she leaves. And Jem just watches her go, looking utterly shattered. It's so angsty. I love it. Then we get Will's point of view sitting in the drawing room still with Jem and Cecily, who refuse to leave him. And he's not used to like not being cursed and like having people care about him. And it's like, he's just so happy that like Cecily's here because he missed her. Oh, and Jem took some of the yin fen, so he's like doing a little bit better. And Will like remembers the pain of the fire, but more than that, he remembers the look on Tessa's face when he reached for the yin fen. And like, he knew she would understand why he did it, but she more than anything just looked like heartbroken for him. And he like doesn't know what to do with that information. He like misses her and like wishes that she was still here too. Cause when she's not there, he could feel the absence of her presence. And like, I'm completely normal about them, guys. I'm an adult and I'm edgy too. I don't like this sappy stuff, guys. So they're like sitting and Jem just quietly says, better were my hands. And Will says, no, you need your hands for the violin. What do I need mine for? Stop. Like, tell me of a friendship from a book that's better than this one, okay? None. Jem's like, I should have known you would do that. I always know what you're gonna do. I should have known you were gonna do that. And Will's like, I should have known you were gonna throw the packet away. It was a noble thing to do. I understand why you did it. And Jem's like, I was thinking of Tessa. God, Will, usually it's you doing the reckless, noble things. And Will's like, when did we switch places? It's so good. And Jem's just like, well, you know, it's a strange thing being in love. It changes you. And Will just wishes that he could like talk with Jem about this stuff and be honest with him about his feelings for Tessa, but he knows he can't. And it's late, so Jem goes to sleep, and Will's too tired to leave his chair, so him and Cecily just talk about their childhood and their home until they both fall asleep. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8. So over the course of the past couple chapters, we've seen letters exchanged between Gideon and Gabriel and the consul. And
hello, Coochie Man.
Generalized compilation of what those letters were like. Dear Sir, Consul Wayland, you were right. Charlotte is insane. She uses all of her money to buy ridiculous things, most of all, hats. The sheer number of hats this woman possesses is just frankly unnerving, borderline evil. We very much hope you can assist us in this matter of the frivolous, disgusting hats. Also, the food she feeds us is like f***ing disgusting. Yours truly, Gideon and Gabriel Lightwood. Dear Gideon and Gabriel Lightwood, I don't give a shit about her f***ing hats. Give me something of substance. Sincerely, Consul Wayland. Dearest, most powerfulest, and well-endowed Consul Wayland. We apologize for not providing you with satisfactory information in our previous letter, but we fully understand now what it is that you'd like us to send you. So there will no longer be any discussion of Charlotte's many hats, because instead we shall talk about how many freaking shoes this woman has. Like, my god, how many shoes could a person expect to go through? It's just an insane amount of shoes. Where does she get all this money from? Maybe she's in an illegal black market shoe industry. We will further investigate. Love, Gideon and Gabriel Lightwood. What the f- If you guys take nothing away from these videos, it's that the Shadowhunter books are f***ing hilarious. And also the Clave. All my homies hate the Clave. These books are very anti-authority, and I vibe with that. So Gideon and Gabriel are currently in the drawing room looking through Charlotte's letters.
I am going to be shortly. Will you be able to hold on? Krisu, you're going to bed shortly? Is that what you mean? Yeah, I'll be okay. I've got one more video after this in the playlist before I lose all hope. Don't worry.
Trying to find something dumb to talk about that actually has substance, because the consul's pissed off at them and like definitely starting to suspect them. But then Sophie walks in and she's like, what the f are you guys doing? And Gideon's like, oh shoot. If the scone incident made her dislike me, this definitely made her hate me. But Gabriel is able to explain to Sophie their situation, and he has her read the letter that they're about to send to the consul. And it's just like a dumb letter about how her uncle has gout, and she's like being rude about all his ailments, like his gout and the amount of earwax he produces. Sophie's just like,
I'm sure I'll be
"Who wrote this?"
okay.
Gideon's like, it was me. And she's like, Gideon, you're f***ing hilarious. Gabriel's like, right? Like he's a comedic genius.
Thank you.
And Sophie says that she'll help them and won't tell Charlotte for now, because Charlotte not knowing that the consul is trying to spy on her won't really hurt her for now, since she's innocent and doesn't really have anything to hide. And we don't want her more stressed out now, especially with the baby. So Tessa went to her room after the fire incident, because she couldn't bear to see Jem and Will in such pain. And she's just like, how could three people who love each other so much cause each other so much pain? And that's the $1 million question, Tessa. Because, like, they all do love each other. Wait a minute. Option 7. ¿Por qué no los dos? AKA, three's the crowd. They say screw it, and all three of them just get together. If this took place in modern times, I think this would be like a legitimate possibility. Cassie has written a poly relationship in one of the other Shadowhunter trilogies, so we know she's capable of writing one. But also for them to all end up together, that would require for all three of them to live, and we'll see how that goes. Tessa knows that offering to go to Mortmain was foolish and pointless, and it won't
This
really
is a
fix
calm,
anything,
a
but she
nice,
just wanted
yeah.
to do something to help.
Yeah.
She's tired of feeling like the one who's like causing all these problems all the time. And it says in the book, if she gave herself up to Mortmain, Jem would live longer, and Jem and Will would have each other, and it would be as if she had never come to the Institute. So, like, that's where she's at this point. Except she knows that there's no one doing the feelings that these guys all have for each other at this point. Anyway, she gets a message from Jem that was sent via a letter from Church the Cat. He had like a little scroll tied to his collar. And the message says to meet Jem in the drawing room. So she goes. Jem's like, I wasn't sure you would come. And she says, of course I came. Don't talk to me. I'm an adult. And she apologizes. That was like their first real argument. And she says she just wanted to keep Jem safe. But she knows that even if she did go to Mortmain, there's still no guarantee that Mortmain would keep up his end of the bargain, and he might end up using her as a weapon. So she might still be what hurts them in the end. Jem's like, I'm not angry, like you don't have to apologize. I understand you just wanted to keep me safe. And there's no argument we could ever have that would make me stop loving you. I don't like this sappy stuff, guys, okay? I'm edgy. And then he says he has an early wedding gift for her, which is a song that he wrote her on his violin, because he wanted to give something special and unique that would be just for her. And like, so she'll be the only person who will ever hear this song that was made
I'm fine.
for her.
I'm
and
fine.
Like, all
I'm
saying
fine.
is, if
I'm
you're
fine.
gonna cry over a
I'm
man,
fine.
it better be
I'm fine.
in Carstairs. And he says, you know I'm not good with words, so I wrote this music instead to show you how I feel. Which again is a fucking lie. I swear, all men do is lie. Like, he literally has so many smooth lines that he says to Tessa. Like, stop being humble. I'm saying all of this with love, by the way. After he plays the song, Tessa says that she could basically like visualize in her mind what Jem was playing. And he tells her of this story his mom told him of this chin player who had like a best friend who was a woodcutter. And when he played a song about water, his friend could hear the song and visualize the river. And the chin player would say, it's because you understand my music. And Jem's like, that's you and me. You understand my music. Sometimes saying I love you is saying you understand my music. I'm cool and edgy, guys. Tessa asks how the story ends, and basically, the woodcutter friend dies, and then the musician played one last song over his friend's grave, and then broke his chin and never played ever again. So like, if that's supposed to be like equivalent to Will and Jem, William, you better not die or I will kill you. So they're talking, and Jem's like, I'll give you everything of myself. Like, I would give you more in 2 weeks than any other person could give you in a lifetime. And Tessa's like, you've already given me everything I could ever want. But they both agree that their one regret about their relationship is that they haven't gotten married. And so they basically are just like, you know what? The clave. Let's just get married in like a couple days. Tessa's like, I don't need a dress. We don't need a fancy ceremony. She's like, there's nothing that could make me hesitate moving up the wedding. Oh. And then she remembers Will. She remembers how Will said, sometimes you have to choose between being kind or honorable. And she's like, well, the kindest thing I could do to Will and Jem is make sure that they never find out that I love Will too. But she really does love Jem, and she does want to get married to him. She's like, it's fine. Will get over me. I probably won't get over Will, but he'll probably get over me. Like, he can't be in love with me for the rest of his life or something. No one tell Tessa about the Herondale tendency to fall in love with one person and remain in love with them for the rest of their life. So Tessa and Jem start kissing, but before anything non-YA can happen, Church walks in on them and he like looks smug that he like stopped them. Don't worry, we're keeping this book PG-13. The next morning at breakfast, Jem announces that him and Tessa are gonna get married. Gabriel's like, is this meant to be a surprise? Like, we already knew you're engaged. Jem's like, no, we're getting married tomorrow. Everyone's like, hold up, and like choking on their tea, dropping forks. Will just like pales. This guy cannot catch a break for this entire series. It's like so sad, actually. Like, it's just one thing after another for this poor guy. Will's like, Jem, you know the clave hasn't approved yet. Like, see what happened to my mother and father? And Jem's like, I don't care. I'm willing to give up being a shadow hunter to be with Tessa, just like your dad did for your mom. Will's like, James, we're whipping out the full names now. Woo! And Jem looks like confused and like hurt as to why Will is like against this. He's like, Will, I thought you of all people would understand. The angst. Gabriel kind of like makes a comment under his breath like, to marry a woman just to make her a widow. Many would say that was not a kindness. Jem stiffens, and Will's about to go off on Gabriel, but Tessa starts first. She's like, don't act like Jem has all the choice and I have none. Like, this is my decision too. And her and Will just drag Gabriel through the mud. They're talking about him killing his dad. And like, even Cecily's like, bro, chill out. They're all fighting, and then Charlotte's like, stop. And then they hear a doorbell, and she's like, Jessamine's here. And everyone's like, great. Fantastic. Except for Gabriel and Cecily, who are like, I don't know what's going on. Why do we care about Jessamine? Who is she? The group makes their way to the courtyard, and Tessa and Will are kind of like a little bit behind the group. And she's like, you don't agree with the rest of them, right? That I shouldn't marry Jem. I want him happy, and I don't know if I can make him entirely happy, but I can try. Will's like, if anyone can, you can. And it's time to play, is Will jealous of Jem or Tessa? She's like, the others think I have illusions about his health or something. And Will says, hope's not an illusion. And she's like, Will, you won't abandon me in looking for a cure, right? I can't do this without you. And he's like, of course I wouldn't give up on Jem. On you. Don't talk to me. She's like, what? And he's like, I want you and Jem happy. I would give up my life for your or Jem's happiness, but I try to stop loving you and I can't. And my feelings have been growing more with time, and like, I don't know why I'm telling you this. Please just tell me you hate me. And Tessa's like, I don't hate you. You've been nothing but honorable. He's like, not really. And she's like, yes, you have been. And, you know, they say you can't divide your heart, and yet... And then Charlotte calls out to them like, hey guys, come on, hurry up. And Will's face just goes back to being blank and hiding his emotions. He's like, you go on ahead, I'll be there in a minute. And Tessa's like, I almost told him how I felt. Like, what good would that do? Because she like doesn't want to drag Will along, you know? She's like, soon Will find someone else to love. And like, that thought like makes her jealous, but she's like, no. When that happens, I will ignore my feelings for him and be honorable, just like how he's doing with me right now. So everyone goes to the courtyard, and the Silent Brother carriage arrives, and the driver goes to open the door, and then a totally not sus second carriage pulls up behind it, and out jumps an automaton who kills one of the Silent Brothers. End of chapter 8. I told you guys, so much goes down in the London Institute drawing room and the courtyard. So, chapter 9. This is a fun chapter, guys. So Mortmain sent a carriage of automatons to get Tessa, of course, and kill as many shadow hunters as they can in the meantime. Poor Jessamine looks like a completely different person. Her hair's shaved, she looks like sickly. Henry goes to try and help her. Everyone's whipping out their serif blades, ready to fight, because they like folded and packed those automatons into that carriage, like a clown car. And clowns, as we know, is the Herondale family symbol, so Tessa wasn't carrying a weapon. So she runs back into the Institute to the entryway, where there's like decorative swords on the wall, and she's like, a weapon opens a weapon and like yanks one off. I love her. And everyone has their own like moment in the fight to be badass. But then a figure in her soul turns into Tessa, and it's none other than Mrs. Black. Plot twist. Tessa's like, but you're dead. I saw you die. Mrs. Black's like, not anymore. She's leaving Team Dead. An automaton tries to capture Tessa, but she fights back. And then Jem helps her, but then Jem gets knocked down.
Welcome, Redditors. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, you're playing Kingdom Hearts. Hell yeah. Hello, Raiders. Welcome on in. My name is Chase. I'm your local intergalactic, interdimensional alien demon angel gremlin thing, and I'm here to be your next president. I'm an artist, animator, and game dev, and sometimes I also play games. I am locked the fuck in, but I'm passing out. Go, 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 go. If you guys need a raid and run, please, please, please take care of yourselves. Self-care comes first. Go eat bees. Go, 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 go. Good night, good night. I am locked in to doing art and listening to one of my favorite book recap, unhinged recap plot summary blah blah blahs of the Infernal Devices. So yeah, that's what we're listening to. If you guys just want to vibe while I do art, go go go, hell yeah! Thank you so much for the raid again. Good night, A-Ross.
And then Tessa goes to help him, but then Mrs. Black chloroforms her and she's knocked out. Mortmain was like, no, this has been training, but you know what she can't train against? Fucking chloroform. Modern problems require modern solutions. Improvise, adapt, overcome. They were like, Tessa's too badass. We gotta like chloroform her. There's no way she can get taken out in like a battle. The necklace is off. Bye, Tessa. Rip Queen, loved ya. Just kidding, she's not dead. Or is she? Meanwhile, Will was inside looking for Cyril for something, angry at himself for telling Tessa that he still loves her, and wondering what it was that she was about to say to him. But then the necklace Magnus gave him suddenly starts glowing and pulsing, and he's like, something's happened. He runs outside and doesn't see Tessa, and he's like, oh good, she probably hid herself from the fight. Will, you idiot. When has Tessa ever backed down from danger? Will sees Jem unarmed at the foot of the front steps, about to get attacked by an automaton. Will sees Jem's sword cane on the ground and like runs to it and throws it to Jem, who catches it and gets the automaton right before it attacks. These guys are those parabatai, okay? Will smiles at Jem, but Jem just looks really pale, and then he just runs out the gates, and Will's like, what? Sophie and Bridget also saw Will's necklace go off, so they rush out with their weapons and start fighting too. And Will almost gets taken out by an automaton, but Bridget is like secretly a badass and carves up that automaton like a Thanksgiving turkey. She looks at Will like, you should really be more careful, and runs off to fight more automatons. And Will's like, anyways, once they take out the rest of the automatons, Will sees Jessamine bleeding out on the floor because she got stabbed through the heart. He's like, Jessie, I have to get you back inside. She's like, don't bother. I'm dying now, and glad of it. She says that she always liked Will best out of everyone at the Institute because she understood his hatred for himself, and because he didn't bother to try and forgive her like how Jem and Charlotte tried. And Will's like, okay, you're dying. You have the chance to win back our good opinion. Just tell me where Mortmain is. She's like, I told you. He's in Idris. He's like, we know he's not there. And she says, you of all people should understand. You're a terrible Welshman. And then she dies, right on the front steps of the Institute, aka the place she hated more than anything. So the fight's done and everyone gathers around him and Jessamine. Will's like, where's Jem? And they're like, he went after Tessa. Will's like, what do you mean he went after Tessa? Then Jem comes back. He had ran after the carriage with Mrs. Black and Tessa, but it gained speed and he couldn't catch up, and now Tessa's gone. And then Jem collapses in like a really violent way and coughs up blood, and then he's suddenly still. He's fine. Walk it off. End of chapter 9. Wasn't that such a fun chapter? Chapter 10. Jem is unconscious in his room, and the Silent Brothers are there trying to heal him. Will's there, of course, too, and Cecily's about to go in, because she needs to talk to Will about something really important. But then Gabriel stops her. He's like, don't go in there. Parabatai can draw from each other's strength, so Jem needs Will with him there right now. He also admits that, like, Jem is one of the most good people he's ever met, and that, like, Will is a lot better than he realized. Cecily's like, no, this is really important. Jem would want me to tell Will. Gabriel's like, fine. I'm trusting you that this is important. I'll be the one to get him. So then if he gets mad, he'll get mad at me instead of you. Which is like really cute. And he like gets Will to go into the hallway, and then nods at Cecily and like walks away. Will just leans on the wall, looking more dead on the inside than ever. I love like the descriptions for Will. Cassandra Clare really had to think of like 100 different ways to describe someone as being mentally and emotionally destroyed, because that just happens to Will over and over and over again this entire series. Will's just like, I came here when I was 12. Cecily's like, yes, how could I forget? She was a lonely child. Her sister died and then her brother left all in the span of a day. And then her parents were all like depressed. And she was just kind of alone for the past 5 years. And then Will says that every year on November 10th, aka the anniversary of when he came to the Institute, he'd be super depressed because it would remind him of Ella's death and Cecily and his parents, and how they wanted him back home, but he could never go back home. And Will says, I'm reading from the book, after the first year, even though I still dreaded the day's approach, I began to find there was something Jem simply had to do every November 10th. Some training exercise or some search that would take us to the far end of the city in the cold, wet winter weather, and I would abuse him bitterly for it, of course. Sometimes the damp chill made him ill, or he would forget his drugs and become ill on the day, coughing blood and confined to the bed, and that would be a distraction too. And only after it had happened 3 times, for I am very stupid, Ceci, and only think of myself, did I realize that of course he was doing it for me. He had noticed the date and was doing all he could to draw me from my melancholy. These two. Oh, it's so good. Will's just like, I don't know who to be without Jem. And Tessa's gone, and we can't track her, and I don't know what to do. And the only person who could understand my agony is the only person who can never know. Even if he is dying. Jem isn't dying, guys, okay? Like, I don't care. Like, I don't care what Will says. He's not dying. I'm a little in denial. Cecily's like, Will, listen. This is about Tessa. I think I know where Mortmain is. I heard what Jessamine said before she died. That you were a terrible Welshman. He's like, what? And she says she knew Mortmain when he lived in Wales, and that he knows the land very well. And she's like, Will, remember? We grew up in the shadow of the mountain. He's like, you don't mean Cadaradris? She's like, he knows those mountains, and he would find it funny. A great joke on you and all of the Nephilim. He has taken her exactly to where you fled from. He's taken her to our home. Which, like, come on. Like, that's kind of cool that, like, Will's story started with him having to leave Wales to save the people he loves. And now he has to return to Wales to save the person he loves. Like, come on. Come on, that's kind of a slay. We get a short scene with Gideon and Sophie being cute. And Gideon once again apologizes for the scone incident. And he says that he hopes she doesn't think that he looks down on her for being a maid, because he doesn't. And that she's actually like one of the bravest, most amazing people he knows. She's like, damn, he's hot. No. She's like, well, that's a pretty apology. He's like, and I'm sure the scones you make are very good. I just don't like scones. I've never liked scones. It's not your scones. Do please stop saying the word scones, Mr. Lightwood. All right. And they're not my scones. Bridget made them. All right. And you're not drinking the pasta I gave you. All right. And she just like smiles at him and like he's happy. It's cute. Okay, so Will, Cecily, and Charlotte have a meeting with the consul in none other than the drawing room. Cecily tries to explain her theory on Mortmain being in Cadaradris, and despite it making a lot of sense, the consul's being a bitch and saying they're wrong purely because of his beef with Charlotte. He's like, this is madness. And based off the fancy of a child, there are so many addresses around the world. That doesn't mean he's there in that one. Cecily and Will are like, but this one means something. Because not only does Mortmain know Will's family and lived there personally himself, but also the mountain itself, Cadaradris, is part of Welsh folklore. And they say the lakes around the mountain are like bottomless, and the mountain itself is hollow, and the hounds of the underworld sleep inside, aka the Wild Hunt. Those who read the Dark Artifices know. So if the locals see anything suspicious going on there, they'll just be like, oh, that's just Cadaradris. The consul's like, we can discuss this matter at the next council meeting in 2 weeks. Will's like, but Tessa was taken today. She doesn't have 2 weeks. She could be hurt. The consul's like, and to the devil with it if she is. One girl who is not Nephilim is not, cannot be our priority. And Will shouts, she's my priority. It's so good. He's like, and everyone else is just like, the consul just goes, I thought she was your parabatai's fiancé, not yours. Will's like, yes, since she's Jem's fiancé, then I'm duty bound to guard her as if she were my own. Duh. The consul's like, oh yes. how loyal. Yeah, the consul's like, yeah, you guys. And Charlotte's like, Mortmain's gonna use Tessa for his plans. And then if we all die because you ignored my warning, I'll make sure everyone knows that it's your fault. She's keeping receipts. Then there's a short scene of Gabriel hiding behind the stables because he's stressed out after the fight. He keeps replaying the memory of his dad dying by his own hand. And then he saw Gideon get hurt in the battle today, and that made him worried that he was gonna have to see his brother die too. The consul, who just finished his meeting, shows up to try and be the, the Palpatine to Gabriel's Anakin, the Snoke to his Ben Solo, the Valentine to his Jace, the Sebastian to his Jace, the literally anyone to his Jace. Jace is so easily manipulated. And the consul basically manipulates Gabriel into thinking that his father's death and the fall of Lightwood was all Charlotte's fault. Gabriel at first is like defending Charlotte, but then he's like, wait, Consul Wayland's right. And the consul's like, I don't care what lie you have to tell to get Charlotte arrested. You're smart. You're a good liar. Like, you're a Lightwood. You could restore your family's honor if you just follow my plan. And Gabriel's like, what do you want me to do? Gabriel, don't go back to the dark side. You were supposed to be Zuko at the end of Avatar, not at the beginning. I'm now patiently waiting for the don't compare the infernal devices to Avatar The Last Airbender comments. I'm not comparing them. You'll be fine. You'll live. Don't worry. Then we have a scene of Will sitting by Jem's bed, watching him passed out, like he always does when Jem's sick. Except this time, it might really be it. Because he was already weak, and then was injured in the battle, and he's not really strong enough to recover from his injuries at this point. Then Magnus shows up because Will had summoned him. Magnus is like, Will, did you bring me here because you thought I could help Jem? Will's like, no, I don't know why. I think it's because you're the only person who could understand. You've lived so long and seen so many die, and yet you survive and go on. Magnus is like, okay, I'm sorry. You summoned me, a warlock, here to the Institute after a battle in which almost all of you were killed, just to talk? Will's like, I find you easy to talk to. It's the same vibes as in City of Glass when Magnus shows up to like the big battle at the end and Alec is like, why haven't you called me back? Say what you will about the Mortal Instruments, but those books are nothing if not hilarious and entertaining. Will doesn't know what to do. Part of him wants to go after Tessa, but he doesn't want to leave Jem. But Jem would probably want him to go after Tessa. But what if he goes and Jem wakes up and then Will's not there? But what if Jem never wakes up and Will never gets to say goodbye? But what if Tessa dies and then he loses them both? He doesn't know what to do. Magnus is like, does Jem know you're in love with Tessa? Will's like, no, thank the angel he doesn't know. It would be absolutely terrible if he were to find out. Put a pin in that. Magnus is like, okay, as someone who's lived many lifetimes and buried many loves,
Put a pin in that.
I can tell you that what matters right now is not that you're here for the end of Jem's life, but that you were there for every other moment. Since you met him, you never left him and never not loved him. That's what matters. Will's like, you think so? Why are you being so kind to me? I still owe you a favor. And Magnus is like, do you? Will, you're one of the only shadow hunters to ever treat me like a person. And I'm not so heartless that I would call in a favor from a heartbroken boy. One who I think will make a very good man someday. And he says that if Will goes, he'll stay with Jem and do whatever he can to help, like look in old books for magic and stuff. And if Jem wakes up, he'll tell Jem about why Will left and that he did it for Jem. And Magnus says, you wanted to know how I, being immortal, survived so many deaths. There's no great secret. You endure what's unbearable, and you bear it. That is all. Magnus Bane, everybody. It's not a Shadowhunter book until like Magnus drops some raw lines. I forget that he's like a character sometimes, and that everything he says is just written by Cassandra Clare. Like in my mind, he's real. Like it's just Magnus. Magnus goes to the library to give Will some privacy with Jem. Will's like, this is it. Jem's never going to look at me again, speak to me. You endure what's unbearable, and you bear it. That's all. He touches Jem's cheek and he says, Ave atque vele, forever and ever, my brother. Hail and farewell. And he turns to leave, and Jem's hand grabs his wrist. And he's like, I'm not dead yet, Will. What did Magnus mean by asking you if I knew you were in love with Tessa? And that's when Will knew he f***ed up. And that was also when all the readers go, oh shit. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11. Will's panicking. Jem's like, was that all a dream? Jessamines death, the automatons, Tessa gone. Will's like, nope. Are you really in love with Tessa? Yep. Does she love you? Nope. I told her I love her, and she never wavered from you. It's you she loves. Jem's like, you told her? When? And Will explains everything, how he confessed after the curse was broken, before he knew about the engagement. And Will's like, I was so caught up in my own feelings that I didn't realize yours. And Jem's like, Will, I'm so sorry. If I had known, I would have called off the engagement. Will's like, what? And broken both of your hearts? How could I be happy if you were unhappy? And Tessa would be devastated. I wouldn't want both of you in pain. Will's just like, I love you more than myself. You should be with Tessa. Jem's like, no, I love you more than I love myself. You should be with Tessa. Will's like, she don't even want me, bro. Like, she don't even want me. Like, you guys should just be together. The actual scene is like so heartbreaking, but I'm just making light of it because I'm sad. But they're both glad that there's like at least no lies between them now. And Will's glad that he doesn't have to hide his feelings anymore. And Jem says, I'm grieved for your pain, Will, but I'm actually glad that you're in love with her. Will's like, what? And Jem's like, because it makes it easier for me to ask you what I'm about to ask you, to leave and go after Tessa. Will's like, I can't go. Jem's like, weren't you literally just about to leave before I woke up? Will's like, but that was different. You're awake now. I can't leave you to face the end by yourself. I swore an oath to you. Entreat me not to leave thee, for whither thou goest, I will go. And Jem's like, you can't go where I'm going, nor would I want that for you. They make me sob. I literally cry every time I read this stupid scene. Will's like, neither can I walk away and leave you to die. Jem's like, don't you think it kills me that I can't go with you? Jem's like, take my hands, Will. Wait, are you in love with me? Shut up, Will. Sorry. I'm reading from the book. Numbly, Will closed his hands around Jem's. He imagined he could feel a flicker of pain in the parabatai rune on his chest, as if it knew what he did not, and was warning him of coming pain. Pain so great he did not imagine he could bear it and live. Jem is my great sin, he had told Magnus, and this now was the punishment for it. He had thought losing Tessa was his penance. He had not thought of how it would be when he had lost them both. Will, Jem said, for all these years I've tried to give you what you cannot give yourself. Will's hands tightened on Jem's, which were as thin as a bundle of twigs. And what is that? Faith. That you were better than you thought you were. Forgiveness. That you need not always punish yourself. I always loved you, Will, whatever you did. And now I need you to do for me what I cannot do for myself. For you to be my eyes when I do not have them. For you to be my hands when I cannot use my own. For you to be my heart when mine is done with beating. And Will's like, no. And I'm like, no. Jem's like, there's no one else.
Why am I tearing up again? I know how this ends.
As I would to save her. We're more than brothers, Will. Undertake this journey, and you undertake it for not yourself, but for both of us. Will's like, I can't leave you to face death alone. Jem touches his parabatai rune on his chest, and he says, I'm not alone. Wherever we are as one. 1 second, I have to read this. You guys are like, it's not that sad, but like, I literally sob every time I read this stupid scene. And it says, Will rose slowly to his feet. He could not believe he was doing it, but it was clear that he was. As clear as the silver rim around the black of Jem's eyes. If there's a life after this one, he said, let me meet you in it, James Carstairs. There will be other lives. Jem held his hand out, and for a moment they clasped hands, as they had done during the parabatai ritual.
I'm so cool.
Twin rings of fire to interlace their fingers with each other. The world is a wheel, he said. When we rise or fall, we do it together. Will tightened his grip on Jem's hand. Well then, he said through a tight throat. Since you say there will be another life for me, let us both pray I do not make as colossal a mess of it as I have this one. Jem smiled at him, that smile that had always, even on Will's blackest days, eased his mind. I think there's hope for you yet, Will Herondale. I will try to learn how to have it, without you to show me. Tessa, Jem said. She knows despair, and hope as well. You can teach each other. Find her, Will, and tell her that I loved her always. My blessing, for all that it is worth, is on you both. Their eyes met and held. Will could not bring himself to say goodbye, or to say anything at all. He only gripped Jem's hand one last time and released it, and then turned and walked out the door. Don't talk to me. I feel very Halloweeny right now. So Will packs his stuff for the journey and goes to the stables where Belios and Xanthos, who are special horses, are chillin'. I don't know how to pronounce their names. At this point, I'm too afraid to ask. He's about to leave, and then Cecily shows up in her blue velvet cloak. Ever since I read these books and saw that Cecily had a blue velvet cloak, I've always wanted a blue velvet cloak. And then I went to the Ren Fair this year and made myself a costume. And can you guess what color cloak I made? Yep, I'm not cool, guys. Cecily's like, what are you doing here? Will's like, I like to talk to the horses. They make good company. And I could ask you the same thing. You shouldn't be out and about so late. There's Lightwoods wandering these halls. Cecily's like, very funny. And then she's like, wait, you're going after Tessa. Those carriage horses were automatons. You'll never catch up. Will's like, yeah, Belios may be the fastest horse in all of London, but he still needs rest. I already know I won't catch her on the road. I just hope to arrive at Kadera just before it's too late. And Cecily's upset because she just got Will back and now he's leaving her again. She's like, take me with you, Will. He's like, no. Belios is the fastest horse. You'll never be able to keep up. She's like, I'll ride behind you and catch up later. He's like, no. She's like, I'll wake up everyone at the Institute and then you won't be allowed to leave. She pulled up. I'm gonna tell Mom. He's like, Cecily, please. I need to know you're here and as safe as you can be, or else I can't leave. I cannot fear for Tessa ahead on the road and you behind me, or the fear will break me down. Cecily's like, Tessa told me you called out for me when you were ill once. Why? He's like, for years you were my talisman. The only thing helping the pain of missing you and Mom and Dad was knowing that you were safe. They're so cute. And Cecily explains how she never knew why he left, and she always planned to come to the Institute when she was old enough and try to bring him home. And then she found out about the curse and knew why he left, but not why he stayed. And he's like, well, Jem. She's like, no, even after Jem dies, you're still gonna stay here, right? And he's like, well, yeah, I'm a shadow hunter. It's in my blood. And she's like, I'm your sister. It's in my blood too. And Will's like, you feel it, right? As if the floor of the Institute is the first really solid ground under your feet. As if you found the place you belong. You are a shadow hunter. She doesn't say anything in response, and Will's like, well, I'm glad that there will at least be a Herondale at the Institute, even if I don't come back. She's like, just let me come with you. He's like, no. Is it not enough that I accepted that you chose this life of fighting and danger? I will not let you come with me, even if it means you must hate me for it. She's like, don't be so dramatic, Will. Must you always insist people hate you even when they don't? He's like, I am dramatic. If I hadn't been a shadow hunter, I would have had a future on the stage. She's like, okay, if you can't let me come with you, promise that you'll come back? He's like, I can't promise that, but if I do come back, I promise I'll write a letter to Mom and Dad explaining why I left. She's like, no, you'll visit Mom and Dad with me and explain in person. And don't say it's against the rules, because you and I both know you don't care about those. He's like, you have my word. And he gives her the ruby necklace. And those of you who read the Mortal Instruments, you're starting to understand how this got passed down to Isabel Lightwood now, right? Cecily's like, your lady's necklace? Well, I must confess, it doesn't really suit you. And Will tells her to never take it off, that it will keep her safe. Then they both say I love you in Welsh, and off Will goes into the night to go get Tessa. The next scene is Tessa's point of view. I missed my girl. She wakes up out of a nightmare in a carriage with Mrs. Black. She's like, where are you taking me? And then she's like, now why did I ask that? Like, it's the first thing that heroines ask in Gothic novels when they get kidnapped, and it always pisses me off. But now that I think about it, it's a reasonable question. I want to know where we're going. She's so funny. I love her. Mrs. Black is like, Mortmain, and that's all I'll tell you. Tessa's like, yeah, that's what I figured. Tessa subtly tries to check the carriage door, but it's locked. Mrs. Black's like, don't bother, even if you escaped. Mortmain made my new form so fast and powerful that I'd catch you immediately. Tessa's like, is that why you're helping Mortmain? Because he doesn't care about you. He sent Will and Jem to kill you the second he had the chance. And then she's like, wait, Will and Jem, they were in a battle when I passed out. Were they hurt? Did they die? No, I would have known if they died. Tessa, babe, this ain't Star Wars. Tessa keeps asking questions, trying to get any information that she can, to the point that Mrs. Black's like, you and your questions. I forgot how annoying you can be. I love Tessa. But yeah, Mortmain wants Tessa for his plans, yada yada. And Mrs. Black needs Mortmain to help her regain her body. Because, as it turns out, she's just like a severed head spiked onto a metal frame. Like a stick figure. She was covered with a cloak before, but reveals herself, and Tessa's like, oh god, ew, what the f***? End of chapter 11. Chapter 12. Will has been riding Balios, I don't know how to pronounce it, and at this point I'm too afraid to ask, on his journey to Wales. And he's actually taking the same road that he had originally taken to go to London all those years ago, but now he's going the opposite way, and it's like, he's desperate to get to Tessa as soon as possible. He also knows that eventually Balios and him will need to rest. Will's just like, yo, Mortmain, why did he have to take Tessa? She's with us, okay? She's one of us. He's like, not that she belongs to us, she doesn't belong to anyone, not me or Jem, but she belongs with us. She's a part of the team, and it's just really cute how he talks about Tessa. You guys don't understand. It's been over a decade, and I still haven't gotten over Will Herondale. Meanwhile, at the Institute, Charlotte's like, Will did what? He left? And you let him? Magnus is like, I'm not responsible for him. I don't see how this is my fault. I waited in the library for him to come talk to me, and then he never did, and then I fell asleep, so everyone is in the library having an emergency Will freaking left meeting. Charlotte notices that Cecily has the necklace, and she's like, Cecily, when did Will leave? Cecily's like, I will say nothing. It was Will's decision, and frankly, you guys should have all seen this coming. Charlotte's like, well, I didn't think he would leave Jem. How are we gonna tell him? Cecily's like, he already knows. And Gabriel's like, of course he knows. Will is just being a good parabatai and doing for Jem what Jem can't do himself. Will isn't that reprehensible. Magnus is like, wow, a monogamous statement, Gideon. I'm Gabriel. All Lightwoods look the same to me. That line is extra funny for those who know. So they all discuss what the plan should be. They decide that it's better not to go after Will, because they'll never be able to catch up with him. And stealth is like the one thing he has going for him. And it's obviously not easy to be stealthy when you have a whole group of people. Those who play D&D understand. So Charlotte decides that in the meantime, the best thing to do is look for a cure for Jem. And keeping Jem alive will in turn help keep Will strong. Cut back to Tessa. She's like, how are you still alive? You were beheaded. And Mrs. Black's like, magic. And your brother was the one who suggested to Mortmain that I could be of use. In fact, he was the one who spilled the blood that made my existence possible. And Tessa just thinks about how before Nate died, he had said, like, you don't know everything I've done, Tessie. So, yeah. There's a lot he's done. So Mrs. Black wants a new body, so she's bringing Tessa to Mortmain, so then in turn he'll give her a new body. And Mortmain still, like, weirdly wants to marry Tessa for his plans to, like, destroy the Nephilim. Tessa's like, I already have a fiance, Jem Carstairs. Listen, if I were Tessa, I'd bring up the fact that I'm engaged to Jem all the time too. Mrs. Black's like, him? He'll be dead by Tuesday. I thought you'd end up with the blue-eyed boy. Don't girls usually fall in love with their rescuers? She's going for option 2. Tessa's just like, I can't believe I'm here, stuck in a carriage, with Mrs. Black's severed head, while she talks about my dating life, of all things. I'd rather be anywhere else right now. I'd rather literally jump off a cliff than have to deal with this. Wait a minute. And she like, looks out the window, and there's like the edge of the road, and then a cliff. Like a massive cliff. Now, Tessa knows that if she stays in the carriage, then she'll be a little pawn in Mortmain's games, and she doesn't want to help Mortmain's plans, you know? Like, she doesn't care what happens to herself. She just doesn't want to be the ruin of the Nephilim, as Mrs. Black called her. Mrs. Black's still going off about Will. She's like, yeah, he may have rescued you then, but no one's coming to rescue you now. And Tessa's like, then I guess I'll just have to rescue myself. And she throws her entire body weight against the carriage door, so the lock breaks and it bursts open, and she narrowly misses Mrs. Black's grasp and is thrown over the side of the cliff, and just wills the end to be quick. Rule number 3 of the Tessa Gray Self-Defense Handbook. When in doubt, tactical suicide. Kill yourself. Option 8. Tessa dies. Will and Jem are sad. This is the least likely option. Tessa's the main character. She's not gonna die. Or is she? But I remember being like shocked reading this scene. I was like, she's not gonna die. Like, she's the main character and we're only halfway through the book. But like, she also just literally jumped off a cliff. So like, how is she gonna survive that? And like, yeah, I don't know how she's like gonna survive that. Like, it could be anything. Like, I don't know, like maybe I don't know. And I was shook that like Tessa was willing to like die this gruesome death just to avoid Mortmain. Like, she's a bad like, I could never. Meanwhile, Will stopped at an inn and had like this nightmare that he was finally reunited with Tessa, but then she fell off a cliff. And he's like, I never believed in the prophetic meaning of dreams, but like, that was really ominous. And he doesn't know what he's gonna do when he finally reaches Tessa and has to explain to her why it was him who came to get her and not Jem. He thinks that even if she can never love him back, at least they can share their grief for Jem together and help each other through their sadness. And God, Will, you're talking about Jem as if he's already dead. He's not dying, guys. I don't care, he's not dying. So next scene, Gabriel and Cecily went to a shop to get some ingredients for some spells that Magnus is going to do to try and help Jem. Gabriel's like, she looks like Will, but she's pretty. But I want to punch Will's face, but I want to kiss her face. But she's really cool, but I hate Will. But like, I guess Will's not that bad. I mean, she's cool. There's this like one funny Tumblr post that was like, how pissed off do you think Will was when he found out Gabriel had a crush on his sister? And they were like, not as pissed off as Gabriel was when he realized he had a crush on Will's sister. And yeah, that sums everything up. He's like so down bad. It's so funny. So they go to this shop run by like a satyr named Mr. Sallows, and he hears Cecily call Gabriel Mr. Lightwood. And he's like, oh, you're Benedict Lightwood's son. I have something he ordered. And Gabriel's just like embarrassed because the name Lightwood used to be like a point of pride, but now it's shameful. This is not important, but I have the first edition of Clockwork Princess, and Cassie calls Gabriel Gideon twice in this scene. I don't know how it got through editing with like no one noticing, but I noticed. I did. But yeah, Mr. Sallows, the satyr, comes back and he's like, here's your father's order. And it's just like demon porn. Cecily looks at the drawing and she's like, surely that isn't possible. Off page, Gabriel ends up like chasing Mr. Salos into a river, trying to be chivalrous and like show off to Cecily. She's not impressed, but like she does think it's funny. And Gabriel's like, I don't think I'll ever understand the Herondales. Meanwhile, Gideon and Sophie are in the library looking through books, trying to find anything that can be useful to find a cure for Jem. Gideon had like really badly injured his leg in the battle, so he's not really able to get up and like get books, which is why he asked Sophie to help him. Not because he likes her company and like wants to spend time with her or anything. Cassie really paired off everyone in this series. Gideon and Sophie, Cecily and Gabriel, Magnus and Will, Brother Enoch and me. The important stuff from the scene is that Gideon finds out that Sophie wants to be a shadow hunter, but she never applied to be an ascendant because she didn't want Charlotte to think that she was like ungrateful for everything she's done for her. So she stayed as the institute maid. And she also tells him about how she got her scar from her like former employer. And then she's like, what? So now you're gonna say some dumb line about how you don't see my scar, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, no, I see it. But I'm a shadow hunter. We're a people of many scars. I see it, but it's part of what makes you beautiful. Like, I don't remember this book being this sappy. I can't believe I made my friends read this. I'm so embarrassed. I don't like this stuff, guys. Then there's a scene with Magnus and Henry working together in Henry's workroom, aka the crypt. Henry's like showing Magnus his different inventions, and they're like bouncing ideas off each other and getting along really well. He also shows Magnus this like glittery powder he made that's supposed to like help make ghosts visible. But Magnus is like, screw ghosts, I want to put this ish on me. Yes, Henry introduced Magnus to glitter. But yeah, Magnus is like impressed by Henry's stuff, and he's like, wow, I thought the Shadowhunters lacked imagination and were only good at having personal drama. I love him. But you proved me wrong. The other Shadowhunters must really respect you, huh? And Henry's like, actually the opposite. They hate me. And Magnus talks about how like everyone else in the world is moving forward and embracing change. Like the mundanes have been inventing all these new things. You know, it's like 1878 in this book. So like they're in the second industrial revolution right now. And you know, warlocks are always trying to like invent new spells. And yet the Shadowhunters just stay stuck in their ways and reject invention and progress. And that is an ongoing problem for the Shadowhunters that is pointed out over and over again in the books. The main casts in all of the trilogies are always going against the Clave because that's the only way to like actually improve the Shadow World and fix the problems that they have. So like, once again, the Clave. Anyways, then Henry shows Magnus the blueprints for the portal he's been working on, but he can't finish it with normal Shadowhunter runes. He needs magic, which Shadowhunters don't do. And Magnus is like, but I can do magic. So he's like, let's get started. Magnus and Henry teaming up is like the collab I never knew we needed. I don't know, they work well together, like it's an unexpected duo. And then there's a short scene from the shopkeeper's point of view. Once he got back from the river, Gabriel threw him in. But then he gets threatened by someone in a cloak, asking what the Shadowhunters are doing. Totally not going to be relevant. End of chapter 12. So, chapter 13. Tessa is currently falling from a cliff, in case you forgot. Any hope she had that like she could maybe possibly survive is broken when she sees that it's just a narrow stream and very jagged rocks at the bottom. She's like, cool, I'm dying. And then her clockwork angel necklace suddenly grows really big and uses its wings to fly and catch her. Angel Ex Machina. It's already happened twice. You guys probably remember the angel, right? You remember that it always seems to save her life when she's about to be killed. Does anyone have any theories about what might be in the necklace? I already know, so. Tessa's just like, how the fuck? Oh, I'm dead. And now I'm hallucinating that an angel is taking me to the afterlife. Obviously. And then her and the angel have like a rocky landing halfway into the stream, but Tessa's still alive and she's like, how am I still here? And the angel goes back to its normal pendant size and Tessa grabs it and she's like, cool, and collapses. Meanwhile, Sophie's watching over Jem. He's very feverish and suddenly wakes up like, Will? Is that you, Will? The parabatai line. The way the first thing he thought of when he came to consciousness after being passed out for so long was Will. He sees that it's Sophie, not Will, and he's like, oh, of course. Will went after Tessa. And he says that he can like feel the distance between him and Will, like a cord pulled taut, like the string. Yeah. And he says how it was so difficult to persuade Will to go. And it probably only worked because Will is also in love with Tessa. Sophie's like, you knew? I love that like everyone knew that Will was in love with Tessa and they just pretended not to notice because they were like loyal to Jem. Literally everyone but Jem knew. And Jem's like, I'm glad actually that Will loves her. After I'm gone, at least Will and Tessa can take care of each other. And Will says that Tessa doesn't love him, but he's so easy to love. And he gave her his whole heart. With time, I'm sure she'll love him too. You guys don't understand because like Will thinks that he's just like impossible to love, and Jem's like, no, he's so easy to love. Like that dynamic, it gets me. And Sophie just thinks about all the times she's seen Tessa cry, presumably over Will,
Hi,
but she like,
Churro.
tried to hide it. And so it was obvious to Sophie that Tessa also loved Will. But Jem sees Sophie's expression and he's like, so it's true then? Like, he had his suspicions too. And Sophie can't lie to Jem. So now Jem knows about Tessa's feelings too. I swear, this hurts. Like, he literally found out that his parabatai, like his best friend, was in love with like his literal fiance. And instead of being upset that like he confessed to her, he was just heartbroken for him because he was like, no, I want you to be happy too. Like, who the fuck actually, like, Jem, you deserve so much better.
And then I remember I know what you
He's,
look
dying.
like.
He's such a good
R.I.P.
person. It's not fair. Cut to Will and Balios. I swear to God, if it's pronounced Balios, I'm gonna freaking jump off the same cliff Tessa did. I finally looked it up. Apparently it's pronounced Balius and Xanthus, even though it's like with an O. Time to follow Rule 3 of the Tessa Gray Self-Defense Handbook. Cut to Will and Balios feeling tired and miserable in the rain. Will's like original burst of energy and adrenaline wore off, and now he's like, what am I doing? Why did I think I could find Tessa? And then he sees something on the side of the road, right at the edge of a cliff. He stops and sees that it's Tessa's jade necklace that Jem gave her. He's like, Tessa! But she's not there. At least not at the top of the cliff. Will's like, oh, maybe she like threw this out of the window so then I would find it and know that I'm headed in the right direction. He's like so confident that he's correct. It's like so funny. So he gets back on Balios with a renewed sense of hope and off he goes. Will, you idiot, I love you. Then we get a scene with Charlotte and Jem. She gives him the last of the Yin Fen from Mortmain. And Jem's kind of like saying his goodbye to Charlotte. Like, he's like, you're totally gonna be the new consul, Charlotte. I believe in you. And you'll make a great mother too. And he says that like Charlotte carries one of his few regrets. And she's like, what are you talking about? And he's like, I would have liked to see the baby. Don't talk to me. And Charlotte can't take it anymore, and I can't take it anymore. And she starts crying. She's like, don't give up, Jem. Like, we're all looking for a cure. Just hold on for a few more days. For me. My phone ran out of storage, but I didn't know because I'm using the back camera and I can't see the screen. And I already recorded the rest of the chapter, and now I have to re-record it. But yeah, Charlotte's like, please hang on a few more days. For me. And Jem says, I lived for you, and I lived for Will, and then I lived for Tessa. And for myself, because I wanted to be with her. But I cannot live for other people forever. No one can say that death found in me a willing comrade, or that I went easily. If you say you need me, I will stay as long as I can for you. I will live for you and yours, and go down fighting death until I am worn away to bone and splinters. But it would not be my choice. I'm not gonna get into just like how sad it is that Jem, like, he's tired. He's like, he's ready to go, you know? The only reason he was holding on was because of Will and Tessa, and like, I don't know, I guess he feels like they don't need him now. Like, it's so sad. They need you, Jem. And he says that he decided that he wants everyone to stop looking for a cure, because it's over now. Jem's going to... Jem's ready to... He's going to... He's not gonna die, Jem. You can't die. You really can't die. Meanwhile, Cecily and Gabriel just got back after a fun day of shopping and flirting. They don't know the vibes that are currently in the Institute right now. They're like joking, and then they arrive at the library where everyone's on the verge of tears because Charlotte just summoned the Silent Brothers, and Jem only has a few hours left before he... Anyways, so the Silent Brothers arrive along with sexy beast brother Enoch. Oh, brother Enoch, why are we only ever able to meet in the most dire of times? Huh? Cecily goes to hide in the training room, and then Gabriel shows up and he's like, oh, this is awkward. I was also planning to hide in the training room. And she's like, I wanted to say goodbye to Jem for Will's sake, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I'm a coward. And Gabriel's like, then I am too. And he like sits down next to her. And Cecily talks about how her and Gabriel aren't too different. Like they both had problems with their dads after their older brothers left and stuff. But Gabriel's like, no, you're brave. You chose to leave, but I stayed with my dad even after I knew he was wrong. And she's like, well, you were loyal to your family. That's not cowardice. And he's like, but is loyalty still a commendable quality when it's misdirected? And he like genuinely wants an answer from her. Cecily's like, I guess he just doesn't have anyone he can talk to. But she's like, I think people can have good intentions but make bad choices. And you just have to forgive and learn from your mistakes in the past and make good choices in the future. I came here because I thought that the Shadowhunters were monsters who took my brother. I believed it because my parents did. But we're not our parents, Gabriel. We don't have to carry the burden of their choices or their sins. You can make the Lightwood name shine again. You can be different from your father. And he's like, but how do you know I'll make the right decisions? And she's like, perhaps, Gabriel Lightwood. I have faith in you. And I don't know, I really like them. Like, I like that they both have certain similarities, but they're also kind of like foils of each other. And like, Gabriel has like the option to change and be better. And like, the console's like manipulating him, but like, I don't know. I like these books. It's not that deep. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14. This chapter is called Pair of a Tie. We're gonna have to whip out the tissues later, guys. Tessa, who reminder passed out after jumping off a cliff, wakes up to what sounds like Will yelling her name. But there's no way Will would be here. She's probably just dreaming. Cassandra Clare really enjoys torturing her readers, I swear to God. They were so close. Tessa's freezing from the cold, and also her clothes are all wet from like falling in the stream. But she decides to follow the stream because she knows that water will lead her to civilization. She like limps for hours until she finds this like small abandoned house. And there's like farming instruments, so she takes like a pitchfork in case she needs to defend herself and starts swinging. Because she knows Mortmain will still be looking for her, even if Mrs. Black might think she's dead. Because if anyone knows what that clockwork angel can do, it's Mortmain. She knows it's smarter to stay awake, but she's exhausted and ends up falling asleep. Meanwhile, Will traveled until he got to an inn that's like run by downworlders. There's a pack of werewolves there, specifically Wolsey Scott and his pack of werewolves. So at dinner, Will writes a letter to Charlotte saying he found Tessa's jade necklace that Jem gave her and that they can maybe track her with it, and hopefully it'll prove to the consul that Mortmain is indeed in Caderadris, since he's leading Tessa there. And then they can send a whole army of Shadowhunters to go fight Mortmain and his automatons. Cause reminder, even if Will does get to Tessa and finds her, there's still gonna be a whole automaton army lurking there. Will pays someone to make sure the letter is sent, and then suddenly he feels this sharp pain in his chest. If you or a loved one suffers from mesothelioma, no, I'm joking. Time to break out the sad music, guys. Put on some sad girl music like Mitski or Leve or Lana Del Rey or Taylor Swift or Pitbull. Just put any sad song in the background that you like. Let's cry together. Will like drops his glass and stumbles outside, and everyone's like, what's up with that guy? But he can't even focus on anything because the pain is just so extreme. He had already been feeling that tightness in his chest from being away from Jem, you know, like that cord pulled taut that Jem was describing. And then it relaxes for a second, and Will was like, oh, maybe it was just because I missed Jem. But then the cord snaps. I can't do it. I can't do it. I hate this. This dying. Yeet.
This
Will like
bitch
falls to his
dying.
knees in extreme pain, and then he realizes that his parabatai rune is bleeding, and he watches as it fades from black to silver, and it says, Jem was dead. This is such a fun book, guys. It's so fun. Cassandra, what the fuck? I didn't think you were actually gonna kill him. Cassandra, when I catch you. When I catch you, Cassandra. Cassandra, when I catch you. When I catch you, Cassandra. Cassandra, when I catch you. I was reading this part while I was in my 7th grade social studies class, and I was like trying to hide the book with my binder so no one could see I was reading, silently crying in the middle of class. And my teacher like definitely knew I wasn't paying attention, but I was a goody two-shoes gifted kid, so I got away with breaking the rules sometimes. But yeah, you don't know pain until you're crying in the middle of class over a fictional character. Am I supposed to move him to Team Dead now? I don't think I can do it. This is literally the worst. It literally feels illegal having Jem in Team Dead, but not fucking Mrs. Black. I don't want him to be in Team Dead. He's next to Benedict the Worm. Oh, like, we didn't see a body, so like he could still be alive. Like, we don't know. Like, he could still be alive. But also the only reason that Will's parabatai rune would fade was if Jem died. So I guess then he's dead. Well, that settles it. He's still alive. So Will just sits on the ground out in the rain for he doesn't even know how long. And then Woolsey's pack of werewolves show up, and they're like, you stupid Nephilim are the reason that Mortmain. I don't know why I decided that they have a bad New York accent. They're like, you stupid Nephilim are the reason that Mortmain targeted us werewolves, and half our pack died from the Yin Fen. They like slam Will against a wall, and Will thinks, did they really think that they could hurt him after what he had lost? For years it had been his absolute truth. Jem and Will and Jem. Will Herondale lives, therefore Jem Carstairs lives also. Cassandra, would I catch you? Would I catch you, Cassandra? Cassandra, would I catch you? I really just let Cassandra Clare, like, bully me. Like, I read her books, and she bullies me, and I just let her, because I love her books. The amount of trauma this woman has given me. And the werewolves are angry with Will, and Will's upset, so he tries to provoke them. And then a fight breaks out, and then he sees that they have knives, and he realizes that they didn't come here to pick a fight. They came there to kill him. And for a second, he wants to let them. The one, like, goes to stab him, and Will's like, if I just don't move, then, like, I won't have to deal with this anymore. It would be relief from all of this. But then he, like, thinks of Tessa, and he's like, no, like, I can't give up now. And he's being a bit of an edgelord right now. So he, like, gets one of the daggers from the werewolves and like starts going sicko mode and like fights them. It's like 5 against 1, but he's like winning. He ends up like killing one of them, knocking out 2 others, and he's like, again, like fight me again. And then Woolsey Scott shows up and like breaks up the fight, and Will's like I was winning. He's so ridiculous. Woolsey's like, Will, you idiot. I guess this means your Parabatai is dead then? And Will's like not ready to hear those words that like his Parabatai is dead. And the battle was a nice distraction for him. But now he has to face reality, which is that Jem is gone. Woolsey's like, and so now you're trying to get yourself killed because of it, Nephilim boy? Is that what's going on? Will's like, maybe I am. Woolsey's like, is that how you respect his memory? Will's like, what does it matter? He's dead. He won't know what I do or don't do. Woolsey's like, my brother's dead. I still struggle to fulfill his wishes, to continue the Praetor Lupus in his memory, and to live as he would have had me live. Do you think I would have been in this ugly inn, watching some annoying shadow hunter brat destroy more of my diminished pack, if it weren't for the fact that I serve a greater purpose than my own desires and sorrows? And so do you, shadow hunter. So do you. And Will's just like, oh god. What do I do now? And Woolsey says, do what your brother would have wanted. And that is the end of chapter 14, and also the end of this video. Just kidding. I won't leave you guys on that note. I will instead include the next scene with Will in the next chapter, because it'll help with the sad vibes. Put on another sad song. I highly recommend Here With Me by, I think it's pronounced David. This song. This is the Infernal Devices anthem, in my opinion. So in the next scene with Will, he like wakes up under a tree on the side of the road. After the fight last night, he took his things from the inn and just rode off with Belios until he was so exhausted that he literally fell off the horse and crawled off the road into the field on the side of the road. And now it's like bright sunlight outside, and instead of feeling the pain from last night, he just feels a hollowness. And he looks down and sees his Parabatai rune, how it's not black like an active rune anymore, but the silvery white of a faded rune. And it says, for years now, this mark and Jem's presence had been all Will had in his life to assure him that he was loved by anybody. All that he'd had to know that he was real and existed. He traced his fingers over the edges of the faded Parabatai rune. He had thought he would hate the sight of it in sunlight, but he found to his surprise that he didn't. He was glad the Parabatai rune had not simply vanished off his skin. A mark that spoke of loss was still a mark, a remembrance. You could not lose something you never had. And he takes out his silver dagger that Jem had given him. I'm just joking. I gotta lighten the mood somehow. I have this dagger. It's got a blue gem on it. Blue, just like the color of Will's eye. But yes, he takes Jem's dagger and cuts his palm and lets the blood drip into the earth and the roots of the big great oak tree he's under. And he like kneels on the ground and plunges the dagger into the dirt and has his own like little ceremony to remember Jem. He's like, James Carstairs. And he doesn't know what to say. It says, it was always this way. When he needed words the most, he could not find them. And it says, I used the dagger as a bookmark. I don't know if you guys can tell from my face, but I had to keep re-recording this part because I kept crying. But I've just like accepted now that I'm not going to be able to record this without crying. I told you before, Jem, that you would not leave me, Will said, his bloody hand on the hilt of the dagger. And you are still with me. When I breathe, I will think of you, for without you, I would have been dead years ago. This is so embarrassing. When I wake up and when I sleep, when I lift up my hands to defend myself, or when I lie down to die, you will be with me. You say we were born and born again. I say there is a river that divides the dead and the living. What I do know is that if we are born again, I will meet you in another life. And if there's a river, you will wait on the shores for me to come to you so that we can cross together. This is so embarrassing. Will took a deep breath and let go of the knife. The cut on his palm was already healing, the result of the half-dozen ratsies on his skin. You hear that, James Carstairs? We are bound, you and I, over the divide of death, down through whatever generations may come. Forever. He rose to his feet and looked down at the knife. The knife was Jem's. The blood was his. This spot of ground, whether he could ever find it again, whether he lived to try, would be theirs. He turned to walk toward Balios, toward Wales and Tessa. He did not look back. I feel like I didn't talk enough about how Jem is literally so selfless. He actually not only was okay with the idea that Will and Tessa are actually in love with each other, but was like glad because it meant that they could take care of each other. I swear, he never thinks about himself. And it's like really sad. Also, why is everyone in Team Dead looking that way? So I've been trying to film this outro and I just don't know what to say. You guys know me, I talk for hours. The raw footage for like the Clockwork Angel video was like 12 hours before I cut it down. So I don't really have much to say except for that was sad. This book's sad. And believe it or not, that's actually not the part that I cry the most at. You're probably like, what are you talking about? Like, Jem already died. Like, it can't get worse than that. And that's where you're wrong, buddy. Like, yeah, it actually gets worse. The last like chunk of the book, non-stop tears. So we have that to look forward to. Now, I'm sure some of you guys are like, that wasn't that bad. Like, it wasn't that sad. But like, you're watching this funny little video. When you're actually reading the book, it's terrible. It just hits you so much harder. I wish I had something funny to say, but like, I really don't. I'm gonna be posting some bloopers and stuff to lighten the mood, so you can watch that after this. And I guess I'll see you guys next year, whenever the next video's done. Sorry! If I have to suffer, so do you. So if you thought the end of the last video was bad, honey, you've got a big storm coming. Last where we left off, I don't even know what to start with. Last where we left off, Tessa was taken by the Dark Sisters. She jumped off a cliff to escape them, but she survived with her Clockwork Angel necklace. Jem, on his deathbed, asked Will to go after Tessa, so he did, and then Jem died. It's fine. And then we had a heartfelt goodbye from Will, both when he left Jem to go after Tessa, and then also when Jem died. How many times must Will say goodbye to Jem, Cassandra? How many times? Anyways, here we go. The end of the Infernal Devices. It's been a journey. Chapter 15. So where we last saw Tessa, she was asleep in that abandoned cottage that she found after jumping off a literal cliff. She had a dream about Jem, and then it turns into a nightmare where Will is like bleeding out from a wound on his chest. Totally random, unrelated to anything that just recently happened with Will and blood on his chest. She wakes up and she's like, what does this dream mean? And it says, was Jem ill? Was Will's life in danger? Not either of them, she prayed silently. Please, let me die before harm comes to either of them. First of all, the fact that they all would give their own life for the other two, but second of all, like, she doesn't know. She doesn't know. But she misses the Institute gang. It feels like home in a way that her home in New York never did. And then she hears a scraping noise and she's like, oh shoot, they found me. She's like, okay, automatons are like really dumb, like they can be tricked. There's this hand-quilted blanket and she uses it to transform into the woman who presumably made the blanket and used to own the house. She goes into the main room of the cottage where there's this creepy little automaton and Tessa's like, who's here breaking into my house? Then Mrs. Black shows up and Tessa's like, who are you? Get your friend out of here. And she does pretty good and like almost fools Mrs. Black. But then Mrs. Black sees that she's still wearing the Clockwork Angel necklace. Tessa starts swinging at the automaton, but then a bunch more show up, so she's taken again. It was a good try. I think she did as good as anyone could have in that situation. Meanwhile, Charlotte sent a letter to the consul, basically being like, listen, this is what Will told me. We have to send an army to Cateradris to fight Mortmain. And the consul's like, you, I'm the consul. Like, I don't care what Will Herondale says. Him, we hate him. He's a liar, blah, blah, blah. Charlotte's like, I am going to murder that motherfucking son of a Mickey Mouse cock-a-doodle-doo. She's like walking down the hall and passes Jem's room. And it's just like stripped of all of its possessions as if no one lived there at all. And it's like, she's just like holding back tears like, Raziel, did I do the right thing? And it's like, it hurts. Jem being gone hurts. But then she gets a visitor, and it's Starkweather. Apparently his first name's pronounced Aloysius, which is stupid. I was pronouncing it Aloysius, because like that's how it's spelled. Like just look the other way, guys. Just look the other way. So basically Starkweather's like, this is important. It's about Mortmain and Tessa Gray. And he talks about his granddaughter, Adele, and how when she was born, she was a healthy baby and everyone loved her. But then one day his daughter-in-law like freaked out and said her baby was gone and this new sickly baby wasn't hers. And they were like, what are you talking about? This is literally your kid. It looks just like her. And she was like, no, I know my child. This isn't my child. And everyone was like, okay, whatever. And they ignored it until it was time for Adele to get her first marks. And as you remember from the prologue, putting runes on her killed her. And then Starkweather realized that his daughter-in-law was right, and that the kid they raised for all those years wasn't Adele. And then he heard a rumor about some fairies and downworlders boasting about how they had stolen a Starkweather baby and switched it for a sickly mundane one. Kind of like fairy changelings, where they like steal healthy human babies and raise them as their own and like switch it out with like a sickly fairy baby. Oh, what's this on the board about Tessa not being a changeling? Interesting. But yeah, instead it was a shadow hunter and mundane switch. Because the downworlders wanted revenge against Starkweather for being racist and still taking spoils even after the accords were signed. And Starkweather spent years trying to figure out what happened to his granddaughter. And he never got concrete evidence until one day Tessa showed up at the York Institute looking exactly like his daughter-in-law. Remember when Tessa changed into Starkweather and he was like so surprised to see her? I told you we would address it. So Starkweather interrogated a fairy today. Remember Mr. Salos, the shopkeeper who got thrown in the river? Really wasn't having a good day. But yeah, Starkweather threatened Mr. Salos until he told him the whole story, that Adele died when they put marks on her because she was a human who was switched. And his biological granddaughter was raised by that mundane family and eventually married a man named Richard Gray. You already know. So yeah, Tessa's mom, Elizabeth, was actually a Starkweather. And Tessa is Starkweather's great-granddaughter. Starkweather also says that Mortmain found out about Elizabeth, this, shadow hunter who was unmarked, and like realized that she could be useful for his plans. Because remember, Mortmain said that he made Tessa. So like, he purposely sought out Elizabeth's husband, Tessa's dad, and hired him. And then had the shapeshifter demon turn into Elizabeth's husband, so that he could produce the child of a shadow hunter and demon. And then Charlotte's like, that's not possible, like the baby would be stillborn. And Starkweather's like, even if the shadow hunter was unmarked? And Charlotte's like, I don't know, like it's never happened before. Mystery solved, guys. There is more to it, but like at least we know confirmation about what Tessa is and her connection to Starkweather. And Starkweather's like, that fairy said that Tessa is the key to Mortmain's plans. There's something even beyond her shape-shifting powers that's going to allow Mortmain to destroy the Nephilim. You have to tell the council. They think I'm crazy, so they won't listen to what I say, but they'll listen to you. And Charlotte's like, they literally hate me too. Like, I don't know what you think I can do, but like, continue. Starkweather's like, I know we hate each other, but I came to you with this because even if they fight Mortmain to protect themselves, I don't trust the council with Tessa. She's got demon blood, and I know how they treat downworlders. I also treated downworlders badly in the past. I've done a lot of bad things, but I want to make this right. Tessa has my blood in her veins, even if she also has a demon's blood. I want to help. All I ask is when you find Tessa, which you will, tell her she's welcome to the name of Starkweather. Which, I don't know, like, it's kind of sweet. Like, I mean, he was a bad person before, but like, he's woke now. I don't know, the first time I read it, I thought it was like a pretty cool, like, twist, like her being Starkweather's great-granddaughter. Like, he's enough in the background where you don't really pay attention to him and like forget about like the weird moments with him. I put him up on the board, so you guys probably kept thinking of him, and like I made a point to like include him in the video, so like you knew he was going to be important. I'm sure plenty of people like put 2 and 2 together the first time they read it, but like I was 13, didn't figure it out. I was like, what? I like how it all ended up like tying together. I don't know, I do end up kind of feeling bad for Starkweather, even though he's like done some bad things in the past. Like, I guess that's pretty privilege for you. It's because he's hot. No, I'm joking. He's a gilf. A double G gilf. Then we get a scene. Where is he? Oh, I forgot to like put the things back. Just ignore that the yarn was in the wrong spot this whole time. Then we get a scene of Gabriel writing a letter to the consul because he was listening to the entire conversation with Starkweather and Charlotte, and he's telling the consul everything. What the Gabriel? Like, literally, what the And then he thinks of Charlotte saying, like, don't make me regret that I trusted you. And he's like, no, I can't betray her. Like, imagine what the look on her face would be when she realized what I'd done. The look on Gideon's face. Cecily. And then he's like, no, don't think about Cecily, and like finishes writing the letter. Gabriel, how could you? You know what, Gabriel? You're going into timeout this instant. Sit in the corner and think about what you've done. Hopefully you guys can still see him. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16. This chapter is called The Clockwork Princess. Roll credits. Charlotte sends a letter to the consul basically saying, Dear Consul Wayland, Mortmain's planning on using Tessa to destroy the Nephilim. We are at war with Mortmain. You need to get over yourself and send an army to Caderadris before we all die. Yours sincerely, and in sincere distress, Charlotte Branwell, future consul, on her way to take your job. Then we get a scene of Tessa waking up in this windowless stone room that looks like it was carved out of a cave. Yeah, she's in Caderadris. She's in the mountain. There's like a door on the far wall, and she tries to go to it, but there's this invisible barrier that like stretches from floor to ceiling, wall to wall. She hears, Don't bother, there's no way to escape. And it's Mortmain. We literally haven't seen him since the end of Clockwork Angel. Like, isn't that crazy? We talk about him a lot, but like, we haven't seen him. He's literally just been like sneaking in the shadows this whole time. Nice to see you, buddy. Just kidding, I literally hate you. He's like, yeah, don't worry. Like, you can't get out, but I also can't get in without undoing the spell, which takes a while. I wanted you to feel safe, so... Tessa's like, are you kidding me? You literally just kidnapped me. He ignores this. He's like, sorry about your brother. I didn't mean for him to die, but like, what can you do? She's like, bullshit. Like, his death was all your fault. He was just a boy. Mortmain's like, yeah? Well, I was just a boy when I had my tragic backstory too, so... And Tessa's like, yeah, I know all about your backstory. And he just kind of rehashes the story. How his warlock parents were so loving, and his dad, John Thaddeus Shade, made the automatons, and then his parents got murdered. And you know, their remains got like taken for spoils, which does suck. Tessa's like, yeah, I mean, I would be pissed off if someone like took my dad's skull and my mom's blood as like a prize. But she thinks of Jem and how all this terrible stuff happened to him, and yet he was still such a good, kind person. Tessa's like, yeah, just because you have a tragic backstory doesn't mean you get to kill everyone. Mortmain's like, yeah, anyways, my clockwork army will be invincible once we have the final piece of the puzzle, which is, let me guess, it's me, is you. Soldier boy, tell him. No. He explains that Tessa's half demon, half shadow hunter, and Tessa's like, that's not possible. And he's like, it is possible, okay? It's the runes affecting the shadow hunter blood that kills the baby. Your mom didn't have any marks. And pay attention, he also explains that his dad was also the one who made the Clockwork Angel necklace. And inside the necklace is the bit of a spirit of an angel. Who would have thought? It's really rare. Something his dad got back during the Crusades. It was originally meant to be a gift for Mortmain's
Looks
mom,
awesome
and it
already,
was
so
tuned
proud.
to her
Thank
life so that anytime her life was in
you.
danger, the angel would intervene and protect her. Which on a side note is like such a cute gift. Like warlocks marrying each other is like really rare. Because like how can you say you're gonna be with someone for the rest of eternity? But the Shades loved each other so much that they got married despite being immortal. And he made this incredibly powerful gift to make sure she would never get hurt so that they could like stay together forever. Like he may have been doing illegal necromancy shit, but like John Thaddeus Shade was a romantic. He never got to finish making the necklace because of the whole getting murdered by Shadowhunters thing. And then after the raid against his parents, fairies were the one who helped Mortmain to escape and hide from the Shadowhunters. And then in return, he helped the fairies and presumably did his little automaton trick to go into the York Institute and do the little baby switcheroo with Adele. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. So now we know the full story. Okay, on a side note, Cassandra Clare really loves having one character explain the story to you, and then another character explaining the other side of the story, sometimes like one right after the other, and it's like kind of overkill. But like it also makes these books really easy to read, and you don't have to worry about forgetting things, so like, I'll take it. I'm not complaining. And Mortmain says how he watched Elizabeth through all those years, and eventually had that shapeshifter demon father Tessa. Tessa's like, how could you do that to my mother? And he's like, if it makes you feel better, it was like a really powerful demon, a greater demon. Most of them were fallen angels once, so like, you're welcome. Which I never really thought about much until certain books came out, and then we learned more about that. Those who know. I didn't think her demon ancestry was going to be relevant until it was. And that's a common thing that happens in these books. Cassie likes to keep us on our toes. But yeah, Mortmain worked for years finishing the Clockwork Angel, and then once Tessa was conceived, he had it tuned to her life instead. And of course, her mom realized that something was wrong with the pregnancy and that it wasn't a normal child. And Mortmain was like, this necklace will protect you and the baby. You must always wear it. So Elizabeth did. And the combination of Elizabeth being unmarked and the angel protecting Tessa allowed Tessa to not be stillborn. And Tessa thinks of all the times she almost died and it saved her life. And she's like, oh, that makes sense. Wait, why didn't you have it like protect me against getting tortured and severely injured? Like you let the Dark Sisters torture me for months. I'm not forgiving you for that. I need Mrs. Black's severed head. He's like, oh, well, look. And he pulls out Mrs. Black's severed head. He's like, I killed her to prove my sincerity to you. This is no longer relevant. Yeet. Oh my god, he landed perfectly on my bed. Back to Team Dead where you belong. I'm normal. He's like, anyway, normally warlocks can't have kids, but you're this new race, and I studied up, and you should be able to have kids. I made you for 2 reasons. One of those reasons is so we could breed a new race of magical beings, and it's gonna be great, really cool. She's like, you want me to breed your freaking children? What the f is wrong with you? And Mortmain's like, don't worry, I'm an honorable man. Like, I won't force you to have my children without marrying you first. Of course, I'd like to have your willing participation, but it's not necessary. Ew, thanks, I hate it. Tessa's all like, honor? Like, you're literally the worst. And it says, I'm reading from the book, she thought of Jem again, the way he never railed against his fate, but faced it down bravely. She thought of Charlotte, who wept over Jessamine's death, though Jessie had betrayed her, and she thought of Will, who had laid down his heart for her and Jem to walk upon, because he loved them more than he loved himself. And she's like, there's human goodness in the world, but like, Mortmain will never see it. She says, you have no feelings, Mr. Mortmain, no empathy for anyone. If I had not known it before, it would have been made abundantly clear when you tried to use James Carstairs' illness to force me to come here. Though he is dying because of you, he wouldn't allow me to come, wouldn't take your yin fen. That's how good people behave. Okay. Call him out, Tessa. He's like, oh, so I didn't misjudge you. Like you were willing to give yourself up out of love for that shadow hunter. And he says that the second reason he made Tessa was for her powers. Because unlike other shapeshifters, she can like become that person. And he wants her to use his dad's pocket watch and turn into his dad so that he can speak with him one last time. Totally not for any other reason that has anything to do with his plans. And Mortmain says if she does do it, he'll send all of the yin fen he has to Jem to save him. Tessa's like, there's no point, he won't take it. And Mortmain's like, but you're no longer a condition of the drug. You're here already, why wouldn't he take it? So, what do you say? Tessa, babe, don't do it. You know better than this. She doesn't know. She doesn't know. Cut to Will. He finally made it to Wales. He's been barely taking any breaks, and him and Balius, how do you pronounce it? And him and Balius are exhausted. And they just kind of collapse out of exhaustion. Balius is like, nay, I'm tired of this, Grandpa. And Will's like, that's too damn bad. Just kidding. He's like, I'm sorry, Balius. Like, oh. And the farmland of Wales is like really pretty and reminds Will of his childhood. And Will's feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. And he thinks about how when he first found out the curse was fake, before he had learned about Tessa and Jem's engagement, he like thought about how he wanted to bring Tessa to Wales to like show her all the places he loved growing up. And like, it's so cute. But that feels like a dumb little fantasy now, because Tessa's in Wales and all that's gonna happen is more people are gonna die. And Will's like, I'm probably gonna be one of them. Hey. They're like on this hill and like Will limps to the top and sees there's a tiny little village in the valley beneath the hill. So he's like, cool, we'll stop there. Cut back to Tessa. She finally agrees to change into Mortmain's dad because like it could save Jem. She doesn't know. And even though Mortmain is the literal worst, Tessa understands the way he thinks well enough to know that Mortmain doesn't have a reason not to send the yin fen, so she believes he'll actually do it. So she takes the watch, changes into John Thaddeus Shade, and it's so powerful that she doesn't even have control over herself or the change. And she's like, wait a minute, like this isn't right, like something's not right. Mortmain's like, my father, no. Mortmain's like, father, I have the Pixis box. Remember the Pixis box he stole from the Institute in book 1? I know how to open it now, but I still need the binding spell. Write it down for me. And Tessa's like, oh, fucked up shit, and tries to stop the change. She's struggling to take control of her body, but John Thaddeus Shade won't let her. But despite her best efforts to stop, she writes down the binding spell, and Mortmain can finally do it. She's like, oh god, what have I done? I do agree that that's like one dumb thing that Tessa did, but like, she did it to save Jem. She doesn't know. But also I'm sure Mortmain would have like tortured her until she did it anyways. So like, at least she won't be injured during the inevitable final battle. I'm just trying to justify Tessa's actions because like, I like her. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17. This is a long chapter. This scene, peak Gabriel angst. So Charlotte calls Gabriel to the drawing room, and she's like stressed out because the consul's not listening to her about Mormine. But Charlotte's like, oh, enough about my problems. That's not why I called you here. I wanted to talk to you because I didn't want you to think I forgot about you and your situation. Gabriel's like, my situation? She's like, I'm sure you're still grieving your father. You've had to deal with a lot these past few weeks, and I want to make sure you're okay. He's like, after everything? Like Tessa and Will and Jem and Jessamine? After your household's been cut nearly in half, you want me to know that you haven't forgotten about me? Listen, Charlotte's like so kind, like how could you not love her? And Gabriel was spying on her. He's like, no, you can't be worried about me. This is you trying to check my loyalties, seeing if I'm loyal to my father still. Well, my mother died and Gideon left and Tatiana's a fool, and all I had was my dad. It was just the two of us. And I know you expect me to hate him, but and his like voice cracks. Charlotte's like, loved him? That's okay. I remember your family when you were young. And you know, if it makes you feel better, I think your father loved you too. And Gabriel's like, it doesn't matter, because I killed him. Charlotte's like, no, you didn't. That wasn't your father. He's like, if that wasn't my father, then where is he? Where's my dad? And like, 1 second. Where's my father? No. And he felt Charlotte reach up to draw him down, to embrace him as a mother would, holding him as he choked dryly against her shoulder, tasting tears in his throat, but unable to shed them. Where's my father? He said again. And when she tightened her hold on him, he felt the iron in her grip, the strength of her holding him up, and wondered how he had ever thought this small woman was weak. Word. It's so good. I'm a sucker for the found family trope. And then the fact that the last scene we had of Gabriel was him writing a letter to betray Charlotte makes this hurt so much more. And like, Charlotte cares about all these guys and worries about them, but like, she's arguably dealt with the most loss out of everyone in this book. And like, who's worried about her well-being, huh? On this channel, we love and respect Charlotte Fairchild. So, next scene. The remaining members of the Institute gang are at breakfast. Charlotte gets a letter from the consul responding to what she said regarding what Starkweather told her. The consul's basically like, if you tell all the other Nephilim about how we have to march to Cader, I will consider it insubordination and remove you as head of the Institute. So like, f you. Henry is like, the consul. How dare he treat you like that, Charlotte? You're so much smarter than him and better than him. Charlotte's like, I don't know, maybe I am stupid and crazy and don't know what I'm talking about. And Cecily's like, no, you're not. He's in Cader, I know it. And Gideon's like, I believe you, Cecily. It's just, we can't do anything or get help from the Clave without the consul's approval. On a side note, I love how like none of these guys look down on Cecily for being the youngest or being a girl. I don't know, I love these characters so much. Like, they're a family, okay? Meanwhile, Gabriel's been looking sick this entire morning. Feeling guilty, are we, Lightwood? Henry says that the portal's almost done, and then they can send an army to Cader. But Charlotte's like, what army? There's no one else but us. And if we go against the consul and lose the Institute, how will we have any power or resources to protect Will and Tessa? Gabriel's like, no, I won't stay silent anymore. And he like stands up and is like, I have something to say. The day the consul talked to Gideon and I, he threatened us until we agreed to spy on you. Henry, who's normally so kind, so soft-hearted, doesn't get angry, stands up ready to fight Gabriel. And Gabriel's like, wait. And he explains how they only told the consul dumb stuff, and then the consul gave up after 2 letters. Sophie's like, it's true. Sorry for not telling you, Charlotte, but like, no harm was done. And Gideon's like, please don't blame Sophie. She just didn't want to hurt you, Charlotte. But like, after those 2 letters, the consul gave up, so... And Gabriel's like, actually he didn't. He asked me to spy instead, and I said I'd do it. Gideon is like, Gabriel, you fucking idiot. Poor guy. Let me tell you, this guy, he was in Spain, but now he's in And Gabriel explains how he wrote the letter about Starkweather, but then he ended up not sending it. So he didn't actually betray her. Gotcha. That's why I put him back. I was like, he didn't do anything wrong. Free my man. I'll put Cecily back, Gabriel. I'll put her back. There you go. You guys can be in love again. He has this cute little speech about how he was wrong about Charlotte, and he put his blood above all else, above Shadowhunter principles. But unlike his dad, Charlotte actually lives by those Shadowhunter principles and is a good person and a good Shadowhunter. And he's like, I can't take back what I've done in the past. I don't know how I can make up to you all of the things I've done, but I can tell you that the consul will never agree to any plan you come up with because he's afraid of your authority. So there's no point in trying to get his approval. And even though he was the one who had appointed you to the Institute, it's only because he thought women were weak and easily manipulated. But then you were actually good at your job, and he wants you gone. To the point he wanted me to come up with a lie just to get rid of you. Feminist icon, Gabriel Lightwood. Also though, the way he's like, you know, I can't take back what I did in the past, but I can make better choices in the future, like, That's what he talked about with Cecily. Like, he listened to her. I love them. I love the ship. I don't know. I love the ship. Cecily's like, I know why the consul hates Charlotte so much. Because she's able to get loyalty from people in the way the consul never could. And Charlotte's like, you know what? Clave, fuck the consul. We do what we want. I love it. The moral of every Shadowhunter book is fuck the government. And I think that's beautiful. So Charlotte's like, who cares if we lose the Institute? Saving Will and Tessa is more important. We just have to make sure we do our plan before the consul finds out. So we're gonna stage a coup. Let's go. I'm gonna illegally send a message to the entire clave saying, yo, let's go fight Mortmain. I mean, surely some of them will join us. The portal will be finished tomorrow, and then we can all go and fight Mortmain. They're all like, that's great. But also, there's only like 6 of us Shadowhunters. Like, this is kind of a mission. And Sophie's like, but there's 9 fighters. Bridget, Cyril, and I would all be willing to fight too. And Charlotte's like, but it's not safe. You're not a Shadowhunter. I can't ask that of you. And Gideon's like, Sophie has a natural talent. Even if she's not a Shadowhunter, she's good enough to be one. I think she should be able to ascend. Charlotte's like, is that what you want, Sophie? To ascend? Sophie's like, yeah, it is. But you've been so kind to me, Charlotte. I can't just abandon you to ascend. And Charlotte's like, dude, I can find another maid. I can't find another Sophie. If that's what you want, I'll make sure you're able to do it. When we return, and everyone's like, oh, if we return. She's like, no, when we return, I'll put you forward for ascension. Although the clave will probably like get rid of me, so. Gideon's like, it's okay, I'll also put in my good word for you. After all, I have my father's friends on the council. They're loyal to my family, so they'll listen to me. And besides, how else will we get married? I love this book. Gabriel's like, what? Everyone's like, Henry's like, married? You're marrying your father's friends on the council? Which one? I love these books. Poor Gideon is like, wait, I didn't mean like, Sophie, wait, I didn't mean it like, guys, wait, I was in Spain. Sophie's like,
I was in Spain.
Cecily's like, okay, everybody get out of the room. Come on, let's go. Gideon like turns to leave with everyone, and she's like, not you. She's like, but yes, you, Gabriel, come on. And like pulls him out of the room by the collar of his jacket. I really needed that funny scene. Like, this book is so sad. So the sweet funny moments like really help make up for it. So Charlotte and Henry go to write the letter to every member of the clave. And Cecily's like, I'm not leaving. Like, this is gonna be so good. So she like puts her ear to the door to try to listen in on the conversation. Gabriel's just like leaning against the wall, stressed. He's like, you really shouldn't be eavesdropping. Which, like, coming from you, Gabriel? For real? She's like, it's your brother, don't you want to know? He's like, fine, I do. And he like draws this rune on his hand and like puts his hand against the door. She's like, wait, you can hear them? That's not fair. He's listening like, it's all very romantic. Or it would be if my brother could get a word in without sounding like a choking frog. He's not very good at wooing women. Neither are you, Gabriel. I love that the Lightwoods have this like reputation of being this like powerful snobby family, but Gideon and Gabriel are just like these like really shy, nervous dudes. I don't know. Cecily's like, why are you being so difficult about this? Is it because Sophie's a servant? He's like, no, Sophie's pretty amazing. She'll be a good Shadowhunter when she ascends and help bring our family honor. Angel knows we need it. Cecily's like, you'll bring your family honor too. What you just did, confessing to Charlotte, that took courage. He just like looks at her a moment and then like holds out his hand and he's like, take my hand. You'll be able to hear what's going on in the dining room. So she does, and it's like really cute. I don't know, like I love this ship so much. I don't know. Meanwhile, in the dining room, my boy Gideon is struggling. He's like, my dear Miss Collins. So she's like, this is quite unexpected. He's like, is it? Surely you must have been able to see the respect and esteem I had for you. The admiration. She's like, admiration?
Yes, Pookie,
Like,
I know.
wait,
I
let
love
me
you.
try again.
I love you. I'm
My dear
sorry.
Miss Collins, it is true that my feelings for you, I'm reading from the book, it is true that my feelings for you go far beyond admiration. I would describe them as the most ardent affection. Your kindness, your beauty, your generous heart, they have quite overset me, and it is to that alone that I can ascribe my behavior of this morning. I do not know what came over me to speak the dearest wishes of my heart aloud. Please do not feel obligated to accept my proposal simply because it was public. Any embarrassment over the matter would and should be mine. She's like, what proposal? Like, you haven't proposed. He's like, what? She's like, you announced your intention to marry me, but you didn't propose. A proposal is when you ask me. Meanwhile, Gabriel's having the time of his life. He's like, ha, that's putting my brother in his place. Gideon is like, oh, okay, then I shall propose. And the poor guy looks terrified. His like hands are shaking as he takes hers. Sophie's just like, wow, I love this idiot. Like, he's like, 1 second, let's read the sappy proposal. It's cute. He's like, again, he's like, my dear Miss Collins, he's so funny. Please forgive me for my untoward outburst. It is simply that I have such strong esteem. No, not esteem. Adoration for you that I feel as if it must blaze for me every moment of the day. Sorry, it's so sappy, but I love it. Ever since I came to this house, I have been struck more forcibly each day by your beauty, your courage, and your nobility. It is an honor I could never deserve, but most earnestly aspire to, if you could only be mine. That is, if you would consent to be my wife. But like, I love how in his proposal he like talks about how he like looks up to her and how she's like brave and noble and like a good fighter. Like, these guys drink their respect women juice, okay? She's like, did you practice that beforehand? He's like, no, it was spontaneous. And she's like, well, it was very good. And she says she loves him and that she'll marry him, and it's like really cute. And then Bridget sings a song with the line like, Tuesday they were wed, by Friday they were dead. And Sophie's like, excuse me, I have to go murder the cook. Leave Bridget alone, she's my queen. Cecily's like, oh, that was so romantic. And like Gabriel like looks down at her and smiles. And normally he looks like super serious, but when he smiles, it like softens his whole face. And she's like, wow, he looks really cute. And it's like so cute. He's like, are you crying? She's like, what? No. I love that Cecily is like this cool, badass character who eats danger for breakfast. But like, she also has a soft side. Like, she wants someone to look at her the way Henry looks at Charlotte. And she likes romance. And I just think that's cute. I love serious, badass characters who have like soft sides. Like, that's peak character in my opinion. They're still holding hands, by the way, and like Gabriel kind of leans forward a little bit, and then she's like, thanks for letting me listen. I have something I have to do. And she like leaves. Then she goes to write a letter to her parents that kind of is like a final goodbye letter in case they don't come back. And she says how she felt kind of guilty, like leaving
Unstrump.
ignoring the sacrifices that our parents made. Like, they left everything so that her and Will and Ella could have like a peaceful life, and yet her and Will chose to fight instead. But she says that then she realized that they probably more so just wanted them to be able to have that choice, like to choose fighting if they wanted. And learning about Jessamine's life has taught her like the importance of having that choice. And that she knows ultimately her parents just want her to be happy, and like being here at the Institute, like now she is happy. And I don't know, I don't normally like get emotional reading this letter, but like this last time I read it while I was writing the script, I was like getting emotional. I was like, what's wrong with me? I get a different reaction every time I read these books. Different things hit me at different points in my life, you know? And she also lets them know that despite their worries, being a shadow hunter hasn't changed Will, and that he's still a kind, loving person. And she loves them, and Will does too. And, you know, it's a goodbye. Like, they really are all prepared for this to be a suicide mission. Unless a whole bunch of Clave members suddenly show up tomorrow, they really don't plan on coming back. Wouldn't that be a twist if everyone died at the end? Just kidding, they're not gonna all die at the end. Speaking of Clave members showing up, then we get to see Charlotte's letter to the entire Clave, telling everyone that Consul Wayland ignored her evidence that Mortmain's and Kader Driss, and how they should all meet up tomorrow to fight him. So, we'll see how that turns out. End of chapter 17. So, chapter 18. Alright, so Tessa is awoken in her prison cave room by Mortmain and this like creepy little automaton. He has like a little military
You can do
uniform
this.
on.
Thank
Mortmain's
you.
like, look
Thank
at this.
you.
And Tessa's like, wow, another automaton. Shocker. But actually, the binding spell worked. The automaton has the soul of a demon inside of it, and it's like this really powerful demon that was like trapped in the Pixis box for like 1,000 years. So basically, it's like if you put the sadistic tendencies and the brain of a demon and stuck it inside this robot body that's very hard to destroy, even with Shadowhunter weapons. Like, demons are weak to weapons that have angelic runes on them, but Mortmain stabs this automaton with a runed weapon, and it's fine. And it can move way more smoothly. It's not like spraying oil like the other automatons do when you stab them. So they're like low-key indestructible. Like, unless you physically destroy the metal body, which Shadowhunter weapons are not designed to do, it's gonna be almost impossible to kill. And the demonic energy inside of the automaton destroyed the runed blade that Mortmain used to stab it. So also, you can only stab these automatons like once, and then your blade's ruined. I cannot express the degree to which these guys are Good job, Mortmain. That was actually really smart. He's a competent villain. What can you do? And Tessa realizes that Mortmain's gonna be like impossible to defeat. She's running out of options. She's like, what can I do to stop this? She's like, maybe I can like convince him not to fight them. She's like, yeah, like, you know, you did this because you wanted to get revenge against the Shadowhunters, but like if you kill them, then you're just as bad as the Shadowhunters, but like if you don't, then like you can prove that you're actually better than them, and like that's the best revenge. And he's like, I literally don't care. She's trying to play like the, Jason, you're better than this. And he's like, she's like, maybe he's lonely. She's like, I'll stay with you and like do whatever you want if you just promise not to kill my friends. And he's like, Mortmain's an incel. He's like, do not seek to appeal to my better nature, Tessa, for I have none. And then says, Tessa could not help herself. She thought of A Tale of Two Cities, of Lucy Manette's appeals to Sydney Carton's better nature. She had always thought of Will as Sydney, consumed by sin and despair against his own better knowledge, even against his own desire. But Will was a good man, a much better one than Carton had ever been, and Mortmain was barely a man at all. It was not his better nature she appealed to, but his vanity. All men thought of themselves as good in the end, surely. No one believed themselves a villain. But yeah, Mortmain's like, oh, so you think I could be a better man? And you say you'll stay with me out of admiration if I don't kill your friends? She's like, yeah, of course. He's like, yeah, totally, I can be a better man. In fact, let me show you what a good man I can be. Totally not sus. Cut to Will waking up in that tiny little village, and it's like on fire and everyone's like screaming and dying. There's automatons running rampant in the streets, killing entire families and laughing about it. Will tries to get to Valius, who like runs away. An automaton sees Will, and Will's like, oh, now I gotta fight this guy. And he stabs it with his seraph blade, only for the blade to crumble into ash. He's like, oh god, what is this? And the automaton's like, ha, your weapons won't work against us. Like, you've driven us demons away from this world, but now we'll destroy you, blah, blah, blah. It goes to kill Will,
Blah, blah,
but then it's thrown
blah.
to the ground because Valius has shown up to save the day and like whack the automaton aside. And then Will gets up on Valius's back and they ride away as fast as possible. I should have put Valius up on the board. Like, he's iconic. Like, Jem has church, Will has Valius. Well, Jem had church. Jem had church. Jem's dead. God, I hate this book. Meanwhile, Tessa was watching the whole destruction of the town because Mortmain like tied her up and forced her to watch from a distance. They're really close to Caderadris. She like begs him to spare the town, and he's like, mercy, like, you know, you try to appeal to my better self, but like there is no better self. And like Tessa thinks she sees out of the corner of her eye like someone riding away on a black horse, and she's like, well, at least someone escaped. They were so close. Cassandra, why you keep doing this to me? Tessa's like, there's no purpose for you destroying this town. And Mortmain's like, yeah, like I needed to test out the clockwork creatures, like these new ones with the binding spell. And so yeah, now I know they're ready to destroy the Nephilim. And Tessa's like, they're demons, like they're gonna turn on you. And Mortmain's like, no, they can't. Their lives are linked to mine, so if I die, then they do too. So they won't turn against me. So you guys know how the final battle is going to go down, right? Like, this is the game plan. Get to Mortmain, kill Mortmain, all the automatons die. I like how I'm saying this like we're actually going to battle. Like, it's you and me, buddy. Like, we are going to fight Mortmain. We are going into battle to wage a war against the ducks because they disrespected our king, brother. Mortmain's like, you know I can't hurt you because you have the Clockwork Angel necklace, but I can hurt innocents. So unless you want there to be a second village destroyed, you have to do as I say with no protest. Got it? Anyways, cut back to Tessa in her prison room. She's like thinking about what it's going to be like to have the Institute gang die because of her, and she can't even like join them in the fight and die alongside them because Mortmain won't let her because of the Clockwork Angel necklace. And she takes the necklace off and sits by the fireplace and like grabs the fireplace poker, aka her choice of weapon, and tries to destroy the necklace. But when she stabs it, the fireplace poker dissolves into like metallic powder. Then the necklace transforms into an angel. Not like the true form of an angel, but like one that a human could handle seeing. It's basically like a man with wings made out of this like shimmering gold light. It's like, I don't even know. I don't know how to pretend to be an angel. I need like something golden or something. Wait. It's like, why do you try to destroy me? I'm joking. I should have like printed out the angel. Oh well, this will have to do. It's like, why do you try to destroy me? I protect you. She's like, it's not you I'm trying to destroy, but myself. It's like, but why would you do that? Life is a gift. And she's like, because in keeping me alive, you're allowing a great evil to exist. And she talks with the angel, and it says how it was imprisoned in the necklace by John Thaddeus Shade with like a special spell he used. Kind of like a Pixis, but for an angel instead of a demon. Tessa's like, and this is your true form? And it's like, no, this is a fraction of what I am. In my true form, I'm deadly. Mine was the freedom of heaven before I was trapped and bound to you. She's like, I'm sorry. And it's like, you're blameless. It's not your fault. And Tessa is explaining that she wants to die on her own terms, not be forced to live on Mortmain's. And the angel sounds like sad for her. It's like, I can't let you die. Like, I'm sorry. And she's like, when you were an angel, what was your name? And it says, my name was Ethereal. Ethereal? I don't know how to pronounce it. I don't care. Which, you know, those of you who have read City of Glass know. Yes, it's the same freaking angel. I swear, Ethereal cannot catch a break. I know he's the angel of sacrifice, but like, free my man. Raziel, collect your bro. Why is no one helping Ethereal? Tessa tries to like reach out to Ethereal, but like her hand just goes through him. And then she wakes up and she's in front of the fireplace, but there's no fire, no angel. The fireplace poker's still there, and the necklace is still around her neck. And she's like, oh, it was all a dream. And it says, there was no angel to bathe her in its light. There was only this cold room, the encroaching darkness, and the clockwork angel steadily ticking down the minutes to the end of everything in the world. Which, I love the cool edgy lines. Love it. Cut to Will at Kadera. He saw some tracks from the automatons leading to the top and go to the lake at the top and then disappear. And he's like, well, I guess this is it. And he turns to Ballius like, wait for me. And if I don't return, go back to London. I'm sure they'll be happy to see you. Bye. And he jumps into the freezing lake. Also, earlier in the chapter, there was a letter from the Inquisitor to the Consul being like, you need to call an immediate meeting with the entire council or I'll resign and tell everyone why. Like, I know you don't like Will, I know you don't like Charlotte, but Will's father was an honest man. They have no reason to lie. Like, we should be going to Wales, you fucking idiot. And then we get a letter from the consul to Charlotte saying she betrayed him and she's no longer the head of the institute and she's gonna face the worst punishment, which I'm assuming is stripping her marks, but like, I don't know if the death penalty was a thing back then for Shadowhunters, so end of chapter 18. So, chapter 19. This is going to be the length of 2 chapters. So, Will jumped in the lake and was like sucked to the bottom and then falls into a big cavernous room. He looks up and he can see like the water of the lake above him as if it's like held up by glass. And he can see the moonlight shining through the ripples in the waves. Pretty cool. Anyways, so he's like inside the mountain now, and there's like a bunch of tunnels, and he's like, okay, Tessa's in here somewhere. He's ready to just rush and start going down a tunnel, but he thinks of Jem, and how Jem always said that Will would just rush to the end of a mission rather than taking things one at a time. Will knows that Jem's right, but like, it's so hard to focus when like he's so close to Tessa now. You guys don't understand, because like, even though Jem's dead, he's like still out here saving Will's life because Will's like remembering the advice that Jem gives and stuff, and it's like even though Jem's gone, like he still lives on in Will's heart. Okay, like don't talk to me about these two. So Will's looking around the area and finds this balcony over a big round amphitheater full of automatons. They're all lined up and like dressed in military gear, so that's not good. Will follows a narrow tunnel and eventually he finds this like long stone hallway lined with doors, and behind the third door is Brother Enoch. He was the villain all along. No, I'm just joking. Yes, it's Tessa. The way when I read this book, I always like, after Jem dies, I always speed through the chapters until we can get to Will and Tessa reuniting, because like, I need something good to happen, you know? Like, I just need Will and Tessa to be reunited because I'm just sad. Will like doesn't realize it's her at first, but then she turns around and like is like, Will, and starts saying something, and he's not even focusing right now because the distance between London and Kadera is nothing to the distance between the two of them in this room right now, okay? That's literally what it says. I know it's cheesy, I fucking love it. Without even thinking, Will just runs over to her and like pulls her in a hug, and it says, for just that moment, the grief that had clenched him like an iron fist since Jem's death seemed to relax, and he could breathe. God, don't talk to me about these two. Like, it's cute, okay? She's like, Will. He's like, oh my god, she looks injured. Will. Did Mortmain hurt her? Will. I'm gonna kill Mortmain. Will. Yes, Tessa? Will, you fucking idiot. And he's like, what? She's like, remember when you told me that the handsome gentleman saving you is never wrong, even if he says the sky's purple and made of hedgehogs? Will's like, yeah, the first time we met. She's like, Will, I can't imagine how incredibly hard the journey was for you to find me. But did you not stop to think for 2 seconds why Mortmain would just leave me in a room unguarded with no lock on the door? You think I wouldn't have tried to escape if it was possible? Will's like, huh? Poor guy. Like, I legit feel bad for him. She shows him the invisible wall and she's like, this is a prison. and now we're both trapped here. And Will had felt a bit of resistance when he had crossed the room, which he now realizes was him crossing the invisible barrier. Will's like, all the bloody way across the country to come get you, and I can't even do this right? He's like, I'm sorry, like, when I saw you, all I could think about was just getting to you. She's like, don't apologize, okay? You being here is a miracle. Like, I wanted to see the faces of the people I loved one last time before I died, and now you're here. Tessa confirming she loves Will? What? When I was in the dark house, there was no one who cared enough to come find me. Like, you finding me was an accident. But now, which, like, the parallel. Tessa went from having no family at the beginning of the series, except for Nate, but Nate, to now having this, like, big family, and, like, Will and Jem, and oh my god, she doesn't know about Jem. It's fine. But yeah, she's like, but now, and Will's like, now I've condemned us to the same fate. Tessa's like, Will, it's okay. We're not condemned. Surely you didn't come here alone. Like, any second, Jem or the others will come find us, and I know how to get us out. We just have to have someone on the other side of the barrier. Like, I've seen Mortmain do it. We're fine. We'll get out. Like, don't worry. We'll be okay. And Will's like, oh god, she doesn't know. Poor guy. He's like, Tessa, I am alone. I mean, alone in more ways than one, because, like, Jem's gone, so... Jem and Will. It used to be Jem and Will. They were a pair. They were a pair. And Tessa's like, wait, Jem? Because, like, of course he wouldn't leave across the country without Jem. He doesn't even have to say anything. She just takes one look at him, and she's like, no, like, I would have known. Tessa, babe, this ain't Star Wars. You're not gonna know. She's like, don't say it. Like, if you don't say it, then it's not true. And he's just like, I'm sorry. And she breaks down. Same with me when I first found out Jem died. Poor Tessa, though. She wasn't even there. She didn't even know what was going on. And it says, Will felt a fresh wave of the helpless agony he had experienced in the courtyard of the Green Man. What had he done? He had come here to save her, but instead of saving her, he had only succeeded in inflicting agony. It was as if he were truly cursed, capable only of bringing suffering to those he loved. Stop. Listen, Cassandra Clare knows how to write an angsty character, okay? Like, it's like he were truly cursed. Like, come on. Come on. Will just has such low self-esteem. Like, it's not his fault that Jem died, but he still feels guilty about Jem's death. Like, Will has just felt permanently guilty since he was like 12. He's just like me for real. He's like, I'm sorry, I would have died for him if I could. And he's just like waiting for her to be angry at him, but she's not, obviously. She like takes his hand and she's like, I would have too. I'm completely normal about these three, okay? And I hate that Jem's dead and that they all can't just, like, live together. Okay, I, like, even though Jem's gone, like, it. I couldn't take it anymore. Maybe I'll do, like, a little Team Dead sign. Team Dead, except in our hearts. Tessa feels so guilty because Jem had been taking more of the Yin-Fen for her, and like Will is here and trapped because he came to get her, and Will's like, no, it's not your fault, and he can't remember the last time he had to like comfort someone instead of pushing them away. So even though the curse is gone, like he still doesn't know what to do. He just holds her against him and lets her cry on his shoulder. Hear me out. And it says, and if he thought of how warm she was in his arms or the feel of her breath on his skin, it was only for a moment, and he could pretend that it wasn't at all. Listen, Cassandra Clare like invented romantic pining with Will, okay? The light's going all crazy, whatever. Like, they're finally together, but not in like the circumstances that Will ever wanted, and it's like, ugh, it's so good. So they just sit there for a while, and Tessa cries it out. And then they both explain their sides of the journey to each other and what happened with them. And Tessa's like, wow, we were at that village at the same time. And you know, Will's like, I would have gone to you if I had known. And Tessa's like, no, you would have been killed by the automatons then, so it's better that you didn't know. She's like, all that matters now is that you did find me. And Will's like, of course I did. Like, I promised Jem I would. He promised Jem. Tessa's just like, what was the point of all that pain? Like, I love Jem so much, and I wasn't even there when he died. And Will's like, neither was I. And Tessa's like, it's okay, Will. Like, you were always half his heart as well. First of all, half Jem's heart's Tessa, half his heart is Will. Like, second of all, time to play, is Tessa jealous of Will or Jem? But like, for real, you guys like don't understand, okay? All three of them loved each other. And I know over the years, we've all debated if Will and Jem loved each other romantically, or if it was like platonically, or familially, like as parabatai. And I've come to the conclusion that it doesn't freaking matter. Because all that matters is that they did love each other, and that love was there, no matter what kind of love it was. And like, they were supposed to like live together. It's They were supposed to spend their lives together. And even though Jem's gone, Will and Tessa still love him and think about him, and like he'll always be a part of them. And like he brought them together, you know? Like there wouldn't be a Will and Tessa without Jem. And like that's the beauty of the love triangle. Although like calling it a love triangle feels disingenuous. It's just a love story that happens to include 3 people, okay? They're just like so enmeshed, and like Jem is staying here, okay? I don't care, he's staying there. And like Will says how he had desperately wanted to be parabatai with Jem, and Jem tried to warn him that he was tying himself to someone who wouldn't live much of a life. And Will says, but I wanted it, blindly wanted it. Some proof that I wasn't alone, some way to show him what I owed him. And he gave way gracefully to what I wanted in the end. He always did. Cassandra, what the like Jem always put Will Jem always put Will above himself, you know? Tessa's like, no, like Jem wasn't a martyr. He loved being your parabatai and he loved you. And Will's like, and Jem was never as happy as he was when he was with you. And I'm glad he had that time with you, and you should be as well. They're both basically just like, Jem loved you. And he's like, no, Jem loved you. And she's like, no, he loved you. Jem is the real center of the love triangle here. And Will says how he feels guilty that he like promised Jem he would bring Tessa home, but he failed at the final hurdle. And like he would have stayed with Jem until he died if Jem had asked him, but he left and he feels guilty. And Tessa's like, but that's what Jem wanted. And Will's like, no, like if I'm being honest, it was also kind of what I wanted too. Like it was me being selfish, wanting to save you and like thinking of like the look you would give me. And he's like, well, you know, we're trapped here now, so I'm rightfully punished for that hubris. And Tessa just like takes his hand and he's like surprised, and she's like, but I'm rewarded. She's like, now I'm not alone. I'm like trying so hard to like, I can't like act this, you know, I'm sorry. But she's like, you know, now I'm not alone. And like there's still a chance we could like escape. If anyone could think of a way to do it, you could. It's so cute. And Will's just like, you have so much faith in me and like I've done nothing to earn it. And she's like, nothing. Like you saved my life so many times. Like you're a good man, one of the best I've ever known. And Will's like, can you give me a minute? Why are you making this so freaking hard for me? He's like, I really wish you wouldn't say that. And she's like, I have to read this, okay? This is like her confession. It's so cute. Will, she said, the first time I saw you, I thought you looked like a hero from a storybook. You joked that you were Sir Galahad. Remember that? And for so long I tried to understand you that way, as if you were Mr. Darcy or Lancelot or poor miserable Sidney Carton. And that was just a disaster. It took me so long to understand, but I did, and I do now. You're not a hero out of the book. Will gave a short, disbelieving laugh. It's true, he said. I am no hero. No, Tessa said. You are a person, just like me. Don't you see, Will? You're a person like me. You are like me. You say the things I think but never say out loud. You read the books I read. You love the poetry I love. You make me laugh with your ridiculous songs and the way you see the truth of everything. I feel like you can look inside me and see all the places I am odd or unusual and fit your heart around them, for you are odd and unusual in just the same way. Come on! With the hand that was not holding his, she touched his cheek, lightly. We are the same. Will's eyes fluttered closed. She felt his lashes against her fingertips. When he spoke again, his voice was ragged but controlled. Don't say those things, Tessa. Don't say them. Why not? You said I'm a good man, he said, but I'm not that good a man, and I'm catastrophically in love with you. I'm completely normal because you don't like understand, like catastrophically, because nothing good can come out of it, because even though the curse is gone, we'll never stop believing that his love and his presence is like a poison to others, and he never saw his love for Tessa as like a pure and good one, because even entertaining the thought of being with her was a betrayal to Jem, like the person he loves most in the world. Like he was never able to love and be loved in return without it leading to destruction, so he described it as being catastrophically in love. Like, don't talk to me about William Harriedale. I will go on a rant. I will write an essay. I'm very passionate about these characters, in case you couldn't tell. Anyways, Tessa's like, what do you think's gonna happen tomorrow when Martin finds you here? And Will's like, oh, 100% he's gonna have those automatons kill me. Like, I'm an okay shadow hunter, but those things can't even be defeated with ruined weapons. But he's not afraid, because as he says, there are so many worse things than death. Not to be loved or not to be able to love. That is worse. The curse. It haunts me. The curse. It wasn't even real, and yet it haunts me. I will write an essay. I will write an essay. And also, going down fighting would be an honorable Shadowhunter death. So Will's like, if I die with honor. And Tessa's just thinking, like, okay, so my two options are either live the rest of eternity shackled to Mortmain and potentially being the cause of like a bunch of war crimes, or dying. So she's like, okay, Will, there's two things I want. If you think Mortmain's gonna kill you tomorrow, then I want a weapon. I'll get rid of my Clockwork Angel and I'll fight by your side, and if we go down together. For I too wish an honorable death. Like Boadicea. The blueprint. If they go down together. Like, why did I sound like a chicken? But like also the callback to the first book when Will was like, you could be like Boadicea, like, leave me alone. Will's like, Tess. And she's like, I would rather die than be one of Mortmain's tools. Give me a weapon, Will. Will's like, okay, I can do that for you. And what was the second thing you wanted? And she says, I'm an adult. And she says, I want you to kiss me one last time before I die. Which, like,
Ma'am?
same. Like, she's so real for that. So this is a bit of a controversial move that some readers find questionable. Some people see it as like Tessa being like, Gem's gone, so now we can finally hook up. But that's not. Put yourself in Tessa's place, okay? You're in love with two people. It's not like she's just horny for Will. Like, she was in love with both of them. And Gem's dead. And before he died, he gave Will and Tessa his blessing. And I know that like Gem just died, and that's like the controversial part, but like, they don't have the time to like grieve before they get together. Like, they're planning on dying tomorrow morning, and now they're stuck in a room together with the person that they're in love with for only one night before they die in battle that next morning, and there's only one bed. Like, what would you, like, I'm sorry, I would do it. Like, I'm sorry. Like, rip to you with moral compasses. I'm not like y'all. I'm worse. They're gonna die tomorrow. Maybe they're gonna. They think they're gonna die tomorrow. Tessa's just doing Will a solid, making sure that they don't both die virgins, okay? And honestly, I respect her for that. And Tessa only brought this up after they had spent like hours talking about Gem and how much they love Gem and miss Gem and how Gem will always be a part of them. Like, them hooking up doesn't mean that they love Gem less, okay? I stand by that. Rant over. So yeah, she's like, I want you to kiss me. And poor Will's like, the angel is testing me. The angel's testing me. No, he's like, don't. And she's like, say anything I don't mean. I know. I mean it. And this line, she says, I know I probably seem a little crazy right now, but if you can tell me that you can die tomorrow without our lips ever touching again, and you'll not regret it at all, then tell me. And I will desist in asking, for I know I have no right. And like, Will's like, say no more, and cuts her off and starts kissing her. And it's like, you guys know the drill. So yeah, they make out and then end up sleeping together in a nice little fade to black scene that somehow scandalizes middle school me, even though it was the most PG-13 thing you could ever get. Oh, and like, Will doesn't
The
know how to
classic
take off
fade
a
to black.
Because in case you forgot, Will isn't actually a playboy, and he's just as clueless as Tessa is. So yeah, fade to black, and then Tessa wakes up sometime later that night, and her angel necklace had been like resting on Will's shoulder as they slept, and it left like a pale white like birthmark in the shape of a star on Will's shoulder. And for those of you who have read The Mortal Instruments, star-shaped birthmark, sound familiar? Yup. It like also like said something along the lines of like how Will was like sleeping so peacefully, and like Tessa had never seen him look so peaceful. And like, yeah, I mean, I'm sure he was. End of chapter 19. God, I wish that were me. Chapter 20.
Huh?
This chapter is called The Infernal Devices. Roll credits. So we get to see everyone at the Institute, all prepped up for battle and in Henry's workroom. The portal's done, and Henry's like, it's beautiful. And Magnus is like, hell yeah, it is.
That was weird.
Iconic duo. They haven't actually tried using the portal yet, and so like everyone's kind of nervous, and Gabriel's like, Henry and Magnus should go first since they made the bloody thing. And Gideon's like, it's like he replaced Will. They say all the same sort of things. And Gabriel's like, I am not like Will. And Cecily's like, I hope not. And like, the whole thing is just very entertaining. Oh, and no one from the Clave actually showed up to join the fight against Mortmain. The Clave. But then guess who does show up? Sexy beast Brother Enoch. Along with like two other random silent brothers named Brother Micah and Brother Zachariah. They're not really important. Brother Enoch's like, don't worry, I'm not here to like yell at you for breaking the law. I'm here to help you and join the fight. And I even brought backup. Wow, the man you are, Brother Enoch. And also the other two silent brothers, Brother Micah and Brother Zachariah. But like mostly Brother Enoch. And they're like, wait, the silent brothers don't even fight though. And he's like, wrong. We were Shadowhunters before we joined the Brotherhood, and Shadowhunters we remain. And he also says that the reason no one else from the Clave showed up is because Consul Wayland called a full clave meeting and made attendance mandatory by law for all Shadowhunters. And the purpose of the meeting was to decide who would replace Henry and Charlotte as heads of the London Institute. A full clave meeting just for that. Because he still thinks that like Mortmain's gonna come to London to attack, because he's stupid. But Brother Enoch, he showed up. He said, attendance wasn't mandatory for me. And unlike the consul, I believe you guys. God, he's
What are you
so
doing?
reliable. Just give me one chance, Brother Enoch. Just one chance. So, anyways, the portal is like this big doorway arch looking thing with like runes carved into the arch. And then it's like a void on the inside. And to use the portal, you have to like think of the place that you want to go. And then it like shimmers and shows up in the doorway. And then you go through it. Cecily is the only one who knows what Kaderadra's looks like because she and Will went with their dad as kids. So she goes up to the portal, visualizes the top of Kaderadra's, and then the portal ripples and it looks like Kaderadra's is inside. And then she goes through first, and Gabriel is like, I can't let her go in alone. And he like goes in after her. Cut to the council meeting. It's going as well as you could probably expect it to be going. Council members from all over the world are there arguing and yelling, and the Inquisitor is like, enough now, like shut up everyone and listen. Starkweather's like, where's Charlotte? In your letter you said she was going to be here to explain what's going on. And the consul is like, I will explain what's going on. And tries to diss Charlotte and implies that she's being hysterical because she has crazy pregnancy hormones. At a certain point, I was like, okay, characters like the consul are just like so over the top where it's like unrealistic. But then like I look at American politics and I'm like, actually no, it's very realistic. And surprisingly, like the other Shadowhunters who know Charlotte personally are defending her, even including the Inquisitor, and saying like, hey, like why would she lie? Like shouldn't we send reinforcements after her? And the consul is like, what do you mean after her? And the Inquisitor is like, yeah, clearly she isn't here. Where do you think the members of the London Institute are right now? And the consul is like, there will be no aid to those who, and then like literally gets cut off by like a blade that nearly beheads him. And his body falls off the podium, and behind him is an automaton that somehow snuck into the council room. Oh no! Rest in peace. I'm like so sad.
Oh no.
Rip. I honestly need a bigger team dead sign. Like a way bigger team. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. And then the room is dead silent, except for Starkweather laughing, saying, she told you. She told you what would happen. And then the automaton goes up to him to kill him, and Starkweather dies laughing. And then a bunch of automatons flood the council room. I don't know, I kind of liked that Starkweather was just like, he didn't even care that he was facing his death, because he was just like, I told you Charlotte was right and you didn't want to listen, and now you're all gonna die for it. And so he didn't even care he was gonna die, because he died knowing that he and Charlotte were right, and that like everyone else was gonna pay for it. And well, I mean,
Hi, Mikan. Hi, hi. I have a large rodent infestation. Oh no. Oh no. I guess I better break out all the snacks for y'all. All of the sunflower seeds and nice grasses and so on and so forth. Hi, Mikan. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Chase. I'm your local intergalactic interdimensional alien demon angel gremlin thing, and I'm here to be your next president. I'm an artist, animator, and game dev, and sometimes I also play games. Snacks! Guys, I have a cupboard just for you guys. If you go down the hall and to the left, it'll be the first one you see. Nom 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 nom. Please enjoy all the snacks, imaginary or otherwise. We have been listening to the Infernal Devices, Unhinged recap, the plot summary, etc., etc. And uh, we are on the last video. The last I think 1 hour and 50 minutes of it. I think 1 hour and 48 minutes of it. Sorry, apologies. Last 1 hour and 48 minutes of a 6-part series. So, been doing that. Um, Chipser, thank you so much for paying your taxes. Refilled, thank you. Thank you for refilling the cabinet. Mikan, thank you again for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. If you guys need to raid and run, please, 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 please take care of yourselves first. Self-care comes first. I am going to be logging off as soon as this video is over, I think. You found crayons? Nom 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 nom. You gonna eat some crayons today? And then I'm gonna sketch out the background for this, and then I'll probably leave it at that. Until I come home, I think. Probably. I don't see myself getting lost in drawing a cityscape background um for another several hours. I don't see that happening. But as soon as I am feeling it, I'll let you guys know. But we're mostly just chilling, listening to it. So welcome in Sleepy Raiders. Um and anybody else who is just starting out their day. I hope you enjoy your day. It's Sunday for most people, but it could be Monday for others. So if you guys have a work day you need to go out to, please take care of yourself. Sorry, I have cats, and they are making noise. What are you doing? Get out of there! What is wrong with you? Get. As an example, I just turned around and found a cat in one of my figure shelves, and I was like, "Excuse me, what are you doing in there? Get." So, anyways, I will be continuing this YouTube video, so if you guys want to stick around, please hang out. Leave a lurk if you want to. Otherwise, have a good rest of your day. I will be sketching out a cityscape. Maybe. Yes, I gotta get some rest for work, but I hope desk chain frees up soon. Me too. Freedoms with insight. Oh, I'm very close to finishing this up. The animation cycle is done, however, so you guys can take a look-see at that. I see something that needs to be cleaned up. Are you from the arms? You're from the arms. Alright, there we go. Fix that up, I think. Yep. Okay, cool. Spotted that. Back to this. Boogie. Alright.
Okay, I respect it. Cut to Will and Tessa sleeping after last night, and they hear, well, this is unexpected. And it's Magnus frickin' Bane. Tessa, like, bolts up, and Will's like, what? Magnus is like, you might want to get up. Everyone's gonna be here soon to rescue you, and you may want to have clothes on when they arrive. I would at any rate, but then again, I'm known to be remarkably shy. I love Magnus. Magnus notices the white star mark on Will's shoulder, and he's like, interesting. And Will's like, interesting? By the angel, Magnus. Magnus just kind of gives them like a strange look, and he's like, if I were a different person, I would have a lot to say to you right now. Will's like, I appreciate your restraint. Magnus is like, you won't soon. Don't worry about it. Magnus uses his warlock magic to break the invisible barrier. He like throws some gear at them, like, I thought you might be in need of clothing, but I didn't realize quite how in need. But yeah, he explains about the portal and how everyone is here and they split up to find them. So Magnus gives them a moment to collect themselves. They get dressed, and then Tessa's like, by the angel, that was mortifying. Will's just like, look at you, like saying by the angel like a shadow hunter. I mean, it is cute, but like, Will, now's not the time. They're just like tentatively optimistic right now because like everyone's here now, and now there's like a chance that they might actually survive. And also, Will knows that like Tessa loves him too, and it doesn't make up for Jem being dead, but at least this one good thing happened to him, right? Meanwhile, Tessa's like, I do love Will, but like, I slept with him because I thought we were gonna die and like it wasn't gonna matter. We'll worry about that later. Tess is like, so you don't regret last night? And he's like, are you kidding me? Like, no, I love you. Waited a long time to say that, and I have so much more I want to say to you. But like, let's wait until we're not actively in danger. He's like, for now, I just need to know that you believe me when I say I love you. And she's like, I believe you. And they kissed, and so they're like close together, and she had her like arms around his waist. So she like reaches down and then pulls out a dagger from his weapons belt, and he's like caught off guard. Like that was kind of hot, not gonna lie. And she just smiles like, after all, you weren't lying about that tattoo of the Dragon of Wills, were you? She ate with that line. I don't care. They're that couple. Remember that line from Clockwork Prince when Will made like the joke that he has like the Dragon of Will tattooed on his, and then Jem cuts him off. Cut to the others looking around this big stone room with a high arched ceiling and hundreds of automatons. Like a really good place to like, I don't know, have a final battle or something. There's like a second floor gallery balcony thing where you can look at the automatons from above. It's that same main room that like Will saw in the last chapter. Anyways, Henry's trying to look inside one of the automatons to see what's going on in there, and he sees that it has the double Ouroboros symbol inside, and they piece together that Mortmain probably succeeded in doing the binding spell. And then the automaton suddenly turns on and picks up Henry and, in quotes, cracked his body like a whip. Which incidentally, Brother Enoch did last. So, he's okay, guys. He's just investigating the floor with his spine bent at a weird angle. Walk it off. Oh no, he broke his back. He can't walk it off. He's fine. He's fine. He's fine. He's fine. He's okay, guys. He's alright. It's really okay. He's fine. It's fine. He's fine. He's fine. It's okay. It's alright. It's fine. I'm referencing the Lindsay Ellis Hunchback of Notre Dame video in case you were wondering. Great video, peak comedy. And then the automaton rips out Brother Micah's throat. I mean, at least Brother Enoch and Brother Zachariah are fine. End of chapter 20. So, Chapter 21. This is the big battle chapter. Will, Tessa, and Magnus run through a maze of corridors to try to find the others. They hear Cecily scream, and then Will bolts off to find her. They get to the battle room and find the Institute gang fighting a group of automatons. Charlotte's trying to protect Henry's body, but like, even Tessa's inner monologue is like, babe, he looks a little beyond protecting at this point. Cecily tries attacking an automaton with a seraph blade, but then the blade dissolves. And Will's like, you gotta use like other weapons, angel blades aren't gonna work. So, everyone's in melee. Bridget's being a badass. Will tries to get to Cecily because an automaton takes her last weapon. And the automaton goes to attack her, but then the other silent brother that Brother Enoch brought, Brother Zachariah, pushes her away. And then the automaton picks up Brother Zachariah and his hood falls back and Will stops dead in his tracks because the silent brother's gem.
Plot twist!
Surprise! Have I been gaslighting you this entire time? Maybe. I love gaslighting innocent viewers. For once I understand Cassandra Clare, like, this is kind of fun. It was kind of fun. I mean, most of you know because you've like already read the other books or these books. But for those of you who didn't, gotcha. This was a plot twist, okay? Unless you had already read the Mortal Instruments and like figured out the plot twist, in which case, good job. At this point, I had already decided that like Jem was dead for good. Because the whole time I was like, maybe he's not actually dead. Like maybe she didn't actually kill him. Like we weren't actually there when he died. And then I had like given up, and then this happened, and I was like crying, screaming, sobbing. If this were a movie, this would be the part where it's like in slow motion and all of the audio is like muffled. Cause for Will and Tessa, they are going through it right now. Tessa and Jem like lock eyes across the room, and Tessa notices that like Jem is starting to have like bits of black in his hair again, and he has 2 runes carved high on his like cheekbones. No mouth sewn shut yet or eyes gouged out. Cassandra Clare said, I'll keep him pretty for you, okay? He's not like the other silent brothers. He's hot, except for Brother Enoch. I mean, they're all kind of hot. Don't at me. He's not done his transformation yet, though. This is not the happy ending you think it is. Tessa starts running to Jem to try to save him because he's like actively being choked by an automaton right now. But Will gets there first and like slices the automaton down. Tessa almost gets to Jem, but then an automaton shows up, So now she has to fight that guy now. Then it switches over to Jem's point of view, which is honestly like really rare. It's one of the main reasons I feel like it's a lot harder to connect with Jem. I have a lot to say about that. I'll make a different video. Anyways, the automaton like fell on top of Jem and like Will helps him get it off. And he just stares at Jem in shock. Unfortunately for him, Will keeps failing the try to go more than one chapter without having your life flash before your eyes challenge. And it says, there was a stillness around them both, a gap in the battle, an eerie timeless silence. The weight of 1,000 things was in Will's voice. Disbelief and amazement, relief and betrayal. And Will's like, you're dead. And like he touches the Parabatai rune and he's like, I felt you die here. And it's so angsty. I love it. Jem takes Will's hand and like makes him feel his pulse. Like kind of to say like, look, like I'm alive. Like silent brothers have hearts and they beat. And brother Enoch's heart beats for me. It's so sad because like he's worried that Will isn't gonna like this new like form of his. They're reunited, but at what cost? Jem's like, I didn't die, I changed. If there's a way I could have told you. And Will just says, I thought you were gone forever. And Jem's like, I'm still here. Like, these two make me sob. Compared to Will and Jem, every other Parabatai duo is just like meaningless. Like, they're nothing compared to Will and Jem. And then an automaton starts attacking them again because they're still in the middle of battle. Will's, fighting like, there's no rune that's effective against them. They have to be hacked apart by main force. And Jem's just like, I gathered that. So they're fighting back to back. And instead of his cane sword, Jem has a Silent Brother staff. And he's pretty good with it. He knocks an automaton out with it, and then Will just goes, I like that stick of yours. And Jem goes, it's a staff made by the Iron Sisters for the Silent Brothers. Keep in mind, they're like stabbing and slashing during this whole conversation. Will says, anyone can sharpen a stick. And Jem goes, it's a staff. I just love them. They're just so Will and Jem. Their relationship is like the heart of this trilogy. And it's so bittersweet getting to see them be Will and Jem, Parabatai, like brother in arms for like one last battle together. Because it is like one last battle together. Will like smiles at Jem being like, it's a staff. And it says, Jem wanted to grin back. There was a time he would have grinned back naturally, but something in the change that had been wrought in him put what felt like the distance of years between him and such simple mortal gestures. And it also says, as metal rang on metal, some inner part of Jem, some part that had been lost without his even knowing it was lost, felt the pleasure of fighting together with Will one last time. So like, Jem's back, but not exactly. Him being alive still comes with a price. And being a silent brother is very different than being a normal person, and we will discuss that later. Meanwhile, our girl Tessa is trying to fight this automaton. It's like the one that Mortming had showed her earlier, with like the soul of like a super powerful demon inside it named Armoros. So she's trying to fight it, but her tiny dagger isn't doing much against this super powerful demon automaton thing. And the automaton captures her, and she's like, you can't kill me. I still have the Clockwork Angel on. She didn't get to take it off. And it's like, yes, I can't kill you, but I can still really, really hurt you. And who knows, maybe the angel's power will fail, and then I will really end up killing you. And she's like, do it. I'd rather die than be married to Mortmain. Which, like, I love that she's so unbothered by the thought of her own death. None of the main trio really care about their own deaths. They care about the other two dying, and like maybe the effect that their own death would have on the other two. And Tessa spends this entire series like making smart decisions that like won't get her killed, but sometimes she's like, if I need to die, I need to die. I with that. The automaton is like, don't worry, I'll make sure of both, and like drags her away, kicking and screaming. No. Cut to Cecily in the middle of battle. Everyone's kind of doing their own thing, and she only has like a dagger, so she picks up this like big axe that a dead automaton had. She fights her way over to Charlotte, who's still trying to protect Henry. Cecily's like, Charlotte, we have to retreat or we're all gonna die. And Charlotte's like, but I can't move Henry. And Cecily's like, Charlotte, he's past our help now. And Charlotte's like, no, he's not. I can still feel his pulse. And Cecily's like, Charlotte, think of the baby. Henry would want you to save yourself. Oh yeah, because like Charlotte has been fighting pregnant this whole time. Charlotte's expression changes and she's like, without Henry, we can't leave. We can't make a portal. We're trapped in this mountain. Which, in case you didn't know, is like really not good. Now, you may be wondering why the Team Dead sign is big enough to span the entire conspiracy board. No, I'm joking. I'm just joking. Don't worry about it. I love gaslighting you guys. And now Cecily's panicking. She's like, we're gonna die. why did I choose this? Why did I decide to stay here? Why, like, we're gonna die. Relatable. Like, that would be me if I was like a character in a fantasy book. I'd be like, yeah, let's go fight this battle. And then like the second I realized that I don't have plot armor because I'm not the main character, I'd be like, no, wait, I take it back. I'm a bit of a coward, and that's why I would not be the main character in a book. Cecily's like, Magnus, we need Magnus. And Magnus just pops up like, I'm here. He's so reliable, like, I love him. And it says, his gaze fell on Henry, and a terrible, fathomless sadness crossed his face. It was the look of a man who had seen hundreds die, who had lost and lost and lost, and was facing loss once more. God, he said. He was a good man. Magnus! And poor Charlotte's like, he's still alive. So Magnus makes a protective bubble around him, Charlotte, Henry, and Cecily, but he can only hold it for so long because, like, magic takes energy. You don't got unlimited magic. I don't got time to go into it. Then he tries doing some cool warlock magic stuff to heal Henry, and Henry actually wakes up. Oh, and Magnus's magic looks like blue sparks that come out of his fingers, and I think it's like really cool. Like in battle scenes, sometimes like you can't see Magnus, but like you'll see the blue sparks going around, and like, you know, Magnus is there fighting. I love it. It's just one of those like Shadowhunter things that just like, it just hits. Henry and Charlotte have like a really cute moment, like they kiss and stuff. And Henry's like, honestly, I'm not even in that much pain. Cause to be honest, I can't feel my legs at all. So Henry is paralyzed from the waist down, but like he's alive and that's all that matters. Really thought that he would die cause Cassandra Clare tends to go for like the low hanging fruit when it comes to character deaths, but like glad he's okay. This book already has enough heartbreak. They tell Henry, we found Will and Tessa, but we're all gonna die if we don't make a portal and leave immediately. Henry's like, gotcha. We gotta make sure no automatons follow us through the portal though. And he asks them to get this small gold box out of his pocket. And he's like, you know what? It's worth a try. You know what? Just throw it. Let's just see what happens. I love him. So Magnus is like, okay, I'm gonna drop the wall now. And then Cecily throws it. And then they all huddle together, and there's a loud roaring sound, and like crazy winds blowing all around, and all of the automatons just start spasming. Henry's like, it's a sort of pyxis, meant to detach demon souls from their bodies before they die. I hadn't perfected it, but it seemed worth trying. He's just so underrated. Like, his inventions are the MVP of this trilogy, okay? Magnus is like, everyone, come on, we're going. So everyone starts gathering together, but then they realize that in the chaos of the battle, Tessa disappeared, and she's not there. And then they hear a loud stop, and the wind stops, and it's dead silent. And then they look up, and on the second floor balcony is Mortmain. Dun dun dun. Cut back to Tessa. She's been trying to get out of Armoros's grip. He had dragged her to this alcove, and then they heard Mortmain yell stop, and then he's like, bring Tessa out. So Armoros brings her out, and the Institute gang is all huddled together in the center of the room. Will sees her and just looks so dismal, and he like kind of starts toward her, but Jem holds him back. And like Jem's also staring at her in horror. Poor Will and Jem are just like, hey, that's my emotional support girlfriend. Can you please give her back? When the automaton sets her down, Tessa like stands up straight and like stares at Mortmain. She's a lot braver than I am. She's like, the Shadowhunters are already in your fortress and more will be arriving soon. And then you'll be killed. So you might as well surrender now while you have the chance. And Mortmain's like, dude, be for real. There you stand, surrounded by defeat, and demand my surrender. And he's like, we're not defeated.
Finally.
And all the automatons like snap their head over to Will at the same time. It's kind of creepy. So much of this book would be genuinely creepy if it was like in real life or like a horror video game. Like if I saw it, I would be like, this is creepy as f-. But reading it, I'm just like, ah, funny robots would be good at synchronized dancing. They're gonna start a K-pop group. There's hundreds of them. Like imagine like the formations. Like NCT got nothing on them. Mortmain's like, shut up. The next time one of you speaks will be the last time you ever draw a breath. Anger issues much? Tessa's like, let them go. This has nothing to do with them. Let them go and keep me. Mortmain's like, you bargain with nothing in your hands. I know Shadowhunters are coming to help you. Right now they're all being killed by my automatons in their council room. So clever of them to assemble themselves all together so I could kill them all in one fell swoop. Tessa's trying to convince him again. She's like, if you kill all the Shadowhunters, how will you teach them a lesson? How will they atone and carry on your teachings into the future? So Mortmain's like, okay, you're right. I won't kill your friends. Instead, I'll let them live as my prisoners. Their captivity will keep you pleasant, and it'll keep you obedient. Because you love them, and if you ever try to escape, I'll kill them all. What do you say? I've been generous, and now I'm owed thanks. Wow, what a guy. Isn't he dreamy? When he doesn't kill your friends, so then that way he can use them to manipulate and force you to do things, because otherwise he'll kill them. Like, morally gray. And it says, I'm reading from the book, Tessa realized now what Mrs. Black had meant by her words in the carriage. And the more knowledge of them you have, the more your sympathies lie with them, the more effective a weapon you will be to raze them to the ground. Tessa had become one of the Shadow Hunters, if not entirely like them. She cared for them and loved them. And Mortmain would use that caring and that love to force her hand. In saving the few she loved, she would doom them all. And yet to condemn Will and Jem, Charlotte and Henry, Cecily and the others to death was unthinkable. Thought processes. I love to see it. So Tessa's like, yes, I'll take your bargain. She hears Will or Jem make like a muffled sound. I like to imagine everyone making like dramatic faces of anger or defeat while like unbothered King Brother Enoch just stands there emotionlessly because he's the, cool silent type. Armoros starts to try and bring Tessa up to Mortmain, and then she feels her clockwork angel twitch for a second and she's like, wait a minute. And she's thinking it through. She's like, okay, so the soul of an angel is inside this necklace. I know it's there because it saved me multiple times. And it left that mark on Will. Even if me speaking to Ethereal was only a dream, it might actually work. Yeah, you know what she's about to do, right? She's like, I don't even know if this is possible, but I have to try. And she holds the necklace, which I told you was totally not important, and thinks of the angel she saw in her dream and tries to change. My girl, love her. It's not working. She's trying really hard. And then suddenly there's a flash of light and she's starting to turn into ethereal. She can feel the heavenly fire burning through her veins and it like melts away Armoros, like the entire automaton. And she grows 20 feet tall and she's like, yo, Mortmain, it's me, ethereal. The angel is like speaking through her. Mortmain's like, that's not possible. And Tessa internally is like, this is probably gonna kill me, but it was so worth it. Ethereal is like, you have entrapped an angel of heaven. You have tried to create life. Life is the province of heaven, and heaven does not take kindly to usurpers. Meanwhile, everyone else is just watching open-mouthed like... And I love this. Tessa just picks up Mortmain from his little balcony in her angel hand and squashes him like a bug. In quotes, crushing his body to a jelly of scarlet blood and white bones. Like, Mortmain really was just a guy. Like, he just had to be squashed. That's all it took. Like, you just had to crush him. He literally was just a human. Dead. I don't have enough room for Teen Dead. Anyways, but also, Tessa turning into an angel is just, like, such a great payoff. Like, Tessa having these powers and having this necklace. Like, this was really just, like, the logical amalgamation of all of that. So satisfying. Like Tessa really shows what she's capable of. And I love that each battle ends not because she's like the best fighter, but because she thinks of a clever way to like outsmart everyone else. I take smart protagonist over badass protagonist any day. Although I still think she's badass. So, with Mortmain dead, all the automatons drop dead too. And Tessa sees the Institute gang watch in amazement. And then she tries to reach toward them, and they shrink back in fear because she's this giant glowing angel that's like trying to come near them. And she tries to like speak and like change back into herself, but she's burning from the inside out at this point. And it says, to end on a dramatic note, an agony of flames exploded through her, and she felt herself begin to fall. The clockwork angel, a red-hot lariat about her throat. Please, she thought, but everything was fire and burning, and she fell senseless into the light. End of chapter 21. So, chapter 22. We're done with the battle, guys. No more physical pain, just emotional. Well, Tessa's feeling both kinds right now, because she's passed out and having remnants of heavenly fire burn through her. Fun. Right now we're getting one of my favorite tropes in the Shadowhunter books, which is, of course, after the big battle when one of the characters is passed out and like swimming in and out of consciousness and the other characters are like coming to talk to them and stuff. Like asking them to wake up or confessing their feelings to them. Things like that. I swear it happens in almost every Shadowhunter book and I eat it up every time, okay? It slaps, it never gets old. So it's happening to Tessa right now. She's swimming in and out of consciousness. She's having nightmares. She's burning. She hears Sophie talking to her, Will begging her to wake up, things like that. So Charlotte has been putting cool cloths on Tessa to try and like cool her down. She's talking with Sexy Beast Brother Enoch, who of course made it out of the battle alive because he's just that badass. Actually, besides that one silent brother, no one actually really died in the battle, which is surprising, because Sandra Clare tends to not really kill off too many characters, which I like, but like, no one died. But I'm not complaining because, like, no one needs to die for this ending to be depressing as fuck, okay? So just you wait. It gets worse. We're not out of the woods yet. Charlotte's just thinking about everything that's happened, how after the angel left Tessa's body, she collapsed and her body was all burned, and how Mortmain's stronghold had then started to collapse too, and they made the portal and barely made it out, and how the Silent Brothers were waiting for them when they returned, and immediately started working on healing Henry and Tessa, and, in quotes, Will, turning to Jem, his expression stricken, he had reached out for his pair of tie. James, he had said, you can find out what they're doing to her, if she'll live. But Brother Enoch had stepped between them. His name is not James Carstairs, he had said. It is Zachariah now. Will's look, the way he had lowered his hand, let him speak for himself. But Jem had only turned and walked away from all of them, out of the Institute, Will watching him go in disbelief. And Charlotte had remembered the first time they had ever met. Are you really dying? I'm sorry. Ugh! I hate it. It makes me so sad. I swear, I don't know what it is about this book that just makes me feel like the world is ending. Like, I feel like I am Will and Tessa grieving over Jem, you know? I just feel so empty after reading it, and then I have to, like, look around and be like, chill, it's just a book. Like, you legit finish the book feeling like your friend just died and you're, like, facing mortality. You're like, oh my god, life is so short. Like, it's so weird. This book sends me into an existential crisis every time I read it. But yeah, we learned that a lot of Shadowhunters died in the council room battle. Like, they weren't prepared to fight, and most of them had never actually fought an automaton before. Luckily, Tessa killing Mortmain stopped all of the automatons in the council room too, so it prevented a lot of deaths. The Silent Brothers tried putting some healing runes on Tessa, since she does have Shadowhunter blood, and Shadowhunter blood is dominant, so technically she could survive runes, but the rune just disappeared and didn't work, so she's like a unique type of Shadowhunter, but she can't have like runes, so. Oh, and the Clockwork Angel necklace doesn't tick anymore, because Tessa changing into Ethereal freed his soul. Good job. Ethereal was able to protect her when she had transformed into him, so that's why she's not dead. But if she tried to turn into him again, it would like 100% kill her. So she can't use that trick to be OP anymore. Tessa fitfully calls out for Jem in her sleep, and Charlotte asks Brother Enoch, I know I'm not supposed to ask, but how is our Jem? Our Jem. And Brother Enoch's like, he is no longer your Jem. He is Brother Zachariah now. You must forget him. Which, like, Brother Enoch, stop being a bitch. Brother Enoch villain arc? I could fix him. Charlotte's like, listen, Silent Brothers are supposed to sever their ties to their mortal lives before they enter the Brotherhood. But Jem didn't get to do that. He still has ties to this world. So can you at least give him the chance to say goodbye? Good argument, good argument. Meanwhile, Will has been reading poetry to Henry in the drawing room, and Henry's like, can we please read something less depressing? Henry's taking the whole paralysis thing really well. He's like, okay, cool, I just gotta like make myself a wheelchair that will let me go downstairs so then I can still work in my workroom. He's like the only person that's like not emotionally wrecked from everything. Besides Tessa, he's like suffered the most damage from the battle, and yet he's like the least traumatized out of all of them. Charlotte shows up, and then her and Henry are being cute, and Will's like so emo about it. I love scenes from Will's point of view because he always brings such a level of drama. Like, he's happy for Henry and Charlotte, but why can't that be him and Tessa? He just wants her to be okay, and like, look how Henry's looking at Charlotte. Has Tessa ever looked at him that way? He doesn't think so. Like, things like that. He's so funny. And then Will's thinking about the battle from his point of view, the panic he felt after he saw Tessa collapse after turning into Ethereal, and how the Silent Brothers took her to heal her, and he wasn't even allowed to go with her. And, in quotes, and when he had turned to find Jem, to share his fear with the only other person in the world who loved Tessa as much as he did, Jem had been gone, back to the Silent City on the orders of the brothers, gone without even a word of goodbye. And so he was angry at the Silent Brothers and at Jem, even though he knew it was unfair and it was the only way for Jem to survive. But like, Will's in shambles, as per usual. Then Inquisitor Whitelaw shows up with a letter from the council for Charlotte, but Will leaves before we can see what the letter is about. Cut to Gabriel's point of view. He had been looking for Cecily all day, but like in what he hoped wasn't an obvious way. And he finally found her in the stables, hanging out with Ballius. He's like, you seem to like that horse very much. Top 10 pickup lines. The Lightwoods, everybody. Cecily doesn't seem to mind his lack of game, though. She's like, Ballius saved my brother's life. And Gabriel just blurts out, are you going to leave? She's like, what makes you say that? And Gabriel says how Will's going to obviously stay with the Nephilim, because it's the only way he'd be able to see Jem again. And also Tessa will probably be staying here too. And of course Will is in love with her and will go wherever she goes. Cecily's like, yeah, I know. His family's here now. not at some house in Yorkshire that he's never been to, with parents that he hasn't talked to in years. And Gabriel's like, then if he cannot go home, I thought perhaps you would. She's like, so my parents won't be alone? Yes, I can see why you would think that. But in a couple of years, I would have been expected to get married and leave my parents anyways, so. And he's like, but not to never speak to them again. They're exiled, so if you stay here, you'd be cut off from them. She's like, you say it as if you wish to convince me to return home. And he says, I say it because I'm afraid you will. And immediately he's embarrassed. The romance in this book, I swear to God. Like, these kinds of lines are like the type of romance I like, okay? I don't need spice. I don't even need the characters to say I love you. But lines like that, just like the simple admission of like, I don't want you to leave because I care about you. Like, that is peak romance, okay? Like, it says so much with so little, and I love it. Cecily's just like, you know, when I came here, I thought shadow hunters were monsters. And once I rescued Will, we would go home to our parents and be a family together. But you helped me realize. And he's like, I helped you? How? And it says, your father did not give you choices, she said. He demanded that you be what he wanted, and that demand broke your family apart. But my father, he chose to leave the Nephilim and marry my mother. That was his choice, just as staying with the Shadowhunters is Will's. Choosing love or war, both are brave choices in their own ways, and I do not think my parents would grudge Will in his choice. After all, what matters to them is that he be happy. But what of you? Gabriel said, and they were very close now, almost touching. It is your choice to make now, to stay or return. I will stay, Cecily said. I choose the war. Gabriel let out the breath he hadn't realized he was holding. This is a YA book after all, guys. You'll give up your home? A drafty old house in Yorkshire, Cecily said. This is London. And give up what is familiar? Familiar is dull. And give up seeing your parents? It is against the law. She smiled, the glimmer of a smile. Everyone breaks the law. I love them. And then they kiss, and he calls her Ceci, and it's like really cute. And then she says, 5. And he's like, 5? And she says, my rating. Your skill and technique may perhaps require work, but the native talent is certainly there. What you require is practice. Which, in case you forgot, is what Gabriel said to her about her knife throwing skills. That first time that they talked in the training room. I love a callback. I love sassy flirting. And Gabriel's like, and you're willing to be my tutor? And she's like, I should be very insulted if you chose another. And then they kiss again, and it's like really cute. This is like one of the cutest like first kiss scenes in a Shadowhunter book. I love it. It's iconic. Okay, enough cuteness. Now it's time for the horrors. Will visits Tessa in her room.
The horrors.
She's still like feverishly sleeping. Will takes her hand and he says, okay, I lied. This is cute. He says, come back. Come back to me, Tess. Henry said that perhaps since you had touched the soul of an angel, that you dream of heaven now. Perhaps you are happy in those dreams. But I ask this out of curiosity. Come back to me, for I cannot bear to lose all my heart. This motherfucker right here is the reason I can't get a boyfriend, okay? This is why characters being unconscious is the best ever. I lied, okay? I do like this sappy stuff. I'm not edgy. I'm a fraud. She like turns her head to him and Will's heart leaps, and she says, Jem? Poor Will. She opens her eyes, but like she's not really seeing, you know? And she's like, Jem, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. I was meant to love you and all I did was shorten your life. And like Will's heart's hurting, but not out of jealousy. It says, he thought of Sidney Carton. Think now and then that there is a man who would give his life.
Thank you for
the
head
life he loved beside you.
pats.
Yes, he would have done that for Tessa. Died to keep the ones she needed beside her. And so would Jem have done that for him or for Tessa. And so would Tessa, he thought, do that for both of them. It was a near incomprehensible tangle of the three of them.
Oh,
There was one
hi.
and that was that there was no
Good morning,
love between them.
Bug.
That's what I've been saying. Option 7. Option 7. I'm strong enough for this, he told himself, lifting her hand gently. Life is not just surviving, he said. There is also happiness. You know your Jem, Tessa. You know he would choose love over the span of his years. But Tessa is just like, where?
Good morning. There's still an hour and 18 minutes left in this video, but I think I have hit my wall. I think I've done it finally, where I am satisfied to leave this as is so I can come back with fresh eyes. Wahoo! Yaha! We did it! There you go. You can see it. Okay. I don't have anybody to raid. um does anybody have any suggestions for somebody who is awake right now? They all rated you already. I don't know about that. Oh, their setup is so pretty. Yeah, 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 yeah. Excellent suggestion. Excellent suggestion. Alright, guys, we're loading it up. We got raid 1 and raid 2. Make sure you pick and choose which one works for you. Good work. Thank you. Good night, everybody. We'll have our ending theme. Excuse me. Excuse me. There we go. So, as you guys know, I will not be whoa, whoa. I can't talk either. I won't be streaming next week, so I will see you the following Tuesday. Thank you guys for hanging out, keeping me on track. I'll see you next week. Bye bye. Mwah, 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 mwah.